Chapter 1. July is a happy holiday for many students, but for Li Yu, it is a dark history in life. That's right, Li Yu, who just graduated from college, is facing employment problems just after graduation. Li Yu has interviewed many companies in the past few days. Either Li Yu's academic qualifications are low, or Li Yu has no work experience. On this day, Li Yu walked out of the examiner's room with his resume in hand. Although Li Yu didn't show any expression, people who are familiar with Li Yu know that the quiet Li Yu is the most terrifying. Snort. Snort. Every examiner has a different face regarding academic qualifications and work experience. One day I, Li Yu, will want you all to kneel in front of me and look up at me. With this heavy heart, Li Yu returned to his small house of less than 20 square meters. Although the room here is small, for people like Li Yu, whose family is not very wealthy and has just graduated from college, having a small room is already good. Fortunately, there is also wireless Wi-Fi here that allows Li Yu to surf the internet, which can be regarded as the spice of ordinary life. When Li Yu was in school, he liked to stay in his dormitory and surf the internet every day. To put it bluntly, Li Yu was an otaku. But Li Yu is not one of those so-called technology geeks. In Li Yu's world, as long as there is an internet connection, a mobile phone, and a piece of bread, Li Yu can stay in bed all day. Some people may have thought that Li Yu must be playing on the bed. Lurk it. Games, you are wrong. How could Li Yu be attracted to these low-level interests? Li Yu likes to download some martial arts TV series on his mobile phone, such as Jin Yang series, Legend of Sword and Fairy, Journey to the West, The Legend of the Gods, and some animations, such as Naruto, Dragon Ball, etc. When he has nothing to do, Li Yu can always look at his mobile phone for a long time. When he is in school, Li Yu always fantasizes about being able to travel to these worlds. After learning the skills and traveling to your own world, you will be the strongest person in the world. After growing up, the passion in Li Yu's heart was gradually smoothed away by the pressure in life. There is no way, fantasy is just fantasy, in reality you have to work, otherwise you will have nothing to eat. Li Yu was resting on the bed that took up less than half of his room. In the past half-month, Li Yu had interviewed with nearly 4 or 5 companies, but they always rejected Li Yu for various reasons. Thinking of the faces of the examiners, as if others owed them 5 million, Li Yu helplessly thought that if he couldn't find a job, he wouldn't even be able to pay the rent. Li Yu's brain was almost turned into mush. He had no choice but to come up with the old method, look at his mobile phone for a while. Since life is so bad, let's relax first. Li Yu picked up his mobile phone and connected to Wi-Fi as usual and started surfing the internet. Li Yu downloaded his favorite childhood cartoon Dragon Ball online. Although Li Yu is 23 years old, Li Yu still has a soft spot for this cartoon. Maybe Li Yu yearns for the lives of the protagonists in Dragon Ball and the omnipotent Dragon Ball. After Li Yu completed the download, he was about to exit the download interface when a download link suddenly popped up on his phone. It said, "Do you want to explore another world? Are you bored with your current life? Download the Plane app now. Your world will change from now on." Li Yu was speechless when he saw the advertisements popping up on his mobile phone. Nowadays, these app operators can use any method, even the vulgar tricks such as time travel. Although Li Yu is usually very fanciful, he is not bored enough to believe in time travel. I saw that Li Yu thought about quitting directly. Although Li Yu didn't have to spend money to download things, Li Yu didn't want to waste time on this matter. But unexpectedly, no matter how Li Yu exited, the phone would always stay on the download interface. Li Yu looked at this situation and cursed in stunned silence, "Fuck, it couldn't be a virus in the phone. Damn it, I don't believe it. Okay, then I'll turn off the phone and see how you deal with it." Li Yu pressed the power off button. For a period of time, things did not go as Li Yu thought. At this time, Li Yu's mobile phone showed Dear, if you force shutdown, something unpredictable will happen next, for example, it will explode. Li Yu saw the information displayed on his phone and said angrily, "Okay. I've been fed up with being a coward these days. I didn't expect you to come to piss me off. I want to see what you are." Li Yu said. Wan Bian clicked download, and soon the app was downloaded and automatically installed. Then another message was sent to the phone saying, "Dear user, you have become the #1 user of this mobile phone app user. Please have a happy life in the future, goodbye." Then Li Yu saw that his phone had returned to its original state, except that there was an extra door-like app software in his phone application. It seemed that this software I just downloaded it for my phone. Li Yu really wanted to click on it to see what the software was used for, but he was very worried about what to do if it was a virus software. In the end, Li Yu's curiosity drove Li Yu to click on the software. After Li Yu clicked on it, he didn't expect a paragraph that made Li Yu vomit blood. It said, "Please shed blood to recognize your relatives." Li Yu was already speechless to the developer of this software. "Are you really? You know how to play, and you shed blood to recognize your kin. Why don't you say that you shed blood to recognize your master? Why don't you go and cultivate immortality? There's no way, it's all for this, isn't it just a few drops of blood? The uncle can still afford it." Li Yu looked at his mobile phone with an expression that said he was the best in the world. After Li Yu dripped a few drops of blood on the phone showed that you have successfully activated the mobile plane app. Now you have independent control over your phone. Congratulations, please play. Goodbye. Goodbye. Li Yu said disdainfully, "Of course I have sole control over my mobile phone, and you still have to use it." This is when Li Yu immediately clicked on the software, and saw that there was only the Dragon Ball animation that Li Yu had just downloaded. "Movie," Li Yu said, "it seems to be just an ordinary video player. Did I really think I could travel through time? How could such a good thing happen in the sky? It made me shed a few drops of blood in vain. Forget it. Maybe it's a break for these damn software developers. Damn it, I'm wasting so much time. Anyway, seeing how hard you work so hard to advertise, I'll give it a try first." Li Yu casually clicked on an episode of Dragon Ball and saw that it was detecting the world. Ding! The world detection has been completed. The destination Dragon Ball world is whether to travel through time. I saw a box popping up on the mobile app that said yes or no. Li Yu looked at it and said, "It's really interesting. I want to see if I can really travel through time." Li Yu clicked on the yes option without hesitation. At this time, all Li Yu's mobile applications crashed. When he got out, the software projected a door across the screen. Before Li Yu had time to think, the door sucked Li Yu into the door, and the door slowly disappeared. Chapter 2. In Baizai Mountain, a little boy wearing a dark blue martial arts uniform with a long tail was dragging a big fish towards his home. Yes, this boy is the Saiyan Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Soon the boy returned to his home and shouted, "Brother Li Yu, I'm back, Brother Li Yu." Yes, this boy was shouting Li Yu, who had traveled to the Dragon Ball world. A few days ago, Li Yu was brought to Dragon Ball by his mobile phone world. Li Yu was casually thrown into a primitive forest by his mobile phone. Unexpectedly, Li Yu was stared at by a dinosaur. He was so frightened that Li Yu thought he had traveled through the Jurassic period, so he quickly scratched the girl and ran away. Fortunately, he met Sun Wukong and punched him twice. He picked up the dinosaur with just his feet. That night, Li Yu was lucky enough to eat the legendary dinosaur meat. Not to mention that the meat was of good quality. It was pure wild food without preservatives. Li Yu recognized Sun Wukong from the first moment he saw him, and understood that he had really traveled to the Dragon Ball world. At that time, Li Yu decided to hug Sun Wukong's thigh from now on, which would break the universe in the future. It exists. After Li Yu decided, he started crying, making trouble, and hanging himself on Sun Wukong. He used all kinds of tricks to lure children. Li Yu described himself as an orphan without parents. Indeed, Li Yu's parents are not in this world. Sun Wukong, who has not been out yet, is like a piece of blank paper. He doesn't just let Li Yu write whatever he wants. Soon Sun Wukong is confused by Li Yu's sweet words, and the two begin to live together. Because Li Yu was not feeling well these days, actually he was too lazy to move, the kind-hearted Sun Wukong consciously took on the responsibility of cooking and went hunting. Soon Sun Wukong brought back a big fish. Not to mention that the Dragon Ball world is full of all kinds of perversions, not to mention the existence of various planet-destroying planets, even all kinds of animals are big thieves. This one fish is enough for Li Yu to eat for a day, and he can't finish it, except of course Sun Wukong. A cargo's stomach is a black hole. Li Yu thinks that a scion's stomach is a black hole. After Li Yu heard Sun Wukong's voice, he responded, "Yes, Wukong is back. He actually caught such a big fish. Wukong is really powerful. You can have a good meal of fish today." Sun Wukong said, "Brother Li. Yours, are you feeling better? I'm going to grill the fish. I'll ask you to eat it later." Li Yu smiled after hearing Sun Wukong's words, "Wukong, my illness is almost healed. I really appreciate your care these days." To be honest, Li Yu is really grateful to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong hadn't saved him, I'm afraid Li Yu would have become the excrement of that dinosaur. Soon, the big fish was grilled by Sun Wukong until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I have to say that Sun Wukong's craftsmanship is really not that good. It really complied with the old saying, "What makes a perfect fish?" At night, Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong, who was sleeping soundly next to him. Li Yu took out his mobile phone. In the past few days, Li Yu had completely figured out the functions of his mobile phone. It turns out that in this mobile phone app software, Li Yu can travel into the world whether it is movies or animation novels. Moreover, Li Yu can return to the real world at any time. After understanding it, Li Yu had to be shocked by its ability. He didn't know which god created this thing, and he didn't know why he was chosen. Although he doesn't know what the secret is, it's not something Li Yu can figure out now. The top priority now is to improve his strength. Li Yu believes that as long as his strength reaches a certain height, he will naturally figure out everything. Li Yu thought that Bulma would find Sun Wukong in 2 days. Then he would only need to follow them to find the Dragon Balls. If the time came, he might be able to meet the dragon and make a wish. Thinking about it, in Dragon Ball, Shenlong's first wish was that Oolong asked for a pair of women's underwear. Thinking about it, Li Yu was very angry. Li Yu has already thought about it. When Shenlong appears, he must make a wish to become a scion. Think about the scions in Dragon Ball, as long as they are willing to practice, they will all be destructive beings, and there are all kinds of cool things. Hair dye. Then he and Sun Wukong went to find the old pervert turtle immortal and worship him as his teacher. Although he is an old pervert, he is also a martial arts master on this earth. Although they are not as powerful as people in the universe, their control over strength and skills has been honed by countless people on earth. As for asking Sun Wukong to teach Li Yu martial arts, Li Yu also tried it, but it is a pity that the current Sun Wukong has not been trained by the Turtle Immortal system, and Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, was trampled to death by Sun Wukong. So now Sun Wukong only relies on his strong body to compete with others. Li Yu almost died under Sun Wukong's fist. Li Yu thought about it and waited until he was strong enough. When he returned to the real world and saw any sticks, the Japanese didn't like them, so he just let them sink into the sea and swim. A few days later, Li Yu waited for Sun Wukong to come back as usual, while Li Yu did some simple training. Li Yu also wanted to go hunting with Sun Wukong, but there was no way Li Yu's physical strength could not keep up with Sun Wukong, and even the beasts were inferior to him. The real beast is much bigger. Li Yu very rationally chose to look after the house. It is better for those who can do more work for this kind of thing. Li Yu heard movement outside the door at this time and thought about why Sun Wukong came back so early today. Li Yu opened the door, and what came into view was a girl with short hair. Li Yu recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the heroine Bulma in Dragon Ball? Li Yu is happy. Oh my god! My eyes were finally opened, and I was finally going to look for the Dragon Balls. At this time Bulma also noticed Li Yu, and Bulma thought, who is this handsome guy? Why are you staring at people all the time? Are you embarrassed that they are all looking at you? It's really strange. Although Li Yu's appearance cannot be said to be ugly, it is just an ordinary popular face, but since time travel, Li Yu's skin has become better and better day by day, almost catching up with those young girls who wear makeup. Meet. If this returned to the real world, he would be a proper male god. Li Yu watched Bulma staring straight at him, but when he thought of Bulma's nymphomaniac character in Dragon Ball, Li Yu already understood it. Li Yu tried his best to show his gentlemanly demeanor and said, "This beauty, may I ask? What's the matter with you?" At this time, after Bulma heard Li Yu's voice, Bulma's saliva was already flowing down, and Bulma thought lustfully, he actually called me beauty. Hey! 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 Chapter 3. At this time, Li Yu looked at Bulma and understood that the plot of Dragon Ball had begun. At this time, Li Yu asked Sun Wukong, who had already come in, "Wukong, who is she?" Before Wukong could speak, Bulma next to her heard Li Yu asking for her information. Bulma quickly introduced himself and said, "Hello, handsome man, my name is Bulma, please give me some advice." At this time, Wukong ran to Li Yu, excited as if he had discovered some shocking secret and said, "Brother Li, do you know? She doesn't have anything to pee on, she is a woman." Li Yu. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Bulma blushed angrily and said to Sun Wukong, "Hey! Do you know how to treat girls?" Li Yu looked at the embarrassed Bulma and said to Wukong, "Wukong, don't now, remember, don't say this when you are around girls in the future." Li Yu thought it was time to let Sun Wukong out and raise him. If this continues, Sun Wukong will completely become a savage. After getting along with Li Yu for several months, Sun Wukong has become more trusting in Li Yu. Knowing that Li Yu will not harm him, Sun Wukong said to Li Yu, "Brother Li, I understand." Li Yu said, "Miss Bulma, are you here? What are you doing alone? It's very dangerous." When Bulma heard that Li Yu cared about her, Bulma said confidently, "Brother Li, don't look at me as weak. In fact, I am an inventor. Look." After Bulma finished speaking, she took out a small box. When Li Yu saw it, he knew that this was the universal capsule. I saw Bulma casually opening a universal capsule. I saw Bulma throwing the universal capsule to the ground. I heard a bang and saw a bunch of weapons emerging from the ground, including submachine guns, grenades, and more exaggeratedly. There are rocket launchers, and these equipment are enough to form a special force. It was also the first time for Li Yu to see a high-tech product like the universal capsule, and he was stunned for a while, especially when he saw these weapons. Think about it, the people of China have only played with imitation guns since they were young. A young man in his 20s like Li Yu, whose family conditions were not good when he was a child, just played with wooden guns. At a certain moment, Li Yu really wanted to take all these weapons to the real world, pull down a small country to rebel, become a small king, have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and live a life like a king who never goes to court early from now on. But Li Yu woke up after being stunned. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball. The strong man inside can destroy a planet even if he sneezes. Even if these weapons are powerful, they are only for ordinary people. They are just external objects. Only when you become stronger can you be truly fearless. After thinking about this, Li Yu suddenly became clear physically and mentally. Li Yu said to Bulma, "The girl's skills are indeed brilliant, but as far as I know there are many people who practice martial arts in the world. Ordinary firearms are of no use to warriors at all." Bulma heard Li Yu's words too. He was very proud of the compliment, but after hearing Li Yu's last words, Bulma wanted to refute it. However, after Bulma saw Sun Wukong next to her, she remembered that when she just met Sun Wukong's body could not even be penetrated by bullets. Bulma fell silent at Li Yu's words. "You must know that there are many fighters in the city where Bulma lives, but those fighters are just a little stronger than ordinary people, and they are as vulnerable as ordinary people when they are shot. Is there really a martial artist in this world who can't even be harmed by firearms?" Li Yu thought it was time to get into the topic, so he said to Bulma, who was deep in thought, "Miss Bulma, why are you not at home and why are you here? Are you out for adventure?" Bulma heard after Li Yu's words. He came back from his thoughts and said, "Brother Li Yu, I came out to collect dragon beads." "Brother Li Yu, do you know? I heard that there are 7 dragon beads in total, distributed in every place in the world." After hearing this, Sun Wukong said curiously, "Hey! Bulma, what is the dragon ball you are talking about? Is it something edible?" After Li Yu heard Sun Wukong's words, several black lines suddenly appeared on his head. Li Yu explained to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, the dragon ball is not for food, but he can realize any wish in the world." Li Yu continued, "Legend has it that the dragon ball was created by gods. A long time ago, God created the dragon ball to fulfill human wishes. I hope it brings good luck to human beings, but God did not expect how deep human desires are. After humans understood the value of dragon balls, they launched countless wars. Countless people died every day." After hearing this, Sun Wukong said, "Brother Li, what happened next?" Li Yu said, "Later, God saw the nature of human beings and modified the dragon beads. Every time people made a wish with the dragon beads would be scattered all over the world. In this way, those who are looking for the dragon beads can find throughout their lives. Some people have not found any trace of the dragon beads, and gradually the dragon beads have become mythical stories. However, I heard that some people later found the dragon beads and became kings." Bulma was excited after hearing Li Yu's words. Said, "It turns out that Brother Li also knows the story of Dragon Ball." Li Yu looked at Bulma and said, "Miss Bulma, I think this Dragon Ball thing is purely a fairy tale made up by predecessors. I think you should go home early, lest your family members worry," Li Yu deliberately said. To Bulma said this just to arouse Bulma's self-esteem, let Bulma take out the Dragon Balls, and at the same time make Bulma remove her wariness against him. Although Bulma is a nympho, she is not an idiot. But now Bulma is only 16 years old, when her self-esteem is at its strongest. Li Yu believes that Bulma will take the bait. Sure enough, Bulma heard Li Yu and said, "Brother Li Yu, I can tell you now that the Dragon Balls are true." Bulma took out 2 Dragon Balls from her backpack and said, "Look, these are the Dragon Balls. I found it in an abandoned warehouse at my home. I thought it was very strange at the time. Later I did some research and found out that this magical bead is the legendary Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish." At this moment, Sun Wukong was next to Li Yu. After seeing the Dragon Ball that Bulma took out from his backpack, he said angrily, "Hey! Why did you, a woman, steal my grandfather?" As he spoke, Sun Wukong was about to take the wishful stick and beat Bulma. Ma was stunned for a moment after hearing what Sun Wukong said. She really didn't understand how she could steal Sun Wukong's grandfather. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong's desperate look and quickly stopped him. "Wukong, stop, don't hurt anyone's life." Chapter 4. Wukong stopped. When Li Yu saw Sun Wukong, he thought Bulma had robbed the 4 planets left to him by his grandfather, and thought Bulma was a robber. This is a naughty kid who accepts death. Bulma next to her was also frightened by Sun Wukong's fierce momentum, and said loudly, "Hey! What are you doing? Why did you mean that I took your grandfather away? When did I take your grandfather away from you? Tell me clearly." Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong asked Bulma, "You still don't admit it, you monster, what you are holding is my grandfather, do you think I don't know him?" At this moment, Sun Wukong saw Bulma. The 2 Dragon Balls in his hand said doubtfully, "Hey! How come you have 2 grandfathers of mine? Well, you monster actually used magic to turn my grandfather into 2. Change my grandfather back quickly, or I will we're about to take action." Li Yu saw that Sun Wukong had completely misunderstood, and quickly explained, "Wukong, you are wrong, the Dragon Ball in Miss Bulma's hand is not your grandfather." Then, Li Yu said to Bulma, "Miss Bulma, can you lend me the Dragon Ball for a while and return it to you in a while? I will explain it to Goku. You see, my brother is a person who accepts death. If I don't explain clearly, I'm afraid someone will die soon." Bulma, after hearing Li Yu's words, he thought of Sun Wukong's terror. Not even bullets could penetrate his body. Looking at his posture, he was afraid that he couldn't say 1, 2, 3. Sun Wukong would not let him go. Think about it. Ma then lent the Dragon Ball to Li Yu. After Li Yu got Bulma's Dragon Ball, he weighed it and it was quite heavy. This was the second time Li Yu had seen the Dragon Ball. When Li Yu came across Sun Wukong's 4 planets, Li Yu had already seen it. He weighed it carefully, well, all quite heavy. Li Yu took the Dragon Ball and explained to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, look at these 2 Dragon Balls, they are not the beads your grandfather left for you. Look at these 2 Dragon Balls, one has 5 stars on it, and the other has only 1 star. And there are 4 stars inside what your grandfather left. Wukong, I think your beads should still be in the house." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong observed carefully and said in surprise, "That's right, Brother Li, what did you say? It's really good. This is really not my grandpa. I'm going to see if my grandpa is still there." After thinking clearly, Sun Wukong regained his free character and ran into the house in a bound. "Look at your grandpa." Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong and thought with emotion, he really couldn't see that the carefree boy in front of him would become the invincible Super Saiyan Sun Wukong in the future. Bulma next to her is also a very smart person. She has heard from the side that Sun Wukong also has a Dragon Ball, which has 4 stars. Bulma carefully ran to Li Yu and asked, "Brother Li, does the kid who passed by just now also have a Dragon Ball?" Li Yu heard Bulma's words and said, Well, Wukong does have a 4-star ball. I only know that it is the relic left to him by Wukong's grandfather, but we don't know that it is the Dragon Ball. If Bulma hadn't come today, we wouldn't have known that this was the legendary Dragon Ball." Bulma's eyes widened after hearing Li Yu's words. "Then I thought, I have to think of a way to get the Dragon Ball out, preferably by bringing these 2 people with me to protect myself. The little Sun Wukong can be a bodyguard, and the handsome guy stays by his side to entertain his eyes, and things are decided happily." Thinking about this, Bulma said pitifully to Li Yu, "Brother Li, can you ask that little brother to lend me his Dragon Ball? You see, it's not easy for a weak woman like me to go out. This is also something I haven't encountered before. Bad guy, consider me lucky, can you?" Li Yu looked at Bulma's expression and knew what Bulma was planning. She immediately said in embarrassment, "Miss Bulma, this is really difficult. You know that this Dragon Ball is a relic left to him by my brother's grandfather. It's hard for me to say. You'd better ask for his opinion, right?" Bulma regretfully said, "That's it. But how can I borrow the Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong? Forget it, I don't believe that I can't borrow the Dragon Ball with my charm. After all, the other party is just a child." Bulma thought. At this time, Sun Wukong came out excitedly and took the Dragon Ball and said to Li Yu, "Brother Li, you really didn't lie to me. Grandpa really didn't lose it. Look. At this time, Bulma saw Sun Wukong coming out with the Dragon Ball and ran to Sun Wukong excitedly. He said happily, "Yes, it is really a Dragon Ball. Hard work really pays off. I finally found another Dragon Ball. Little brother, can you lend me your Dragon Ball?" Sun Wukong looked at the excited Bullion. Bulma suddenly became more vigilant and said, "No, I can't lend you the relics my grandfather left for me at this time. If you come here, I will beat you." Bulma looked at Sun Wukong in front of her and was so confused. Jin suddenly became distressed. If there was not a handsome guy like Li Yu present in front of him, Sun Wukong would be a little brat. When the time comes, would he be able to catch him if he let the other party touch him? Li Yu next to him looked at the two people in front of him, and remembered what Bulma said to Sun Wukong in the original work, "If you give me the Dragon Ball, I will let you touch my PP," but now Bulma didn't say it at all. Maybe now have yourself as an adult present. It seems that Bulma only regarded Sun Wukong as a little kid in the original work. Although Bulma is a bit crazy, she is not a slutty girl, but Li Yu still has some regrets about not seeing this scene. At this time, Li Yu said to Bulma, "Miss Bulma, why don't you think about it like this? What do you think about our brothers going to look for the Dragon Balls with you? After all, more people are more powerful. One more person also means more protection. You think so? Well, I'm saying that I also want to see if the legendary dragon is real. What do you think?" Bulma thought after hearing Li Yu's suggestion, this really coincides with her own ideas, so, this Bulma looked at Li Yu and said with a blush, "Then listen to brother Li." Li Yu then said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, I think we will go look for the dragon beads with Miss Bulma, and the two of us brothers will also go out and look. Look, Wukong, the world outside is very exciting. There are countless masters." Sun Wukong is a fighting maniac, and he was not very interested at first. When he heard that there were so many masters outside, he became extremely excited and immediately agreed. Down. Li Yu said to Bulma at this time, "Miss Bulma, my brother has agreed, but these 4 planets are the relics left by my brother's grandfather, so it is better to put them on my brother." After hearing this, Sun Wukong said, "Li big brother is right, Grandpa put it on me and can't give it to you." Bulma thought, since the person has left with her, and the Dragon Ball can't be lost, let's just let it go if you don't want to let it go. It doesn't hurt anyway, and then Bulma said agreed. After a night's rest, the 3 of them set off early in the morning to look for the Dragon Ball. Li Yu looked at the 2 people around him, then clenched his fists and embarked on the journey to find the Dragon Ball full of fighting spirit. Dragon Ball, Li Yu, are here. Chapter 5. The 3 of Li Yu were walking on the mountain road. Li Yu asked Bulma, "Miss Bulma, you can find this little Dragon Ball all over the world. You must have some special means, right?" Bulma listened. Li Yu said proudly, "Ha! Ha! Ha! Brother Li, you are right. Brother Li, you have forgotten. I am a scientist. This little trick is nothing to me." Bulma after speaking, he took out a round detector-like thing from his backpack. Li Yu took a look. Yes, it was the Dragon Ball radar invented by Bulma. After watching Dragon Ball, many people wanted to own a Dragon Ball radar, and wanted to go on adventures around the world to find Dragon Balls. Unexpectedly, they were finally lucky enough to see a real Dragon Ball radar today. Li Yu watched Bulma invent such a high-tech product at such a young age. In the real world, she would be a national treasure. Such talents must be worshipped like giant pandas. Li Yu said to Bulma from the bottom of his heart, "Miss Bulma, you are really a genius." Li Yu was not a compliment. Bulma's invention technology is obvious to all. After all, she is an expert who can even build a time machine. After hearing what Li Yu said, Bulma's vanity increased and she said to Li Yu, "Brother Li, Don't you want to say that to others? Are they embarrassed to say that? From now on, just call yourself by your name and stop calling me miss. There are so many lives. Li Yu looked at Bulma, who was in spring, with a trace of sweat on his head, and said, "Okay, Bulma." Li Yu listened to what Bulma just said. "Why is it so awkward? What do you mean? Don't scream." "Madam, why are these words so offensive? Are you still a virgin?" Just when Bulma wanted to have a further conversation with Li Yu, Sun Wukong came over. Sun Wukong's body was trembling and he said, "Brother Li, Bulma, I'm so hungry. Let's eat." Bulma saw that her good deeds were interrupted by Sun Wukong, and suddenly shouted angrily, "Eat, eat." After shouting twice, Bulma thought that Li Yu was still beside her, and suddenly felt something was wrong. "She is a lady." I saw Bulma whispering, "Since Wukong is hungry, let's start dinner. By the way, Brother Li, whatever you like to eat, I will prepare it for you." Li Yu watched Bulma change his face faster than flipping through a book. Quickly, I couldn't help but be stunned. The woman really couldn't understand it. But Li Yu couldn't let down Bulma's wishes. Li Yu said to Bulma, "It's up to you, Bulma. I have nothing to choose." After hearing Li Yu's words, Bulma said virtuously, "Well, people just go and get ready." Sun Wukong walked up to Li Yu and asked, "Brother Li, what's going on with Bulma? She's scary at one moment and laughing at the other. Is she sick?" Li Yu said seriously to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, in the future don't mess with women, otherwise you will regret it." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma in front of him, still not understanding why. On the other side, in a huge castle, a short man with blue skin and the word rice printed on his clothes held a dragon ball towards the dog man Axiu, who was carrying a long knife next to him, and a slender and handsome beauty Xiao Wu. Yes, these three people are the Dragon Ball trio. They have been collecting Dragon Balls in order to rule the world. They are the first enemy of Sun Wukong when he travels the world. The Dragon Ball is the head of the three people, Pilaf. Although these three people appeared as villains in the early stage, they turned into children in the later stage and became the funny characters in Dragon Ball. At this time, I saw Pilaf saying, "You have only found this one Dragon Ball in these days. You are really useless. You must find other Dragon Balls as soon as possible, so that my dream of ruling the world can come true, you know." Beauty Xiao Wu said. "King Pilaf, please calm down. Our Dragon Ball radar has shown that new Dragon Balls have appeared nearby. I believe it won't be long before we can collect all the Dragon Balls. By then, King Pilaf's dream of ruling the world will be realized." Pilaf, after hearing Xiao Wu's words, she had already imagined the day when she became the king, and she suddenly said proudly, "Ha! Ha! Ha! The day when I rule the world is finally coming. What are you still doing here? Why don't you go and collect Dragon Balls for me? Are you waiting for me to go crazy?" Xiao Wu and Aciu ran out after hearing this. After going out, Aciu said to Xiao Wu, "Our king's delusion is getting worse and worse. It's serious, let's go collect Dragon Balls quickly, otherwise the king will be angry and want to eat dog meat that day." Xiao Wu said, "Well, we must work together to realize the king's dream." As Xiu heard Xiao Wu, "If so, look in the direction of Pilaf and say firmly, 'King Pilaf, you must wait for me. It's really hard for this man and a dog to have such a master.'" Besides, after the three of Li Yu had eaten, they continued on the road. Li Yu asked Bulma, "Bulma, look at the Dragon Ball radar. That Dragon Ball is closest to us." After hearing what Li Yu said, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar. He looked at it and said, "Well, there is a Dragon Ball 1,200 kilometers to the west." Li Yu frowned after hearing this and said, "It's so far, Bulma, do you have any transportation? Otherwise, just go on like this, I don't know. When can we get there?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Bulma said, Don't worry, just leave it to me. Bulma took out a universal capsule and heard a bang, a brand new off-road vehicle. The car appeared in the eyes of the three people. At this time, Sun Wukong saw it and said, "Ah! Isn't this the monster I defeated? Why did it appear again?" Li Yu was afraid that Sun Wukong was smashing the car as a monster, so he quickly explained, "Wukong, this is not monster, this is a car, you can't do anything anymore, you know." In this way, the three of them got into the car. Since only Bulma among the three could drive, the honorable task of being the driver was given to Bulma. Along the way, Li Yu finally saw what it means to be a female driver. He almost vomited out Li Yu's overnight meal. It was too fast. On the contrary, Sun Wukong had no influence at all. This further strengthened Li Yu's wish to become a scion. Soon it was getting dark, and the three decided to spend the night here. The accommodation issue was left to Bulma's hands. Bulma just took a universal capsule and took care of it. Li Yu looked at Bulma's. The universal capsule is so convenient. It can hold anything. I will definitely ask Bulma for a few that day. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong ran out to exercise early in the morning. After a while, Sun Wukong came back, and at the same time he brought back a turtle. No, it was a turtle. I saw that this turtle could still talk and was quite polite. When he saw Li Yu and Bulma, he said hello. Li Yu looked at the turtle and thought that he was about to meet the turtle immortal. Chapter 6 colon 2000 colon 2000 colon 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 colon. After hearing Turtle's words, Turtle Immortal said in embarrassment, "Oh, I forgot. In that case, come out, Somersault Cloud." At this time, with the roar of Turtle Immortal, a ball of golden clouds floated in the sky. The cloud is Sun Wukong's personal mount, the Somersault Cloud. Turtle Immortal said, "This is a somersault cloud. It is a cloud that only kind-hearted children can sit on. The somersault cloud can carry people to fly freely in the sky. Remember, only kind-hearted children can sit on it. Okay, let's start with I'll demonstrate it, and you all should watch it." I saw Came Immortal leaping up, and with just an ordinary sound, Came Immortal fell from the somersault cloud. At this time I saw Came Immortal's face glowing red and he said, "Did you see it? This is the consequence of people with impure hearts sitting on it. Next, whoever can sit on this somersault cloud, I will give this somersault cloud to him." Although Li Yu looked at the somersault cloud with envy, Li Yu's own heart, I also understand that I don't have the innocent heart of Sun Wukong, so this somersault cloud can only belong to Sun Wukong. Chapter 7 After hearing what Li Yu said, a hint of joy flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. Originally, the relationship between ordinary Jinchuriki and tailed beasts is a relationship that connects life together. When the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die, and when the tailed beast dies, the Jinchuriki will also die. If the tailed beast is pulled out of the Jinchuriki's body and the life connection is severed, the weaker one will have all its life force taken away and die immediately. And his wife Uzumaki Kushina was originally a member of the Uzumaki clan and had a relatively strong vitality, so she did not die immediately. Originally, because of Li Yu's power, Namikaze Minato thought that his wife was certain to die. And Li Yu said that he was able to cure his wife. It seems that this strange strong man is not coming for Konoha. His purpose is really just the tailed beast, Namikaze Minato thought. Then Namikaze Minato said, "I don't know what Senior can do. As long as Senior can save Kushina, Konoha will definitely treat Senior like a distinguished guest in the future." I saw Li Yu saying, "The nine-tailed nine llamas and other tailed beasts were 9 parts of chakra separated from the body of the 10 tails by the 6-path sage in ancient times. After the 9 parts of chakra were separated, they formed the current 9 tails. Among the beasts, the 9 tails has the most chakra and is the strongest. After hearing Li Yu's words, Namikaze Minato said in surprise, the tailed beast was actually created by the Sage of 6 Paths. I really can't believe it. Li Yu looked at Namikaze Minato's words and said, don't you know about this? Namikaze Minato said awkwardly, indeed, we always thought that the Sage of 6 Paths was a myth and legend. After hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Li Yu understood and said, yes, after all, the deeds of the 6 Paths Sage happened a long time ago. It's okay if you don't understand it, but any myth and legend has its basis. Of course, this matter let's talk about it later, let's talk about the important things now. Namikaze Minato nodded after hearing this. Namikaze Minato also expressed understanding after hearing Li Yu's words. After all, the matters of Kyuubi and Kushina are the most important now. As for the myths and legends, it is okay to talk about them later. I saw Li Yu saying, originally, I have no conflict with your Konoha village. All I want is the 9 tails, but don't worry, I know that the 9 tails itself can be divided into yin and yang attributes, and the 9 tails can be separated. I only want the yang. The 9 tails attribute is enough. In addition, I am giving you a fairy bean. Don't underestimate this fairy bean. No matter how injured you are, you will recover immediately as long as you eat the fairy bean. And Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Li Yu say that he only needed half of the 9 tails. If all the 9 tails were taken away by the man in front of him, he didn't know what the village would say. But even if Li Yu takes away half of the Kyuubi, I'm afraid the village will not agree. He will definitely use some despicable means. Ever since he became Hokage, Namikaze Minato has been used to this kind of thing. Got it. But thinking of Li Yu's power, Namikaze Minato could only sigh silently, hoping that this man would not do anything terrible. But I seem to have just heard Li Yu say something about fairy beans. From what this senior said, it seems that as long as you survive and eat fairy beans, you will be cured. Minato Namikaze couldn't believe his ears, and Minato Namikaze said, Senior, is what you said true? Is there really such a magical medicine? After hearing Minato Namikaze's words, Li Yu explained, don't worry, as long as it's not a disease, but a simple physical injury, a fairy bean will cure the disease. Li Yu continued, I think the Jinchuriki being taken away from the tailed beast simply exhausted a person's pure energy. This was not caused by disease. I think the senzu beans are effective, but even the senzu beans have no effect. Then just send that half of the 9 tails into the Jinchuriki's body. After Namikaze Minato heard Li Yu's words, he nodded in agreement. At this time, Namikaze Minato said, I don't know what Senpai wants from a tailed beast. Is it because he also wants to be a Jinchuriki? To be honest, at senior's level, I don't think there is any use in becoming the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Namikaze Minato carefully expressed his doubts, fearing that Li Yu would be dissatisfied. However, Li Yu did not blame Namikaze Minato. He only saw Li Yu explaining to Namikaze Minato, this? I just want to taste what the tailed beast tastes like. To be honest, eating those all day long is really a bit too much. If you're tired of it, if you want to eat too, I can organize a 9 tails feast in Konoha. Namikaze Minato was dumbfounded after hearing Li Yu's answer. Namikaze Minato thought of many reasons but did not expect that Li Yu would say such a thing. Namikaze Minato said, Senior, our village has also tried eating the chakra of tailed beasts to enhance its strength, but they have all failed, so. Li Yu's expression when he looked at Namikaze Minato didn't look like he was faking it. Didn't he expect that this Namikaze Minato was still very kind? In this Naruto world full of conspiracies, Namikaze Minato's actions are rare and valuable. However, Li Yu did not return to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato looked at Li Yu and did not ask any more questions. Then the two of them rushed back to the village. As for the 9 tails in the village, after Li Yu's aura was leaked, the Nine Tails had no intention of destroying Konoha. Who knows if this strong man is here to catch him? The Sandome Hokage, who was fighting the Nine Tails, was of course unwilling to see the Nine Tails trying to escape. Originally, these tailed beasts represented the fighting power of the village and were regarded as the nuclear bomb power of the village. And there is only one tailed beast in his village, the Kyuubi. If the Kyuubi escapes, not to mention the weakening of the fighting ability in his village, it will definitely be used as an excuse by the organic people in the village, and the ninjas in other villages may not. They will also take the opportunity to invade Konoha, so Kyuubi must not be let go. At this time, Li Yu and Minato Namikaze came to the side of the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. The surrounding ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Minato. After all, Minato is the current Hokage, and he can still stabilize the situation. And Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Li Yu and said to Namikaze Minato in confusion, "Minato, this is..." Namikaze Minato looked at Li Yu and explained, "Sandame, this Senior Li Yu is here to help us. Senior Li Yu is very strong." When Namikaze Minato saw the Sandame's wary eyes, he was afraid of any misunderstanding, so he lowered his head and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sandame, the breath just now was from this senior." Chapter 8. Bulma on the side was very envious when she saw Sun Wukong's somersault cloud. She ran to Kame Sennin and said, "Hey! Hey! Grandpa, can you give me a somersault cloud too?" Kame Sennin asked after hearing Bulma's words. The turtle said, "Hey! Did she save you?" After hearing what the turtle said, the turtle thought for a moment and said, "Not at all." After hearing the turtle's words, Bulma retorted, "Hey! Why didn't I save you? I obviously gave you a bucket of salt water. If it weren't for me, you would have died of thirst." The turtle immortal looked embarrassed when he heard Bulma's words and said, "I would also like to have a somersault cloud, but there is only one somersault cloud." "Duo, if that's the case, then I'll give you something else." But after Turtle Immortal said this, his face suddenly said seriously, "However, if you want me to give you something, you must let me take a look." "Your underwear." As soon as Kame Sennin said these words, everyone around him was shocked by Kame Sennin's words. Li Yu didn't think so much when he was watching the animation. After all, was it animation? But now Li Yu is in the real world of Dragon Ball. Li Yu can't help but want to cover his head when he looks at the cheap master he just recognized. At this time, Li Yu saw Bulma staring at the neck of the Turtle Immortal. He saw that the Dragon Balls were hanging around the neck of the Turtle Immortal. Li Yu looked at Bulma and was about to speak, and immediately remembered what happened in the original work. In the original work, Bulma asked Kame Sennin for the Dragon Balls, but Kame Sennin insisted on seeing Bulma's pussy, and Bulma really worked hard for the Dragon Balls. Whenever I think of this, I feel very unhappy. Although I haven't done anything, Bulma can be regarded as Li Yu's childhood goddess. So Li Yu decided to stand up this time. If I don't go to hell, who will? Thinking of this, Li Yu immediately spoke first and said, "Master, may I ask where the beads on your neck come from? Can you show it to your disciples?" Bulma watched Li Yu turn around and wink at her, and Bulma also decided to be smart. The girl saw clearly that Li Yu meant not to let her speak. Although she didn't know why, Bulma still chose to believe Li Yu out of her trust in Li Yu. When the Turtle Immortal heard Li Yu asking him about this bead, the Turtle Immortal, who didn't know it was a dragon bead, said, "Oh, you said this. This bead was from when I was sleeping in the sea when I was fine. I picked it up from the bottom of the sea. I thought it looked pretty, so I hung it around my neck." Li Yu took the Dragon Ball from Turtle Immortal and said, "Master, this is the legendary Dragon Ball. Yours is one of the 7 Dragon Balls. 3 stars, you see there are 3 stars in this bead." Turtle Immortal took the Dragon Ball and looked at it and said, "I didn't expect this to be the 7 Dragon Balls. I thought it was just a story in myths and legends. It looks quite valuable like this." Yes, if you sell this Dragon Ball, you will definitely be able to buy a lot of beautiful women's discs. When the time comes, hey! Hey! Li Yu watched the turtle immortal fall into split personality again, and couldn't help but feel painful. He thought about it in the future. Li Yu felt very depressed when he had to practice with this lustful master. I hope my good master only likes women. God bless him. Li Yu quickly woke up the turtle immortal and said, Master, Master, this disciple needs the help of the Dragon Ball very much now. Master, can you lend me this Dragon Ball for a while? I will get this Dragon Ball back when the wish is over. Although Kame Sennin is a bit lecherous and greedy for money, he is not interested in the Dragon Ball. Having lived for such a long time, Kame Sennin has long been indifferent to fame and wealth, but he still needs to test if he wants to get something from Kame Sennin. I saw Gaixianren with his back to his hands, and said to Li Yu with a profound expression, although it is the first day that you worship me as your teacher, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. I still have to give you some truths. As the saying goes, these brothers are still settling accounts? What's more, there is no free dinner in this world, what do you think? When Li Yu saw the turtle immortal, he looked at Bulma with a look that all men in the world could understand. Li Yu understood instantly, you old pervert are still staring at Bulma. Li Yu looked at Gaixianren and thought of a way to say, Master, I think you live alone. Master, you are so old. I think Master, you should find a female nanny to take care of you. Li Yu looked at him with the same look. Looking at Gaixianren, Gaixianren heard the female nanny's eyes immediately leaking green light, which made Li Yu unable to open his eyes. However, the turtle immortal still looked at Bulma reluctantly. Li Yu saw that the turtle immortal still refused to give up, and quickly pulled the turtle immortal aside and said to the turtle immortal, Master, disciple, I have nothing to express this time. This is the first time. Please accept it from Master. Gaixianren saw Li Yu take out a dozen discs from his arms. Gaixianren looked at the cover of the disc and looked at each other with nosebleeds flying. Li Yu instantly dodged Gaixianren's red shot, knowing that it's so dangerous. Li Yu kept up his efforts and said, Master, I know what the Master thinks, but as a disciple, how can I let the disciple just experience eye addiction once, not to mention that Miss Bulma has a family, the disciple will find a female nanny for the Master, with the Master his abilities are not easy to capture. Li Yu knew that Gaixianren's nature was not bad, otherwise he would not have found a woman to serve him, but Li Yu was also worried now. Where can I find a female nanny for him? But Li Yu's words have been spoken, and he must do it. Turtle Immortal is also a human spirit who has lived for such a long time. Naturally, he knows what Li Yu is thinking and knows that Li Yu is protecting Bulma. Besides, what Li Yu said is right. It would be too much of a loss to see it only once. Can't we just find a female nanny every day, ha? Ah. After thinking about it, the Turtle Immortal said to Li Yu, I have received your sincerity, I hope you will not disappoint me. Li Yu did not talk to the Turtle Immortal, and looked at Sun Wukong still playing somersault clouds in the sky. Li Yu was very surprised. He shouted, Wukong, stop playing, come down and go to the city with me. After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong slowly floated down and said to Li Yu, Brother Li, what are we doing in the city? Li Yu said, accompany me to find someone in the city. I'm going to eat some delicious food with you. As expected, Sun Wukong, who had no interest in eating, immediately pulled Li Yu away excitedly when he heard about eating. Sure enough, Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball has two major hobbies, fighting and eating. As for Li Yu having no money to eat, come on, this is the Dragon Ball with the highest crime rate. There is also a humanoid bomb Sun Wukong beside him. Li Yu has long wanted to try the taste of being black and eating black. Sure enough, as Li Yu thought, Li Yu and Sun Wukong arrived at the edge of the city. After walking down for a while, they encountered a robbery. The result can be imagined. Several poor robbers were forced to explode their anus by Sun Wukong's wishful stick, which made a significant contribution to Sun Wukong and Li Yu's stomach. After the two people who were full of wine and food came out, Sun Wukong asked, "Brother Li, where is the person you are looking for?" Li Yu really wanted to say, "I want to know too." At this moment, when the sound came, Li Yu followed the sound and saw a woman wearing a military uniform and covered with arms. I saw the woman saying, "You bastards, please hand over all your money to me." The man who was robbed cursed, "Lan Qi, you female devil, you will not end well." Li Yu heard Lan Qi as soon as my eyes lit up with this name. "It was you, female nanny." Chapter 9. Li Yu took out the pepper and shouted to Lan Qi, "Lan Qi, look here." When Lan Qi heard Li Yu calling her name and looked back, she saw a person appearing not far away. Man, not bad looking. Lan Qi didn't expect that she was having too much fun, and no one around her knew it. If she was stabbed in the back, wouldn't it be the end of the game? Lan Qi thought about this and was so shocked that she broke out in a sweat. It seemed that this man was not so despicable and knew how to fight with her openly. Lan Qi looked at Sun Wukong, who was breathing heavily on the ground. Lan Qi looked at Li Yu with relief this time. But the guy in his hand has been aiming at Sun Wukong. Li Yu was afraid that Sun Wukong would save him and said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, don't come over, let me come and meet her." Lan Qi asked at this time, "That person, what do you do, what do you want me to do?" Li Yu said with a smile, "Nothing, I just want to bring you something good." Li Yu took out a package and threw it at Lan Qi. That was all his pepper. All contributed. Lan Qi looked at the package in the sky and said, "Really, you are pretending to be a ghost." Lan Qi disdainfully fired at the package with a machine gun. Suddenly there was a crackling sound from the package, and some powdery objects emerged. Just like fog falling from the sky was also grey at this moment. When Lan Qi smelled it, her nose suddenly felt itchy. Lan Qi, who was about to sneeze, immediately covered her nose and endured the pain of sneezing. He roared at Li Yu, "You brat, you actually know my secret and are playing dirty tricks with me. You are really despicable. Come out of here." Just when Lan Qi spoke, the pepper powder floated down Lan Qi's throat. In her lungs, Lan Qi could no longer hold back and sneezed. At this time, a gust of wind blew the pepper powder away. At this moment, Lan Qi's body changed. Lan Qi's hair instantly changed color, and her personality also changed a lot. The weak Lan Qi was shocked by her appearance in this unfamiliar environment, and screamed in fright. Said, "Where am I?" Li Yu watched Lan Qi finally change her appearance, and finally put her heart in her stomach. Li Yu called Sun Wukong over, and Sun Wukong said, "Brother Li, are you okay? Let me teach her a lesson." "Hey! How did she become like this?" Li Yu said. "Wukong is no longer lethal now. Let's put her, send it to Turtle Immortal." "Wukong, she just killed all the bad guys, so don't embarrass her." Sun Wukong asked, "Then she is a good person?" Li Yu replied, "Well, that's right." Chapter 10. Just when Li Yu and Sun Wukong were about to take Lan Qi away, a siren sounded. It turned out that the police informed by the bad guys killed by Lan Qi had arrived. Li Yu thought of Lan Qi's conversation with those people and knew that these people were not good birds. How can police like this protect people's safety? They take people's hard-earned money and don't protect the people, but help the bad guys. This kind of scumbag Li Yu will kill everyone he sees from now on. Li Yu looked at the police who were getting closer and closer and said to Sun Wukong with a dark face, "Wukong, go and drive these people away. These people are all bad people." Li Yu knows Sun Wukong's character best. He knows Sun Wukong kind, even in the face of the vicious Frisia, Sun Wukong let him live after defeating him. Therefore, Li Yu will kill these scum with his own hands in the future. Sun Wukong heard that these people were all bad guys. After getting Li Yu's permission, he rushed into the police car with the wishful stick. Perhaps it was because the scions became stronger as they fought. After the previous battle, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness was obvious. Has improved a lot. I saw Sun Wukong shouting, "Stretch out the ruyi stick, let me go." After hearing Sun Wukong's instructions, the ruyi stick suddenly penetrated into one of the police cars from thousands of miles away. Pinching it to the ground did not harm the lives of the people in the car, but it also scared the people in the car to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. These policemen are all scum. They can make money faster than anyone else, and they are more greedy for life than anyone else. Seeing something like this that has never happened before, the remaining policemen were so frightened that they stepped on the accelerator and drove all the way. Crazy speed, wishing that the car had 4 wheels. Li Yu saw the remaining policemen running away. Due to the current strength of Li Yu and Sun Wukong, they did not have the power to destroy the planet. Seeing that these policemen did not see the faces of Li Yu and others clearly, Li Yu asked Sun Wukong to remove the wish-fulfilling stick. After all, there are still serious things to do now, but there is no time to waste with these little minions. When Lan Qi saw that these policemen seemed to be here to cause trouble for her, she guessed that it might have been done by her own body. Now she saw that Li Yu and others seemed to be very strong, so Lan Qi agreed to all Li Yu's requests. Isn't it just taking care of an old man? I heard from Li Yu that this old man seemed to have very high martial arts skills, so he wouldn't have to be afraid if his half-body came out. However, Li Yu obviously did not tell Lan Qi what kind of virtue the person she wanted to take care of was like. Turtle Immortal would not do anything. Probably not. At this moment, Turtle Immortal and others were waiting boredly at the beach. Bulma said, "I don't know how Brother Li and Gaku are doing. Does it take so long to find a nanny?" Turtle Immortal heard what Bulma said and immediately asked. Unwilling to say, "How can my apprentice have such a bad taste, so he won't find those vulgar fans to deal with me?" As soon as a voice came over and shouted, "Bulma, Grandpa, let's come back." Bulma heard the sound and took a look. Sure enough, it was Sun Wukong who came back in a somersault cloud. Next to him was a plane produced by their capsule company. The pilot was Li Yu, but he didn't see any female nanny. When the Turtle Immortal saw Sun Wukong and his party coming back, he quickly took Sun Wukong's hand and asked, "You are back? Well, where is the beautiful female nanny? Where is my gentle, lovely, and charming little nanny?" Bulma was listening on the sidelines. He was about to vomit, but Sun Wukong was completely immune to the words of the Turtle Immortal. He said to the Turtle Immortal, "Grandpa, the person you are talking about seems to be on that plane." At this time, Li Yu also got off the plane, and Li Yu said. To looking at Lan Qi, he said, "Come on, don't be afraid, the person you want to take care of is down there. Come down with me." At this time, Gaixianren looked at Lan Qi coming from behind Li Yu, and suddenly felt that he could no longer walk. Now, Turtle Immortal just wants to say that this apprentice was not in vain. After Li Yu handed Lan Qi to the Turtle Immortal, he continued his journey to find the dragon beads. Li Yu promised to the Turtle Immortal that after collecting the 7 dragon balls, he would continue to practice at the Turtle Immortal. He also promised Lan Qi that he would come back to see him. Her Turtle Immortal is now sitting on the turtle's back with Lan Qi and returning to the Turtle Immortal's house. Turtle Immortal feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his life today, and from now on he no longer has to look at the screen to obsess. At this moment, Kame Sennin, who was about to return to Kamizen's house, seemed to find that a robber had broken into his home. Kame Sennin did not expect that one day he, the god of martial arts, would also be robbed. Turtle Immortal thought that his master was back, so these people left immediately. However, Turtle Immortal found that these people seemed to be not ordinary robbers, but seemed to be waiting for him to come back. This is interesting, who could it be? Kame Senin thought. As soon as Kame Senin arrived at the shore, he saw a blue-skinned dwarf, a dog man carrying a broadsword, and a beautiful woman. They were none other than the Dragon Ball trio, Pilaf, Ash, and Xiao Wu. The Dragon Ball radar of these three people showed that the Dragon Ball was nearby. The Dragon Ball radar of these three people was really rubbish, not as good as the Dragon Ball radar that Bulma made casually. Pilaf looked at the turtle immortal and said, "Hey! Old man, have you ever seen a red bead? If you have seen it, hand it over immediately." The turtle immortal did not expect that it was the dragon bead that attracted it, so he immediately said, "You are talking about the Dragon Ball. I just gave him to a young man." Pilaf was very happy to hear the news about the Dragon Ball, but when he heard that the Dragon Ball was given away by the turtle immortal, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. Rafe quickly asked, "Old man, do you know which direction they went?" Turtle immortal was already unhappy with their attitude. "We are the god of martial arts, but to be humiliated by an ugly man like you is really something my grandma can bear. My uncle couldn't bear it. After all, Li Yu and Sun Wukong are also disciples of Turtle Immortal. Besides, there is a beautiful woman by their side." He couldn't lose face in front of a beautiful woman. Thinking that the Turtle Immortal's temper was also rising here, he said, I know, but who am I to tell you? Who are you?" Pilaf saw that the Turtle Immortal actually looked down on them, and immediately yelled, "You bastard damn old man, are you looking for death? You actually look down on me." Just as the Turtle Immortal and Pilaf were quarreling, a cool breeze came and blew Lan Qi hair to her nose, and Lan Qi sneezed instantly. Lan Qi instantly turned into a violent female warrior. Huang-haired Lan Kai yelled, "Get out of here, you stinky brat, and that despicable villain." Huang-haired Lan Kai's memory was locked in before she sneezed. At this time, everyone on the field was stunned. Lan Qi didn't know why she saw these unknown people. Lan Qi was sure that these people were in the same group, and then took out a submachine gun from the universal capsule on her body and pointed it at everyone. Struff. Since Turtle Immortal knows martial arts, he quickly stepped aside to observe. Turtle Immortal didn't expect it to turn out like this. There must be something that his cheap apprentice didn't tell him. When Li Yu came back, Turtle Immortal had already thought about devil training courses. Poor Li Yu. Of course, the most pitiful ones now are the trio on the field. They were chased and beaten by Lan Qi. In the end, they were forced to have no choice but to push Ash out to use as bait. The remaining two people prepared escape tools. They saw that the two people had prepared a submarine and knew how to swim with the dog man. They dived to the bottom of the sea and waited for Ash. The poor trio really died before they got off the ground. Of course not dead. Chapter 11. Li Yu is not interested in knowing what is happening in Gaixian House at this moment. At this moment, Li Yu's biggest wish is to collect the Dragon Balls, realize his wish, and obtain Scion blood. Li Yu is not interested in knowing anything else. During this period, just like what happened in the original work, Li Yu and the others came to the village where Oolong robbed the girl. Li Yu also knew what kind of virtue Oolong's transformation technique was. It could only change his appearance to scare people. In the spirit of not wasting time, Li Yu directly told Sun Wukong these weaknesses and asked Sun Wukong to fight quickly. The result did not appear. In the original work, Sun Wukong turned into a girl to test Oolong. Although I didn't see the cross-dressing boss Sun Wukong, it was a small matter compared to collecting Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, who knew Oolong's strength, didn't talk nonsense and knocked Oolong unconscious with just one stick. When the villagers saw that Li Yu and others had really eliminated a big harm to their village, they gave the village's dragon beads to Li Yu. After waiting for Oolong to wake up, the unscrupulous Oolong immediately surrendered. Then Wolong took the villagers to pick up the girls who had been abducted by him. Li Yu looked at a magnificent palace on the top of the mountain and sighed, I didn't expect that you were pretty good to those girls. Shi Wolong also said from the bottom of his heart, actually, I regret it. Those little girls used to be quite simple. Since going up the mountain, their true nature has leaked out, and they have all become like vampires. My savings it's all spent on them. Fortunately, you guys are here. As he spoke, Oolong actually shed tears, which made Li Yu stunned. A few little girls weren't that exaggerated, were they? When Li Yu looked at the girls, he thought they had suffered a lot here. Unexpectedly, these girls were all wearing gold and silver. After seeing Oolong, they even asked for diamond necklaces like Oolong. Li Yu thought that these girls only wanted to become breeding pigs. Wolong observed a few seconds of silence. Soon all the dragon beads here were collected, and Li Yu and others went on the road to look for the dragon beads, but there was an extra pig on the road. At this time, Li Yu and others already had 5 dragon balls in their hands, and if they had 2 more, they would be able to make a wish. Li Yu remembered these 2. One was in the hands of the Bull Demon King in Fried Bread Mountain, and the other was in the hands of the Pilaf Trio. The Bull Demon King is still a murderous villain. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King is the apprentice of Kame Sennin, and the Bull Demon King also respects Kame Sennin. This Dragon Ball should not be difficult to obtain. The most difficult thing to deal with is probably the Pilaf Trio. These 3 people have certain power and have a lot of hot weapons in their hands. Pilaf also has a lot of subordinates. It is a bad idea to fight head-on, and they have to be outwitted. In this case, Li Yu immediately decided to get the Dragon Ball of the Bull Demon King first. After making the decision, everyone headed towards the Fried Bread Mountain. Because this place is still far away from Fried Bread Mountain, Li Yu looked at Oolong and thought of Oolong's transformation technique. Although he can change into any shape, he can retain his own power no matter what he becomes. This transformation technique looks very useless, but you have to look at who is using it, because Oolong itself has no power. Therefore, this transformation technique seems to have no sense of existence at all in the original work. But it is also related to the combat system of Dragon Ball. The strong warriors in Dragon Ball all like to fight with fists and fists. They seem to look down on these weak moves. If you don't shoot a planet to pieces, you won't. Too embarrassed to go out. In fact, the role of this transformation technique is still very practical. Think about it. Sun Wukong in Journey to the West relied on 72 transformations to conquer the world. If used well, it is a necessary skill for killing people and stealing goods. Li Yu immediately expressed his thoughts to Oolong. When Oolong heard that Li Yu wanted to learn his transformation technique, he said proudly, "I'm sorry, this is my private stunt and is not for sale." Li Yu heard that. Wolong after Long's words, he thought that Oolong saw that he didn't have much fighting power anymore, and thought that he was a soft persimmon and could be dealt with casually. Didn't he know that he also had a younger brother, Sun Wukong? Li Yu immediately threatened, "If you don't give him the transformation technique, I will let Sun Wukong beat him up. If you are willing to give him the transformation technique, when you return to the city, you will make a mistake. If you buy a car of lingerie, you will also get a free art photo CD of 2 people." After hearing Li Yu's threat, Oolong was very aware of current affairs and compromised. This transformation technique is not a rare treasure. It was his own. There are many people outside the country who know how to do it. He doesn't teach it, but others do. Why should I take a beating? What's more, Li Yu also promised to buy him the nene he dreamed of, a car, and a photo of a beautiful woman. This may be a blessing in disguise. Oolong immediately handed over the transformation technique to Li Yu. With Oolong's step-by-step guidance, Li Yu quickly mastered the secret of the transformation technique. This was not an illusion, but a real physical transformation. The time limit was only 5 minutes. I can only blame Oolong for being a half-baked learner. He had to rest for 5 minutes even if he changed to 5 minutes. Chapter 12. Li Yu and others quickly arrived at Fried Bread Mountain through the Dragon Ball radar, but what surprised everyone was that the entire mountain was shrouded in a raging fire at this moment, and the Dragon Ball radar showed that the Dragon Ball was shrouded in fire. In the mountains. Bulma looked at the scene in front of her and said in disbelief, "This is really where the Bull Demon King lives. Is the Dragon Ball really here?" At this time, everyone felt that the ground under their feet seemed to be shaking. A huge figure ran over. This man had 2 horns on his head and a pair of axes in his hands. He was clearly the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King himself snatched a lot of treasures and kept them in his palace. In the past, this mountain was called Liangjing Mountain and it was a very cool place. But 10 years ago, countless fires fell from the sky and destroyed the entire mountain. The mountains burned. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King is also a master and escaped alone. The Bull Demon King was very reluctant to part with these treasures, so he guarded them here every day. Anyone who dared to get close to his treasures would die under the Bull Demon King's axe. It can be said that the current Bull Demon King is still very aggressive. In the original work, it was also through the influence of Sun Wukong and his daughter's marriage, and the Turtle Immortal destroyed the Bull Demon King's treasure and cut off the Bull Demon King's thoughts, that he gradually became a good person. Li Yu looked at the Bull Demon King and wanted to kill them all. He quickly played the emotional card and said, "Excuse me, are you senior brother Neo Demon King?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Neo Demon King said doubtfully, "Who are you and why do you call me senior brother?" Li Yu stopped when he saw Neo Demon King's movements. Breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Neo Demon King, the little brother next to me and I are both recent disciples of teacher Wu Tian, and the little brother next to me is also the grandson of senior brother Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong. We have Sun Wufan's there is a wish-fulfilling stick and a somersault cloud given by teacher Wu Tian." When the Bull Demon King heard that Sun Wukong was actually the grandson of his senior brother Sun Wufan, he saw that Sun Wukong was indeed holding a wish-fulfilling stick and there was a somersault cloud given by teacher Wu Tian next to him. The Bull Demon King immediately believed Li Yu's words. The Bull Demon King saw that they were all his own, and said happily, "I didn't expect that teacher Wushan would actually start to accept apprentices again. So we are a family. Sun Wufan and I are both the apprentices of teacher Wushan." Sun Wukong, hearing that the Bull Demon King knew his grandfather, he was very surprised and said, "Really? Do you really know my grandfather?" "They." Bull Demon King said proudly, "Of course, teacher Wushan's eldest disciple is you, his grandfather. Sun Wuhan is my second disciple." Oolong and Bulma, who were almost incontinent with fear, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the conversation between the 3 of them. It turns out they are all one of their own. The Bull Demon King looked at Li Yu and said, "I don't know what you are here for. Did teacher Wu Tian think of me as his apprentice and want me to go back to see him?" Li Yu said, "No, senior brother. Actually we are here for something. I ask for it." After Li Yu finished speaking, he took out the dragon beads he got from Wolong's village and said to the Bull Demon King, "I don't know if senior brother knows that this bead is very important to us." The Bull Demon King took a look at this. Longju said, well, I did see a bead similar to this one. I saw that it was of no use, so I threw it into the corner of the palace." The Bull Demon King said, "In this case, senior brother, I will ask you to one thing. I hope you can go to teacher Wu Tian and borrow a banana fan to extinguish the fire, so that you can get this bead." Li Yu asked the Bull Demon King doubtfully, "Brother, I see the fire has been burning for several years, why don't you go to teacher Wu Tian to borrow it in person?" After hearing Li Yu's words, the Bull Demon King said with shame, "Hey! I was practicing martial arts under teacher Wu Tian back then. But it hurt people's lives. Teacher Wu Tian said that I had evil intentions. In the end, I was kicked out of the teacher by teacher Wu Tian. Master has not forgiven me for so many years, and I have no shame to see him." Li Yu heard that. Knew after the Demon King's words, he said comfortingly, "Brother, don't be discouraged. I believe that as long as you change your ways, Teacher Wu Tian will give you a chance. After Li Yu finished speaking, he asked Wukong to drive the somersault cloud to pick up the turtle immortal. Moreover, the Bull Demon King told Sun Wukong that he could not bring Teacher Wushan over for his own reasons, but he had asked his daughter Kikai to invite Teacher Wushan. If Sun Wukong saw his daughter, he would ask Sun Wukong to take Kikai with him. Go and see Teacher Wu Tian. Li Yu and others on the other side did not notice that there were two figures watching them not far away at this moment, a person and a flying cat. It is Yumuti and Puer. Because Li Yu was familiar with the plot and wanted to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, there was no scene where he met Yam Sha in the desert. After all, Yam Sha was a dispensable person in Li Yu's heart. Originally, Li Yu thought that Yam Sha might never appear in his life because of his appearance, and he would just be a robber in the desert. But just today, I don't know what made Yam Sha crazy today. He just wanted to come to the Cow Demon King's lair to see if he could bring something back. Just as Yam Sha was about to take action, he saw the arrival of Li Yu and others, and then the Bull Demon King also appeared. Yam Sha originally wanted to wait until they were both injured before taking action, but he didn't expect that they actually knew each other, and they were also Teacher Wu Tian. His apprentice, Teacher Wu Tian, is the legendary god of martial arts. Yam Sha wanted to leave, but she really wanted to see what the god of martial arts looked like. Curiosity made Yam Sha stay. Soon Sun Wukong's somersault cloud appeared, but also came down with Sun Wukong's first wife Kikai. Li Yu looked at Kikai. Wasn't she still pretty cute when she was a child? Thinking about Kikai in Dragon Ball, Li Yu still admires her. After all, she has to take care of 3 Scion Big Eaters. It is obvious to everyone that Sun Wukong can eat a lot. As a child, he could eat the 500,000 bonus in one meal, not to mention the adult Scion. But Monkey King is a fighting maniac, but he doesn't know how to make money. Kikai is responsible for all the food and drink problems of the family, and Kikai has transformed from a young girl into a menopausal ant in just a few years. At this time, a turtle shell also flew quickly from the sky, and the cool appearance of Turtle Immortal was instantly praised by everyone. When the Bull Demon King saw that the Turtle Immortal had really arrived, the Bull Demon King knew that the Turtle Immortal had not forgotten him as his disciple. He was so moved that he ran to the Turtle Immortal and knelt down and said, "Teacher Wushan, long time no see." Chapter 13. Kame Senin looked at the stubborn Bull Demon King in front of him and really didn't know how he gave birth to a daughter like Kikai. Turtle Immortal looked at the Bull Demon King and remembered the days when he and Sun Wufan practiced martial arts with him. At that time, the Bull Demon King was not as domineering as he is now. It seems that he is no longer by his side to deal with him. This Bull Demon King is more and more powerful. It's getting more and more limitless. Immediately, Turtle Immortal came up with an idea. Turtle Immortal said to Bull Demon King, "I don't know where I threw my banana fan. It seems that I can only use that trick." Bull Demon King knew what Turtle Immortal said. What was it? That move was none other than Kame Senin's unique skill, Turtle-style Kigong Wave, but the power of Kame Senin's move was clear to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King thought, "It seems that the teacher wants to bury all my treasures. Forget it, after all, these are some ill-gotten gains. The fact that the teacher can travel thousands of miles to help me shows that the teacher still has me as a disciple in his heart." The Bull Demon King, who had thought clearly about this, immediately said, "It doesn't matter, teacher, no matter what method you use, as long as it can extinguish the fire on my flame mountain and allow the people in the mountain to live a good life, that's enough." Turtle Immortal heard this. After understanding what the Bull Demon King meant and knowing that his disciple had repented, Turtle Immortal was also relieved. I saw Turtle Immortal immediately said, "In that case, then I will start." Li Yu looked at Turtle Immortal's movements and knew that Dragon Ball's first magical skill, Turtle-style Kigong Wave, was about to appear. This will be Sun Wukong's special skill in the future. You must take a closer look yourself. I saw Turtle Immortal taking off his turtle shell, and the muscles on his body expanded instantly. Li Yu and others felt the changes in Turtle Immortal on the side, and felt their blood boiling inexplicably. Yamacha and Puer, who were peeping on the side, felt frightened when they saw the changes in Turtle Immortal. Yamacha said in shock, "This is Master Wuxian's famous stunt, Girdle-style Qigong wave, which uses the potential abilities in the body. The peerless magical power that was gathered together and activated in one breath. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to see it today." 4. A moment, Turtle Immortal pushed his hands, and as soon as a powerful beam of light was emitted from Turtle Immortal's hand, a roar was heard. The Bull Demon King's flame mountain was instantly razed to the ground. Sun Wukong looked at Turtle Immortal's move, and excitedly ran to Turtle Immortal and said, "Grandpa, your move is so powerful, can you teach me?" Turtle Immortal looked at Sun Wukong, who had not yet fully grown his hair. He said proudly, "Ha! Ha! Ha! If you want to learn, you won't be able to succeed without 50 years of practice." Although Turtle Immortal's words were very shocking, Turtle Immortal did not deceive Sun Wukong. It does take such a long time for the system to train him to this level, but Kame Senin never thought that the boy in front of him was not from Earth at all. I saw that Sun Wukong did not believe in evil after hearing the words of Turtle Immortal. He carefully recalled the luck method of Turtle Immortal just now. I saw that Sun Wukong quickly condensed the energy in his body together, and formed a bud shape with his hands, forming a miniature version. The turtle-style Qigong wave soon shot out from Sun Wukong's hands. It was obvious that Sun Wukong's performance quickly shocked everyone, except of course Li Yu. The Bull Demon King said in surprise, as expected of Sun Wufan's grandson, he has understood Teacher Wuxian's unique skills so quickly. Turtle Immortal did not expect that. He was actually slapped in the face. He just said that it would take 50 years to succeed, and now he is being slapped in the face by his strength. However, Sun Wukong is also the grandson of his apprentice, and he is one of his own. Turtle Immortal was also very happy to see that Sun Wukong was so talented in martial arts, but this kid didn't understand the world at all. It seemed that cultural education also needed to be strengthened. Li Yu was envious when he saw Sun Wukong, who had succeeded in pretending. Scions are really born to fight. He must become a scion, otherwise he will not be able to gain a foothold in the world of Dragon Ball. Although Turtle Immortal's strength seems to be incredible, Li Yu knows that if Turtle Immortal is thrown into the universe now, he will not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. In more than 10 years, Sun Wukong's brother will come to the earth. Then the chapter belonging to Dragon Ball Warriors will be completely opened, so Dragon Ball Li Yu is bound to win this time. At this time, I saw Bulma cheering from the distance. "Great, I found the Dragon Ball, it is the 7th planet." Li Yu was also very happy when he heard Bulma's cheers, so that his group had 6 Dragon Balls, and there was only 1 Dragon Ball left. Li Yu remembered the last Dragon Ball, which should be in the strongest dragon set trio Pilaf and his party. In human hands. Li Yu remembered that Pilaf also had some background, and he was an expert in airplanes and cannons. It seemed that a fierce fight was inevitable. A few days later, the matter in the Flame Mountain was over. The Turtle Immortal returned to the Turtle Immortal house after a few hasty explanations, while Li Yu and others continued their journey to find the Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, Kikai and Sun Wukong got together somehow. Kikai also asked Sun Wukong to grow up and go find him. The difference is that in this life, with the existence of Li Yu, Sun Wukong and his family will never live again into that kind of poverty-stricken life. On this day, Li Yu and others passed through a village. Several guys with rabbit ears came over and said frivolously to Bulma, "Hey! That woman comes to play with the uncle for a while." Bulma immediately said disgustedly, "Humph! Even though you are older, you are worthy of chatting with me." The leaders said, "Woman, do you know who you are talking to? Do you know who we are? We are from the rabbit group." You don't know what the rabbit group is, right? Li Yu knew who these people were when he heard the rabbit group. The boss of this rabbit group is a humanoid rabbit. He has no ability, but he has one in his hand that can turn people into carrots. It's just carrots, nothing to be afraid of. I saw Li Yu immediately saying with cold eyes, I don't care whether you are a rabbit group or a rabbit cake person. If you are sensible, just get out of here. I don't want to say it a second time. After hearing what Li Yu said, the leaders, he immediately said angrily, okay. If I give you some color, you will open a dyeing shop. Brothers, beat him up. After hearing the words of those people, Li Yu immediately took out his heavy machine gun and was about to shoot. Although Li Yu is now a scumbag, those on the opposite side are worse than Li Yu, and they are more than enough to use these hot weapons. Just when Li Yu was about to take action, he defeated those people as soon as the figure fell from the sky. After Li Yu saw the figure clearly, he knew who it was. This person turned out to be Yamcha. Chapter 14. Li Yu didn't understand why Yamcha came here. It was clear that his group had missed Yamcha. It seemed that the word fate was applicable everywhere. But judging from Yamcha's attitude, he should be here to help his group, but there is no free dinner in this world. Li Yu didn't want to believe that Yamcha came to help without any purpose at all. You must know that Yamcha now is just a bandit. That's all. Maybe he helped Li Yu and others after hearing about Dragon Ball, but this is not a bad thing. After all, we are friends rather than enemies now. It is not a bad thing to have one more person to help. You must know the current Yamcha's the martial arts is still very high. According to the combat power of the Dragon Ball world, if Sun Wukong's combat power is 10, Yamcha's combat power is 9. Sure enough, as Li Yu guessed, Yamcha said with a kind face, "Are you okay? I just saw this group of people trying to attack you, so I couldn't help but take action." Li Yu said, "You are Yamuti Bar. I didn't expect that the famous bandits in this desert would actually come to protect ordinary people. It's really incredible." Li Yu decided to take a preemptive strike to dispel Yamcha's desire for the dragon beads. This time, the desire for the dragon beads is very important to Li Yu. It is very precious. Li Yu does not allow any mistakes. If Yamcha is still greedy for the Dragon Ball, Li Yu doesn't mind killing this supporting character on the spot. Don't forget, there is a Sun Wukong beside Li Yu. Yamcha's expression changed after hearing Li Yu's words, and then he returned to his original appearance. I saw Yamcha pretending to say, "I didn't expect you to actually know me. I can't help it. My reputation has spread all over the world." After hearing Yamcha's words, Li Yu smiled and said, "Yes. Your name has been spread all over the world, the thief whose legs go weak when he sees a woman." Yamcha immediately blushed after hearing Li Yu's words, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Damn it! It's true that good things don't go out and bad things spread thousands of miles. I didn't expect that my whole life's reputation would be ruined, Yamcha thought. Li Yu felt very funny when he saw Yamcha looking constipated. Li Yu said to Yamcha, "Hey! Do you want to get rid of the problem of weak legs when seeing women? I can help you." After hearing what Li Yu said, Yamcha asked happily, "Tell me, if you can help me, I will promise you anything. Do you know that I really long for a perfect love?" Li Yu seeing Yamcha crying and crying, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How much he misses women. Li Yu said, "Okay, in that case you promise me that from today on, you are not allowed to be a robber anymore." After hearing the first point from Li Yu, Yamcha immediately nodded in agreement. There is no problem with this point. He has no longer wanted to be a robber. I will get married and have children in the future. If I become a robber, how will I educate the next generation? After listening, Li Yu continued, "Well, the last thing is to help us collect the dragon beads. Don't try to have any ideas about the dragon beads. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Do you know who my master is? Teacher Wu Tian, the god of martial arts. Have you seen my brother Sun Wukong's big stick? But it can be big or small. Li Yu said and did not forget to threaten him at the end. Of course, as a martial arts student, Yam Sha also respected Turtle Immortal very much. Yam Sha actually had no interest in Dragon Balls to begin with. If he hadn't had the problem of weak legs when seeing women, he just wanted to make a wish to get rid of this problem. Now with Li Yu's help, he wouldn't need any Dragon Balls. So these Yamcha happily agreed. At this time, a voice suddenly came, "Who dares to bully my little brother?" I saw a rabbit in clothes swaggering over with a carrot. Li Yu knew that this was the head of the rabbit group. As for his name, Li Yu couldn't remember it. Moreover, Li Yu didn't bother to remember them. These people usually did a lot of evil, and keeping them was a waste of food. But the carrot in the rabbit's hand was a problem. Li Yu immediately asked Yam Sha to pretend to attack him. Does this have to test the strength of his teammates first? Yam Sha knew that Li Yu didn't trust him, so he immediately drew out his sword and rushed forward, splitting the rabbit in half in an instant. Li Yu was stunned. Why did the battle end so quickly? This rabbit took too much effort. But the next second Li Yu understood, and saw that the rabbit turned into a carrot. At this time, Li Yu had already remembered that this rabbit was basically a carrot spirit. As long as it touched his flesh and blood, it would turn into a carrot, but Yamcha used a knife. Li Yu had forgotten all these and thought it was a humanoid rabbit. The remaining members of the rabbit group saw their boss being cut in half with a knife, and they were so frightened that they immediately ran away. At this time, Bulma had been thinking about Yam Sha from just now, but because of Li Yu's presence now, Bulma was just curious about Yam Sha. At this time, Yam Sha felt that someone was looking at him, and saw a beautiful woman next to him staring at him. Suddenly, his weak legs relapsed, and he fainted on the ground instantly. Li Yu looked at Yamuti and sighed, Yamuti now is so pure. I really can't relate to the later playboys. I'm afraid this child has been suppressing it for so many years. On the other hand, Pilaf and his group were heading towards Li Yu and others. Xiao Wu said to Pilaf, "Report to King Pilaf, our Dragon Ball radar shows that there are now 6 Dragon Balls gathered together. It seems that someone has gathered all these Dragon Balls." After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Pilaf said arrogantly, "Ha! Ha! Ha! It seems that this is really coming to my door. As long as this king takes action, it won't be. You've got it, Xiao Wu, Ashu, I order you to bring all your weapons and work with me to get the Dragon Ball back." A few days later, when Li Yu and others were searching for the Dragon Ball according to the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma suddenly said, "Brother Li, there is a situation. Look, this Dragon Ball is coming towards us very quickly, as if it is coming towards us." Li Yu took the Dragon Ball radar and took a look. Sure enough, Li Yu said, "It seems that someone is here to cause trouble for us. Let's all be more energetic and ready to fight." After everyone heard what Li Yu said, they all looked great. Especially Sun Wukong. It's time to fight, and when you're excited about somersaults, you have to look for the target. Chapter 15. By this time it was getting dark. Soon Li Yu and others saw a group of tanks and dozens of planes approaching them and others. Li Yu had only seen this kind of scene in movies, and never thought that he would also see such a day. On the plane, Pilaf saw that Li Yu and others were only old, weak, women and children. Pilaf suddenly laughed proudly and said, "Ha! Ha! Originally, I thought what kind of people could collect the remaining Dragon Balls? I didn't expect it to be these few people. Come on, Garlic! Pass my order, march in with the whole army, and beat these people to pieces." Still Xiao Wu said with some rationality, "King Pilaf, how can these people survive in such a short period of time? He must have some ability to collect 6 Dragon Balls in a short period of time, so why not let's test it out first. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, the dogman Asiu also kept nodding. However, Pilaf was in high spirits at the moment. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, he said angrily, "What? Test it, Xiao Wu, your courage is really getting weaker and weaker. Look at who are the people below, kid, women and pets. The only 2 grown men don't have weapons yet, so what are you afraid of?" After hearing what Pilaf said, Xiao Wu thought for a moment and felt that there was some truth in what Pilaf said. Maybe she was too cautious. Well, after thinking about it, Xiao Wu ordered the entire army to march. At this moment, Li Yu was also a little frightened. Although he had Sun Wukong and Yam Sha on his side, these people had not yet grown up to be able to destroy the earth. Now these thermal weapons with amazing destructive power will still attack Sun Wukong and others. People cause harm. If you accidentally kill the protagonist of Dragon Ball, it will be a joke. Li Yu thought for a moment, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He was going to run away before he hit himself. So if he encounters difficulties in the future, will he still run away in despair? Do I still want to live like those days before? Now he had to run away when facing Pilaf. How would he face big bosses like Vegeta, Frieza, and Majin Buu in the future? Besides, I still have a plain mobile phone. If my life is in danger, I can escape. Although I can't take Sun Wukong and the others away, there are still Dragon Balls in this world. If Sun Wukong and Bulma die, I will definitely use them. The Dragon Balls resurrected them. Thinking of this, Li Yu took command and said, "Wukong, if you have somersault clouds, those planes in the sky will be left to you. Remember not to confront them head-on, and avoid their shells." Li Yu explained uneasily. When Sun Wukong heard the seriousness in Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong said seriously, "Don't worry, brother Li, I understand." After saying this, Sun Wukong took out the wishful stick and stepped on the somersault cloud to fly away like Pilaf. Li Yu looked at the tanks on the ground and said to Yam Sha, "I will leave the army in front to you. Bulma and I will cover you with machine guns from behind." Yam Sha knew that he could not hide today. The past has passed, and now in this situation, it seems that I can't leave even if I want to. I am almost beaten by Pilaf, so I can only believe in Li Yu. In the sky, Pilaf was about to order the plane to cover the tank troops, but suddenly Ash shouted, "Ah! King Pilaf, there is a child flying towards us in front." "Is Pilaf excited?" I was startled by Ashiu's call. I was just about to give him a slap, but the people below didn't have airplanes. How did the other party fly in front of me? Do the people opposite have wings? But when Pilaf looked ahead, he saw that a figure was flying towards him, but it didn't have wings and was flying on clouds. This is unscientific. Aren't clouds water vapor? Pilaf shouted. Although this is very unscientific, Pilaf didn't want to think about it. Could it be that the Dragon Ball that can make wishes come true is scientific? Pilaf suddenly woke up from the shock. After all, he was the leader of a force and he still had some abilities. He looked at Xiao Wu and the 2 who were stunned and shouted, "Hurry up and attack, we are waiting for dinner." The 2 reacted immediately after hearing Pilaf's words, and immediately controlled the plane to attack Sun Wukong. They saw that the bullets on the plane were free of charge, attacking Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the bullets in the sky and quickly dodged. Although these bullets could not kill Sun Wukong, they would still be very painful if they hit his body. On the ground, Li Yu was holding a machine gun, which reminded Li Yu of the drama filmed in the real world, but now Li Yu is the protagonist, but these bullets are very strong, but they are still a little painful when they hit those tanks. Li Yu's real goal was to make room for the infantry for Yam Sha to deal with the tanks. As for Bulma, she fainted from fear when she saw these red and white scenes. Although Li Yu also wanted to vomit, Li Yu also knew that he couldn't do it now. "Relax, otherwise your life will be in danger." At this moment, Yamsha managed to take down the two tanks with difficulty, and shouted to Li Yu, the firepower of these tanks is so fierce, otherwise we should withdraw immediately. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid we will fall here today. It's over. After hearing Yamsha's words, Li Yu did not put down the guy in his hand, and said to Yamsha, it's too late to retreat now. These people have surrounded us. It seems that they are not going to let us go. Now only by fighting hard can there be a way out. At the same time, Sun Wukong in the sky was hit by bullets all over the sky, and he was hiding everywhere. Sun Wukong has been beaten since he flew into the sky. Although Sun Wukong's character is very kind now, but it doesn't mean that Sun Wukong doesn't have a temper and gets beaten everywhere. Sun Wukong was furious and rushed towards the bullet. Sun Wukong yelled angrily, lengthen the wish-fulfilling stick for me. Sun Wukong's wish-fulfilling stick stretched instantly and penetrated an airplane in one go. I saw Sun Wukong destroying a plane, and the Ruyi stick instantly changed back to its original state. The ruined plane fell and smashed two tanks instantly, freeing up a hand for Li Yu and Yamsha. Pilaf felt heartbroken when he saw his plane destroyed. This was all his own money. It was his capital to dominate the world. Pilaf said angrily, fire, fire, blow up this brat with a long tail. Xiaowu knew that Sun Wukong was not an ordinary child, so he followed Pilaf's instructions. Several aircraft's cannonballs were fired at the same time. Although Sun Wukong dodged around, he was still hit to the ground by the air waves. I saw dust suddenly flying on the ground. Li Yu watched Sun Wukong being beaten to the ground. He suddenly felt nervous. Nothing will happen to Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong is dead, Li Yu can find a way to gather the Dragon Balls to save him. There are so many Dragon Balls at this time. Tian's emotions cannot be let go. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the direction where Sun Wukong fell to the ground, hitting the plane next to Pilaf, startling Pilaf, Li Yu, and others. Could there be someone else? The mantis was catching the cicada and the oriole was behind. After bringing it to Li Yu to see clearly, Li Yu was stunned when he saw a huge figure. Li Yu immediately reacted and looked at the sky. This is the full moon. Chapter 16. Li Yu was filled with shock when he saw the giant ape that Sun Wukong turned into. The brutal aura felt like it was going to destroy the world, and it had no connection with Sun Wukong at all. Yamsha's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth trembled as he said, "Oh my god! This monster came out of nowhere again, and it doesn't even allow people to live." Li Yu knew that it was no longer something that he and others could participate in. Judging from the fighting power of the scions turned into giant apes, Goku's fighting power should have exceeded 100 at this moment. This is already a battle that can destroy a country. Thinking of this, Li Yu said to Yamsha, "Yamsha, this giant ape was transformed by Wukong. Wukong will look like this when he sees the full moon. Now Wukong is irrational. Let's hide for a while. Hide, let Wukong deal with these enemies first." After Yamsha heard Li Yu's words, he felt that what Li Yu said was reasonable, and he and Li Yu and others quickly ran to a safe place. At this moment, the giant ape that Sun Wukong has transformed into has red eyes. He was originally a low-level scion warrior, but the giant ape that he has transformed into has completely lost his rationality. At this moment, Sun Wukong only has destruction in his mind. Pilaf and others who looked at the destroying giant ape in the sky shouted in fear, "Where are the people? Where did this monster come from?" Pilaf continued, "This giant ape must belong to those people just now. Helper, attack quickly, attack, get me the remaining Dragon Balls." After hearing what Pilaf said, Ash looked at the powerful Sun Wukong below, and said with his legs weak in fear, "King Pilaf, below the monster is really too strong, why don't we retreat, leaving the green hills without worrying about having no firewood?" After hearing what Ash said, Pilaf became furious and said, "We can't retreat, most of our belongings will fall here." Let's go back like this. I don't care how I mess around in the future. Just attack me. After hearing Pilaf's words, Xiao Wu and Ashu sighed helplessly and threw themselves into the battle. The remaining few the plane surrounded Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong only wanted to destroy the world. Unexpectedly, a few small flies flew above his head and bothered him endlessly. They even pooped on him. It still hurt a little when they hit him. This completely aroused Sun Wukong's animal nature. Out! I saw Sun Wukong lifting a huge boulder and throwing it into the sky, knocking down Pilaf's plane. Li Yu saw that Pilaf's plane was knocked down by Sun Wukong, and knew that the opportunity had come. Yam Sha and others listened to Li Yu's instructions, went to Sun Wukong's tail and grabbed Sun Wukong's tail. The moment Sun Wukong's tail was pulled, Sun Wukong's body was obviously stunned. The moment Li Yu saw Sun Wukong's body being frozen, he knew the opportunity had come. Li Yu turned into a pair of big scissors and cut off Sun Wukong's tail. As the tail was cut off, Sun Wukong slowly returned to his human form, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yu remembered that the last Dragon Ball was still on Pilaf's spaceship. Now that Pilaf's plane had been shot down by Sun Wukong, it should be retrieved immediately. I saw Li Yu taking out the Dragon Ball radar. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball was right in front of here and motionless. Li Yu didn't know if Pilaf was still there, but there was only one chance. If he didn't take the Dragon Ball this time, he would have no chance. After thinking about it, Li Yu took out the universal capsule and heard a bang. A helicopter appeared in front of everyone. Li Yu carried Sun Wukong on his back and called everyone to get on the plane to find the last Dragon Ball. The important task of flying the plane was left to him. Bulma. At this moment, Li Yu and others were standing on the ruins of the plane wreckage. The Dragon Ball radar showed that the Dragon Ball was under the plane. Everyone picked up their tools and started looking for it. Soon Yam Sha shouted, "Come here, I found the Dragon Ball. Come on, look." After Yam Sha finished speaking, he held up the Dragon Ball to signal Li Yu and others. Li Yu was surprised when he saw the Dragon Ball in Yam Sha's hand, and quickly ran over to take it. Now all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. However, there is no sign of Pilaf and others here. Maybe it was too late to take the Dragon Ball with them when they escaped, but these are not important anymore. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Li Yu summoned the dragon and prepared to make a wish. However, in order to avoid sneak attacks by Pilaf and others, Li Yu asked Yam Sha, Bulma and others to help him look around, but Li Yu did not want others to know about him. What wish was made? Bulma did not doubt Li Yu, and considering that what Li Yu said made sense, she followed Li Yu's advice. As for Yam Sha, he was a guy with no ambitions and had no aspirations, so the Dragon Balls did not appeal to him. At this moment, Li Yu gathered the 7 Dragon Balls together, and the 7 Dragon Balls flashed with strange light. The sky that was about to light up at this moment was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, as if the sky that was about to light up did not appear at all. Li Yu shouted excitedly, "Come out, Shenlong!" At this time, a bolt of lightning rang out, and the 7 dragon beads shone brightly in response to the lightning in the sky. I saw a head like a cow, horns like a deer, eyes like shrimps, ears like an elephant, a neck like a snake, belly like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. It looked like an ancient Chinese dragon. Li Yu knew that he had succeeded. Chapter 17. Li Yu looked at the dragon on his head in shock at this time. Although he knew that this was not the real dragon in the myth he had heard since he was a child, the dragon in the Dragon Ball still had a lot of impact on Li Yu's soul. At this time, Shenlong's eyes stared at Li Yu and said, "The person who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Tell me your wish." After hearing Shenlong's words, Li Yu came back to his senses, and Li Yu tried to wake himself up. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Li Yu said loudly, "Shenlong, I want a body that can absorb the opponent's blood and possess the opponent's abilities and talents. Li Yu really wanted to become a scion before he got the Dragon Ball, but Li Yu suddenly thought of I can travel to many planes and worlds. There are many races in those worlds whose talents are comparable to those of scions. If I can absorb their abilities, talents, and all their abilities, I will not be a pure scion. Is human blood real? Besides, with this body, there is Sun Wukong beside him. Due to his relationship with Sun Wukong, he is afraid that Sun Wukong will not give him some blood, and he can still become a super scion. At the end of Li Yu's words, he still couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. Li Yu's hands became trembling at this time, for fear that Shenlong would not be able to fulfill his wish. After Shenlong heard what Li Yu said, he was silent for a long time. Li Yu looked at Shenlong and said nothing. He was very anxious. Is it okay? Please give me a happy word. He can really show off. Think about it in the later stages of Dragon Ball, when this dragon met Beerus, the god of destruction, he was not like a grandson. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. After a long time, Shenlong said, "Your wish can come true." Li Yu almost jumped up with excitement when he heard Shenlong's words, but he didn't come to Longzhi these days, wasn't it just for today? Originally, Li Yu thought that Shenlong's ability was not enough to realize this wish, so Li Yu could only settle for the next best thing and make a wish to become a scion. At this time, I saw Shenlong's two eyes glowing red, aiming at Li Yu. Li Yu knew that Shenlong had changed his body for him. With Shenlong's transformation, Li Yu felt that his blood seemed to be getting hot again, as if he was going to like absorbing something. Soon the body lost that feeling. At this moment, Shenlong said to Li Yu, "Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye." After Li Yu looked at Shenlong and said this, the dragon beads flying into the sky slowly disappeared, and the dragon beads turned into stones and flew to around the world, waiting for the transformation a year later. As the dragon disappeared, the sky gradually became clearer. Yamcha, Bulma, and others saw the disappearance of the dragon and knew that Li Yu's wish had been successful. Then Bulma ran to Li Yu and asked, "Brother Li, you have already made a wish, what wish did you make?" Yamcha was also very curious at this time, and listened with his ears pricked up. At this time, Oolong said the meanest, "Li Yu, you are not the one who made a wish to ask Shenlong for a girl." Oolong looked at Li Yu with eyes that men all over the world understand. After hearing what Oolong said, Bulma angrily beat Oolong and said, "Do you think Brother Li is you? You dirty fat pig!" Li Yu looked at the people playing around and said, "Okay, don't make trouble. Now, I made a wish to Shenlong to restore my body to the best state for practicing martial arts. After all, I have become Master Wu Tian as my master, and I don't want to ruin my master's reputation." Yamcha heard Li Yu's words at this time. He said with envy, "Li Yu, I really envy you. You can actually worship the god of martial arts, Teacher Wushan, as your teacher. Your strength will definitely be very strong in the future. This is already an amazing blessing, and now there is a dragon to upgrade Li Yu. Yamcha seems that Li Yu will definitely inherit the mantle of Turtle Immortal and become the strongest in the world in the future." Yamcha thought, well, Li Yu will indeed be the strongest in the future, and it is no longer limited to the earth. Li Yu's reputation is also well known in the 12 universes. Bulma asked Li Yu at this time, "Brother Li, the Dragon Ball matter has come to an end. I don't know what your next plan is." After Li Yu heard Bulma's words, he heard that Bulma meant to let him continue to accompany her home and then meet her parents, Li Yu looked at Bulma's small appearance and was very attracted to Li Yu, but Li Yu knew that now it is most important to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the future, if he does not have enough strength, everything will be a bubble. After thinking clearly, Li Yu said to Bulma, "Bulma, I still want to go to the master to practice." "Bulma, don't worry, I will definitely come to you. Although Bulma was disappointed to hear that Li Yu did not go with her. Bulma is not a woman who doesn't know the general situation, not to mention that Bulma heard the unspeakable difficulties from Li Yu's tone, so Bulma could only choose to wait. Li Yu looked at Yamcha and said, "Hey! Yamcha, what are your plans? Why don't you listen to my suggestion and go to the big city to see the city's style? You can't see many women in the desert all day long. Of course you will get gynophobia. I believe that I will be able to win the hearts of a lot of girls with your martial arts." After hearing what Li Yu said, Yamcha said to Li Yu, "You are right, I also want to go shopping in the city. Well, after experiencing so many things with you in so many days, I find that I seem to have overcome many problems." Yamcha continued, "By the way, the world's best martial arts conference will be held in more than half a year. I don't know if you will participate. After all, you are about to become Master Wushan as your teacher. I believe you will be completely transformed in half a year. And Wukong, I believe he will become stronger." Li Yu listened. "Go to Yamcha and say that the best martial arts tournament in the world, Li Yu must participate in this martial arts tournament in Dragon Ball. Otherwise, wouldn't he have traveled through the Dragon Ball world for nothing?" Li Yu replied affirmatively, "Yes, I will look forward to fighting you, and Wukong. I believe our brothers will definitely be there." After the words were finished, Bulma took out 2 universal capsules and turned them into 2. There is one plain for Li Yu and son Wukong, and one for Bulma herself. As for Yamcha, the relationship between Li Yu and Bulma has been made clear at this moment. Yamcha is also very sensible and is on the road with his gay friend Puer. At this moment, Li Yu on the plane was controlling the plane according to the method taught by Bulma. I have to say that Li Yu felt that his mind had become smarter and smarter since time travel. There was basically no problem if he read everything twice. Li Yu looked at the plane navigation. The target at this time is Gaixian Wu. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 18. On this day, Turtle Immortal was leading 3 newly acquired disciples and doing daily training. He saw a young man with a tail following behind him, and 2 teenagers, none other than Li Yu, Sun Wukong, and Xiaolin. As for the tail growing behind Li Yu, it is because Li Yu absorbed the blood of Sun Wukong and has now become a scion system. Since becoming a scion system, Li Yu seems to feel that he is full of strength. Moreover, Gaixianren's daily practice could turn Li Yu into a dog, but the next day Li Yu's body seemed to have nothing going on, and his physical strength increased significantly. After Li Yu and others delivered the milk that day, Gaixianren threw Li Yu to the construction site to work and practice. If his strength hadn't increased significantly, Li Yu would have suspected that in the original work, Gaixianren was abusing minors to work for him to make money. At noon, after Li Yu and others completed their morning practice, the 4 of them lay on the hammock. According to the words of the Turtle Immortal, excessive practice is torturing the body, and proper rest is also very useful for practice. At this time, Xiaolin looked at Li Yu's tail and said, "Brother, is your tail real?" Because when Xiaolin first entered the master, Gaixianren had already accepted Li Yu as his disciples, and had no intention of accepting Xiaolin as his disciple. Xiaolin wanted to buy Gaixianren with those photo books, but Gaixianren already had high-end goods from Li Yu, which was no longer attractive to Xiaolin. But in the end it was Li Yu who interceded for Xiaolin, and the Turtle Immortal reluctantly accepted Xiaolin. However, Xiaolin was also a genius in martial arts, and Xiaolin knew how to deal with the world and was kind-hearted. Otherwise, Turtle Immortal would not accept him as his disciple. Because of this, Xiaolin has always been very grateful to Li Yu. Since Li Yu had just absorbed Sun Wukong's bloodline, the Scion genes had been integrated in Li Yu's body for a few days. In the past few days, Li Yu's body had completely absorbed everything about the Scions. However, in terms of Li Yu's situation, Li Yu is not a purebred scion. If you have to compare, Li Yu's situation should be similar to that of Sun Wufan, Sun Wushan, and Trintis. It can only be said to be a mixed race scions, but judging from the original work, the talents of mixed-blood scions are much higher than those of pure-blood scions. After hearing what Xiaolin said, Li Yu smiled and explained, "Of course it's true. I had it a long time ago, but it was pulled out later. I didn't expect it to grow back recently. But besides me, Wukong also had it before." Xiaolin asked Sun Wukong as if he had discovered something new. "Wukong, did you have a tail before?" Sun Wukong heard Xiaolin's question and said, "Yes. Yes, there was a tail before, but it was removed some time ago, but I really didn't know that Brother Li also had a tail. No wonder Brother Li and I are so close." Turtle Immortal was very pleased to see that his disciples were so close to each other at this time. He said, "Okay, the lunch break is over, and the special training in the afternoon will be held next. I tell you, if your training results meet my expectations, I will take you to participate in this year's training. The #1 martial arts conference in the world." Li Yu heard that the Turtle Immortal finally mentioned the #1 martial arts conference in the world. According to Li Yu's plan, after Li Yu participated in the #1 martial arts conference in the world, he would go to Kalin Tower to receive training from the Cat Immortal. The combat power level of the earth is really too low. Li Yu doesn't have the spare time to upgrade like Monkey King. He has to cultivate to the first level of Frisia's power before Piccolo is born. It was obviously the first time that Sun Wukong had heard about the #1 martial arts club in the world, and he asked curiously, "Grandpa, what does the #1 martial arts club in the world do? Can it be eaten?" Everyone present was defeated by Sun Wukong's innocence after hearing his words. Xiaolin said speechlessly, "Wukong, you are so naive. This world's best martial arts club is a stage prepared for the world's martial arts masters. Every year, a large number of martial arts masters challenge for the #1 position in the world. The scene is really spectacular. And there is also a generous bonus for the first place. Unfortunately, the temptation of bonuses is not as attractive as fighting." Sun Wukong listened. He said that many masters would appear at the world's best martial arts tournament. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He chased Kame Senin and asked them when they would attend the world's best martial arts tournament. And Turtle Immortal said to the huge boulder nearly a hill high on the roadside, "When can you move these rocks away? You will have a small success." After finishing the day's training, Li Yu had dinner and looked at the Turtle Immortal who was resting at the door. Li Yu walked over to the Turtle Immortal and said, "Master, I have something to ask you." The Turtle Immortal looked at Li Yu who was walking over and said, "What's the matter?" Turtle Immortal valued Li Yu very much. Before meeting Li Yu, he originally accepted Li Yu as his disciple. Turtle Immortal also didn't expect that Li Yu could have such a good talent. These days, in the eyes of Turtle Immortal, Li Yu is like a martial arts wizard who is rare in a century, followed by Sun Wukong. As for Xiaolin, although he also has some talents, it seems impossible for Turtle Immortal to catch up with Li Yu and Sun Wukong. Li Yu said, "Master, I saw that the power of the turtle Qigong wave you used that day was very amazing. I don't know how such energy can be used from the human body." After hearing Li Yu's question, Huixin said, "I didn't expect it. You actually ask such a question. Everyone thinks that this is a special martial skill for the master. However, such power exists for everyone. It's just that it's not that easy to bring out this energy. Even if people with extraordinary talents can't do it, even if they don't have decades. Over the years, I have only seen Wukong master this energy in a short time." Kame Senin continued, "Some fighters often only use the power of the surface of the body, but are unwilling to develop the real energy in the body. Some people just abandon the basics and pursue the weak. I once practiced in the Palace of the Gods and studied this energy to the extreme before creating this turtle-style Qigong wave. I don't care about this energy called qi. Li Yu heard that the turtle immortal once practiced in the palace of the gods. Although he was shocked, he was relieved when he thought of Sun Wukong's wishful stick. The wishful stick was originally in existence in the human world that connected the residents of the gods. The wish-fulfilling stick can be dreamed of in the hands of the turtle immortal, and the turtle immortal also has some relationship with the gods. Li Yu said to the turtle immortal, "Master, how do you complete the cultivation of this qi? Please teach me." The turtle immortal smiled mysteriously and said, No, your current practice is not enough. Again, when you can push that boulder as high as a person, I will come find you as your teacher." Chapter 19. After half a year of practice, Li Yu and others have completed the goal set by the turtle immortal. The boulder high on the hill was easily pushed aside by Li Yu and the others. This is because Li Yu has successfully cultivated the existence of qi at this moment. At that time, Turtle Senran refused to teach Li Yu the practice of qi because Li Yu's practice was not enough and he could not sense qi. Due to Li Yu's current scion system, Li Yu's progress was obvious. It's very fast. Li Yu estimates that the current combat effectiveness should be almost the same as that of Sun Wukong. Since the two started practicing here at Kame Senin, Li Yu understands that if the scion is seriously injured, his combat effectiveness will increase significantly. So Li Yu would ask Sun Wukong to train with him every day. At the beginning, Li Yu had not received any training, but Sun Wukong had been trained by Sun Wukong since he was a child, so Li Yu was naturally not Sun Wukong's opponent. From the beginning, Li Yu was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Sun Wukong. Later, Li Yu was able to fight Sun Wukong. Finally, Li Yu was finally able to fight on a par with Sun Wukong. This shows Li Yu's current ability. Not to mention walking sideways on the earth, as long as he doesn't encounter those old monsters, he has few opponents. Moreover, Li Yu has also learned the unique skill of Turtle Immortal Girdle-style Qigong Wave. At this time, Turtle Immortal saw the growth of Li Yu and others and said happily, "It seems that you have successfully completed the training. Tomorrow I will take you to participate in the #1 martial arts tournament in the world." Xiaolin heard that Turtle Immortal speaking of the #1 martial arts association in the world, knowing that Master has agreed to their participation means that their training has not been in vain, and that they have become stronger. This time, they will surprise those who used to look down on themselves. The next day, Turtle Immortal put on his suit and waited for Li Yu and the others. They saw Li Yu and the others, all dressed in suits made by Lan Qi, lined up next to Turtle Immortal. Sun Wukong wore such clothes for the first time, and said in surprise, "This is my first time, how about wearing such clothes?" Soon the Turtle Immortal called Li Yu and the others to get in the car, preparing to take the nearest flight and arrive at #1 in the world. There was a lot of fun happening on the plane during the one Budokai, such as the fun Kame Senin and the stewardess had to say, but of course the scene was not as exciting as you imagined. After a day's journey, Li Yu and others arrived in the city, preparing to set off for the venue of the #1 martial arts association in the world. During this period, Sun Wukong looked like a countryman entering the city, which made Xiaolin tilt his head and didn't want to recognize Sun Wukong. Immediately after being led by Turtle Immortal, the four of them arrived at the #1 martial arts conference in the world. The first impression that the #1 martial arts in the world gave Li Yu was that it was big. In addition, there were so many martial arts practitioners in this place, so it brought Li Yu. Although these people are not as good as the warriors in the universe, they still have a high force value on a remote planet like the Earth. Kame Zenran walked to the registration office and said, "We want to register." The person who registered said, "May I know your name?" Xianren replied, No. It's not me, it's the three people behind me." The registrar looked at Li Yu and the three people behind Xianren and said, "The big guy with the tail is pretty much the same, but the two little ones are the same. Could it be that the child is also participating in the world's best martial arts club?" While Turtle Immortal was talking to the registrar, Li Yu saw a familiar figure. It was Yamucha, but at this time Yamucha had already grown a long head. With his hair shaved off, he now looks like a young man with a smooth face. Li Yu didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Li Yu put his hands up and said to Wukong, "Wukong, Yamsha is here too, just in front." Sun Wukong was very happy to hear that Yamsha was also here. After all, it was his first time. When he made friends after leaving home, Sun Wukong happily said to Li Yu, "Brother, is it true? Where is Yamsha?" Li Yu said, "Just in front." This kid cut his hair and his face changed. "You are much more delicate." Li Yu looked at Yamsha and immediately thought of Bulma and didn't know if Bulma was here. When Xiaolin heard Li Yu and Sun Wukong talking about Yamsha's name, he said doubtfully, "Wukong, senior brother, who is Yamsha you are talking about?" Sun Wukong said, "Yamsha is me and my senior brother who are looking for dragon beads outside. When I was young, I made friends, and Yamsha's martial arts are very high." Xiaolin probably understood, but what exactly are dragon beads and can they be eaten? Anyway, in Xiaolin's impression, Sun Wukong has two major hobbies, eating and fighting. Dragon balls don't mean fighting at first glance. Xiaolin's first impression of Dragon balls is that Dragon balls are for eating and are the most delicious food in the world. Li Yu looked at Yamucha and didn't notice his group of people, and immediately shouted, "Hey! Yamucha, I am Li Yu, we are here." Yamucha heard Li Yu's voice and turned his head to look. Unexpectedly, it was Li Yu and Sun Wukong. They came as expected. Yamsha was also an old friend who was very happy not to see him for a long time and hurriedly came over. The Turtle Immortal on the side saw Yamsha running over, and thought that it was him. It turned out that the Turtle Immortal had discovered the peeping Yamsha in the Flame Mountain, but at that time, the Turtle Immortal did not notice the malice emanating from Yamsha. Turtle Immortal ignored him. Sun Wukong looked at Yamsha who came over and said, "Wow! Are you really Yamsha? How did you become like this? I don't even recognize your hairstyle anymore." After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Sun Wukong saw that. Yamsha blushing, he said, "Because someone said that growing long hair in the city is a bit too vulgar." Li Yu looked at the shy Yamsha and said jokingly, "Okay. Yamsha has not seen her for so long, and her temperament everything has changed." I asked him if he had a girlfriend. When Yamsha heard Li Yu ask him if he had a girlfriend, he immediately became embarrassed and said, "Actually, there are several girls who surround him all day long, but I don't know which one to choose yet." Li Yu listened to Yamsha's words and what he meant. This guy is quite popular with women, but he remembered that Trunks said in the original work that it was because of Yamsha being too carefree led him to break up with Bulma. From this point of view, Yamsha is still very attractive to women. Previously, because there was nothing visible in the desert, once it is released, it immediately liberates the nature. At this time, Xiaolin poked at Yamsha and said, "Senior brother, is he Yamsha?" At this time, Li Yu said to Yamsha, "By the way, I would like you to introduce him. He practiced at Turtle Immortal with me and Wukong. Junior brother. My name is Klin." Klin saw that he was a friend of Li Yu and Wukong and said hello in a friendly manner, "Hello, just call me Xiaolinier." At this time, the procedures for the Turtle Immortal were also completed, and he went to Li Yu and others. People shouted. Chapter 20. At this time, I saw Turtle Immortal holding a registration form and said to Li Yu and others, "Hey! You guys have already discussed things. You guys should hurry up and sign up. Yamcha belongs to Turtle Immortal." Fans, seeing Turtle Immortal so close to him, quickly stepped forward to say hello, "Hello, Teacher Wushan, my name is Yamsha, and I am a friend of Li Yu and Wukong." After hearing what Yamsha said, the fan said Zhu Yamsha nodded and said, "Well, hello, you're welcome." Speaking of which, didn't you see me last time? Sure enough, after hearing what Gaixianren said, Yam Sha showed his admiration for Gaixianren. It was much higher. Sure enough, I had been discovered by teacher Wu Tian last time. At this time, Li Yu quietly watched Gaixianren showing off. However, within 2 minutes, Kame Senin was knocked back to his original form. At this time, Kame Senin found a beautiful girl. Kame Senin seemed to be under a restraining spell, standing still, with water flowing from his mouth. He took a sip of saliva and kept chanting the word beauty. At this moment, Yamacha thought in his heart that the senior master is indeed extraordinary. The realm is high. At this time, Li Yu led Sun Wukong and Xiaolin back from the registration office. At this time, Yamacha noticed the tail behind Li Yu and asked, "Li Yu, why didn't I find that you still have a tail? I thought only Wukong had it." Li Yu replied, "Wukong and I are the same race. Now on this earth there were only Wukong and me in the world, so I decided to stay with Wukong when I saw him for the first time." After hearing what Li Yu said, Yam Sha thought Li Yu and Sun Wukong were rare humans on Earth. After all, the races on Dragon Ball Earth are not only humans, but also many half-orcs, werewolves, and other races. However, Yam Sha did not understand what Li Yu meant by Earthlings. In this way, Li Yu and others separated from Yam Sha, and agreed to meet at the competition of the #1 martial arts tournament in the world. Early the next morning, a cute girl with a ponytail was walking in the venue of the world's best martial arts tournament. Yes, this girl was Bulma. At this time, Bulma was looking around for someone, and Bulma said angrily, "Really, didn't Li Yu and Wukong agree to come to see the #1 martial arts association in the world? Why haven't we seen each other for so long?" To their people. At this time, a pink piggy ran over, and Bulma said to the pig, "Oolong, have you seen Li Yu and the others? I have been looking for them for such a long time, but I have not found them." This pink piggy is exactly Oolong, whom Bulma met at the world's #1 martial arts association. Originally, Bulma thought she could see Li Yu first, but she didn't expect to see them after so many days. Figure. After hearing what Bulma said, Oolong said, "No, I haven't seen the shadows of Li Yu and Wukong for a long time. I think they won't come." After hearing what Bulma said, "Bulma," he said angrily, "how could you shut up your crow's mouth? Li Yu has agreed with us that we will get together at this world's #1 martial arts conference. Why don't you come? I don't think you are serious about going at all." Looking for it, he must have been spying on a girl somewhere on the road. After hearing Bulma's words, Oolong retorted angrily, "How is that possible? Don't slander me, I am looking for her very seriously. Really, women are so unreasonable." During the quarrel between Bulma and Oolong, a truck driver rushed towards Bulma. Bulma saw this situation. After all, no matter how smart Bulma was, she was a girl, and she was trembling with fear at this moment. As for Oolong, she was worse than Bulma, who was already paralyzed on the ground. At this time, the figure rushed forward quickly, hugged Bulma, and jumped to the other side. As for Oolong, he was not so gentle, and was directly kicked to the opposite side. At this time, the man who looked at the trembling Bulma in his arms felt heartbroken, and quickly touched Bulma's back gently to comfort her. By this time, Bulma had recovered from the fright, and looking at the face of her rescuer, she suddenly felt she said in surprise, "It's you, Li Yu, you saved me. I thought you weren't coming." At this time, due to the fright she had just received and missing Li Yu day and night, Bulma could no longer bear to cry. "Come out." Li Yu didn't know what to do when he saw this. After all, Li Yu had never been in love in the real world. Can Li Yu say that he was still a virgin? There was no way. Li Yu could only say comfortingly, "Okay. Okay. Okay. Don't cry, it's all my fault. Wukong and everyone are here, so you can go and say hello to everyone." Bulma heard Li Yu Say everyone came and stopped crying instantly. They put on their makeup as quickly as possible. Li Yu was stunned when he saw it. She is the most powerful woman in the world. At this time, Bulma complained to Li Yu, "Why are you here? I've been looking for you for many days." Seeing Bulma missing him so much, Li Yu's heart kept beating. Li Yu thought in his heart, "I didn't expect that I actually fell in love." Li Yu explained, "We just arrived at the venue of the world's #1 martial arts association last night. The conference will start tomorrow. The weather is very good today. Wukong and I went out for a walk. By the way, Wukong and the others are in front, and Yam Sha is also here, but I didn't see him today. I should be able to see him when the conference starts tomorrow. I originally came here alone to see what fun there is, but I didn't expect to meet you." Bulma looked at Li Yu and said, "Brother Li, I didn't expect that you have changed so much after I haven't seen you for almost a year. Your body is stronger than before, but what hasn't changed is that you are still as handsome as before. Li Yu has grown so big." It was also the first time a girl praised him like this, and he suddenly felt a little carried away. At this time, Wukong and Xiaolin also ran over and saw Li Yu and Bulma. Sun Wukong was also very happy to see Bulma, his old friend. Sun Wukong happily said to Bulma, "Bulma, I didn't expect you to do it too. It's great." Bulma was very happy to see Wukong and said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, long time no see. I didn't expect you to grow taller. I can't tell." Bulma saw Sun Wukong at this time. The little bald Xiaolin next to him said, "This is..." Li Yu introduced to Bulma, "Bulma, this is Klin, just call him Xiaolin." Xiaolin practiced martial arts with me and Wukong at Master Kame Sennin's place. Junior brother. Xiaolin is not as thoughtful as Sun Wukong. He has already seen the relationship between Li Yu and Bulma, and Xiaolin said, "Hello, sister-in-law, I am senior brother Li Yu's junior brother. I am very happy to meet you." Xiaolin called sister-in-law. Li Yu and Bulma were elated, and Li Yu praised Xiaolin for his future. In this way, everyone got to know each other. Li Yu stayed with Bulma for a whole day before he and Bulma reluctantly separated, agreeing to see each other tomorrow. Chapter 21. The next day, the prologue of the #1 martial arts conference in the world finally kicked off. Li Yu took Sun Wukong and Xiaolin to the venue of the #1 martial arts conference in the world. Then Li Yu saw Bulma, Yam Sha, and others who had arrived. Li Yu immediately took Sun Wukong and Xiaolin up to say hello and said, "You are here. Yam Sha's conference will start today. I wonder if we will draw. When we got together, I'm still a little excited when I think about it now." Yam Sha said after hearing Li Yu's words, "Yes. When I think that I will fight against you and Wukong soon, I feel very happy. We all have to enter the finals together." Li Yu said confidently, "Of course, I believe that our efforts for a year are not in vain." Bulma cheered for Li Yu and said, "Li Yu, you have to be careful. Don't do it if your life is in danger. Hold on." Li Yu was moved when he heard Bulma's worry and said, "Don't worry. Bulma, my strength is very strong and I am very confident. The only one who can threaten me in this venue is it's just the number of palms." Bulma heard Li Yu's confidence and let out a breath. Based on Bulma's understanding of Li Yu, it would not be so easy if she didn't have much confidence. It's no wonder that Bulma is so worried about Li Yu. After all, Li Yu didn't know any martial arts a year ago. Anyone who suddenly participated in the martial arts competition would be worried. At this time, Yam Sha, who was looking around, said in confusion, "I don't seem to see Teacher Wushan. Where did Teacher Wushan go? Didn't Teacher Wushan accompany you?" As soon as Bulma heard Yam Sha mention seeing this perverted old man, he said, "Where can this perverted old man go? I'll specify which little girl I saw on the road," and ran to peek. Sun Wukong and Xiaolin also said at this time, "I don't know. I saw Master yesterday, why did it disappear today? Is it really like what Bulma said? Bulma saw that everyone believed her reasoning, and a sense of superiority with an online IQ instantly broke out. At this time, Li Yu saw that everyone was speculating, and he couldn't help but sigh that no matter what world he is in, gossip can really crush a person to death. Li Yu knew that Master Gaixianren had used a fake name Jackie Chan yesterday to register for the #1 martial arts conference in the world. I think Master Wu Tian wanted Li Yu and others to know what it means to have someone outside the world. Li Yu was immediately impressed by the Turtle Immortal. Although the Turtle Immortal usually behaved very improperly, his education to his disciples was indeed very good. The Turtle Immortal was afraid that his disciples would think that his abilities were already very high, and then they would become arrogant. It caused a big trouble, so I came to pour cold water on these disciples to calm down. When he was watching the anime, Li Yu admired Turtle Immortal very much. Just imagine, if Turtle Immortal was really a villain, how could he teach Dragon Ball warriors like Sun Wukong and Xiaolin? Li Yu, who was thinking about this, saw that the conference was about to start, and quickly interrupted everyone and said, "Everyone, the conference is about to start. Let's go in quickly. Don't get lost." Then everyone saw that at the venue the staff who led the way at the gate explained the work he was responsible for and said, "Every martial arts contestant, please remember that all contestants participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament must pass the preliminaries, and the preliminaries are in the arena. All contestants, please enter immediately." Li Yu didn't expect that he had to pass the selection to participate in the main competition of the world's #1 martial arts association. Li Yu thought he could participate as long as he signed up. It seems that this conference is quite formal. Yam Sha looked at everyone and said, "I hope we don't meet in the preliminaries. I also want to compete with you in the main competition. It would be so shameless to be eliminated in the preliminaries." Li Yu listened. After hearing Yam Sha's words, he said with a smile, "There is no way to predict this kind of thing. Just follow fate. Even if you encounter it in the preliminaries, I hope you can use your best." Sun Wukong said excitedly after hearing Li Yu's words. "Brother Li, don't worry, I will definitely do my best." Xiaolin looked at the excited Sun Wukong and said helplessly, "Wukong, it doesn't matter. It's just a competition, why do you feel like you have to go all out?" Li Yu said at this time, "Okay, let's go and sign up quickly." Immediately everyone found the registration office, and Li Yu and Yamcha signed up immediately. When Sun Wukong and Xiaolin arrived, the person in charge of registration saw the two little men Sun Wukong and Xiaolin and said doubtfully, "Do you really want to participate? You are just two kids." Sun Wukong and Xiaolin said, "That's right, it's us." The person in charge of registration saw that Sun Wukong had already admitted it, and there was no explanation in the conference that children could not participate, so he agreed to their registration. Li Yu looked at a group of murderous people around him, but he did not feel afraid. Perhaps it was the Scion's natural fighting blood that affected Li Yu. At this moment, Li Yu was still a little excited. At this time, Li Yu saw that Wukong and Xiaolin had successfully registered, and he became more and more eager for the upcoming conference. Chapter 22. In the conference venue, Li Yu and the others put on the uniforms of Gizan Ryu, which are the standard uniforms of Sun Wukong in the original work. It can be said that in the original work, as long as they fight with this red Gizan Ryu Tao uniform, they will definitely either death or injury. I didn't expect that Li Yu would be lucky enough to be able to wear this dress, but I didn't expect that it was quite comfortable and not bad, Li Yu commented. Bulma cheered to Li Yu, "We must win." Li Yu said, "Don't worry, I have been practicing for this day for almost a year." Then Li Yu walked into the arena with Sun Wukong and others, and saw that there were many people in these arenas, full of evil spirits, but Sun Wukong said nonchalantly at this time, "Are these people here to participate in the competition?" Just after Sun Wukong finished speaking, the staff of the competition immediately said, "Everyone, please pay attention. From now on, the world's #1 the preliminaries of the first martial arts tournament have just begun. At this point, the world's #1 martial arts tournament has begun. Whether or not the results of the special training can be achieved depends on today." Li Yu thought. At this time, outside the arena, the staff in charge of peripheral work said with a loudspeaker, "Everyone, please don't crowd. Spectators are not allowed to enter the arena yet. Please wait patiently outside." Bull on the side. After hearing what the man said, Ma ran to the staff and said excitedly, "Hey! How could this happen? If I can't go in, I won't be able to see Li Yu. I don't care, I have to go in." That staff member, he was not easy to talk to, so he shouted at Bulma with a loudspeaker, "This is the rule, there is no way." Bulma saw that the man was so rigid and couldn't think of any way. At this time, Bulma saw someone eating aside. Oolong thought of a good way. In the arena, Li Yu and other contestants looked at the person who was presiding over the speech and said, "Today is the world's best martial arts conference that is held every 5 years. Thank you heroes for traveling thousands of miles to participate. I am really grateful. This conference is to decide who will be the best. He is the #1 master in the world's best martial arts competition, specially selected from 130 martial arts masters across the country." Xiaolin heard that there were more than 130 people participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Looking at these ferocious contestants, his body only swayed and said, "I didn't expect that there were more than 130 monster contestants like this." Li Yu looked unconfident. Xiaolin said, "Xiaolin, don't be afraid. After nearly a year of training by Master Wu Tian, you have surpassed more than half of the people here. I believe you will be among the 8 people selected this time." Xiao Lin, hearing Li Yu's comfort, I felt a little relaxed. Yes, I have been specially trained by teacher Wu Tian. I will definitely be able to do it and I will never lose. Thinking about those who have bullied me, do I have to go back that time? Definitely not, Xiaolin thought, and his mood suddenly improved. Li Yu watched Xiaolin change himself so quickly. Now thinking about Xiaolin's ability to grow to the point of being the first person on Earth in the original work, it was not just luck, but his character accounted for a large part. At this time, Li Yu turned his head and saw Bulma greeting him. He smiled knowingly. Bulma saw Li Yu and found her and bowed her hands happily. Because Bulma's movements were too big, Bulma's feet were a little insistent. Unable to hold on any longer, he hurriedly said, "Hey! Bulma, please slow down a little. I can't hold on any longer. He just knows how to use me as a stone and abuse us little animals." At this time, the rules of the game began to be discussed in the arena. The host continued, "Next, I will talk about the rules of the competition. This competition is divided into 4 areas. The 2 people who beat each area to the end will participate in the world's best martial arts conference this time. As for the candidates, the rules of the competition are that 2 people stand in the ring and compete. If someone falls outside the ring or faints, they have given up." Li Yu heard the rules of the competition. Only 2 people can pass in each competition area, and he hopes that his side people don't all gather together. At this time, the host said again, "Then the drawing of lots will begin. Please look at the numbers drawn and enter your own area." At this time, Li Yu and others heard the host's words and each drew lots. Yamu at this time, Cha came over with the lottery sign and asked, "Li Yu, what number did you draw?" "I am number 35 in the 2nd area." Sun Wukong and Xiaolin said, "We are in the 3rd area." Xiaolin said, "I didn't expect to meet Wukong so soon. What a bad luck." Li Yu looked at Xiaolin and said, "It's okay. Although you and Wukong are both in the 3rd area, your numbers are different, so you won't meet each other." Yam Sha said, "Li Yu, which district is yours?" Li Yu said, number 120, I am in the 4th district. Yam Sha said in surprise after hearing Li Yu's words, it seems that we have a chance to meet again in the finals. Li Yu looked at an old man in District 4 who was wearing a tang suit and looked a bit like Turtle Immortal and said, maybe. Chapter 23. At this time, Xiaolin looked at the many players warming up on the field and swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Wukong, you, senior brother and Yam Sha are really confident. Haven't you seen so many monster-like people on the field? After hearing Xiaolin's words, Sun Wukong said calmly, it's okay, Xiaolin, don't forget that we were trained by Grandpa Xianren. After Li Yu heard Xiaolin's words, he didn't expect Xiaolin to be timid again. Maybe because of lack of self-confidence, it seems that the previous experience has had a great impact on Xiaolin. Li Yu immediately persuaded, it's okay, Xiaolin, don't be fooled by these people's illusions. After these days of training, our strength and speed have improved rapidly. These people are not our opponents at all. At this time a tall, fat man with a height of 2 meters appeared in front of Li Yu. The man said, hey! It sounds like you are very strong. Are you interested in practicing? I can accompany you. You warm up. Li Yu looked at the greasy man opposite and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. You're too ugly. Then Li Yu turned around and said to Xiaolin, have you seen Xiaolin? There are things in this world. In fact, you don't have to be afraid of these people who are incompetent, ugly, and come here to make themselves look embarrassing. These people are just useless people. The greasy man said, hey! You bastard, are you? Who are you talking about? Do you know who I am? In our village, whoever sees me, Wang Yulu, doesn't give me 3 cents of face. If I don't give you a little show of my good boy today, you really don't know that I am eating. You grew up. The group of people on the side were a group of people who fought all day long. They were not afraid of big trouble at all. They were coaxing and asking Li Yu and the greasy man to fight quickly. Li Yu looked at the greasy man and said, you really want to fight me? If you leave now, you still have a chance to play. Otherwise, I think you can only visit this venue for free. The greasy man heard this. After Li Yu's words, he said disdainfully, boy, I think you should go home to your mother quickly. This world is too dangerous. I will teach you a lesson today. Don't be grateful to me. At this time, as the big man Wang Yulu finished speaking, Wang Yulu suddenly attacked Li Yu. To others, Wang Yulu's fist seemed fast and fierce, but in the eyes of Li Yu and others, the speed of this punch was like a snail. Just as slow. Even so, Li Yu still frowned slightly, because Li Yu could tell from the attack of this punch that Wang Yulu was going to hit his heart directly. If an ordinary person was hit by this punch, he would not die on the spot. He also has less than 2 days to live. Li Yu was really a little angry at this time. He saw that this bastard named Wang Yulu was going to kill him. Judging from the strength of this punch, if he were an ordinary person, he might not be able to die on the spot. At night it is also certain to die. Since you want me to die, I have to show you how powerful I am. I saw that Wang Yulu's attack was about to hit Li Yu, and Li Yu jumped to avoid his attack. I saw Li Yu kicking both legs. Before the eyes of those present could react, the arm that Wang Yulu wanted to hit Li Yu was shattered. It was shattered. Li Yu used the power of Qi when attacking. Passed to Wang Yulu's bones through Li Yu's legs. Li Yu immediately landed on the ground, and before Wang Yulu could reach the bottom, he kicked Wang Yulu below the waist and above the legs. Wang Yulu screamed and used Wudang Gong, a martial art that had been lost for many years, and fell down. The ground cannot rise. Li Yu looked at Wang Yulu, who was peeing in the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Since you want my life, you must be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. Besides, although Wang Yulu was seriously injured, Li Yu could at least keep him alive. Taking his life, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh that he was so kind. Li Yu looked at Wang Yulu and said to Xiaolin, Xiaolin, you saw it, what I said is right, these people are all vulnerable. You have to believe in yourself, you know. Xiaolin at this time, after hearing Li Yu's words, he said tremblingly, I know, senior brother. I didn't expect that senior brother's hands were so dark. However, that person's attack was indeed a bit harsh, but it was better not to offend his senior brother in the future. If his senior brother was angry, Xiaolin thought about the consequences and quickly covered a certain place. At this time, the host of the venue finally announced that the game had officially begun. Everyone walked to the ring with their opponents to compete. After a period of competition, Li Yu and others defeated many players. But unfortunately, in the fourth area where Li Yu is included, Li Yu and the Jackie Chan players pretending to be Kame Senran did not meet in advance, which means that Li Yu and Kame Senran became the last two people in the fourth area without any accident. Ha! Just listening to Li Yu's habitual blow, the last team player was knocked off the ring by Li Yu without even having time to react. However, although there were many idiots in this conference, there were still many masters. Li Yu's fourth team, there are many martial arts masters from the ancient sects of the earth in the area. Although these masters have all lost to Li Yu, they are also a great gain for Li Yu. At least Li Yu is becoming more and more proficient in fighting skills, but Li Yu is still a little inactive because Li Yu has not met a player who can threaten him, not even the Turtle School Qigong Wave and 10,000 Kingdoms Jing Tao Pom taught to him by Turtle Immortal. Use it out. When Li Yu passed by Jackie Chan played by Kame Senran when he came off the stage, Li Yu decided to fight Kame Senran and said, Senior, why do I feel like you are like my master Kame Senran? Kame Senran did not expect Li Yu to ask this question as soon as he opened his mouth. This is different from what Gaixianren thought. Originally, Gaixianren thought that Li Yu wanted to be polite, but he didn't expect that Li Yu didn't play according to the routine. He couldn't make the move he thought of, so he had to get it done by himself. I saw Turtle Immortal saying, What Turtle Immortal, young man, you have mistaken the person, I call you Jackie Chan. Li Yu said in disbelief, Really? At this time, Li Yu exaggeratedly said, Ah! Great beauty! After hearing this, Gaixianren said even more exaggeratedly, Really? Where is it? Why not? Gaixianren knew that Li Yu had set a trap for him, but Gaixianren was an old man after all. Gaixianren said calmly, Since you have discovered it like this, I will tell you that I am actually Gaixianren's younger brother. Li Yu did not want to completely expose Gaixianren, for fear that Gaixianren would be embarrassed, so he immediately agreed. It turns out that he is the master's younger brother. Congratulations on entering the finals. My master is right in front. Why don't you come with me to see it? As soon as Kame Senran heard this, he would find a reason to run away, joking to see himself, Wasn't I right here? Immediately, Gaixianren casually found a reason to withdraw, and Li Yu used the donkey under the slope to let Gaixianren go. At this time, Li Yu saw that everyone had finished the game. At this time, the top 8 players had come out. Then Li Yu, Sun Wukong, and others felt where the results were announced and were waiting. Chapter 24. Soon, all the top 8 contestants from the world number 1 Budokai gathered at the finals venue, waiting for the draw of the competition. Li Yu was discussing with Sun Wukong and his party, and Yam Sha said, I didn't expect that out of more than 130 people, only these 8 people would be left in the end. It seems that these people are not saving money to wait. After Yam Sha finished speaking, everyone his nose suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and Xiaolin was about to vomit and said, What does this smell like? Is the toilet built in this house? Someone still defecated in this house. Sun Wukong forced himself at this time he endured and said, My sense of smell is several times that of ordinary people. I can't stand it anymore. For Li Yu, who has merged with the blood of Sun Wukong, Li Yu feels the same as Wukong at this time. At this time, a man with his naked body, wearing only shabby underwear and looking like he had touched poop, came towards here laughing. Xiaolin said, "Who is this guy? Why is he so smelly?" Yam Sha explained, "Everyone calls that guy a barbarian. This guy is very difficult to deal with, except for his strange strength, but that barbarian is really scary. The thing about him is that he hasn't had a bath since he was born, and he has accumulated super body odor. Anyone who fights him can't help but pinch his nose whenever he gets close to him. The barbarian will take advantage of this moment to speed up his attack." After Li Yu heard Yam Sha's explanation, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's so amazing that there are so many tricks in the world. I really hope I won't fight him." Although the barbarian is not Li Yu's opponent, but Li Yu just wants to vomit when he thinks about the decades of excrement left on the barbarian. If the barbarian is really ranked with Li Yu doesn't mind letting him try what is called turtle-style Qigong wave. At this time, Li Yu looked at Xiaolin and covered his nose. Li Yu said speechlessly, "Xiaolin, you are not so exaggerated. I am afraid that you are the least afraid of him among all the people present." Xiaolin said doubtfully, "Why? Senior brother. That barbarian's moves are so disgusting. I almost vomited from the smell just now." After hearing Xiaolin's words, Li Yu said, "This is just a psychological reaction, okay? Have you forgotten that you don't have a nose at all?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Xiaolin suddenly realized and said, "Yes, I don't have a nose at all? So I don't have to be afraid of him at all." Li Yu continued, "So, Xiaolin, this is fate, you and that barbarian are the destined opponent, no one can change this. The barbarian will be handed over to you in a while." After hearing Li Yu's words, Yam Sha and Sun Wukong cheered, "Xiaolin, Li Yu is right, that barbarian I'll leave it to you. This is the organization's trust in you." When Xiaolin heard that everyone wanted to fight the barbarian, he quickly said, "Hey! How did you know that I would definitely fight with this barbarian? I don't know who I will draw when we draw lots." Li Yu said like a great immortal at this time, "Xiaolin, I watched the sky at night and found that you are destined to this barbarian. I believe that senior brother, that barbarian is your favorite." While everyone was still chatting, a host with a microphone who claimed to have survived the entire series of Dragon Ball appeared on the stage. The strongest host said, "Okay, all contestants who are going to appear, please come here now. Come gather and wait for the draw." After hearing the host's words, Li Yu and others walked to the designated position. At this time, except for the barbarian, the remaining 3 contestants had also felt the scene. Mr. Nahu, who had a face like a Buddha, also there is Miss Lanfang who likes to use seduction techniques, and the last one is Teacher Wushan of Kamizenran who has just put on makeup. Li Yu looked at Gaixianran's makeup skills, which are quite awesome. This hair is really sticky. At this time, Sun Wukong saw Li Yu looking at Jackie Chan who was wearing Gaixianran makeup and said, "Brother Li, why do you keep looking at that old grandpa? Is he very strong?" Li Yu also started to play around after hearing Sun Wukong's words. Xin said, "Of course, this old man is the younger brother of our teacher Wu Tian. Do you think he is strong?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong and others suddenly became interested. Yam Sha said, "Li Yu, what do you think? Is it true? Is this person really the younger brother of Turtle Immortal? Since he is a senior expert, let's go up and say hello." Li Yu heard Yamacha's suggestion and also wanted to see Turtle the Immortal agreed when he saw the expressions of himself and others, and then Li Yu brought Wukong, Xiaolin and Yam Sha to the front of the Turtle Immortal. The familiar Sun Wukong came to the Kame Immortal and said, "Grandpa, may I ask you to be the younger brother of teacher Wu Tian? I heard that you are very strong, right? I really want to fight you, Grandpa." Kame Immortal looked at him at this time. Li Yu's half-smiling expression showed that it was Li Yu who was responsible. Immortal Turtle already knew that his true identity had been revealed by Li Yu, but he didn't expect that Li Yu dared to tease his master. He was such a good disciple. But after all, Kame Sennin is Kame Sennin, and his face is as thick as the earth. Kame Sennin is not blushing and he is out of breath, but he is telling lies. Kame Sennin generously admits that he is his younger brother, and Sun Wukong and Xiaolin were fooled. Only Yam Sha noticed that something was wrong, but Yam Sha did not say anything. At this moment, the lottery started. The host dedicatedly gathered the 8 people together again and arranged for everyone to start the lottery. The host said, "Now let's start the lottery to decide your opponent and the order of appearance. Now the person I called by name, come over and draw lots." At this time, Gaixianren pulled the girl next to him, Miss Lan Feng, and said, "Excuse me, can I fight with this little girl?" Li Yu looked at Gaixianren's actions and was really surprised. "I feel blessed to have known him." At this time, the host also said angrily to the old man who interrupted him, "Old sir, no one can choose this." When Sun Wukong, Yam Sha and others saw the virtues of Turtle Immortal, they said in unison in their hearts, "He is indeed the younger brother of teacher Wu Tian." At this time, Nanwu heard the host's call and took the lead in drawing lots. Nanwu drew number 5. Next is Li Yu number 8, Barbarian number 1, and then Xiaolin number 2. At this time, Li Yu seemed to hear a heart-breaking sound, and saw Xiaolin's signature slowly falling to the ground. Li Yu joked, "Xiaolin, is your senior brother's words right?" At this time, Xiaolin's heart was about to break into pieces. 8 petals, I didn't expect to actually fight this barbarian. Everyone present was in silence for Xiaolin. Next up are Yam Sha number 4, Sun Wukong number 7, Lan Fang number 6, and Jackie Chan, Turtle Immortal, number 3. Li Yu looked at the competition table and did not expect that his opponent would be Wukong in the first game, but this was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 25. It seems that everyone has figured out their opponents. Next, I will further explain the rules of the game. The host looked at the 8 people below and said. The host said, "There is no limit to the competition until the winner is determined." To put it simply, it means falling from the ring or one party admits defeat. One thing needs to be explained. Attacking the opponent's eyes or reproductive organs is considered a foul. When Xiaolin heard the host saying that he couldn't attack the reproductive organs, he subconsciously looked at Li Yu, and he breathed out and his whole body seemed to relax instantly. At this time, Sun Wukong heard the host's words and said doubtfully, "Excuse me, what are reproductive organs?" Li Yu and others were not only speechless after hearing Sun Wukong's words, but also embarrassed to explain to Sun Wukong that everyone was not only thinking about this child but also how simple. When the host saw Sun Wukong, he actually asked himself this question. Although he didn't want to answer, it was out of the host's professionalism. The host still explained it to Sun Wukong and said, "Instead of speaking without temperament, it is where you usually pee." The host was afraid that someone would ask him these silent questions again and immediately said, "Anyway, the game is about to begin. Come on, get ready here." At this time, Sun Wukong grabbed the host and said, Hey! Where is lunch?" The host looked at Sun Wukong speechlessly and said, "Little brother, the game is about to start, are you sure? Do you still want to eat?" To be honest, Li Yu was hungry at this time. To be honest, this scion's body and talent are indeed strong. The only problem is that he eats too much. He has to eat 7 or 8 in one meal. I can barely eat enough to satisfy my personal appetite. When the host saw that Li Yu actually wanted to eat, he couldn't help but call him a freak. However, according to the requirements of the conference, as long as the requirements of these contestants are not too overwhelming, the conference will generally meet them, so Sun Wukong and Li Yu can only do whatever they want to eat. The host immediately took Li Yu and Sun Wukong down for dinner. On the other side, the host stood on the main stage of the world's #1 martial arts tournament and said, "Hello everyone, let everyone wait for a long time. Next, the 21st world's #1 martial arts tournament has officially begun. Let's start the next chapter. A game between barbarians and Krillin players." The host's words came to an end, and a gong sounded, and the official competition of the world's #1 martial arts association officially began. The contestants in the first game, Krillin and the barbarian, were preparing to play. At this time, Li Yu and Sun Wukong had also finished their meal and rushed to the venue to cheer Xiaolin. Li Yu said, "Xiaolin, relax, that barbarian is not you at all. Opponent, remember that his poison gas attack will have no effect on you at all." After hearing Li Yu's words, Xiaolin became more confident and said, "Brother, don't worry, Wukong, I will definitely win this game." At that time, everyone only heard the hosts shout and knew that the game had started. Xiaolin rushed to the ring when he heard the sound. On the ring stood Xiaolin, barbarian, and the host holding a piece of cloth to cover his nose. There was no way the host had ever hosted such a sharp contestant, even though he had hosted several world #1 martial arts tournaments. Really? His grandma has never had a bath in her whole life, the host complained in his heart. However, out of professional ethics, the host did not back down. He suppressed the desire to vomit and explained, "Everyone, the person on this side is the youngest contestant this year, Krillin. On the other side, he has never taken a shower since he was born. It is the barbarian contestants who emit the boundless stench." Li Yu saw at the edge of the ring that there were already spectators who were vomited by the stench of barbarians. Although the host on the field wanted to vomit, he still resisted and continued to host. Li Yu couldn't help but admire this host. With this level of professionalism in the real world, he was designated as the best dedicated host of the year. After the host finished explaining, the host immediately said loudly, "Everyone, the first game has officially begun." Then the host rushed out of the ring. Li Yu thought, this host may even miss yesterday's overnight meal. They'll all spit it out. Then Krillin and the barbarian confronted each other. The barbarian didn't pay attention to Xiaolin at all. The barbarian laughed and his body gradually relaxed. At this time, the barbarian's body was surrounded by a group of flies. As the barbarian moved, his body heat increased, and the stench on his body became stronger than usual. Most of the spectators outside the venue were shocked. Xiaolin wanted to vomit very much at this time. At this time, Xiaolin remembered Li Yu's words and remembered that he had no nose. Then Xiaolin saw the barbarian and wanted to attack him. The barbarian's punch was very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Xiaolin's eyes, it was very slow, and Xiaolin easily dodged it. The barbarian was very shocked at this time and said, "I didn't expect that you actually escaped. It seems that I have to use a trick." Xiaolin and Li Yu and others outside the field also wondered in confusion, could this barbarian still have something to do? What's the trick? Then I saw the barbarian's big yellow teeth. In full view of everyone, the barbarian actually put his hand into his crotch. The barbarian took his hand out. There were still a few pieces in the barbarian's hand. The barbarian sniffed it twice intoxicatedly, and immediately attacked Xiaolin with his fists. Xiaolin was also stunned by his move, forgetting the fact that he had no nose, and ran away after being attacked by the barbarians. Li Yu couldn't bear it at this time and shouted to Xiaolin, "Xiaolin, have you forgotten that you have no nose? Get rid of him quickly, or I will beat you every day from now on." Xiaolin was also shocked by Li Yu. "Yes, it's better to end it as soon as possible. I can't bear it without a nose. What's more, if I don't take it down, I will be ravaged by my senior brother every day." Xiaolin immediately stopped escaping, and at the same time as the barbarian attacked, Xiaolin instantly jumped on the barbarian's back. Before he landed, Xiaolin stopped holding back and kicked the barbarian to the ground with one kick, causing a big hole in the ground. The pit showed how much damage the barbarians had caused to Xiaolin. There is no doubt that Xiaolin won this game, and the winner Xiaolin was ruthlessly kicked out to take a shower by Li Yu. It seems that if Xiaolin does not wash off a layer of skin today, Li Yu will not let him sleep. The following games are, Yam Sha vs Jackie Chan, Kami Zenin, Nanmu vs Lan Fang. The result of the game is that Jackie Chan and Nanmo won. Next is the last game, Li Yu vs Sun Wukong. Chapter 26. The first 3 games were completed quickly, and soon it was the decisive battle between Li Yu and Sun Wukong. When Li Yu was training at Turtle Immortal, he fought countless battles with Sun Wukong. In addition to having no fighting experience at first, Li Yu's strength grew rapidly after that, and the battles with Sun Wukong were both winners and losers. At this time, Li Yu competed with Sun Wukong for the first time in a formal competition. This time Li Yu decided to use all his strength to compete with Sun Wukong. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, don't be merciful in the competition." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong also said excitedly, "Of course, Brother Li didn't expect that we would have a winner so soon." Lost. Xiaolin watched Li Yu and Sun Wukong, 2 guys who looked like fighting madmen, getting together. It seemed that there was another good show today. The Turtle Immortal who had just finished the game looked at his 2 apprentices with curiosity. The Turtle Immortal also wanted to know who was stronger or weaker between Li Yu and Sun Wukong. To be honest, Li Yu was not favored by the Turtle Immortal at first. The Turtle Immortal thought that only Sun Wukong could inherit his mantle. However, Li Yu's growth rate in the past 6 months really shocked the Turtle Immortal. So today's event I am still looking forward to the game came Senin. Soon the host came on the stage and said loudly, "Dear viewers, today's last game has officially begun. Please invite the contestants Li Yu and Sun Wukong to come on stage." Bulma outside the field saw Li Yu coming on stage, and her energy suddenly improved a level. I saw Bulma loudly cheering for Li Yu. At this time, it started to rain lightly, which immediately added a lot of color to the game. Outside the field, Xiaolin watched Li Yu and Sun Wukong staring at each other, testing each other. Xiaolin and Yam Sha said, "Yam Sha, who do you think will win between my senior brother and Wukong? Even I am nervous." "Get up." Yamcha said after hearing Xiaolin's words, "I don't know. When I first met Li Yu a year ago, he was still very weak. I didn't expect that in less than a year, Li Yu would grow up to even I can't see clearly, and Wukong has made great progress. This battle is really hard to say, hard to say." While they were still chatting outside the competition venue, Li Yu finally moved. I saw the 2 people quickly rushing in front of each other, and saw their fists colliding hard together, as if the punches were testing each other. The 2 people withdrew their fists in a tacit understanding at the same time, and changed to close combat. The 2 of them fought each other for dozens of rounds, and the excitement was so exciting that the audience outside the venue cheered. At this moment, Li Yu and Sun Wukong withdrew at the same time. Sun Wukong looked at Li Yu and said seriously, "Brother Li, you are really strong. I am really excited. I will use new tricks next. Brother Li, you have to be careful." Li Yu was also very interested and said, "What are Wukong's moves? I didn't expect you, Wukong, to practice new moves." "Very good, let me see your moves." Sun Wukong shouted loudly said, "Brother Li, be careful, look at my afterimage fist." Afterimage fist was created by Turtle Immortal. When he was practicing at Turtle Immortal, Li Yu knew that this afterimage fist was the specialty of Turtle Immortal. He worked hard to master it. I asked the Turtle Immortal to demonstrate it. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong actually inherited him. Li Yu suddenly tensed up when he heard the moves of the afterimage fist. To be honest, the early martial arts moves in the Dragon Ball world have been eliminated in the later stages, and only a few moves such as the afterimage fist have been passed down. It can only be said that the power system in the later stages of Dragon Ball is too abnormal. All attacks can be said to be reduced by one force. When you are still posing with moves, someone can destroy the earth with a single energy bomb. Only these some of the close combat moves such as Afterimage Fist and Sun Fist have been preserved. At this time, when Sun Wukong was in Li Yu's reverie, Sun Wukong's fist immediately attacked. Li Yu reacted instantly and avoided Sun Wukong's attack. Li Yu shouted that it was in danger. At this time, Sun Wukong flew quickly around Li Yu. Li Yu did not dare to be careless and observed Sun Wukong's movements calmly. After a while, Li Yu was surrounded by a circle of Sun Wukong. These Wukongs looked exactly like real people. Li Yu knew the power of this residual image fist and did not dare to be careless. Moreover, the aura remaining on these afterimages is exactly the same as that of Sun Wukong, and this is not like the clone in Naruto, which disappears as soon as it is beaten, because this is an afterimage. Xiaolin outside the field saw the afterimage fist used by Wukong and said, "I didn't expect that Wukong also learned this afterimage fist. I thought I was the only one who understood it, and I wanted to give Wukong and the others a surprise." Yes, Xiaolin also learned the afterimage fist. Fist, in the original work, is the first person to create moves. Many new moves were developed by Klin. Perhaps the Earth system restricted Klin's growth. The turtle immortal is already used to this kind of thing. After all, the talents of little Wukong and Li Yu can even learn the turtle school Qigong. It is reasonable for them to be able to learn the afterimage fist. However, Gaixianren knows that the power of residual image boxing is that it is hard to guard against the true and false, the false and the false, so what will you do, Li Yu? At this time, Sun Wukong launched repeated attacks on Li Yu, but Li Yu's attacks always failed. Upon seeing this, Li Yu quickly withdrew to the other side. Bulma outside the court saw Li Yu's disadvantage and couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat for Li Yu. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong's moves. If he wanted to crack them, he could only block Sun Wukong's moves. It seemed that he could only use those moves. Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, be careful, I am going to use new moves." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong was also very curious, wondering what moves Li Yu had mastered. I saw Li Yu carefully controlling his energy and wrapping it around his whole body. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Li Yu actually floated into the air. Gaixianren said as if he had seen a ghost, "This is the Wukong technique of the crane Senryu. How could it be possible? Li Yu, you are such a genius." Xiaolin and Yamsha said curiously, "What is the Wukong technique?" Senin explained, "That is a martial art of the crane Senryu. It is a martial art that wraps the body's energy around the whole body and floats the human body in the air." Xiaolin said, "Well, this move is not very powerful. When you fly in the air, others can't attack each other. Such a move must be difficult, right?" At this time, Jackie Chan, disguised as Kame Senin, snorted, "With this kind of kung fu, I can learn anything difficult." What Turtle Immortal said is not a lie, but Turtle Immortal has always looked down on Crane Senrin's character, so Turtle Senin has never used Crane Senin's first-class kung fu. He didn't expect that his apprentice would actually give him an unexpected surprise. Surprise! Chapter 27. Sun Wukong watched Li Yu fly into the sky, wondering what tricks Li Yu was going to use at this time. After all, humans flying into the sky is still a shock to the current people on Earth. Sun Wukong still relies on external forces such as somersault clouds to fly. Just when Sun Wukong was stunned, Li Yu did not dare to be careless. He saw Li Yu floating under the sun with his hands attached to his face. Yes, this posture was the Sun Fist, a cheating weapon in the original work. In the original work, Sun Wukong and others encountered powerful enemies many times. They all relied on Sun Fist to escape. Although Taiyankan is a martial art of Hezenryu, Li Yu has not seen Tianjin Fan use it. However, Li Yu relies on the insights in the original work. Li Yu once listened to Kamizenran explaining the martial arts of Hezenryu. With the experience of Kamizenran, Li Yu coupled with Li Yu's continuous training, he successfully practiced sun boxing. Use Qi to turn into light energy to temporarily blind the enemy, and then quickly attack the enemy's vital points. The effect is like a flash bomb, the more gas used the stronger the light source becomes. Li Yu's energy is still very weak now, and the light emitted does not last too long, so Li Yu must fight quickly when Sun Wukong loses his sight. I saw Li Yu shouting Sun Fist, and the entire arena of the #1 martial arts association in the world was instantly illuminated by the light from Li Yu's body. Everyone present was hurt by Li Yu's moves. The only thing people in the room could see now was the dedicated host. There was no way that the host always wore sun-colored eyes and never left his body. Although the bright light just now was very strong, it did not dazzle the host's eyes. At this time, the host explained, "Oh my god! What the hell is going on? It was incredible that player Li Yu flew into the sky just now. Now there is a strong light coming from player Li Yu. Now on the field the pattern is very clear. Player Sun's eyes have been blinded by Li Yu's tricks. Let's wait and see how player Sun should face it." Jackie Chan, played by Kamizenran outside the court, did not bring his usual suit. The glasses were temporarily blinded by Li Yu's Sun Fist. Turtle Immortal sighed in his heart, it seems that Li Yu is really a martial arts genius. He has even successfully practiced Sun Fist on his own. So, Wukong, how will you deal with it next? At this moment, Sun Wukong could no longer open his eyes. Due to insufficient practice and the severe pain in his eyes, the afterimage fist gradually disappeared. At this time, Li Yu saw Sun Wukong's true body slowly showing its prototype. Li Yu was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately swooped down from the sky to attack Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who had lost his eyes, had no resistance at all, and repeatedly fell on the ring. Get beaten! At this time, Sun Wukong had no solution to the predicament in front of him. At this moment, Sun Wukong thought in his heart, "Damn it! This move is really too powerful. I can't open my eyes now. If I continue like this, I will definitely be kicked off the ring. Damn it, my eyes need to recover quickly." And Li Yu was having a great time fighting at this moment. At this moment, Sun Wukong was being beaten passively. Li Yu had already forced Sun Wukong to the edge of the ring. Li Yu saw that Sun Wukong was about to fall down, and he was about to add more strength. An accident happened, and Li Yu's fist was about to hit Sun Wukong. At this time, Sun Wukong jumped over Li Yu's attack. Li Yu looked into Sun Wukong's eyes and said, "Wukong, it seems that you can already see." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong said, "Yes, brother Li, your move is really powerful. It can shine on mine. I can't even see my eyes. Now I can barely open my eyes. Now, brother Li, let us decide the winner happily." After hearing Sun Wukong's shouting, Li Yu smiled and said, "Okay Wukong, it seems that you already know this move of mine. If you use it once, I'm afraid it won't be of any use to you. Let's use our fists to determine the outcome seriously, shall we?" "But Wukong, you are definitely not my opponent." Sun Wukong heard Li Yu say that he was not his opponent, which also inspired Sun Wukong's competitive spirit, and the momentum of both of them reached its peak at this moment. Xiaolin, Yamsha, and others outside the field also slowly opened their eyes at this time. Yamsha did not expect that Li Yu's moves were endless, and sighed, "I didn't expect that Li Yu's strength would actually increase to such an extent. In his hands their moves are really endless, and the same goes for Wukong. It seems that I am no longer their opponent." Xiaolin, who was next to Yamsha, also nodded with the same feeling. Xiaolin looked at the two fellow disciples competing in the field, thinking back to the time when he, brother Li and Wukong were practicing martial arts under the disciples of Turtle Immortal at the same time. He originally thought that he was strong enough. But now when comparing the two people on the field, Xiaolin suddenly felt that his training was not enough. In the ring, the competition between Li Yu and Sun Wukong has reached a fierce stage. At this time, neither Li Yu nor Sun Wukong can do anything to the other. At this time, Li Yu suggested to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, it seems that in terms of boxing and kicking, we two brothers are half a catty to half a pound. How about we change the method and determine the outcome with one move?" Sun Wukong heard Li Yu at this time. After saying this, he said doubtfully, "Brother Li, how can one move determine the outcome?" Li Yu continued, "We have all seen teacher Wu Tian's turtle-style Qigong wave, and we have all practiced it successfully. We launched the turtle-style Qigong wave at the same time. Send Qigong waves to see whose turtle-style Qigong waves are stronger, how about?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, Okay, Brother Li, I will listen to you." Yamcha outside the venue listened. When Li Yu talked about the turtle-style Qigong wave, he remembered the move used by the turtle immortal on the Flame Mountain. That day, the move by the turtle immortal left a deep impression on Yamcha. It could level the mountain. What a great skill! Immediately Yamcha said, "Li Yu is crazy, if he uses that move, both sides will be killed or injured." Xiaolin hasn't seen the turtle-style Qigong wave of turtle immortal yet? He said doubtfully, "Yamcha, what kind of kung fu are you talking about? How could it have such strong damage ability?" At this time, Jackie Chan, played by Kami Zenran, came over and said, "Don't worry, now that Li Yu and Wukong have been fighting for a period of time, the qi energy in the body is no longer enough to cause too much harm to people. At worst, it will only cause physical damage. It's just a big fatigue, just rest for a while." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Jackie Chan's explanation, while Xiaolin watched this move attentively. At this time, the two people on the field turned their hands into flower buds and placed them on their waists. They shouted turtle-style Qigong wave at the same time, and two extremely powerful light beams emitted from their hands. There was a burst of explosions. Only one person was left on the field, Li Yu, and Sun Wukong was rushed out of the field by the air wave of Turtle School Qigong. Due to the loss of a lot of Sun Wukong's physical strength, Sun Wukong had already fallen asleep at this moment, and Li Yu is better and can barely stand on the ring. Therefore, the winner of this game is Li Yu. Chapter 28. The competition between Li Yu and Sun Wukong came to an end soon. The winner of the competition was undoubtedly Li Yu, and Sun Wukong, the runner-up in the original work, did not even enter the top 4 because of Li Yu's arrival. However, Sun Wukong is not without gains. Although Sun Wukong did not win the title of runner-up at this time, Sun Wukong's fighting power is much stronger than in the original work. After the intervention of Li Yu, a time traveler, Sun Wukong's combat power has been significantly more than doubled than in the original work. Li Yu speculates that Sun Wukong's current combat power should be 120, and Li Yu predicts that his own combat power should be around 130. As for Xiaolin, the improvement speed of the Earth's system is not very fast, but it has also improved a lot. Li Yu estimates that Xiaolin's combat effectiveness should be weaker than that at the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Xiaolin's combat effectiveness should be around 75. Although it is not as good as Li Yu and his party, it is far more than Yamcha. Yamcha's combat effectiveness in this world's No. 1 martial arts tournament is 35. In the original book, after Sun Wukong experienced the world's best martial arts tournament, he went out to find the Dragon Balls to practice and improve his cultivation. At that time, Sun Wukong's cultivation level went through a series of battles, and his combat effectiveness in the 22nd World's Best Martial Arts Tournament was its 180, which is comparable to Tianjin Rice. Li Yu believes that when Sun Wukong meets Tianjin Fan will definitely not be Sun Wukong's opponent. Being able to have such combat effectiveness is also thanks to Li Yu thinking about Vegeta's training method in the original work, using gravity to stimulate himself. However, Li Yu was practicing at Kame Senin at the time and there was no gravity room, and Bulma was not in his own around. Even if Li Yu asked Bulma to make a gravity chamber for practice, he would not be rushed in time. Fortunately, Gaixianwu faces the sea, so Li Yu thought of diving into the deep sea every day and using the pressure of sea water to practice. Li Yu thought of this method, and after testing it, he made some progress. In this way, Li Yu took Sun Wukong and Xiaolin to practice every day. Xiaolin's body is too fragile for this kind of exercise, and he can only last for a short time each time. Li Yu predicts that Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness will definitely increase significantly after the world's best martial arts tournament. After all, the Scion system is that the more you fight, the braver you become, and Li Yu's combat effectiveness will also increase after this tournament. A lot of increase, after all, Li Yu is now a Scion system. The world's best martial arts tournament will soon come to an end. The host announced the top 4 contestants in today's competition, namely, Xiaolin Nemo Jackie Chan, Turtle Immortal, Li Yu. Due to the serious damage to the competition venue and the excessive fatigue of the contestants, the conference decided that the competition would be held in the final 3 days later. Just when the host announced his exit, Li Yu and 4 other people stepped down from the stage. After opening, Li Yu and Xiaolin got together, Nanwu returned to his room, and Jackie Chan, Turtle Immortal, Li Yu guessed where the old man went to change his clothes. At this time, Li Yu looked at Xiaolin and said, "Xiaolin, how is Wukong doing?" Xiaolin said, "Brother Li, Wukong is fine. Don't worry. That kid is just too weak and is asleep now." Li Yu said, "Okay, then I'm relieved." At this time, Yam Sha also came up and said, "Li Yu, the match between you and Wukong was really exciting. To be honest, I may no longer be your opponent against Wukong, but even so, I will still speed up my training and try to catch up as soon as possible. You guys. But I still want to congratulate you and Xiaolin on reaching the semi-finals." Li Yu was very grateful when he heard Yamcha's blessing. As for Yamcha's words about catching up with Li Yu and Sun Wukong, Li Yu could only smile slightly. Yamcha could say such things only because of Yamcha. Cha's current vision is only on the earth. In the original book, Yamcha met many powerful people, but he reached his limit, and finally gave up on himself and gave up his identity as a martial artist. Of course, Li Yu did not want to face him. Yam Sha followed the old path in the original work. After all, they are the only few powerful warriors on the earth, but this kind of thing is hard to say. Let everything take its course. Li Yu, Xiaolin, and others walked out of the venue. Li Yu then he was hugged by Bulma who was waiting outside. Bulma said to Li Yu, "Li Yu, are you okay? That match between you and Wukong really scared me to death. Do you know how strong I am? I'm worried about you." When Xiaolin and Yam Sha saw this, they walked away with a very tacit understanding. After all, not everyone is a single-celled creature like Sun Wukong. Li Yu was very moved when he saw Bulma. After all, Li Yu once imagined that he could have a girlfriend who can worry about him. Seems like a dream to Li Yu, but reality tells Li Yu that it is all true. Now Li Yu has a group of good friends who can work hard together, and a girlfriend who can worry about him. Li Yu vowed that he must become the strongest so that he can protect everything. Li Yu looked at Bulma and said softly, "Don't worry, your boyfriend is the strongest in the world." What a strong person! I'm saying that Wukong and I both have a sense of propriety, so don't worry anymore, okay? This will make me feel bad. Bulma blushed when she heard Li Yu's words, and then she lay on the man's body lovingly, because at this moment, Bulma felt an unprecedented sense of security in Li Yu's body. At this time, Li Yu remembered one thing said to Bulma, "By the way, Bulma, I have something to ask you." When Bulma heard that Li Yu had something to ask him for, she said to Li Yu, "There is nothing left to say between us. Your matter is my matter." Li Yu said, "Well, Can you help me build 2 mobile gravity chambers with 100 times the gravity, making 150 times? Bulma said to Li Yu, gravity room, what is Li Yu going to do? Li Yu looked at Bulma and said, yes, I feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck. I think I still need some pressure to stimulate myself, so I'll leave it to you, okay, my Bulma. Bulma said to Li Yu, that will cause harm to your body. Do you really want to do that? When Bulma saw Li Yu's firm eyes, she knew that Li Yu had already decided on this matter. Even if she didn't help Li Yu, I'm afraid Li Yu would find someone else to do it, and Bulma could only agree. Li Yu saw Bulma agreeing, he happily kissed Bulma. Now it's good. With the gravity chamber, Li Yu believes that his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Li Yu has thought about it. Li Yu and Sun Wukong use 100 times. As for Xiaolin's system, it is 2, the difference can only be 50 times. Soon, Li Yu and Bulma went to see Sun Wukong. By this time, Sun Wukong had already woken up, but of course the first thing Sun Wukong did when he woke up was to eat. After all, he had consumed so much energy. At the dinner table, Sun Wukong said to Li Yu while eating, Brother Li, you are really too strong, but I will definitely defeat Li Yu next time. And Bulma said to the turtle immortal, I said, old man, competition, where were you when you were there? Why didn't you even watch your apprentice's game? I think you must have gone somewhere to peek at the little girl. Xiaolin also said, yes. Master, you don't know that we have also seen your younger brother. Your younger brother is really strong. But it's a pity you didn't see it. Kamizenran almost bit his tongue when he heard Xiaolin talking about his younger brother. Kamizenran couldn't say that his brother was himself, so Kamizenran made the mistake of saying this. After 3 days of rest, the finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament will begin soon. Chapter 29. 3 days passed quickly, but Bulma left early. Li Yu agreed with Bulma that after the world's best martial arts meeting is over, Li Yu will put down what he is doing and come back to find her. Bulma left early. I went back just to prepare Li Yu's gravity room. Today is the final of the world's best martial arts conference. After drawing lots, the remaining 4 people, Li Yu, Jackie Chan, Kamizenan, Xiaolin, Nan Wu and others, were decided by drawing lots. The 4 were Li Yu versus Nan Wu, and Jackie Chan versus Xiaolin. In the first game, Li Yu versus Nan Wu, although there was no competition between Li Yu and Xiaolin in the whole process. Sun Wukong is wonderful, but it also has a different flavor. Nemo's hometown can be said to be seriously short of water now, so Nemo is fighting for the prize money of the #1 martial arts club in the world. He can buy some water back to solve his urgent needs, so it can be said that Nan Wu's fighting spirit was the highest in the entire competition. Unfortunately, Nan Wu's opponent was too powerful. At this time, after Li Yu's battle with Sun Wukong, it can be said that his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Li Yu predicts that his combat power should reach about 140 at this time. Thanks to the system of scions getting stronger as they fight, it can be said that Li Yu has now surpassed Kame Sennin. Kame Sennin's combat power in this world's best martial arts tournament, it was 139. At this time, Nan Wu could not even beat Klin. Nan Wu's attacks on the field could be said to be vigorous, but even Nan Wu's fighting spirit was ignited to the extreme, but now Nan Wu could not even defeat Li Yu. The corners of Li Yu's clothes were not touched. The whole game can be said to be that anyone with a discerning eye can see that the situation on the field is completely out of Nan Wu's control. Because Li Yu's combat effectiveness is much higher than Nan Wu's level, so many of Nan Wu's unique skills have been sealed by Li Yu. There is no way that at this time, Nan Wu's fist hit Li Yu's body, as if he was massaging Li Yu, as if a baby was challenging an adult. Yes, there is no suspense. At this time, the turtle immortal outside the court was shocked when he saw Li Yu's movement speed. In the eyes of the turtle immortal, this disciple's combat effectiveness has far exceeded his imagination. The next game will be even if he fights with Li Yu, he may not be able to defeat Li Yu. It seems that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It's time for me, an old man, to retire. This world belongs to young people. On the court, Li Yu looked at Nanwu with a desperate look. Sanlang's look, remembering the reason why Nahu participated in the world's best martial arts conference, Li Yu sighed, "Nahu, give up. You can't beat me." Nanwu was stunned after hearing Li Yu's words. Nanwu knew that he was far from Li Yu's opponent. It was impossible for him to defeat Li Yu. Nanwu wanted to admit defeat, but he thought of the villagers at home who were still waiting for him to return. Nanwu gritted his teeth and said, "Li Yu, I respect your strength, but I must win this game. Even if I die in this arena, I will never admit defeat." Although Li Yu appreciates Nanwu very much, the game is just a game. Li Yu will never give the results of victory to others. This is an insult to a martial arts practitioner. So Li Yu decided to decide the outcome with the next move. Right. At this time, Nanwu also saw Li Yu's determination. At this time, Nanwu also held on to the last illusory hope and said loudly, "This is my last hope, look at my sky cross fist." I saw Nawu suddenly jumping into the sky, just like Li Yu was about to use the sun fist, but Nawu didn't even know how to use qi, so naturally he couldn't float in the sky. I saw Nawu jump after going up high in the sky, then make it with both hands. The shape is placed on the chest, and then the head is turned downwards, making a downward free fall motion. With the impact of the fall, it hits the opponent's neck, giving the opponent a fatal blow. In the original work, Nanwu said that people who are hit by this move will not wake up for 10 days, but this move is of no use against Li Yu, who is much stronger than Nanwu. At this time, Li Yu has a combat power of 140. It can be said that his physical body is much stronger than that of Nanwu. Even if Sun Wukong, who was only about 60 years old in the original work, used this move, he would be over immediately. Li Yu watched Nanwu use the sky cross fist, and he stood there without panicking or hiding, just waiting for Nawu's arrival. At this time, Nanwu was a little angry when he saw Li Yu's indifferent attitude towards his move. After all, this move was considered a move that he had practiced hard for many years. At this time, Nanwu decided to use 100% of his own strength. 100 efforts to respond to Li Yu. In just an instant, Nanwu had completed this move, rushed in front of Li Yu, and hit Li Yu hard on the neck. Li Yu felt that the impact of this move should be between 50 and 60. No wonder the hit in the original work was Sun Wukong fainted. However, this move was a bit miscalculated against Li Yu. In Li Yu's opinion, the power of this move was like a massage for himself. Not to mention quite comfortable. Nanwu's eyes widened at this time. Seeing that Li Yu had not been hurt at all, Nanwu already knew that he had no hope at all. Just when Li Yu was about to attack, Nanwu spoke, and Nawu admitted defeat to the referee. Yes, Nanwu admitted defeat. Li Yu heard it right. Nanwu said to Li Yu at this time, "Congratulations, you won this game. You are really strong. It is not unfair for me to lose to you." Li Yu watching Nawu walk off the ring after finishing speaking, Li Yu did not stop Nawu, because Li Yu knew that in the end the Turtle Immortal would give Nanwu a universal capsule so that Nawu could temporarily solve the water problem in their village. Li Yu is not acting as a good person. Besides, Li Yu is not a saint, and he cannot help anyone who is in trouble. Li Yu only needs to protect the interests of himself and his friends. Therefore, the winner of this game is Li Yu, and Xiaolan's game will begin soon. Li Yu is also looking forward to this game. Li Yu knows the result of this game. No matter Xiaolan's combat effectiveness has improved a lot, Li Yu knows that Xiaolan is still no match for Kami Zenran. Xiaolan still needs a lot of training as an earthling. The next game was just as Li Yu guessed. Just like the game between Li Yu and Nanwu, the situation on the court was also one-sided, except that Xiaolin and Kame Senin were replaced. At this moment, Xiaolin was struggling to attack, but he had no choice but to defeat Kame Senin. Fortunately, Kame Senin guided Xiaolin while fighting, and Xiaolin actually practiced the Kame-style Qigong wave 3 years earlier than in the original work. However, even if Xiaolin has Kame-style Qigong wave, the result is that Xiaolin loses. The winner of this game is Kame Senin. Soon the host announced the 2 contestants competing for the championship and runner-up, Li Yu and Jackie Chan, Kame Zenren. At the request of the venue, the battle for the championship and runner-up will be held tomorrow. At this time, both Li Yu and Zenren are looking forward to the arrival of this master-disciple battle. Chapter 30. Today is the final of the world's #1 martial arts conference. To be honest, Li Yu knows that his strength should be similar to that of the current Turtle Immortal. Even so, Li Yu is still not completely sure that he can beat the Turtle Immortal. Although Kame Senin's combat experience is stronger than his own, with his current combat effectiveness and the Scion's stronger physique as he fights, Li Yu is not without a chance to win. At this time, both Sun Wukong and Xiaolin came to cheer Li Yu. Sun Wukong and Xiaolin both expressed that they wanted Li Yu to teach Jackie Chan a lesson and avenge Xiaolin or want Li Yu to win the game. On the other side of the room, after hearing Xiaolin's words, the sharp-eared Turtle Immortal had already thought of Xiaolin's practice plan. Li Yu thought that if these 2 people knew who they were fighting, they wouldn't be so relaxed. After all, the title of Turtle Immortal and the world's #1 martial arts god is still deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This is no longer the era in the later stages of Dragon Ball, when Turtle Senin was reduced to a passerby. However, Xiaolin and others still have what they want, so Li Yu must win this time. Since it is the master's test, you are welcome. There is something different about Li Yu today. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that something is missing from Li Yu today. Yes, Li Yu pulled out his tail. Because Li Yu remembered the decisive battle between Sun Wukong and Turtle Immortal in the original work, and knew that there would be a full moon on this day, Li Yu was afraid that he would accidentally see the moon and turn into a gorilla, which would be bad, and Sun Wukong's tail a few days ago when it grew out, Li Yu unkindly pulled it out. This is no joke. Now both Li Yu and Sun Wukong have a combat power of more than 120. When they become gorillas, their combat power will increase tenfold. By then, they will have a combat power of more than 1,200. A combat power of 1,200 will probably be on Earth today. Now the gods with the highest combat power are no match, let alone 2. Li Yu knew that his Scion bloodline came from Sun Wukong. The gorilla that Sun Wukong turned into had no trace of rationality. 2 gorillas who were full of violence and thoughtlessness and had a combat power of more than 1,200, still destroyed the earth. Li Yu couldn't even imagine it. Without further ado, the game started soon. The host announced the start of the game, and Li Yu and Zenren came onto the stage. Li Yu looked at Jackie Chan played by Kame Immortal and said, "Mr. Jackie Chan, I will definitely use all my strength to deal with this game. Of course, please don't hold anything back." Kame Immortal has long seen that Li Yu has discovered it. Knowing his identity, Li Yu wants to use all his strength to fight against him. It seems that Li Yu is going to graduate early. You might as well let me see if your current strength can be approved by me. At this time, the sound of a gong was heard, and the host said loudly, "The best martial arts conference in the world has officially begun." Li Yu's whole body tensed up at this time, and he looked at the Turtle Immortal carefully, and the Turtle Immortal seemed to be very calm at this time. Yun Dan was actually very unsure in his heart. After the first few games, Li Yu's strength was already equal to his own in the eyes of Turtle Immortal, or even stronger than that of Turtle Immortal. While the Turtle Immortal was still in his reverie, Li Yu made a move. Since the Turtle Immortal would not attack, he would strike first. At this time, Zenren saw that Li Yu's fist was about to hit him, and he hurriedly dodged sideways. However, after all, Gaixianren had rich practical experience. When Gaixianren dodged sideways, Gaixianren used one foot as an axis. He turned around and attacked Li Yu. Li Yu clearly understood Gaixianren's plan. Li Yu waved his hand and punched, and the fist of Gaixianren collided heavily. The powerful energy surged through the fists of both sides, separating Li Yu and Gaixianren. Although the two sides were just testing each other, Gaixianren was still shocked by Li Yu's reaction ability and mastery of speed and power. If ordinary martial arts masters would only be defensive against Gaixianren's attack just now, Li Yu could still be defensive. Case of attack. It can be seen that Li Yu's current cultivation level and experience against enemies are already on par with his own. Thinking about this, Turtle Immortal nodded with satisfaction. After all, Li Yu is his apprentice, and Turtle Immortal is quite pleased that his apprentice is promising. At this time, Li Yu and Gaixianren launched attacks at the same time. At this time, they didn't have much skills anymore. They were all punch-to-flesh attacks. The two people were on the stage with extremely fast attack speed and power, which stunned everyone in the audience. People. At this time, Yamsha and Xiaolin saw the two people on the stage bursting with speed and strength, and said in shock, "These two people are really too strong." Everyone has already thought of Li Yu being so powerful, but they didn't expect that Jackie Chan's strength is actually he is also so strong. Xiaolin also said, "Yes. I thought that Jackie Chan had already used such strong power in the match between me and Jackie Chan, but I didn't expect that Jackie Chan's hidden strength is really too strong. It can be said that he is really worthy of it." Teacher Wu Tian's younger brother, Sun Wukong, saw the competition on the field and said excitedly, "Yes. If possible, I also want to compete with these two people." Yamsha and Xiaolin looked at Sun Wukong and thought at the same time. He said, "Maybe only Wukong can compare with the two people on the stage." At this time, Li Yu and Jackie Chan were locked in a stalemate. Upon seeing this, Li Yu quickly stepped aside and shouted, "After-image fist!" I saw Li Yu using the after-image fist, and the after-images he used surrounded Jackie Chan, everywhere around Jackie Chan. When testing which one was Li Yu's true body, Li Yu's true body rushed to Kame Immortal's side along with his own after-image. Just when the Turtle Immortal was dealing with the after-image of Li Yu's true body immediately flashed behind the Turtle Immortal and used the Turtle-style Qigong wave. The Turtle Immortal reacted immediately. After the Turtle Immortal turned around, it was already too late. Already, Li Yu's Turtle-style Qigong wave has rushed in front of him, and the Turtle Immortal can only use his hands to keep it low. Although Li Yu's Turtle-style Qigong was blocked by the Turtle Immortal with his hands, the air wave of the Turtle-style Qigong still rushed the Turtle Immortal out of the field. In everyone's eyes, the Turtle Immortal was already defeated, but in Li Yu's eyes, there was no need for it. The joy of victory, Kame Sennin's fighting experience is not something ordinary people can measure. Sure enough, just when Kame Immortal was about to land, Kame Immortal roared, "Look at the waves of my Kame-style Qigong." I saw Kame Sennin found an open space and used the power of Kame-style Qigong to rush back onto the arena. Yamsha saw Kame Sennin using the Turtle-style Qigong wave, and said in disbelief, "How could he use the Turtle-style Qigong wave? How could he do it?" Xiaolin said, "After all, he is the younger brother of Teacher Wu Tian, and he can use the Turtle-style Qigong wave. It's not impossible." At this time, after Gaixianren landed, he wanted to see Li Yu's expression, but he didn't see Li Yu's figure on the field. Where did Li Yu go? Chapter 31. Turtle Immortal landed on the ring at this time and did not find Li Yu. Because Turtle Immortal used his back to the ring when using Turtle-style Qigong, he did not know much about the situation on the field. At this time, Turtle Immortal discovered that Li Yu was on the field. All people are looking at the sky. At this time, Gaixianren thought of a possibility, and saw Gaixianren suddenly raised his head, and saw Li Yu actually floating above him, with his hands in front of his eyes, and saw Li Yu. Saw Gaixianren raised his head, and saw Li Yu. Without a word of nonsense, he shouted, "Sun Fist!" Li Yu used the Sun Fist with all his strength, and Li Yu's body emitted a bright light. Li Yu's strength improved a lot when he fought against Sun Wukong. A big improvement. I saw that Li Yu's Sun Fist was launched longer and brighter this time, and the turtle immortal fell into Li Yu's way without any preparation. At this time, Li Yu saw that the turtle immortal had been hit by his own trick. At this time, Li Yu did not dare to be careless. He only saw Li Yu leaning over and rushing over. He tried the turtle-style Qigong wave against the turtle immortal again. This time, the turtle immortal even there was no chance to stop him, so he was knocked off the stage by Li Yu. At this time, the championship status of the world's best martial arts conference was taken by Li Yu. Li Yu's arrival has changed history. Kame Senin, who was supposed to win the championship this time, only got the runner-up, and Sun Wukong, the original runner-up, was squeezed out by Li Yu just after entering the finals of the world's #1 martial arts conference. However, everyone's strength has been greatly increased because of Li Yu's existence. No one cares about these so-called champions' false reputations, and Li Yu himself doesn't care even more. For this Dragon Ball world where powerful enemies frequently appear, the only thing Li Yu wants to do is to improve himself and everyone's strength as much as possible. That's all. At this time, the host rushed to the ring and said loudly, "Dear viewers, the champion of this world's best martial arts conference has been chosen, and he is player Li Yu." Afterwards, Li Yu accepted the reward of the champion of the world's best martial arts conference. A bonus of 500,000 yuan. However, Li Yu guessed that the 500,000 bonus would be given to himself and Sun Wukong, the two big eaters, today, and they would eat them all. But it doesn't matter if they are happy, money is something that belongs to them. This time, the world's best martial arts conference has come to a perfect end with the arrival of Li Yu. In the evening, Li Yu and others ordered a large table of dishes at the restaurant to celebrate Li Yu's victory in the world's #1 martial arts conference. Then Li Yu expressed his thoughts. Li Yu told everyone that his strength had encountered a bottleneck. "I want to go out to practice in order to improve my strength." Turtle Immortal agreed. Li Yu has now accomplished his studies and it is time to go out and exercise. As for Li Yu's safety, Turtle Immortal doesn't have much to worry about. After all, Li Yu seems to have defeated himself. Sun Wukong also said that he would go out to search for the Dragon Balls and retrieve the 4 planets left to him by his grandfather. And Sun Wukong said that he can practice while traveling. Turtle Immortal agreed with Sun Wukong's words, and Turtle Immortal also knew Sun Wukong's strength. When Xiaolin saw that Li Yu and Wukong were about to leave, he expressed reluctance. However, Xiaolin saw that these two people had already decided to leave, so he stopped trying to persuade them. Xiaolin said that he still wanted to continue practicing with Gaixianren, and Gaixianren said that what he knew now had been handed over to Li Yu and others, and the rest relied on his own comprehension ability. In fact, Kame Senin has one more thing, that is, after his disciples have left, he will have a chance to be alone with Lan Qi, and if Xiaolin still doesn't leave, isn't this just a living light bulb? It's really bright. However, Xiaolin's strength does still have some shortcomings, so it's better to stay by his side. Soon after everyone stayed together for a few days, they immediately parted ways. Since Li Yu was going to see Bulma, he wanted to see if the gravity room was ready. It happened that Sun Wukong needed the Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Balls, and he also needed to find Bulma, so the two of them hit the road together. During this period, Sun Wukong wanted to ride the somersault cloud, but was stopped by Li Yu. Li Yu knew that in more than 10 years in the Dragon Ball world, the somersault cloud would be eliminated, and Wukong technique was gradually used by Dragon Ball warriors, not to mention the emergence of Wukong technique. It can fly in the sky, and can also speed up the user's application of Qi. In this way, due to sufficient time, Li Yu asked Sun Wukong to give up using somersault clouds, and Li Yu taught Sun Wukong the air dance. To say that Sun Wukong is definitely a martial arts genius, Li Yu just briefly talked about the principle of the air dance. Sun Wukong then thoroughly mastered the application of Wukong technique. Since the energy of the two of them was relatively weak at this time, the two of them kept flying and flying throughout the day. When they couldn't fly, the two of them walked on foot. Although they were not as fast as somersault clouds, their strength was real. Increase. After several days of practice, the two of them were able to practice flying for a day and a night, and the speed of Wukong Jutsu was nearly twice as fast as that of somersault clouds. In this way, the two of them quickly arrived at where Bulma was. City. The two people randomly asked someone for directions to the Magnum Capsule Company. The Capsule Company was one of the largest companies in the Dragon Ball world. Soon they found out the exact address. They used the Wukong technique to fly to the Magnum Company. Bulma knew that Li Yu was coming at this time, and had already asked for a month's leave from school. She was waiting for Li Yu at home and making a gravity chamber for Li Yu. At this time, Bulma heard the housekeeper robot outside the door saying that someone was coming. I guessed that Li Yu might have come to visit. When Bulma opened the door and took a look, she couldn't help but throw herself into Li Yu's arms. Li Yu had missed Bulma very much for such a long time, but at this time there was Sun Wukong next to him and he had to restrain himself. Bulma also knew the purpose of Sun Wukong at this time, so she invited Li Yu and Sun Wukong to her home. Li Yu saw that Bulma's home had nothing on the outside, but it was very big inside, and there was also a zoo. The animals raised here were not tigers. The lion ones, damn, they were all dinosaurs and monsters. According to Bulma, these were all little pets raised by her father. After hearing Bulma's words, Li Yu looked at the little pet Bulma was talking about. Li Yu couldn't help but think, your dad is really a weird flower. If your dad goes to the Ultraman world, where will there be an Ultraman? At this time, Li Yu saw that there seemed to be an old man watering the flowers in front of him. If Li Yu's guess was correct, that man should be Bulma's father. Sure enough, Bulma's words verified Li Yu's conjecture. Unexpectedly, the first sentence the old man saw was to ask Li Yu if he had a relationship with Bulma. When I first watched Dragon Ball, I felt that Bulma's parents were open enough. This is so famous that it is better to meet. Chapter 32. There lived a cat immortal who lived for hundreds of years in Kalon Tower. Legend has it that the cat immortal had super holy water in his hands that could greatly increase the strength of warriors. Legend has it that drinking the super holy water could lead to the best in the world. For hundreds of years, countless martial artists have come to Kalon Tower to challenge for this purpose. Unfortunately, Kalon Tower is so high that you can't even see the edge when you look up. Most people often climb halfway up the mountain. And was forced to give up the challenge. Over the years, only a few people have successfully climbed to the top of Kalon Tower. The most famous among them is Teacher Wushan, the current god of martial arts. As usual, the cat immortal stood on the edge of the Kalon Tower, watching to see if anyone could climb to the top of the tower to accept his test. In fact, super holy water is just a pot of ordinary water. What really increases the strength of martial arts masters is to climb to the top of the tower into the clouds to enhance their strength. This is just the first step, and the next step is to accept it. Exercises of the cat immortal. In fact, the legend of Kalon Taw's super holy water is not false. There is a kind of sacred water in Kalon Taw called super holy water. Drinking this sacred water can increase the combat effectiveness of martial arts masters by half. However, this kind of divine water also has a fatal flaw, that is, this kind of divine water is highly poisonous. As long as you are immortal after drinking it, your strength will increase significantly. At this time, not far from Kalon Tower, a person was flying towards Kalon Tower. This person was Li Yu. Li Yu stayed at Bulma's home for nearly a month, and Sun Wukong originally wanted to get it. Dragon Ball radar left, but due to the gravity chamber, Li Yu kept Sun Wukong for a period of time. Because of the help of Bulma's father, a genius scientist, Bulma quickly made the gravity chamber that Li Yu wanted. There are 3 sets in total, one is 100 times, one is 50 times, 2 sets are 100 times, and the other is 50 times. The second one was prepared for Xiaolin alone. This gravity chamber is adjusted from 5 times the gravity of the Earth. You must know that in the original Xian story, Sun Wukong has a fighting power of 420 at full strength. After death, he goes to Kai's planet to practice. The gravity of Kai's planet is 10 times that of the Earth. Sun Wukong, who had a combat power of 420 at the time, still felt uncomfortable. At this time, the fighting power of Li Yu and Sun Wukong is much stronger than in the original work. Li Yu's fighting power should have reached 240 at this time, while Sun Wukong is about the same as Li Yu at around 230. This is already amazing, so their combat values have surpassed that of the current old Demon King Piccolo. It can be said that the humans on the earth now, Tao Bibai, who was stronger in the early stage, and Tianjin Fan and others are far from being the opponents of Sun Wukong and Li Yu. Li Yu believes that Sun Wukong's journey to find the Dragon Balls can exercise his state of mind. Let's take a trip that comes and goes. In the original work, Sun Wukong is practicing on the Kaio planet. He is guided by Kaio, a god who has lived for thousands of years. Although Kaio's combat effectiveness is not very high, the Kaio's martial arts experience and the gravity that is 10 times heavier than on Earth, Sun Wukong in a short period of time, the combat power jumped from 420 to 8,000. It can also be seen that Sun Wukong is really an out-and-out martial arts genius. And Li Yu believes that even without the guidance of the King of Kai, when Sun Wukong adapts to the training in the gravity room these days, Sun Wukong will not say whether it is possible to surpass Vegeta, but it is still possible to surpass Sun Wukong's brothers Rajdi and Nappa. As for surpassing Vegeta, Li Yu felt that it was a bit early. After all, the living environment was different, and the universe was much crueler than the Earth. But Li Yu is different. Li Yu still knows what cheating magical powers there are in the Dragon Ball world. After all, as a time traveler, Li Yu still has some privileges. Otherwise, he will be afraid of relying on his own hard work little by little. At the later stage, he was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. When Li Yu and Sun Wukong separated, he specifically taught Sun Wukong the method to use, and asked Sun Wukong to bring Klin's gravity chamber to Klin, so that Sun Wukong would be separated from Li Yu in advance. Li Yu knew that there would be many things when Sun Wukong went there. Strong enemies are waiting for him, but in front of Sun Wukong now, I am afraid that no one on earth can deal with him except the gods in the sky and himself. After Li Yu had a brief relationship with Bulma, Bulma knew that Li Yu was a person who did great things, so she did not stop Li Yu. However, on the last night, Bulma took the initiative to give herself to Li Yu. That night Li Yu was never forget it for the rest of your life. The next day, Li Yu used the air dance technique to fly to Kalin Tower from Bulma's home. Li Yu had already thought about his first stop as a traveler, which was Kalin Tower. Li Yu's goal was the super beast in the hands of the cat immortal. Divine water and fairy beans. Although the super divine water is poisonous, Li Yu thought that the poisonous super divine water may be because the medicinal properties of the super divine water are so overbearing that the human system on Earth cannot withstand the overbearing energy impact of the super divine water, and Li Yu now has scions. The bloodline can be regarded as a scion. In the original work, Sun Wukong has nothing to do. It seems that Li Yu should give it a try. Also, no matter how seriously injured you are in Dragon Ball, as long as you eat a fairy bean before you die, you will be alive and kicking immediately. In Li Yu's opinion, this fairy bean is the most powerful prop in the Dragon Ball world. In the future, if Li Yu wants to improve his strength, he will inevitably use fairy beans. According to the original work, the yield of fairy beans is extremely low, only a few dozen per year, and the Nico Immortal is only one. The fairy beans are compressed biscuits that can keep you hungry for 10 days, and the Nico Immortal doesn't like to eat them. This fairy bean, so the cat immortal has accumulated several jars in his long life. Li Yu seems to think that the fairy beans in Dragon Ball were originally made from several jars of fairy beans, maybe tens of thousands of them. In the end, they were all gone. Li Yu thinks it was the fat swordsman Akilobe who caused the timidity in the original work. Every time the earth is about to suffer disaster, this guy hides. Moreover, this guy also ate the fairy beans as fried beans, which led to the decrease of the fairy beans and even the warrior points of the last fairy beans. Li Yu thought, if he met Yaki Lobe, he would definitely be angry. Gong asked him to see the king of hell. Save yourself the trouble. As for letting the cat immortal train him, Li Yu felt that there was no need for it. In order to save time, Li Yu decided to get what Li Yu wanted to get. After that, Li Yu went to the spiritual time room of the god to exercise for a day, not to mention the cheats of Dragon Ball Warrior. There are just too many. If you encounter a strong enemy and you don't have time to train, I will leave you a mental time room. 1 day outside and 1 year inside, you can say it is irritating or not. Because Li Yu did not hide his aura, the cat immortal on the Kalin Tower already knew that someone stronger than him had arrived. In this way, the cat immortal was also more curious about how other than those few people in the world. There were also people he didn't know, so the cat immortal became curious. Chapter 33. Cat immortal, who has lived for hundreds of years, saw Li Yu landing in front of him and said, I was just thinking about who came here, but I didn't expect it to be you. Is that guy turtle immortal okay? Li Yu saw the cat immortal seemed to know him when he saw him, and said doubtfully, have you seen me? The cat immortal said pretentiously, of course, I am an immortal on the Kalin Tower in this world. I can do anything. Li Yu heard the cat fairy's pretentious face. If Li Yu was not from this world, he would believe it. But who is Li Yu? The legendary time traveler, the plot of Dragon Ball. Li Yu has not seen it 800 times, but there are also 1,000 all over. Li Yu knew that there was a water altar in the house of the cat immortal that could see the human world. As for the cat immortal knowing the turtle immortal also successfully climbed to the Kalin Tower and received training from the cat immortal, and his skills greatly increased. Li Yu was puzzled. The gods in the Dragon Ball world always liked to spy on others. Li Yu had already guessed that he and others might have been spied on by the cat fairy. Li Yu looked at the cat immortal and said, well, Master Turtle Immortal is very good. Thank you for your concern. I came here this time to ask the cat immortal for help. After hearing what Li Yu said, the cat immortal said, you are come to find the super holy water. From what I see, your strength won't be improved much even if you get the super holy water, so you'd better leave. After hearing what the cat immortal said, Li Yu smiled and said, Your Excellency, the cat immortal, I'm not here to find super holy water. Are you saying that super holy water can really improve your strength? I don't know much about reading, so don't lie to me. Cat Immortal looked at Li Yu's expression and knew that Li Yu already knew the secret of super holy water. Cat Immortal was embarrassed. He said to Li Yu, how do you know? You are right. It seems that the old pervert Turtle Immortal told you. See if I don't deal with him next time. Li Yu did not expect that Cat Immortal actually misunderstood, but Li Yu did not clarify. Since I have a master to take the blame for myself, so be it, I can't say that I saw it from the comics. Immediately, the cat immortal said, then what's the matter with you? Li Yu said, I heard that immortal you have a kind of medicine called fairy beans here. Can you give me some? Li Yu is a bit shameless and wants to get it. After all, it's the famous magical medicine in the Dragon Ball world. After hearing Li Yu's words, the cat immortal said, hi. I thought it was something, wasn't it just fairy beans? As much as you want, as much as you want. Li Yu couldn't believe it after hearing the words of the cat immortal. When did this fairy bean become a thing on the street? But then Li Yu figured it out. In the early days of the Dragon Ball world, fairy beans were a thing used to fill the stomach. People here have not discovered the value of fairy beans at all. That guy Cabello even eats fairy beans as a snack. As a result, the yield of fairy beans, which was already extremely low, ended up being divided among several soldiers. After thinking about this, Li Yu quickly said to the cat immortal, "Yes, that's right, I just want these fairy beans. Where did you store the fairy beans? Can you take me there?" When the cat immortal saw Li Yu so anxiously asking for fairy beans, he thought, is this Li Yu going to some wilderness to practice and can't find food, so he came to me to ask for fairy beans. After all, this fairy bean will eat one. I can guarantee that I won't be hungry for 10 days, so I must be like this. I am so smart. It's a pity that Li Yu can't hear what the cat immortal is saying, otherwise Li Yu will definitely beat the cat immortal. Damn it, the magic medicine in my eyes is in your hands. Are those compressed biscuits in his eyes? Li Yu followed the cat immortal to the place where fairy beans are stored. The cat immortal pointed to a dozen jars on the ground and said, "There are fairy beans in here. Take a look at how many you want. It doesn't matter, just take it. After all, I still have some friendship with your master." Li Yu saw the fairy beans piled all over the floor. Li Yu didn't expect that there were so many fairy beans now. Thinking of the miserable situation of the future warriors, Li Yu really wanted to move all these fairy beans away. Li Yu faced the cat. Fairy said, "The total amount of these fairy beans must be hundreds of thousands." After hearing Li Yu's words, the cat immortal thought for a moment and said, "That's almost it. I have lived for hundreds of years, and there is nothing to do. Although eating one of these fairy beans can keep me from being hungry for 10 days, I like to eat fish, but I really have no interest in these fairy beans. If the previous generation of immortal Carlin hadn't told me to breed these fairy beans, I wouldn't want to plant these useless things." Li Yu heard the cat immortal say that planting fairy beans was ordered by the previous generation Carlin immortal, and he figured it out. It seems that the previous generation Carlin immortal should know the function of fairy beans. Knowing the importance of fairy beans, he told the cat immortal to plant them, but why didn't the previous generation tell the cat immortal? Maybe the fairy beans themselves were not a product of the earth, but were obtained from the universe by the previous generation Carlin immortal. Maybe the previous generation knew that the power in the earth was too weak, and knew that ordinary people were not guilty. Why didn't you tell the cat immortal about the crime of having a jade? But that's fine. Li Yu thought that the cat immortal didn't know the function of the fairy beans, so he could take advantage of it. Ah! No, 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 it should be to protect the intangible cultural heritage. Putting it in his own hands is better than being eaten by Yaki Bello as a snack. Thinking about this, Li Yu put aside the burden in his heart, and saw Li Yu picking up the universal capsule and taking out jars one by one from the small warehouse. Transport it to the warehouse. The cat immortal next to him saw that Li Yu was emptying out all the goods at the bottom of his box. Although the cat immortal looked down on these fairy beans, he had to save some goods. Just in case something happened, the sky is running out of food, but what should I do? I thought the cat fairy here looked at the 2 jars of fairy beans left in the ground and were about to be moved away by Li Yu, and quickly stopped him and said, "Hey! Li Yu, you have to be merciful. Although I have no interest in this fairy bean, it will always be useful. You can't move them all away for me." Li Yu heard what the cat immortal said and thought about it. Yes, he is about to go to the universe to experience. Although there is protection from Sun Wukong on the earth, he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case, so he still keeps some fairy beans just in case. Just in case. Thinking about this, Li Yu said apologetically, "Sorry. Immortal Karin, I am a very down-to-earth person. You just said that you can move as many as you want. I couldn't control it for a while, so I'll just take these dozen altars. After Cat Immortal heard Li Yu's words, he couldn't help complaining in his heart. This Li Yu is really Turtle Immortal's disciple. He is as thick-skinned as the city wall. Hey, I hope this ancestor will not value other things, otherwise this kid will seem to be stronger than himself. He is still strong. If he is robbed by force, he really can't defeat him. Chapter 34. Li Yu packed all the fairy beans into the small warehouse, and then stored them in the universal capsule. Li Yu looked at the universal capsule in his hand and thought, with these universal capsules, he has some guarantees in future battles. Even if he returns to the real world, with these nearly 100,000 fairy beans, it is more than enough to be a magic stick. Of course, this is just a casual thought of Li Yu. To make iron, you need to be tough. Only when you are strong can you be tough. Reason. As for the super divine water, Li Yu still hoped to get it at first, but Li Yu gave up in the end. This super divine water was said to be a miracle medicine, but in Li Yu's opinion, it was almost like poison. Although the super divine water may not be able to poison himself, Li Yu still doesn't want to try this kind of medicine that destroys the body to increase strength. There are many methods in the Dragon Ball world that can increase strength without side effects. Therefore, the super divine water should be reserved for Sun Wukong, who has his own aura. However, according to the current speed of Sun Wukong's cultivation, there should be no need for the super divine water. Even if Demon King Piccolo is resurrected, he can even return to his youthful appearance. I'm afraid that by then he will no longer be Sun Wukong's opponent, so Xiaolin and the others will not sacrifice their lives in vain. Then Li Yu asked the Cat Immortal about the gods, and the Cat Immortal had no doubts about Li Yu knowing about him, because the Turtle Immortal once practiced on his Kalan pagoda. Li Yu was the disciple of the Turtle Immortal and knew that he was blameless, but Li Yu knew the whereabouts of the god, but it was a bit unbelievable. Even Gaixianren didn't know the existence of gods. How did Li Yu know about it? The Cat Immortal asked Li Yu with questions in his heart. Li Yu heard the words of the Cat Immortal and explained to the Cat Immortal that he knew about the existence of gods from an ancient book. He happened to have heard his master Turtle Immortal talk about Kalan Immortal, so he had the attitude of giving it a try. Let's ask Rishi Karan. Li Yu continued, I had doubts about the gods, but when I saw your expression, Immortal Carlin, I knew it was true. I wonder if Immortal Carlin can recommend you. Immortal Carlin heard this. After Li Yu's words, he said, yes, gods do exist. I can tell you the location of gods, but you have to go by yourself. I will not take you there. Li Yu was obviously a little scared to see Immortal Carlin. But when you think about the hierarchical status of the gods in the Dragon Ball world, you will understand. In the Dragon Ball world, if the gods see a higher level god than themselves, they must kneel down and salute. Li Yu looked at Immortal Carlin and then said, I wonder if Immortal Carlin can give me a recommendation. After all, God and I are strangers to each other, and I don't know if God will teach me. Immortal Cat said after hearing what Li Yu said. Okay, then I'll send Buddha to the west. You go up now. I won't go with you, but don't worry, I will contact the gods. I was going to the palace of the gods, and it still takes a while. It's a thing, but I think you can fly, so there's no need for it. Li Yu knew that the Cat Immortal was talking about Sun Wukong's wishful stick. The wishful stick was a stick that connected heaven and earth in the original work, and later became Sun Wukong's weapon. Later, Sun Wukong reconnected the wish-fulfilling stick to the heaven because he wanted to practice in heaven. Later, due to the improvement of combat level, this wish-fulfilling stick was gradually forgotten by Sun Wukong. But now it seems that Sun Wukong has listened to Li Yu's words and started to practice Wukong. It seems that Sun Wukong will not abandon the wishful stick in the future. In Li Yu's view, is Sun Wukong without the wishful stick still the Sun Wukong of his childhood? Next, after Li Yu heard the answer from the Cat Immortal, he said goodbye to the cat immortal and flew into the sky towards the palace of the god. At the top of the earth sky is the palace of the gods. On this circular palace, two people stand on the edge of the earth. One is completely black and dressed like an Indian. Next to him stands a man with an expression on his face. The old man was covered in dark green, with two tentacles on his head, leaning on a cane, and wearing a robe with divine characters printed on it. I saw that this man looked somewhat similar to Piccolo. These two people are the gods on earth, and the servants of the gods. The man dressed as a sun is the servant of the gods. His name is Bobo. Bobo said to the gods, "God, that person whom the immortal Kalin mentioned. It's almost coming up." God didn't speak after hearing Bobo's words, but nodded and said in his heart, "This person is really strong, it seems that he is close to me, I'm afraid if he practices a lot, even if he is the one who is not his opponent." At this time, Li Yu quickly flew to the top of the Kalin Tower. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Li Yu immediately sat on the ground and gasped. The air at the top of the tower was really thin. I almost couldn't fly and fell down. It's because I didn't practice enough. At this time, Li Yu found that no one was seen in the entire temple, and he didn't know where the god and his servant Bobo had gone. At this time, Li Yu heard a voice from behind him, "People from the lower world, we are here." Li Yu heard the sound and quickly turned around and saw two familiar characters, namely Tian Shen and Bobo. Li Yu almost didn't laugh when he saw these two people. This Bobo is really the same as in the animation, he is fat, short and dark. And what about the gods? You are truly a name Kian. It's so damn green. It's green from head to toe. Fortunately, the name Kians are androgynous. You have to do it yourself when giving birth, otherwise it won't look good if you have a green head every day. Seeing that Li Yu didn't show any panic because of his identity, God secretly nodded with satisfaction at Li Yu's inner qualities. God couldn't help but give Li Yu a high look. If Li Yu knew what the god was thinking, he would definitely say, "God is nothing. I even know the god of destruction, not to mention you, a little god of earth, who takes care of your own 1/3 of an acre of land all day long. I am the boss, and I don't care if I gave the position of the god of the earth to me for nothing." Although Li Yu really thinks so, the two people in front of Li Yu are indeed stronger than Li Yu now, and Li Yu can feel it, even if Mr. Bobo, who is the weakest, is only slightly stronger than Li Yu. Li Yu thought for a while and said to the god, "I think you are the god. I am a martial artist on the earth. Immortal Carlin recommended me to practice. Please teach me, Lord God." Li Yu finished speaking, and quietly waited for God's reply. Chapter 35. At this time, the god heard Li Yu's words and said, "Yes, it was indeed the guy Carlin who recommended you. I heard Carlin said you are very good." After hearing what the god said, Li Yu said modestly, Where, compared to the gods and this Mr. Bobo, I am still far behind." Li Yu still has self-awareness. Li Yu knows his current strength. Even though he can be ranked high on earth, he still can't do it. To the point of being invincible, at least the two people in front of him, Li Yu, are no match. If he leaves the universe, Li Yu will not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. When the gods saw Li Yu's performance, they nodded appreciatively. After all, Li Yu's strength is probably that no one on earth can be Li Yu's opponent except himself. Even Bobo next to him is 50-50 equal in strength to Li Yu in the eyes of the gods, but Bobo's combat experience is much higher than that of Li Yu. If they compete now, I'm afraid Li Yu has little chance of winning, but Li Yu is still young. You should be able to surpass yourself soon after some exercise. The god thought about this and said to Li Yu, "Your strength has improved very quickly. Now in my opinion, you must first improve your mental training and mastery of Qi. You can leave the rest first." After hearing the god's suggestion, Li Yu thought about it and felt that the god's words also made sense. Just like cultivation, his strength increased too fast and his state of mind did not match it, so he often said something that was crazy. Same. Although the world of Dragon Ball advocates strength and forgets the cultivation of state of mind, it does not make much sense. But don't forget that in the original work, Sun Wukong came to the heaven to practice after defeating the big demon King Piccolo, and Bobo first Sun Wukong practiced the state of mind. A large part of why Sun Wukong will achieve such high achievements in the future is due to his childhood practice. Just like Vegeta has no pursuit of power, so he can never catch up with Sun Wukong. Li Yu thought about this and said to the god, "God, what you said makes sense, then please teach me." The god looked at Li Yu at this time and appreciated it more and more. Generally, after reaching Li Yu's strength, he always looks like I look like the best in the world. No one has ever been so arrogant and impetuous as Li Yu. God looked at Li Yu and concluded that Li Yu's future achievements will definitely shock the ancient and modern times. At this time, the god said, "From today on, your practice will be led by Bobo. If you don't understand anything, just ask Bobo." Li Yu looked at Bobo and did not mean to look down on Bobo. After all, Bobo after Bo has been practicing for such a long time, he will always have some means. Li Yu looked at the god and said, "I understand, God, I will practice well with Mr. Bobo." After the god said this, he returned to his house. After Bobo saw the god leaving, he said to Li Yu, "Li Yu, come with me." Upon seeing this, Li Yu followed Bobo and said, "Mr. Bobo, I don't know what I want to do now. It's to chant sutras. Let's meditate." Bobo smiled and said to Li Yu, "No, just come with me." Soon Bobo took Li Yu to a small room and said, "From today on, you have to be alone. You can practice here for a year. There is plenty of food and other daily necessities here, and the temperature difference between day and night is huge, which can hone your character to a great extent." Li Yu said, "It is so magical, what is the name of this house?" After hearing what Li Yu said, Bobo said, "At this time, in the spiritual time room of heaven, you can practice in it for a year and only have one day outside. You are already very strong, so I have nothing left to give to you. The rest is up to you to understand." Li Yu heard Bobo's wry smile and said, "That's it, it's up to you to practice alone when the master leads you in." Li Yu thought he was going to do what Wukong wanted to practice in the original work. He didn't expect it to be so simple, but it's not that easy either. The temperature in this spiritual time room is like a desert. The temperature difference is huge and it's very hot during the day. It's cold at night, and it's possible to get lost in there and not find the exit. However, Li Yu has nothing to fear in his eyes. There will be many enemies in the future. How can he give up because of the current difficulties? Then Li Yu said to Bobo, "Mr. Bobo, I'm ready, then I'll go in." After speaking, Li Yu entered the spiritual time room, and Bobo outside the door looked at Li Yu who entered, and took out the alarm clock was waiting quietly outside the door. At this time, Li Yu entered the room and discovered that although it was daytime, there was no sun, and the gravity here was about 10 times that of the Earth. If it was the previous Li Yu, he might not be able to adapt. However, after being tested in Buell's gravity chamber, Li Yu could only say that he was indifferent to these gravity. At this time, Li Yu discovered that there was a house in this house. This was probably the only room in such a large space. Li Yu quickly entered the house. By the way, Li Yu hadn't eaten yet that day. Although cultivation is very important, does it also require a balance between work and rest? Chapter 36. The spiritual time room is located on the temple, where Li Yu is undergoing arduous training at this time. Food, water, and rooms are all available here, but the air here is thin and extremely hot. The temperature during the day is around 50 degrees Celsius, while at night the temperature here is between -40 degrees Celsius. The gravity here is 10 times the usual, and there is a space as vast as the Earth. Weak willpower and lack of concentration are prone to hallucinations. Li Yu knows that he will stay here for a year, and Li Yu is already ready. In the first few days after arriving here, Li Yu was still a little unaccustomed. The longer he stayed there, it seemed as if he was in another world, as if he had been caught in the illusion in Naruto, but at this time Li Yu completely insisted. He has lost his original intention, but it has no impact on Li Yu at this time. Li Yu has gradually gotten used to it. At this time, Li Yu was practicing in the gravity chamber made by Bulma for Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu could no longer feel anything about 10 times the gravity. The gravity chamber where Li Yu practiced had also been adjusted to 20 times the gravity. Fortunately, Li Yu carries the universal capsule with him, otherwise Li Yu would not be able to adapt to the environment here so quickly. The universal capsule in Li Yu's hand contains food and drink. Although there is no shortage of anything in the spiritual time house, the food here it's really far behind compared to what's thought outside. Li Yu looked at the food here and finally understood why Sun Wukong entered the spiritual time house for the first time and couldn't bear to leave after only staying for 2 months. Apart from the environment here, the most important thing is the food. After all, Sun Wukong's life hobby is have a meal? Of course, it was not the beginning of Z yet, and there were no strong enemies on the earth, so there was no strong training at that time. On this day, Li Yu thought of a way to quickly increase his combat effectiveness. Everyone knows that if a scion does not die after being seriously injured, his combat effectiveness can be doubled. Li Yu seemed to have thought of a wonderful plan at this time. Yes. Li Yu patted his forehead and said, after devouring Sun Wukong's bloodline, logically speaking, he should have the characteristics of a scion. Then he should be able to survive like a scion after being seriously injured. Wouldn't his combat effectiveness be doubled? Ordinarily, with the training he receives every day in the spiritual time house, Li Yu estimates that he must have nearly 1000 combat power. Li Yu can sense these powers every day. If he follows the characteristics of scions, wouldn't he have a way to quickly increase his strength? Shortcut: if you practice step by step, you may not know how long you will practice. Besides, this is a characteristic of the scion bloodline, which is much more powerful than taking drugs. After saying that he now has nearly hundreds of thousands of fairy beans in his hand, as long as he is seriously injured, he will eat the fairy beans immediately. Li Yu is very clear about the characteristics of fairy beans. No matter how injured he is, as long as he is not missing an arm after a broken leg, a fairy bean is taken, and the injured person immediately becomes full of energy. Li Yu thought that he would do it right away. He saw Li Yu take out the fairy beans from the universal capsule and put it in his mouth, but he seriously injured himself. Li Yu had never tried it, but for his own strength, Li Yu finally be ruthless and do it. I saw Li Yu stretched out his finger, used the whole wave, and shot through his stomach with one blow. Li Yu, who fell to the ground at this time, endured the pain and ate the fairy beans in his mouth. He saw that the fairy beans contained magical power. In an instant, the wounds on Li Yu disappeared, and the pain that stimulated the nerves was also complete. Disappeared. I saw Li Yu standing up as if he had come back to his senses. He touched his wounds. At this time, he saw only wounds on his stomach, not even a scar. If it weren't for the blood on his clothes, it would have told Li Yu what happened just now. Li Yu couldn't believe it. Li Yu felt the power in his body at this time. At this time, Li Yu felt that his current combat effectiveness had been doubled. At this time, Li Yu tasted the sweetness of improving his combat effectiveness. Of course, he refused to stop, although the feeling of being seriously injured was not very good. But Li Yu also worked hard for a happy life in the future. At this time, if there is a second person in this mental time room, you will find that there is a madman in this room, bombarding your body, and then standing up like Xiao Qiang, and then doing it to your body. Next attack. Li Yu experienced this kind of thing for a day. At this time, Li Yu felt that he was full of strength. Li Yu felt that this small earth could no longer withstand Li Yu's attack. Li Yu felt that his current combat effectiveness had probably reached several million. His strength has increased so much in just one day. This scion is truly the darling of the world. Originally, Li Yu had increased his combat power by several million and wanted to continue to improve. However, no matter how many times Li Yu was seriously injured, Li Yu still has not improved at all. Li Yu guessed that there may be a limit to the improvement of combat power after a scion is seriously injured. Li Yu's current combat power is estimated to be between close to 4 million and around 3.5 million. At this time, this kind of trickery method should be of little use. Even if scions are the darlings of the Dragon Ball world, there should be a limit. Otherwise, scions will increase their strength every time they are seriously injured. If it increases, will every scion become stronger in a few years? Now that they have become the god of destruction, the universe is still in chaos. Li Yu knows that the next step is to polish his strength on his own. Now he needs an opportunity to become a super scion. In the original work, Sun Wukong and others all turned into super scions through anger. For example, Sun Wukong became a super scion because of Krillin's death, while Vegeta became a super scion because of his anger at himself. Li Yu didn't know who he would be angry for. However, Li Yu has watched the orthodox sequel of Dragon Ball Super. In Dragon Ball Super, except for Gabe, the scions of the 6th universe turned into super scions through anger through Vegeta's guidance. The other scions, by concentrating energy on the back, one naturally becomes a scion. Compared with Goku and others, the super scions who naturally become super scions in the 6th universe have no change in their personalities even when they first transform. However, the super scions that Goku and others became through anger successfully transformed in the first time. Sometimes, the personality will become cold and vicious, but this is temporary and can eventually be changed through practice. Chapter 37. In Li Yu's opinion, there are 3 ways to become a super scion. The first is to cultivate one's own energy through one's own training to the point where one can naturally break through to the super scion state. The second is to concentrate energy on the back like the scions of the 6th universe and become a super scion. There is also the last method, which is to stimulate yourself through anger. However, this method is extremely unstable after the first transformation. In Li Yu's opinion, it should be the least effective method. Li Yu tried the method of becoming a super scion in the 6th universe, but after trying for a long time, he failed. Maybe the scion transformation method of the 6th universe is not suitable for the 7th universe. Then we can only continue to practice and see if there is any opportunity to break through to super scion. In the original work, when Goku became a super scion, his energy value was similar to his own. Li Yu believed that he could definitely become a super scion. Human. After carefully calculating the days, Li Yu estimated that he had been staying in this place for nearly a year. The gravity room Bullet and Bulma made for Li Yu was originally a gravity room with 100 gravity, but Li Yu no longer felt anything at this time. Now Li Yu is eager to get out of the earth. Li Yu, who has more than 3.4 million combat power at this time, has no meaning in staying on the earth at this moment. Li Yu urgently needs powerful enemies in the universe to polish himself. You must know that Li Yu, who now has more than 3.4 million, can be regarded as the overlord in the universe. Except for the frozen demons of the Frisia family and a legendary name Qian, Li Yu can now be said to be not weaker than anyone. What Li Yu lacks now is combat experience and combat skills. As for the mastery of Qi, he has been practicing in the spiritual time room for such a long time. Li Yu's mastery of Qi has reached the level of proficiency. It can be said that after Li Yu suppresses the Qi, there is no difference from a Zhan Wuzhou. But the biggest problem now is that Li Yu does not have a spaceship. If Li Yu has Frisia's blood, he can absorb Frisia's ability to survive in the universe, and there will be no need for a spaceship. Seeing that Bulma was going to be in trouble again this time, Li Yu said. Soon 1 year came and Li Yu opened the door of the spiritual time room and walked out of the spiritual time room. Mr. Bobo at the door looked at Li Yu, who had become much more mature, and said, "Li Yu, it seems that you have changed a lot, and your strength should have improved a lot." To be honest, Li Yu was really surprised after hearing Bobo's words. "I really want to say that I can now destroy the earth, but Li Yu still feels that he should keep a low profile." Then Li Yu said to Bobo, "Indeed, we have gained a lot. This day has really troubled Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo, I remember that I have some things to do. I will leave today and wait for another day. I'll come to visit you again. Please tell the gods and you'll leave first." After Li Yu finished speaking, before Bobo could react, he used the air dance technique to fly to the ground. Mr. Bobo looked at Li Yu, who left in a hurry and wanted to try it. Regarding the results of Li Yu's practice, I didn't expect that Li Yu would be so anxious. It seemed that he needed to notify the gods immediately. In fact, there is another thing that Li Yu wants to leave quickly, that is, Li Yu just felt Wukong's energy in the Palace of the Gods, and below the Palace of the Gods is the Kalin Tower. Li Yu remembered that in the original work, Wukong invited him because he met the Red Ribbon Army. The killer Tao Bibai, Wukong was forced to climb to the Kalin Tower to find the super holy water because he was defeated. But why is it so fast now? It feels like Sun Wukong has almost finished all the copies. It seems that his arrival has increased Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness too quickly. Li Yu felt Sun Wukong's current anger, and felt that Sun Wukong was stronger than when Z started. Soon Li Yu flew under the tower, and then Li Yu hid his aura and found a place to hide. At this time, there were a total of 4 people under the Kalin Tower, including UPA and his who guarded the Kalin Tower in the original work. "Dad, the other 2 are Sun Wukong and Tao Bibai, the best killer in the world with big pigtails." Li Yu observed that the situation in front of him is obviously that Sun Wukong is suppressing Tao Bibai to fight. However, according to Li Yu's observation, Sun Wukong's combat power is obviously around 400, which is obviously going to catch up with the beginning of Z 10 years later. "I'm afraid that when Goku's brother Raditz comes to Earth, he will be able to kill him instantly. The plot is very vague now. As for Tao Bibai's current fighting power, the official combat power of the original work is 120. It can be seen that Sun Wukong's fighting power is now more than 3 times that of Tao Bibai. Therefore, the plot in the original work where Sun Wukong was almost beaten to death by Tao Bibai did not happen, and UPA's father nor did he die because of Tao Bibai." At this time, Li Yu suddenly thought of the Dragon Balls collected by Sun Wukong in the original work. The last wish he made was to resurrect UPA's father, who was killed by Tao Bibai. This time UPA's father did not die. Does that mean that this time the Dragon Balls I can make one more wish? However, the last wish had been used by Li Yu, and Li Yu was embarrassed to speak, so he still had to ask for Sun Wukong's wishes. At this time, Li Yu heard Sun Wukong say to Tao Bibai, "Tao Bibai, you can't beat me. I'll give you a chance. As long as you abandon evil and do good now, I will let you live and you can go." Li Yu, after hearing what Sun Wukong said, he shook his head helplessly and thought, Wukong is so kind and doesn't know the dangers of the world. This Tao Bibai is a despicable villain. How could he change his ways so easily? I think this Tao Bibai should be. What kind of conspiracy is there? Sure enough, Tao Bibai felt pity for Sun Wukong when he saw her, and immediately fell to the ground and cried bitterly to Sun Wukong, begging Sun Wukong for forgiveness. Sun Wukong thought that Tao Bibai was really going to change his ways, so he relaxed. "Be wary of Tao Bibai." At this time, Do Bibai saw that Sun Wu had relaxed his vigilance, and then sneered, "Kid, you have fallen into the trap." Do Bibai threw a grenade in front of Wupa and his son. Do Bibai had already calculated it. If a grenade is thrown in front of Sun Wukong, it may not cause any harm to Sun Wukong. But if thrown in front of Upa and his son, Sun Wukong will definitely fight to save him. By then, Sun Wukong's rear will be completely exposed, and he might be able to kill Sun Wukong by using his full power of Dong Dongbo. Sure enough, Sun Wukong looked at Tao Bibai's actions and cursed, "Tao Bibai, you are so despicable." What happened next was just like Tao Bibai's calculation. But Chapter 38. Just when Tao Bibai thought his plan was about to succeed, a light shield suddenly appeared on Wupa and his son, blocking Tao Bibai's grenade. Just as Tao Bibai was about to attack Sun Wukong, Dong Dong Wave had not yet been used. Tao Bibai didn't know is this person who suddenly appears a friend or foe. Tao Bibai was also stunned by the sudden situation in front of him. He didn't expect that there was still someone there. He and Sun Wukong had been fighting for so long and he didn't notice it. Tao Bibai was shocked too much today. He originally thought that with the exception of his brother Hezionran and that damn turtle immortal, no one in the world could be his opponent. But she didn't expect that when she received the task, she had to deal with a young child. Tao Bibai was a little disdainful. She actually asked herself, the best killer in the world, to take part in such a task, but for the sake of commission, Tao Bibai accepted. But at first, she thought it was something she could easily catch, but when she fought with this kid named Sun Wukong, Tao Bibai was completely shocked. If the two of them are matched in chess, that's okay. There will always be one or two peerless geniuses. But I didn't expect that I would be beaten by this brat from the moment I came on the scene. Moreover, in front of this brat, my fighting ability is as if it's that of a baby. Tao Bibai studied Sun Wukong's moves carefully. Sun Wukong has a bit of Kamizen Ryu in him, so it seems that this kid should be Kamizenran's apprentice. Damn it, I heard that Turtle Immortal accepted 3 disciples a few days ago, and it seems that he is the brat in front of me. I didn't expect that Turtle Immortal had some bad luck to receive such an incredible disciple. Li Yu didn't expect Tao Bibai to be so mean. Originally, Li Yu thought Tao Bibai would attack Sun Wukong, but he didn't expect that it would be Upa and his son. You must know that whether Upa and his son die has nothing to do with him, but if the father and son die, Sun Wukong will use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the two of them. Wukong and himself are brothers, and it is impossible for him to snatch the Dragon Ball away this time. Li Yu knew that he could play. He smiled at the 4 people on the field and said, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a good show when I passed by. I haven't seen Wukong for a long time. Upa and his son were originally surprised by this sudden change. Li Yu appeared nervous, but he thought that Li Yu had saved him just now, and this person seemed to know Sun Wukong, so he should be a friend rather than an enemy. Sun Wukong looked at this person, Li Yu, and said happily, Brother Li, I didn't expect it to be you. We haven't seen each other for a month. Li Yu was relieved when he heard Sun Wukong say that we hadn't seen each other for a month, but he and Sun Wukong were not. I haven't seen him for more than a year, but that was Li Yu in the spiritual time room. You must know that one day outside the spiritual time room and 1 year inside the spiritual time room. This time has almost caught up with the time between heaven and earth in Chinese mythology. Although Sun Wukong has only been missing for a month, Li Yu has indeed not seen Sun Wukong for more than a year. Li Yu was also very excited and began to reminisce with Sun Wukong. Tao Bibai on the other side felt frightened when he saw Li Yu suddenly appeared. Just when Li Yu glanced at him, Tao Bibai felt as if a big mountain was pressing on his chest. Moreover, Li Yu just used his own energy to form an energy shield to block his own grenade attack, and now that he came out with a red face and breathless, Tao Bibai knew that he was no match. Among the martial arts masters on Dragon Ball Earth, being able to cultivate and release Qi is already very remarkable. Generally, martial arts masters never waste their Qi when fighting against the enemy. They usually use it when they are about to win. Turn your own energy into moves. This is also because the system of the people on Earth is too poor. Unlike those from space, who are born with thousands of combat power, the airwave duel is just like the hand-to-hand combat of the people on Earth. If you don't know how to use 2 big moves, you will be embarrassed to go out. But as the saying goes, every inch is short and every inch is strong. Although the system of the people on Earth is poor, the martial arts masters on Earth have found a new way and mastered many small skills in using Qi. They can control the power of Qi at will, unlike those from the universe. Everyone showed their strength and walked like big light bulbs. At this time, Tao Bibai knew that he had to escape at this time. Originally, Sun Wukong was not something he could deal with. Now that such a person appears again, today is really unlucky. It seems that he is too high profile. If he can escape, he must live a low-key life and make a fortune in silence, but it is a pity that Tao Bibai is not what he is today because he met Li Yu. Although Li Yu has been chatting with Sun Wukong, all the troubles around here are under Li Yu's control. Just when Tao Bibai wanted to escape, Li Yu had already sensed it, and saw Li Yu casually pointing at the whole wave. After smashing Tao Bibai's kneecap, Li Yu said jokingly to Tao Bibai, "This world's #1 killer, where are you going?" Tao Bibai was very shocked that Li Yu could use Dong Dong wave and said, "Who are you and why do you use the Dong Dong wave?" Li Yu said disdainfully after hearing Tao Bibai's words, "Is it great to be able to use the Dong Dong wave? I can also use Wukong technique? You are a country bumpkin." Tao Bibai. After hearing Li Yu's words, Bai Bai said, "Damn it, it must be that damn smelly old turtle who gave it to you. Damn it, if you let me escape, I will definitely kill all of you." Li Yu originally wanted to playing with this Tao Bibai again. He didn't expect that this Tao Bibai actually insulted the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal was his master. Most of his life today was taught by the Turtle Immortal. At this moment, Li Yu had already pronounced death penalty on Tao Bibai. At this time, Sun Wukong also calmed down, and saw Sun Wukong saying angrily to Tao Bibai, "You despicable villain, I am really angry. I thought you had changed your past, but I didn't expect you still have bad habits. Change, I will not let you go today." Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, leave this person to me, his grandmother's, I don't like him." Tao Bibai heard that Li Yu was going to attack him at this time. He was also scared, and saw Tao Bibai threatening, "You dare to kill me, do you know who my brother is? My brother is the Crane Immortal who is as famous as the Turtle Immortal. You are not someone you can deal with. If my brother knows that you will if I kill you, I will definitely not let you go." Li Yu heard that Tao Bibai dared to threaten him, and casually blew up Tao Bibai's body with a Qigong bomb. Li Yu said disdainfully, "Immortal, he is just trash in my eyes." Chapter 39. Li Yu looked at Tao Bibai who had disappeared without a trace of emotion in his heart. After all, there was no existence on Earth that could threaten Li Yu at this time. Even now in the universe, Li Yu has a place. At this moment, Li Yu finally feels that he can go to the universe, and it is best to encounter the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. Li Yu then continued to reminisce with Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong told Li Yu what Sun Wukong had experienced in the past few months. In the past few months, Sun Wukong followed Li Yu's arrangements and began to practice on foot. Along the way, he began to look for the 4 planets left by Grandpa Wukong. Now Sun Wukong has collected 6 Dragon Balls, including 4 planets. And Sun Wukong didn't want to collect all the Dragon Balls, so Wukong decided to stop collecting Dragon Balls. Moreover, because Sun Wukong's strength increased greatly, there were basically no difficulties or obstacles along the way. The longest crisis Sun Wukong encountered along the way was the Red Ribbon Legion, but if the masters in the Red Ribbon Legion encountered the Sun Wukong in the original work, there might be some hope. It's a pity that since Li Yu appeared, people around Li Yu have received various upgrades and bonuses. Those members of the Red Ribbon Legion are like being squeezed out of clay in front of Sun Wukong. There is no way the Red Ribbon Legion can only invite the world like the original. The #1 killer Tao Bibai. Li Yu heard Sun Wukong's narration and asked in doubt, "Wukong, how did you meet Tao Bibai in this Kalan Tower?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong replied, "Brother Li, originally I collected Grandpas after the 4th planet. I planned to return to Grandpa Turtle Immortal to practice, but I heard someone said that there is a Kalin tower here. Climbing up to it and drinking the immortal super holy water will increase your strength, so I came to take a look. Unexpectedly, Tao Bibai actually followed him and almost killed Wupa and his son. Li Yu completely understood after hearing Sun Wukong's words. It seems that Wukong has not experienced those things in the original work. Now Wukong's strength has greatly increased. Those levels in the original book, to Wukong now, are like just arriving at the novice village in the game. They were removed without any threat in front of Wukong. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, I think you are missing one of the Dragon Balls you collected. Why don't I accompany you to collect the last Dragon Ball? I just need the power of the Dragon Balls now, and I think your current strength is, the role of Kalin Tower is no longer so important to you. Li Yu continued, by the way, Wukong, if you accompany me to find the Dragon Ball, you will meet someone you miss very much. Sun Wukong, hearing that Li Yu wanted to ask him for help, Sun Wukong was about to agree. Now when he heard Li Yu said that he would meet the person he wanted to see, Sun Wukong said with interest, Brother Li, who is that person you are talking about? Yes. Xiaolin is still Yamsha, or Bulma. Li Yu said mysteriously, you will know when you go. Okay, Wukong, let's set off now. Li Yu knew that when Sun Wukong was collecting Dragon Balls, he encountered his grandfather, Sun Gohan, now has the soul of Sun Gohan working for Kame Sennin's sister, the fortune teller. Originally, in the original work, Sun Wukong collected all the Dragon Balls because of the death of Upa's father. Now that Upa and his son are not dead, and Sun Wukong has also found the 4 planets, Sun Wukong has no motivation to continue looking for the Dragon Balls. With Li Yu's current strength, he can go alone, but thinking about Sun Wukong missing his grandfather so much, this time the opportunity for the grandfather and grandson to meet and talk about old times was completely lost by Li Yu, and Li Yu felt uncomfortable on his conscience. At this time, Upa saw Sun Wukong preparing to leave with Li Yu. Upa hurriedly thanked Sun Wukong and Li Yu, Wukong, I really want to thank you too so much this time. If it weren't for you, my father and I would have died. I was killed by that peach in vain. After hearing Upa's words, Wukong also said kindly, it's okay Upa, we are all good friends. At this time Upa's father also came over and said, Wukong, why don't you continue to challenge Kalin Tower? You must know that with your current strength, you are likely to get a gift from Kalin God and drink super holy water. Li Yu saw Upa's father wanting Sun Wukong to continue climbing the Kalin Tower. Li Yu just wanted to laugh. With Wukong's current strength, even the Kalin Immortal is no match for Sun Wukong. What's more, the super holy water is just ordinary white water. What really improves his strength is the training of Kalin God. But even if the super holy water is fake, there is real super holy water, but this kind of highly toxic water, Li Yu still doesn't want Sun Wukong to use it. Just when Li Yu was about to help Sun Wukong refuse, Sun Wukong said in advance, no, I still have important things to do with my senior brother. I am here to thank you. I will come back if I have the opportunity. Sun Wukong said to Upa and his son. When Upa heard Sun Wukong's words, he did not hold back, and the two watched Sun Wukong and Li Yu leave. Chapter 40. Li Yu and Sun Wukong left Kalin Tower and searched for the Dragon Ball for a long time. The strange thing is that the Dragon Ball radar never showed the location of the Dragon Ball. Li Yu knew that the Dragon Ball was found in the original work through the divination mother-in-law, the sister of Turtle Immortal. So the two returned to Kamizen's house and looked for Kamizen's help. In the Turtle Fairy house, Klin is training in the gravity room given to him by Li Yu. At this time, Klin has not yet adapted to 10 times the gravity, but Klin's cultivation has improved a lot compared to the original work. Klin ended today's training and walked out of the gravity room. He looked at Kame Sennin, who was reading an educational book, and said, Master, can't you give me some more advice? I think where are brother Li and Wukong being trained now? Do I want to go one step further? Turtle Immortal is very pleased to see his disciples working so hard, but there is no other way. Each of these disciples he has accepted is so defiant. Li Yu and Sun Wukong's current strength is unknown to what extent. What is worthy of recognition is that they are definitely not their opponents. Even Klin, who is the weakest, can now compete with him at 55. There was no way, Turtle Immortal said, I have taught you everything I can teach, and now you can only rely on your own efforts, but you may be able to go out and experience it like Wukong and Li Yu. Turtle Immortal began to chase people again. Since the end of the world's #1 martial arts conference, Turtle Immortal has kicked out his apprentices. How can he and Lan Chi live in a two-person world if there is still someone around him? And Klin also knew what Kame Senin was thinking. At this time, Klin could only roll his eyes at Kame Senin. At this time, Klin also missed the days when the three brothers practiced martial arts together. Klin said, I don't know when brother Li and Wukong will come back. At this time, Li Yu and Wukong used the Wukong technique to immediately feel the Turtle Immortal house. Sun Wukong looked at Klin and Turtle Immortal below and shouted happily, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, Xiaolin, we are back. Klin heard the voice and looked at the sky, and said happily, Wukong, brother Li, you are back. When Turtle Immortal saw the two of them, he also put down the education book in his hand and quietly waiting for the two of them. Although Kame Senin always talks about letting his disciples go out, he is still very worried about his disciples in his heart. This can be seen in the original work. In the Cell game, Krillin wants to stop Cell, and Kame Senin knows the gap between the two was enough to stop Krillin. From this, it can be seen that Kame Senin treats his disciples like his own children. After the Turtle Immortal understood the purpose of Li Yu and Sun Wukong's return, he knew to ask his sister for help. Although the Turtle Immortal was not very willing to ask his sister, the Turtle Immortal was still very willing to help when his apprentice was in trouble. After telling the fortune teller the location, the Turtle Immortal checked the martial arts of Li Yu and Sun Wukong. The Turtle Immortal found that he was no longer a match for the two, and then sighed, after all, this world is still a world of young people. Seeing the progress of Li Yu and others, Turtle Immortal asked Li Yu to set off with Klin. After all, he also had a helper so that Klin could train himself. Soon the three of Li Yu set off. This time Li Yu had already thought about what wish he wanted to make. Although Li Yu could know a person's combat effectiveness by feeling, it was too unstable. This time Li Yu wanted to make a wish to Shen Long. The ability to see through the opponent's energy value, so that you will not suffer in future battles. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy and you will be victorious in any battle. Since Xiaolin didn't know how to dance in the sky, Li Yu personally gave some guidance to Klin this time. It should be said that Klin was indeed the master of moves in the Dragon Ball world. Xiaolin learned it completely after just a few pointers from Li Yu. As expected, he was able to be beaten. Those chosen by the Turtle Immortal are not waste. After several days of walking and stopping, Li Yu and others finally arrived at the place where the fortune teller was. At this time, they watched the fortune teller's men pass by Li Yu and others and said, Everyone, please line up in order. It turns out that people here come to the fortune teller every day. Although Li Yu urgently needs to know the whereabouts of the dragon beads, Li Yu knows that the fortune teller is the sister of the Turtle Immortal. Otherwise, Li Yu's millions of fighting power would still be used here. Q. Soon Li Yu and others were lined up, and Granny Divination's men led the three of them to Granny Divination. At this time, Li Yu also saw the whole picture of the fortune teller. It was similar to the one in the comics. A short old woman was sitting on a crystal ball that was bigger than a football. Li Yu knew that this was the fortune-telling tool of the fortune teller. At this time, Sun Wukong looked at the fortune teller and said, Excuse me, are you the stop sign grandma? The fortune teller almost fell off the crystal ball after hearing Sun Wukong's words. The fortune teller said angrily, My name is the fortune teller. not the mother-in-law at the stop sign. After Li Yu looked at the words of the two people, he felt a little funny, but Li Yu asked for people next and did not show it. And Clin remembered that the turtle immortal had talked about how terrifying his sister was. At this time, in connection with her terrifying appearance, Clin trembled and pulled Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, don't you want to talk nonsense?" At this time, the fortune teller said to Li Yu, "It seems that you are their leader. I don't know what you want to count." "I saw the fortune teller then said, "Don't worry, there is nothing in this world that I can't calculate. As long as you spend a little money, it will be fine." When Clin heard the words of the divination mother-in-law, he was surprised and said, "What, you still charge? We are the disciples of Kame Senin. I heard that the mother-in-law is the sister of the master Kame Senin. I don't know. Can you waive the fee this time?" Unexpectedly, the fortune teller's face changed after hearing what Clin said, "So you are his disciples? Then we have to settle accounts. How can these siblings settle accounts clearly?" When Clin saw that the fortune teller looked like she only cared about money, he said in a low voice, "He is really a money addict. No wonder Master Turtle Immortal doesn't want to come." At this time, Sun Wukong stood aside and watched with some confusion. Li Yu looked at the divination mother-in-law at this time and said, "What the mother-in-law said makes sense. As the saying goes, it is appropriate to pay. However, we brothers don't bring much money when we go out. I don't know if there are other ways." At this time, the fortune teller smiled mysteriously and said, "Is this a method?" "There is one. I don't know if you have seen it. Someone came out injured before you." After hearing the words of the fortune teller, Li Yu remembered the plot of the original book and knew that the fortune teller said, "What's up?" Chapter 41. Sun Wukong and Clin were both confused as they listened to the conversation between Li Yu and the fortune teller. At this time, Sun Wukong was even more confused and asked the fortune teller, "Grandma, what is the money-free method you mentioned?" The fortune teller said, "I know you don't have money, don't worry, you all follow me. Come on." Sun Wukong and Clin both looked at Li Yu to see what Li Yu meant. Li Yu looked at the two people and said to Sun Wukong and Clin, "It's okay, let's just follow the mother-in-law." Faced with the divination mother-in-law who had just met, Sun Wukong and the two still trusted Li Yu, and saw that Li Yu had already agreed. The two of them followed Li Yu fearlessly. At this time, the fortune teller took Li Yu and others to a place with a ring on a lake. At this time, I saw the fortune teller saying to Li Yu and others, "Please come in alone and fight with our soldiers. If you win, you will be replaced by the next person. If you lose, you will be replaced by the next person. Let's fight. In short, as long as you defeat our 5 warriors, as long as you defeat them, I will tell your fortune for free." At this time, the three of Li Yu, because Li Yu had already known it in advance, had no sense of the rules of the divination mother-in-law. What's more, with Li Yu's current fighting power, these 5 warriors of divination granny look like 5 ants to Li Yu. Li Yu just stands here without moving. If these 5 people come together, they can't move Li Yu at all. As for Wukong and Clin, Li Yu is even more relieved about them. In Li Yu's opinion, the strongest warrior among the fortune tellers is Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan's combat power was only 130 when he appeared in the original work. Xiaolin, the weakest of the 3 Li Yu, now has a combat power of 140. In Li Yu's opinion, in these 5 battles, Xiaolin can sweep the entire team of the fortune teller. Li Yu couldn't even imagine the final expression of the fortune teller. In Li Yu's view, in addition to her own rules, the fortune teller probably wanted to give him and others a chance. After all, the relationship between the fortune teller and the turtle immortal is not so clear. Unfortunately, the fortune teller's wishful thinking will come to nothing today. In addition to Li Yu, Sun Wukong and Xiaolin were also very excited. Sun Wukong never encountered any decent opponents on the way to find the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Sun Wukong heard that the fortune teller had 5 masters under his command. Looking at the expression of the fortune teller, Sun Wukong thought he had finally met his opponent. Although Sun Wukong is very kind, the blood of scion fighting has always stimulated Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong also wants to have a hearty battle. As for Xiaolin, since Xiaolin entered the top 4 of the world's best martial arts competition, Xiaolin's martial arts heart has become stronger than in the original work. Although Xiaolin knows that he is not a match for Li Yu and Sun Wukong yet, Xiaolin has been doing super exercises every day in the past few months. With the assistance of Li Yu's gravity chamber, Xiaolin's combat effectiveness has been improved unprecedentedly. At this moment, Xiaolin also wants to test the results of his training. At this moment, Xiaolin confidently said to the fortune teller, "What, it turns out that's all. Old lady, do you know that the 3 of us are the top 8 players in the world's best martial arts competition? Our strength cannot be underestimated." Li Yu couldn't laugh or cry when he saw Xiaolin's arrogance. He didn't expect Xiaolin to be a low-key person either. But why does Li Yu want to show off at this time? But Li Yu soon stopped his thoughts. Compared with Xiaolin's pretentiousness, Li Yu still likes to be calm and assertive. The so-called invisible pretentiousness is the highest state. The fortune teller saw Xiaolin's arrogance and didn't show any anger. Maybe she had too much trust in her own people. At this time, the fortune teller looked at the 3 of them and said, "I think there are only 3 of you. For the sake of my younger brother, I can let you find 2 more people." Li Yu said confidently after hearing what the fortune teller said. "No, mother-in-law, just the 3 of us are enough. I think it will be over soon," Li Yu said lightly. At this time, the fortune teller smiled calmly and said, "Oh. It seems that you are still very confident? Didn't you expect that the apprentices my brother recently taught are very confident? Just the 3 of you can defeat me. 5 warriors? Then I want to take a look even more." Li Yu didn't expect that this old lady was quite eloquent. He originally thought about saving some face for this mother-in-law, but he didn't expect that this divination mother-in-law you are really pushing your limits. It seems that I want to teach this old woman what it means that there is a sky outside the sky, there are people outside the world, the earth. You are so small. Xiaolin watched Li Yu and the divination mother-in-law quarreling with each other. Maybe the mother-in-law looked down on them, which made Xiaolin a little angry. At this time, Xiaolin also intervened and said, "Mother-in-law, it's really pitiful for your subordinates to duel with someone as strong as us." And Sun Wukong, a simple fighting maniac, also asked at this time, "Then who is standing here?" "Grandma Divination, what are the rules of the game?" Grandma Divination heard Sun Wukong call her Grandma Divination again, and replied angrily, "Call me Grandma Divination, do you hear me?" Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong's assist this time, which was really awesome. When I heard Sun Wukong calling Zanpai Granny, I thought of introducing XJ. But when Li Yu saw the look of the divination mother-in-law, he hurriedly shouted sin in his heart. He has a girlfriend now, how can he think about this? Sin, sin, that immeasurable god. At this time, the fortune teller saw that they had been chatting for such a long time, so she said, "There are no rules in this competition. There are 2 players on the field dueling. As long as one of them raises his hand to surrender or falls into the lake, it will count as that person. Everyone loses." Li Yu then heard the fortune teller talking about the rules of the game and said with a smile, "Is this the rule of the game? Does the stronger person win? It's really good." The fortune teller looked at Li Yu and others and said, "Since if all of you are fine, then the game will begin. Who among you will go first?" At this time, Klin, who wanted to express himself, stopped Li Yu and Sun Wukong and said, "Brother, Wukong, you guys take a rest first, then continue. Let me come first when you come down. I also want to try the results of my training." Li Yu looked at Xiaolin, who was about to show off, and said, "Okay, Xiaolin, go up first. You must show the momentum of Gaixian style. Don't lose. Otherwise, I will go to the Turtle Fairy House and train with you in person." Li Yu joked. At this time, Xiaolin was very confident in his own strength. After all, he had tied with Master Kame Senin. He believed that this match was still a sure win and that he would definitely win. Xiaolin thought of training with his senior brother, and Xiaolin thought it still doesn't feel good. Sun Wukong saw that Xiaolin was so active. Although he also wanted to play, Xiaolin was also his good brother, so Sun Wukong could only cheer for his brother. Chapter 42. At this time, Xiaolin stood on the ring and said confidently to Li Yu and Sun Wukong, "Wukong, senior brother, it seems that you have no way to play. Maybe I can defeat them all by myself." Li Yu looked confident. Xiaolin, if it were Xiaolin in the original work, he might have suffered a big loss, but today's Xiaolin is obviously different from what he used to be. It can be said that the opponents in the first 4 games are not Xiaolin's opponents at all, but if Sun Wuhan is the case, Xiaolin will. It shouldn't be easy to win. But in Li Yu's opinion, although Xiaolin is now a little stronger than Sun Wufan, after all, Sun Wufan's fighting experience is much better than Xiaolin, so between the two, Li Yu seems to be able to win if Xiaolin is not careless. However, Li Yu will not let these two people compete together. After all, Sun Wufan comes here once in a while, so why not let others see his grandson? When the fortune teller on the side saw the arrogant Xiaolin, she thought to herself, "Let you have fun for a while, and then she will see how ugly you look when you cry." Thinking of this, the fortune teller shouted loudly, "The vampire demon, can come out." After Xiaolin heard the fortune teller's words, he muttered with confusion, "Who is the vampire demon? What a strange name." After the fortune teller finished speaking, a blue bat flew over. Xiaolin looked at the bat and said with a confused expression, "Isn't this a bat? Does this want me to fight him?" Just when Xiaolin finished speaking, the cyan bat suddenly turned into a man, short in stature, livid all over, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and wearing a pair of boxing gloves. A deformed man with 2 fangs. After this so-called vampire demon came on stage, he actually danced, but his skills were hard to praise. Li Yu in the audience looked at the man turned into a bat and couldn't help complaining, "Is this also a vampire? So damn ugly. Why are you so discrediting your vampire's name?" And he actually danced this kind of bullshit dance that insulted the appearance of the city, which made Li Yu very unhappy. And this vampire demon, although he doesn't have to have the same appearance as the vampire in the movie, but it still needs to be acceptable. Really, he looks really eye-catching. There are so many weird things in the Dragon Ball world. Thinking of this, Li Yu immediately shouted to Xiaolin, "Xiaolin, use all your strength and throw this ugly monster into the lake. I can't survive. Don't you know I have mysophobia?" Xiaolin heard this. After Li Yu's words, he said to the vampire demon, "I'm sorry, ugly monster. I wanted to play with you for a while longer, but who made you offend my senior brother? I'm sorry." That vampire demon, hearing Klin and Li Yu call themselves ugly, they immediately became furious and said, "You little bald donkey, you dare to call me ugly? It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. Next, I will make you feel the most painful thing in the world." Things. Klin looked at the vampire demon who had finished speaking and said, "I really don't know what you are capable of. Are you as powerful as your mouth?" After hearing Klin's words, the vampire demon immediately became after catching the bat, Chao Klin attacked. The vampire demon is very fast. If it were Krillin in the original work, he would not be able to defeat the vampire demon, and he would be tricked by the vampire demon. However, Klin's speed and strength today are already higher than those of the second world #1 martial arts tournament in the original work, so the speed of the vampire demon is much slower in Klin's eyes. Of course, this is the case in the eyes of Li Yu and Sun Wukong in the audience. Li Yu and Sun Wukong have better and higher combat power than Qin, so the speed of the vampire demon is like crawling at a snail in front of Li Yu. On the stage, Qin saw the vampire demon coming over. He punched the vampire demon's bat head, knocking the vampire demon back to his human form, blinding him and fainting. However, both Li Yu and Sun Wukong saw that something was wrong with this punch. When the fortune teller in the audience saw the scene in front of her, she said it was impossible. In the eyes of the fortune teller, there were only 4 people in the world who could do this. That is his brother Kame Senin, as well as Crane Senin and his brother Tao Bibai. The last person is Sun Wuhan, the apprentice of the deceased Kame Senin and now working under him. Could it be that the little bald donkey on the field has reached the level of his younger brother? Judging from the 3 people, this little bald donkey should have the lowest fighting ability. He can punch his right-hand man to the ground. The strength of the 2 people in the field will be different. To what extent? It seems that my younger brother has received 3 amazing apprentices. On the other side, Li Yu and Sun Wukong saw Qin and hit the vampire demon with 1 punch. They were also sincerely happy for Qin. After all, they were brothers who practiced martial arts together. At this time, when Qin's victory was about to be announced on the field, the vampire demon stood up unsteadily again. When Qin saw it, he thought to himself, has he really not fainted yet? Just now, Qin was afraid of injuring the vampire demon, so he only used 40% of his strength. Unexpectedly, the vampire demon suddenly woke up after being unconscious for more than 10 seconds. As expected, he was on the same level as the players at the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Same, Krillin thought. The fortune teller didn't know that Qin had kept his hand, so she was overjoyed when she saw the vampire demon standing up again, thinking that the vampire demon had just been careless and fell into Qin's way. But the vampire demon knows that he is no match for Qin. It seems that if he wants to defeat his opponent, he can only use tactics. However, the vampire demon doesn't know that in the face of absolute power, any strategy is useless. At this moment, the vampire demon said to Qin, "Kid, didn't you say you are very strong? Why don't you let me punch you and you don't fight back? What do you think? If you don't speak, you are not strong. Dare you?" After the battle with the vampire demon just now, Qin already knew the opponent's details and knew that his strength was far beyond the opponent. At this time, in order to convince the opponent that he had lost, Qin agreed. Meet the other party's request. At this moment, the vampire demon waved his boxing gloves and hit Qin, and Qin completely exposed his body and prepared for the vampire demon to attack. At this moment, when the vampire demon approached Qin, he just hugged him. At this time, the vampire demon said, "You have fallen into the trap. Let me tell you that my strongest point is my sharp teeth. I will use my teeth to pierce your skin and suck your blood, haha." I saw the vampire demon say. After that, he bit Qin, but with a popping sound, the vampire demon's teeth actually broke. That's right, Qin now has nearly 140 combat power. Facing the vampire demon with only more than 30 combat power, Qin's the skin is as thick as a diamond, and the difference in combat power of more than 100 points is not something that can be blown out of proportion. At this time, Qin looked at the blood-sucking demon man with a mouth full of blood, and said with a wicked smile, "Hey! Hey! Should I take action personally, or you?" After hearing what Qin said, the vampire demon was so frightened that he forgot to pick up his teeth and quickly jumped into the lake. Chapter 43. Li Yu saw Qin returning victorious at this time, and said to Qin with a smile, "Is it okay, Xiaolin? I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for a few months, but your strength is completely different from when you were in the world's best martial arts conference. Man! You are so impressed after 3 days of separation." Sun Wukong also said, "I feel so good, Qin, you have really become stronger." Qin also said embarrassedly after hearing what the two said. No way, it's just that the enemy is too weak. It's also thanks to senior brother's gravity chamber that my strength can improve so quickly. In the end, I still have to be grateful to senior brother. At this time, Li Yu was about to speak when he suddenly felt a person appeared on the stage who was angry. Li Yu felt that this person's combat effectiveness was similar to that of the vampire demon just now. But when Li Yu went to look, he found that there was no one around. Li Yu glanced at the fortune teller and found that although the fortune teller had lost a game, did she seem to be confident about the current game? Li Yu then looked at the arena and found that it was still empty, and the man's anger was still on the stage. Li Yu thought for a while and suddenly realized that it seemed that he was an invisible man. Li Yu felt that it was time for him to play. Clin has not yet completely mastered the form of Qi, and Wukong. Li Yu decided to leave Wukong in the last game. Moreover, Li Yu hadn't moved his muscles for a long time, so he just went up and asked the guy to give him a good massage. From just now, Clin and Sun Wukong discovered that Li Yu was looking at the stage. Since Sun Wukong had mastered the form of Qi, Sun Wukong had also discovered something was wrong on the field, but Clin did not know what was happening now. Sun Wukong said to Li Yu, "Brother, that person on the field, yes." After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, let me do this game. You can appear in the finale of the last game." Clin said in confusion at this time, "Brother, Wukong, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it?" At this time, the fortune teller on the side said, "How about, who do you plan to send to this game?" After Li Yu heard what the fortune teller said, he jumped quickly onto the ring. After seeing Li Yu coming on stage, the fortune teller said curiously, "I didn't expect you to appear on the stage so soon. I thought you had to be where is the last one showing up?" After hearing the words of the divination mother-in-law, Li Yu said confidently, "For our three brothers, whoever plays will have the same result. I just want to end this game quickly." "Okay, mother-in-law, let's start now." After hearing Li Yu's words, the fortune teller asked curiously, "What, are you waiting for your opponent? Or are you going to admit defeat now?" Li Yu replied, "My opponent, isn't he already here?" Grandma Divination didn't expect that Li Yu had discovered it. Although she didn't know how Li Yu discovered it, now Grandma Divination suddenly felt that there was something wrong. However, Granny Divination still took a bit of luck, and then Grandma Divination announced the game started. Clin off the field was also very confused after hearing Li Yu's words. Clin Sun Wukong said, "Brother Wukong, what is he talking about? What has come? How come I didn't see anyone?" After hearing what Clin said, Sun Wukong explained, "Clin, senior brother is right, that person is indeed here, but that person is an invisible man." Clin was surprised when he heard Sun Wukong's words and said, "Invisible man, wouldn't that senior brother suffer a loss? No matter what, you can't even see the enemy, so how can you fight?" Sun Wukong told Clin, "Clin, don't use your eyes to see, use your body to sense the opponent's qi, so that you can sense the opponent's position." After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Clin remembered the method of using qi given to him by Turtle Immortal and Li Yu, and slowly began to sense it. Gradually, a figure gradually appeared from the ring. At this moment, Li Yu was standing on the stage. In the middle, Li Yu could sense the opponent's position and waited for the opponent to attack him. The opponent couldn't break his body anyway, so why was Li Yu waiting for the opponent's free massage? But at this time, the opponent just refused to attack. Maybe Li Yu's performance was too calm, so the invisible man on the opposite side felt that he was cheating, so he refused to attack. After a few minutes, the invisible man felt that he might be too careful. Even if the other party knew that he was on stage, even if the other party is stronger than himself and can't see it, it's useless, the invisible man thought. Victory still belongs to me in the end. After the invisible man cheered himself up, he finally plucked up the courage and attacked Li Yu. When Li Yu saw that the invisible man had not attacked for such a long time, Li Yu didn't want to waste it anymore. His time was very precious. Yes, just when Li Yu wanted to take action, the invisible man attacked. Li Yu felt the invisible man's fist coming over, and just waited motionless. At this time, the invisible man hit Li Yu's body. Li Yu was really a little bit shocked at this time. He didn't feel anything at all. He still wanted a comfortable massage. It seemed that this wish could not be realized now. At this time, the invisible man saw himself attacking Li Yu. Li Yu had no reaction at all. At first, the invisible man thought it was Li Yu. He didn't see himself. But after seeing Li Yu's disappointed expression, the invisible man knew that he was being played like a clown. The invisible man didn't believe it and immediately kicked Li Yu wildly. Li Yu looked when the invisible man's attack hit him, it was like scratching an itch. It felt meaningless at all. At this time, Li Yu said disappointedly, "It seems that all your abilities are here. I think this game is. Let's finish it quickly." After Li Yu finished speaking, feeling the invisible man's anger, he slashed the invisible man's neck with a knife. After receiving a gentle blow from Li Yu, the invisible man instantly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a plop. On the ground. At this time, the fortune teller next to her was a little overwhelmed when she saw the situation in front of her. After all, these people had been following them for several years, and the fortune teller still knew the skills of these people. Unexpectedly, the fortune teller in her hand the trump card is actually not the enemy of the few little guys in front of me. It seems that the world is really dominated by young people. At this time, the fortune-telling mother-in-law said, "You have won 2 games, you are really strong ah. How about this, there are 3 games left, the 4th and 5th games will not be compared. In this way, as long as you win the last game, I will promise you." Chapter 44. At this time, Li Yu agreed with what Grandma Divination said. Indeed, except for Sun Wufan, the 4 contestants of Grandma Divination were really not interesting to the 3 of them, so Li Yu agreed with Grandma Divination's suggestion. Li Yu got off the stage and discussed with Wukong. In the last competition, Sun Wukong will appear. Clin also has no objection. After all, there are only 3 competitions in total. Li Yu and himself are both on stage. Sun Wukong should play in the last one. Contest. Then the fortune teller asked Li Yu to wait here, and she went to call the last player up. At this time, Sun Wukong and others were curiously waiting for the last enemy, hoping that they would not be as boring as the previous ones. And Li Yu is also a little curious about teacher Wu Tian's number 1 disciple, the martial arts genius on earth. On the other side, far to the east of the fortune teller's valley, 3 people were discussing the Dragon Ball. These 3 people were the Dragon Ball trio, Pilaf, Ashiu, and Xiao Wu, who had dealt with Li Yu and others a year ago. I saw Pilaf saying, "Great, God has not abandoned me, King Pilaf, and actually allowed me to find one of the Dragon Balls. God means that I must become the ruler of this world." Xiao Wu was worried. Said, "King Pilaf, there is nothing wrong with the box you made. Is it true that the Dragon Ball radar of those few people won't find it? What if?" When Pilaf heard that Xiao Wu actually doubted his own technological level, Pilaf said displeasedly, "In short, the Dragon Balls placed in my box, no matter what kind of Dragon Ball radar they are, will not be detected. In other words, they will never be able to find the 7th Dragon Ball that they are looking for." When Pilaf finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Ashu suddenly realized and said, "So that's it, the king is wise." Pilaf continued, "By the way, do you know the whereabouts of the 6 Dragon Balls?" After hearing what Pilaf said, Ash replied, "Your Majesty, I have found out clearly that the 6 Dragon Balls were collected by that kid with a tail. Now, it seems that we are inquiring about our dragon beads at a place called the Fortune Teller." Pilaf heard Sun Wukong say angrily, "It's these people again, damn it, even if I rule this world, these people will be punished first, this time I must show them our new weapons." On Li Yu's side, the fortune teller had already brought her last player up. Li Yu and others immediately saw an old guy wearing a mask and a tang suit, who looked similar to the turtle immortal. Li Yu carefully observed Sun Wufan. In Li Yu's perception, Sun Wuhan's strength should be comparable to that of turtle immortal. This is already a pretty good fighting force on Earth. Judging from the expression of the fortune teller, we know that the fortune teller is quite confident in Sun Wuhan's strength. Unfortunately, this destined showdown should become quite fast after Li Yu's arrival. After all, Sun Wukong's strength is comparable to that of the scions in the original book. Sun Wuhan originally wanted to give some guidance to Sun Wukong, but unfortunately Sun Wukong never expected that his grandson's strength would improve so fast. At this time, Sun Wukong always felt familiar when looking at this old man wearing a mask, but he couldn't figure out why this feeling happened. However, Sun Wukong immediately abandoned other thoughts and immediately went into the battle, waiting for the battle. It's over, everything is clear. After thinking clearly, Sun Wukong immediately jumped onto the ring, and Sun Wuhan immediately also got on the stage, and the two immediately faced each other. Qin looked at Wukong and the two people on the stage and said to Li Yu, "Brother, what is the strength of that person on the stage? Why do I feel different from those in front of me?" Li Yu answered for Qin. "Indeed, this guy is a real martial artist. He has undergone systematic training, and according to my judgment, this guy's strength should be comparable to teacher Wu Tian." After hearing Li Yu's words, Qin knew who was on the stage. He can be compared with teacher Wushan. Although he can already tie with teacher Wushan, and Wukong is stronger than him, this match should be a sure win, but teacher Wushan's title of God of Martial Arts it was so loud that Krillin started to worry about Goku. Li Yu knew what Qin was thinking and comforted Qin, "It's okay, Xiaolin, Wukong is already very strong now, and the winner of this game is already obvious." Qin relaxed after hearing Li Yu's words. After taking a breath, he immediately focused on the game. This game will definitely be very exciting. The fortune teller on the side originally had a lot of information about Sun Wuhan's strength, but when she saw Li Yu and others looking calm and composed, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. But after remembering Sun Wuhan's name, the fortune teller became quiet again. On the field, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan who had been standing across from him. Although he felt familiar, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. This made Sun Wukong very troubled, but now was not the time to think about it. Immediately, Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack Sun Wuhan. Sun Wukong hit Sun Wuhan with his side leg, and Sun Wuhan immediately used his hands to lower his body. Just when Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong's legs and hands were connected, Sun Wuhan was shocked by Sun Wukong's strength. He exclaimed in his heart that it was so heavy. If he hadn't used 70% of his strength to catch the ball, he would have been kicked by Wukong. Flying. It seems that this child has trained himself a lot. Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with relief in his eyes. Sun Wukong also had excitement in his eyes. Although Sun Wukong only used 20% of his strength at this time. Since Sun Wukong practiced, the guys he encountered these days were not even 10% of Sun Wukong's enemies. It seems that he met his opponent today. Sun Wukong said excitedly at this time, "You are really strong. It seems that we can have a good fight today." Then after Sun Wukong heard Wukong's words, he decided to use all his strength to fight, and the two immediately people were having a great time on the stage with flying shadows flying around. At first, Sun Wuhan thought that even if he was not Sun Wukong's opponent, he would not be too far behind. But now it is clear that he is being beaten by his grandson. It seems that he will use a big move. I saw Sun Wuhan using a fake move, jumping out in an instant, and was about to use the turtle-style Qigong wave. Sun Wukong was also very surprised to see Sun Wuhan could use the turtle-style Qigong wave. Just when Sun Wuhan's turtle-style Qigong wave was halfway activated, the strength gap between the two people was really too big. Sun Wukong did not give Sun Wuhan a chance to use the Qigong wave, and immediately ducked behind Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that the gap between the two was so big. It seemed that his grandson didn't even use half of his effort just now. It seemed that he lost. This was the result no matter what time he competed. Just when Sun Wukong was about to attack, Sun Wufan was heard saying, "I surrender." Chapter 45. At this time, after Sun Wukong heard Sun Wufan admitting defeat, he said with a confused face, "What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Why do you have to admit defeat?" At this time, Sun Wuhan walked to Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, you have really become stronger. I didn't expect that you would practice to such an extent." At this time, Sun Wukong saw the masked old man in front of him calling his name. Sun Wukong said doubtfully, "Why, you know my name?" At this time, Sun Wukong finally guessed the familiar person in front of him, and saw that Sun Wukong was not sure and said, "Are you?" When Sun Wuhan saw that his grandson had recognized him, he said, "Really, you kid, you didn't recognize me until now." At this time, Sun Wuhan took off his mask and said to looking at Sun Wukong, he said, "I am your grandfather." Sun Wukong saw his grandfather at this time, and he was so excited that he shed tears. For Sun Wukong, he has been with his grandfather since he was a child, and Sun Wukong is himself relatives. But now I have friends like Li Yu. But for Sun Wukong, those days with his grandfather are his most precious memories. Clin, Li Yu, and others in the audience were also very moved when they saw the dramatic scene in front of them. After all, everyone knew something about Sun Wukong's life experience. It was indeed a touching thing to see their relatives at this moment. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong crying on the stage at this time, and he could not be connected with the Super Saiyan who would save the universe in the future, but after thinking about it carefully, Sun Wukong now is just a 12-year-old child. At this time, Sun Wukong introduced his good friends to his grandfather, Sun Wufan, namely Li Yu and Clin. Although Li Yu is now stronger than Sun Wufan, they are the seniors after all, and they are still Wukong's grandpa, so Clin and Li Yu both respect Sun Wufan. During this period, Sun Wufan saw that Li Yu and others were using the Kung Fu of Gaixian style, and he knew that Wukong had been practicing with Master Wu Tian. This made Sun Wufan feel relieved. Although Gaixianren seemed unreliable on the surface, Sun Wufan Gohan knew that it was all Kame Sennin's disguise, and the real Kame Sennin was still very responsible. At this time, Sun Wukong happily said to Sun Wufan, "Grandpa, have you been resurrected?" After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wufan explained, "Wukong, in fact, I have not really been resurrected." Xiaolin heard that Sun Wukong after the meal, he said doubtfully, "But senior, you are obviously here. Are you a ghost? But you obviously have feet. Why?" At this time, the fortune teller said, "Let me explain to everyone, the reason. Actually, I have the ability to travel between the human world and the underworld. For the convenience of business, I recruited some martial arts masters from the underworld to come here to check for me." After hearing this, Sun Wukong and Xiaolin suddenly realized. After Li Yu finished chatting with Sun Wufan, he walked to the fortune teller and said, "Grandma, we have finished the fight. All your warriors, I wonder if you can detect the location of the Dragon Ball for us for free." The fortune teller looked at Li Yu said, "Don't worry, I still mean what I say. After all, I am also in business, but my brother is really lucky to have apprentices like you." It was rare for Li Yu to hear a good word from the divination mother-in-law. At this moment it can also be seen that the fortune teller is telling the truth. At this time, Li Yu proposed to Sun Wukong and others that they should resurrect Sun Wufan and reunite Sun Wukong and his grandson. However, Sun Wufan rejected it. Sun Wufan said that he was already dead, so he did not need to be resurrected to the human world, and besides, his life is good in the underworld. And Sun Wukong also respected his grandfather's choice. At this time, the fortune teller also used her own crystal ball to calculate the location of the dragon ball. 3 people appeared in the crystal ball. It was the Pilaf trio who opposed Li Yu and others a year ago. The last dragon ball was on the box in Pilaf's hand. Xiaolin looked at the 3 people in the crystal ball and said, "Who are these 3 people?" After all, Xiaolin has never dealt with Pilaf and others, so it's okay if he doesn't know them. Normal. Sun Wukong also recognized these 3 people and said, "It turns out they are these 3 bad guys." Klin saw that Wukong knew these 3 people and said, "Wukong, are they all bad guys?" Sun Wukong said, "Yes, 1 year ago, when Brother Li Yu and others were looking for the Dragon Balls, we met these 3 people. Unexpectedly, these people still came to collect the Dragon Balls." Li Yu then said, "Wukong, you and Senior Gohan had a hard time. When we meet, you don't have to go and spend time with your grandpa. Klin, your speed is too slow. I'll go in person this time." Because of Li Yu's prestige in the hearts of Sun Wukong and others, the two agreed. Li Yu's decision, and Li Yu clearly remembered the locations of these 3 people, and flew away quickly with Wukong. Xiaolin looked at Li Yu's flying figure and said with envy, "I don't know, when will I be able to fly quickly in the sky like my senior brother?" Sun Wufan looked at Li Yu's dancing skills and thought solemnly. This Li Yu's cultivation is really unfathomable. I can also master the Wukong technique, but I can't fly so fast in the sky. This requires strong qi as a driving force. It seems that my master has accepted a great apprentice. On the other hand, Li Yu quickly flew to Pilaf's side and landed slowly beside these 3 people. Li Yu's actions startled the 3 Pilaf who were eating. Pilaf looked at Li Yu falling from the sky and said in shock, You? Who are you? How did you fall from the sky?" Li Yu saw the box in Pilaf's hand, knew that the Dragon Ball was inside, and Li Yu immediately said, "Pilaf, hand over the Dragon Ball in your hand to me, otherwise, I think you should know the consequences." After hearing what Li Yu said, Pilaf cursed, "Who are you? I have never heard of you. I think you are just some unknown person. I have never heard of the power of your king Pilaf." When Li Yu heard Pilaf's words, he immediately frowning, "It seems that this Pilaf does not know whether to live or die. Li Yu has already sentenced Pilaf to death. How dare you scold me? I don't care if you are a supporting role in the later stage. If you mess with me, you'll die." But at this time, Xiao Wu recognized Li Yu and said to Pilaf, "Your Majesty, he seems to be the person who didn't know martial arts a year ago." Sure enough, after listening to Xiao Wu's words, Pilaf recognized Li Yu. Raf remembered that Li Yu didn't seem to know martial arts, and he suddenly became arrogant and said, "So it's you. Why are you here alone? Where is that kid? You are the only one who dares to come here and die." Li Yu heard that Pilaf Flory suddenly, there was a wave of holes, which pierced Pilaf's head. Pilaf fell to the ground instantly, and Li Yu got the Dragon Ball in his hands with a breath. When Xiao Wu and Aishiu saw that Pilaf was dead, they immediately quarreled and wanted to avenge Pilaf. They took machine guns and fired at Li Yu. When Li Yu saw this, he did not move and allowed the bullets to hit him. He felt like it was falling on him. Like raindrops, there was a flash of energy in Li Yu's eyes, and the 2 of them exploded in an instant. At this time, Li Yu opened the box containing the Dragon Balls and saw that there was a planet inside. Now all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. Chapter 46. Li Yu finally got the last Dragon Ball when he saw it. Now he only needs to join Wukong and put the 7 Dragon Balls in the same position to summon the dragon. Thinking of this, Li Yu put away the Dragon Ball and flew in the direction of the fortune teller. Within a few minutes, Li Yu came back. Sun Wukong handed the remaining 6 dragon balls to Li Yu, and then summoned the dragon. The divine dragon was exactly the same as the one that appeared last time. A green divine dragon appeared immediately along with the dark clouds in the sky. I saw Shenlong saying the same lines that have never changed for thousands of years: whoever gathers the 7 dragon balls, tell your wish. Except for Li Yu and Sun Wukong, no one else on the scene had ever seen Shenlong. At this time the huge size of the dragon made it look like a god in the eyes of Qin and others. After hearing Shenlong's words, Li Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Shenlong, please let me know the locations of all the planets in the 12 universes." Li Yu originally thought about Su's ability to see the enemy's combat effectiveness, but Li Yu is now eager to go to the universe to experience yourself. Although he knows that there are Frisia, Namek, etc. in this universe, he doesn't know the specific location. Now Li Yu feels like he wants to kill monsters in the game but can't find the map. As for the spaceship, Li Yu can ask Bulma to find a solution. After all, we are all a family now. After waiting for a long time, Li Yu still didn't see Shenlong speak, and he had endless contempt for Shenlong's pretense in his heart. Li Yu knew what kind of thing this Shenlong was. He was quite tall, but later on he was frightened when he saw Beerus, the god of destruction. He even had to smile when he was told to go back. Li Yu looked at Shenlong and thought, one day he will let you call him daddy. At this time, Shenlong finally spoke, and Shenlong said, "I'm sorry, I can't realize your wish. These 12 universes are too big and I can't do it with my ability." Li Yu was satisfied with this result. It had been expected for a long time. After all, the ability of the dragon on this earth is very different from that of the dragon on Namek, let alone the Super Dragon Ball, which is the size of an asteroid. At this time, Li Yu said, "Then can I just ask for the planet coordinates of the 7th universe?" After hearing Li Yu's words, Shenlong said, "This is okay." "Okay, are you sure you want to make this wish?" Li Yu said, "That's right, this is the wish." As soon as Li Yu finished his words, Shenlong's eyes flashed red, and the location information of the 7th universe emerged in Li Yu's head, and it was very detailed, including the location of Namek and the location of the star Adrat. At this time, Shenlong said, "Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye." After saying this, Shenlong disappeared. Just when the Dragon Balls turned into stones and were about to fly away, Li Yu was about to fly away in an instant. He grabbed the 4 stars in his hand. These are the 4 stars that Li Yu promised to return to Wukong. I can't regret it. After Li Yu saw that Shenlong had left, he handed the 4 stars to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Li Yu and said, "Brother Li, you are really strong. When you flew into the sky just now, my eyes couldn't keep up with your speed. Brother Li, why don't we compete?" Qin heard after what Sun Wukong said. He said in surprise, "Brother Li flew into the air just now, and I didn't even see it. I thought that my current strength would not be much worse than that of Brother Li and Wukong. It seems that my strength is still the same. There is room for improvement." Sun Wufan on the side also felt the same at this time. He just watched Li Yu tap his foot, but he didn't expect that Li Yu actually flew into the air to get the Dragon Ball. It seemed that he really was falling behind. At this time, Li Yu told Sun Wukong and Qin where he was going to Bulma. He didn't know if the 2 of them were willing to follow Li Yu, or if possible, Li Yu had a good training place where he could take the 2 of them. Sun Wukong and Qin asked Li Yu where he was. Li Yu explained to them that it was the palace of the God of Heaven. Li Yu said that he had practiced there for a period of time. The fortune teller and Sun Wufan also know about the gods. After all, they have lived on this earth for such a long time. Sun Wuhan is dead after all. They have also heard many rumors in the underworld, and the fortune teller is even more advanced than the gods. The king of hell can see it, and it is understandable to know the existence of gods. Sun Wukong and Qin heard about the existence of the god for the first time. Now they knew that Li Yu became stronger after practicing there, and they were even more forgetful of the place where the god lived. After Sun Wukong said goodbye to Sun Wufan, he went on the road with Li Yu. Along the way, Li Yu told Sun Wukong and Qin everything about the temple, such as the spiritual time house, etc. After hearing about the time in the spiritual time house, after learning the rules, the two suddenly realized that no wonder they had only been separated from Li Yu for a few months, but Li Yu's strength had increased significantly. It turned out that there was such a good place. Of course, Li Yu also gave Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong some fairy beans from the universal capsule, told them about the functions of the fairy beans, and specifically told them not to eat the fairy beans as compressed biscuits. The two of them were overjoyed when they heard Li Yu's description of fairy beans. You must know that martial arts practitioners often compete with others and are inevitably injured. Sometimes serious injuries without timely treatment may even be life-threatening. They immediately acted like they were carrying treasures. Put away the fairy beans. Soon the three of them arrived at the temple. Li Yu put Qin down. When he was flying, Qin's energy was too weak and he couldn't fly to Kalan Tower. Li Yu saw, then he caught Qin and flew to the temple with him. Li Yu looked at Mr. Bobo and said, "Hello, Mr. Bobo, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if the god is there." Bobo said, "Li Yu didn't expect this, so we met, these two are." Li Yu said to Bobo said, "Bobo, I want to introduce to you, these two are my junior brothers, Qin and Sun Wukong." Qin tugged on Li Yu's clothes and said, "Is this fellow a god? Why is he so dark? It looks like he came out of the coal kiln." Li Yu said to the two Qins, "This is the servant of the god of heaven, Mr. Bobo." It's no wonder that Li Yu only told the two about the cultivation in heaven, but did not tell the two. Describing the appearance of the god, he admitted his mistake. Li Yu then asked, "Mr. Bobo, are the gods there?" Mr. Bobo said, "The gods are resting now and will come out later." Li Yu had already guessed that the gods knew that he was coming, but Li Yu knew that these gods would come every day. You know voyeurism, maybe you are really looking for a sense of mystery now that you are gone? Li Yu didn't even know what to say. Why do people in Dragon Ball love to show off so much? Chapter 47. Soon as Mr. Bobo finished speaking, he saw the god slowly walking out. Then the god said to Li Yu, "Li Yu, I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Li Yu said politely after hearing the words of the god. "The god has something to trouble you. These are my two junior brothers. Please ask the god to let them practice in the temple." After hearing Li Yu's words, the god looked at Sun Wukong and Qin, and saw the god say, "I didn't expect that they would have such powerful power at such a young age. It seems that they are not very familiar with their own power. In this case, let them stay. After all, the gods also have their own thoughts and their own evil. Half of his body was sealed in the human world. Although Li Yu's strength is more than enough to deal with Piccolo in the eyes of the gods, is it necessary to make more preparations just in case?" When Li Yu heard that the god had agreed, he told Sun Wukong and Qin some things, said goodbye to everyone, and left here. Before leaving, he told Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong that if he finished his work, he would come back to pick them up. If they wanted to leave, they could go to Bulma's home to find him. Then Li Yu used Wukongshu and left here, the city where Bulma lives in Zidu. With Li Yu's super speed, Li Yu quickly arrived at Zidu. Li Yu quickly found Bulma's energy and flew towards Bulma quickly. At this time, Bulma was waiting for Li Yu in Bulma's home. Li Yu had been away from Bulma for several months. During these few months, Bulma was here every day, waiting for Li Yu and herself. Agreement. I saw that Bulma was like a little daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to return. She kept talking about Li Yu in the yard, "Stinky Li Yu, bad Li Yu, leave me alone at home and forget about it. See how I deal with you when I come back." It happened that Li Yu fell behind Bulma. After hearing Bulma's words, Li Yu hugged Bulma from behind. Li Yu whispered in Bulma's ear, "Beauty, are you talking about me?" At this time, Ma was attacked, which shocked Bulma. Bulma thought that a thief had broken into her home. But when she heard this familiar voice, Bulma turned her head and saw the familiar face in front of her. She hugged Li Yu excitedly and said happily to Li Yu, "You bad guy, you are finally back." Li Yu looking at Bulma with tears in her eyes, Li Yu really wanted to stay with this woman for the rest of his life. However, Li Yu knew that strength is essential to survive in this world. Some things are beyond his control. Maybe one day, when Li Yu can dominate Yug, this kind of thing won't happen. Li Yu thought about this and kissed Bulma. Li Yu hugged Bulma and walked into the room. When Bulma saw Li Yu's movements, she didn't stop her and let Li Yu pick and choose. Li Yu and Li Yu will never forget the taste of tonight. After Li Yu and Bulma spent a few days playing and singing every night, Li Yu asked Bulma for advice on making a spaceship. When Bulma heard that Li Yu was leaving her again, she said angrily, "Really, why are you leaving again? Can't you stay with me more? And this time you are actually leaving the earth. The people there are unfamiliar. What to do if you encounter danger?" Li Yu saw that although Bulma was complaining about Li Yu could tell that Bulma was caring about him. Li Yu could only lie to Bulma about this. Li Yu told Bulma about his life experience as a scion in the universe, and told Bulma about the superior and inferior warriors among the scions, as well as Frisia. Explained. From this, Bulma heard that Li Yu was a lower-level warrior who was sent to other planets from Vegeta since he was a child, and Sun Wukong was also a member of his own tribe, so Li Yu found Sun Wukong from the beginning. Also, Li Yu's own planet was destroyed by a bad guy named Frisia. Knowing that Frisia specializes in invading other people's planets, Li Yu went to the universe this time to improve his strength. Because Li Yu knew that Frisia would soon to invade the Earth, Li Yu must improve his strength as soon as possible. When Bulma knew this, she would not stop Li Yu, and no matter what Li Yu wanted to do, Bulma would fully support him. Li Yu is deeply grateful for his support to Bulma. Li Yu is afraid that Bulma, like Kikai and Sun Wukong in the original work, will stop him for fear that he is in danger. At this time, Bulma was inexperienced and had to ask her father to complete it together. For this reason, Li Yu specifically went to ask his father-in-law for advice. Bulma's father was also a shrewd man. He could tell at a glance that Li Yu and Bulma had something going on. Relation. Since this is the case, then we are a family. If the son-in-law is in trouble, the father-in-law still has to help. However, Li Yu's father-in-law raised a difficult problem, that is, he had never made a spaceship and had no experience. It would be fine if there was a ready-made spaceship as a reference. Li Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes after hearing what Bulma's father said. He joked that if I had a spaceship, I would still need your help. However, Li Yu remembered that in the original Dragon Ball, the Bulma family built their own spaceship after finding Sun Wukong's spaceship. After Li Yu remembered it, he told Bulma's father that the matter of the spaceship was taken care of by him. In the past few days, Li Yu has been wandering near Baizai Mountain, the former residence of Sun Wukong. His hard work paid off. Li Yu finally found the spaceship that Sun Wukong took. Li Yu put the spaceship into a universal capsule and returned to Bulma's residence. When Bulma and her father saw the spaceship that Li Yu brought back, they were as enthralled as if they had seen a peerless treasure. After all, as a scientist, he is always as passionate about scientific research as a man is for a beautiful woman. Bulma's father and Bulma immediately invested in the process of improving the spacecraft. Li Yu saw their speed and believed that the spacecraft would be completed soon. Soon he will be able to break out of the Earth. Li Yu has a premonition that this time, Li Yu will definitely gain a lot, but what Li Yu wants to go to most is Namek, asking the Elder to tap his potential. After all, the Great Elder's development potential has no side effects. Maybe he can break through and become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 48. After Bulma and her father studied day and night, the spaceship was finally built a few months later. To say that the technological talent of Bulma's family is really impressive, they relied on a small spaceship that had been dilapidated for more than 10 years and built it into a medium to large spaceship that can carry 4 or 5 people. After the spacecraft was completed, Bulma proposed to explore the universe with Li Yu, but Li Yu rejected Bulma after hearing what Bulma said. Just kidding, although Li Yu's current strength is ranked among the best in the universe, Li Yu can't stay with Bulma all the time. What if he encounters danger? What if a fight breaks out and Bulma is injured in the aftermath of the battle? You must know that the universe is not the Earth. If you catch one casually, it will be around 1,000 at least. Although Bulma is the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and even if Bulma dies, Li Yu can still use Dragon Ball to resurrect Bulma, but Li Yu still can't bear to let Bulma suffer with him. Bulma was also very moved after hearing Li Yu's words. Bulma felt that meeting this man was her greatest luck. At this time Bulma decided to respect Li Yu's decision and told Li Yu that she would definitely wait for the day when Li Yu came back from the universe. Li Yu said goodbye to Bulma, put the spaceship into the universal capsule, and flew towards the temple. Before approaching the temple, Li Yu clearly sensed the chi of Sun Wukong and Klin. At this time, the chi of these two people has been greatly improved compared to a few months ago. Watching these two people gain a lot from the temple. Soon everyone in the temple felt a strong aura and flew towards them. After everyone saw clearly, they breathed a sigh of relief and saw that this person was no one else. He was really everyone's old acquaintance Li Yu. When Sun Wukong and Klin saw it was Li Yu, they immediately ran to Li Yu. Li Yu saw that Sun Wukong and Klin had changed greatly at this time. Both of them had grown a lot taller. It seemed that they had been exercising in the spiritual time room for a long time. At this time, Li Yu could feel that Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness at this time actually reached more than 10,000 combat effectiveness. Such combat effectiveness was already enough to destroy the planet. Li Yu thought in surprise, now he finally has help when he goes to the universe. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe at this period, 10,000 combat power can do well in the universe. Unlike in the future, no one can be called a strong person without a combat power of hundreds of millions. And Krillin has reached a combat strength of about 1,300 to 400. It can be said that no one on Earth can be Krillin's opponent. After all, among these Earthlings, the strongest one does not have a combat strength of more than 200. Compared to Goku's brother Raditz, he was about the same strength when he first arrived. Now that Li Yu and Sun Wukong are going to the universe this time, Li Yu believes that they will gain a lot. After Li Yu thought about this, he talked with Wukong and Klin about old times. After all, the three of them had not seen each other for several months. At this time, Li Yu had only been separated from Sun Wukong and Xiaolin for a few months, but Sun Wukong and Xiaolin had not seen each other for a year and a half. After all, they had stayed in the spiritual time room for a year. At first, both of them were a little bit intolerable to the environment and other factors in the spiritual time house, but they remembered that if they and others did not improve their cultivation, even their senior brother would not be able to follow in his footsteps. With such perseverance, the two stayed in the spiritual time house for a full year. Because their strength encountered a bottleneck, they gave up the opportunity to enter the spiritual time house. When Li Yu heard this, he knew that the strength of the earth could no longer satisfy everyone. After all, the environment of the earth was like this. If there were not strong enemies in the universe constantly attacking the earth in the original work, Sun Wukong and others would not be training desperately. Then Li Yu told Wukong and Wukong his thoughts. Sun Wukong became extremely excited when he heard that there were so many masters in the universe. But Klin was a little hesitant. After all, he heard that there were many people who were stronger than Li Yu in the universe, and there were even more people who were about the same strength as him. He already felt invincible on the earth when Li Yu said it, and he suddenly felt a little flustered. After all, the universe is not the earth. What to do if you lose your life? However, under the persuasion of Li Yu and Sun Wukong, Clin finally agreed to go on an adventure with Li Yu. After all, what his senior brother said made sense. Clin knew that he could still brag about his strength on the earth. If aliens invaded the earth one day, he would not even have a chance to fight back. What's more, even if he died in the universe, the senior brother said that if he and others died in the universe, the senior brother had already asked Bulma to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. If this is the case, then what are you afraid of? Go! Li Yu was very happy to see that both of them agreed. These are the only few people who have the best relationship with Li Yu in this world. And Yam Sha is just a casual acquaintance in Li Yu's eyes, not to mention that this guy is Bulma's ex-boyfriend in the original work, which makes Li Yu very unhappy. Although it doesn't matter in this world, as for Tianjin Rice, Li Yu is now even more I don't have time to get to know him, and Tianjin Fan is still a bad person. So this time, Li Yu only counted Sun Wukong and Clin. If his master Turtle Immortal hadn't been too old, Li Yu would have brought Turtle Immortal with him. Then Li Yu told the god to take Wukong and the two away. Before leaving, Li Yu told the god that he was going to the universe to practice. Li Yu said that in the star coordinates given to him by Shen Long, there was a race that looked exactly like the god. Li Yu asked Tian Chendao if he was his own race. And the gods don't know. They only remember that they were on this earth when they were very young. It seems that I am waiting for someone to pick me up. I have forgotten it for so many years, but the gods know that I am not a person on the earth. After hearing what Li Yu said, the god was sure that it was his hometown. Although the god had long regarded him as an earthling for so many years, he was still a little excited when he heard about his hometown this time. The god told Li Yu that if he could, God hopes that Li Yu can go back and take a look on his behalf. After Li Yu heard what the god said, he immediately agreed to the god's request. After all, Li Yu himself had a selfish intention and wanted to use this relationship to let the Namekian elders help Li Yu and others develop their potential. Now he has the god's request. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. That is to say, I thank God for his kindness and satisfy myself. Immediately, Li Yu and others returned to the Turtle Immortal house. After saying goodbye to the Turtle Immortal, the three boarded the spacecraft and immediately went to the universe. I went to the cinema yesterday and watched I'm Not the God of Medicine. It was really touching at the end. I hope everyone will watch it. Chapter 49. In the universe, a spaceship with the Universal Capsule trademark is traveling in the vast universe. This spacecraft was driven out of the universe by Li Yu from the Earth. The three people in the spaceship are Li Yu, Sun Wukong, and Clin. There is enough space inside the spacecraft. You can rest in the spaceship. Apart from going out for a walk during cultivation, it can meet all the needs of Li Yu and others. Li Yu and others have been traveling in the universe for 3 days, and are still half the distance from Namek. At this time, Sun Wukong and others are already bored in the spaceship. After all, there is really no one in this spaceship. That sense of solidity on land. At this time, Sun Wukong complained to Li Yu, "Brother Li, when will he be able to compete with the masters in the universe? Staying in this spaceship every day, his body is almost rusty." Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong and said helplessly, "We will arrive at Namek soon, and there will be many masters there." Li Yu was right, although among the Namekians, only Neru himself is left among the fighting Namekians. However, Neru's combat power is also very powerful. After Neru explodes with all his strength, he has a combat power of 42,000. Such strength is among Frisia's army. Apart from Frisia, there is only Frisia's Jinyu team. At this moment, Clin, who was looking at the scenery in front of the window, shouted. After hearing Clin's words, Li Yu thought he had encountered an emergency and hurried over to check. After walking to Clin's side and seeing that Clin was safe and sound, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Li Yu was also frightened by Clin. Li Yu said unhappily, Xiaolin, don't be so surprised in the future. Scary people can scare people to death, don't you know? After hearing Li Yu's words, Clin quickly explained to Li Yu, no, senior brother, guess what I saw? I just saw a planet, it was actually shrouded by a tree. The universe is really big, and you can encounter all kinds of weird things. After hearing Clin's words, Li Yu felt that the tree Clin mentioned seemed familiar, but he couldn't think of anything else. But Li Yu felt that this matter must not be a bad thing, so it had to be like this for a few people now. Li Yu, who thought about this, immediately ordered the spacecraft's intelligent robot to project the planet that Clin mentioned. Li Yu and the others looked at the towering trees of this planet, which was almost crowded, and the planet seems to have no life at all, but the trees are full of fruits. At this time, Sun Wukong next to Li Yu looked at the fruit and drooled, Brother Li, this fruit looks delicious, and it has never been seen on the earth. Why don't we go down and have a look and taste it? Okay. Li Yu listened to Sun Wukong's words and did not reply to him immediately. At this time, the more Li Yu looked at the fruit, the more familiar it seemed. Li Yu looked at the red fruit and its shape, and Li Yu finally remembered. Isn't this the fruit of the spirit tree in Dragon Ball? In Dragon Ball, only gods can eat this fruit. In the original book, the lower-level Scion warriors ate the fruits of the spirit tree every day and thus greatly increased their strength. Even Sun Wukong, who already had a normal combat power of 30,000, activated 10 times the power of the Kaio. Not even a punch hit Dales. Li Yu knew that although Darius tortured Sun Wukong quite miserably in the original work, he did not dare to touch Frisia, who normally only had a combat power of 530,000. Li Yu deduced that Darius at that time already had a combat power of 400,000. Although the combat power of 400,000 sounds scary now, if you think about it carefully, Dales is just a low-level warrior and has not experienced cruel training and combat, so it is not difficult to see how abnormal the medicinal effect of the fruit of this spiritual tree is. This is not even comparable to the fruit of the sacred tree in hell, but when he thinks that this spiritual tree relies on all the nutrients of this planet to survive, Li Yu is relieved. After all, eating the essence of several planets is a fool. The combat effectiveness is over 10,000. At this time, when Sun Wukong saw that Li Yu did not answer, he thought that Li Yu did not agree, so he kept asking for Li Yu's consent. Xiaolin was also a little unable to stay these days. After all, this place is a little different from the spiritual time room, except in the spiritual time. Inside the house, there is no need to worry about falling. Of course Li Yu would not give up when he saw such an opportunity, and he could just go down and stretch his muscles. When Sun Wukong and Clin heard Li Yu's reply, they both jumped up happily. After all, these two are still 13 or 14-year-old boys. It is the age of being lively and active. Under the command of Li Yu, the intelligent robot in the spacecraft slowly entered the orbit of the planet. Li Yu looked at the robot in the spaceship and sighed to himself that he was too wise. Bulma had to create this intelligent robot that could drive the spaceship and repair the machine, otherwise none of himself and Wukong would be able to drive the spaceship. At this moment, the spacecraft has entered the atmosphere of this unknown planet and is slowly landing on the ground. Li Yu told Wukong and others not to run around. No one knows if there are cosmic people with strong martial arts skills on this planet, so 3 people have to act together. After hearing what Li Yu said, Clin said that what Li Yu said was completely reasonable. After all, on this unfamiliar planet, if something happens to him, once he gets lost, no one will come back to help him, unless he seeks death, etc. Li Yu used the dragon beads to resurrect himself. Although Sun Wukong is a martial arts idiot, he is definitely not a fool. After listening to so many experiences taught by Li Yu and Turtle Immortal, he also knows why he cannot attack rashly. After Li Yu and the other 3 agreed, the 3 of them soon ran towards the fruits of the spiritual tree that grew the best and closest to here. The three of Li Yu immediately used the dance technique to fly to the tree and pick the fruits crazily. After all, the spaceship, I'm tired of all the food here, so of course I have to try new varieties after all. Li Yu took a bite of the fruit, and a burst of pure energy suddenly filled his body. Li Yu found that although he had gained a little strength, the strength was like a drop of water entering the sea, without any ripples. Li Yu guessed that this fruit could not increase its power infinitely, and if it could increase its power infinitely, I am afraid that all the people in the universe would have to become fruit farmers, and who would still work hard to practice. However, this fruit is of little use to Li Yu, but it is a great supplement to Sun Wukong and others. Li Yu saw that the anger of the two people was constantly growing at this time. Since Sun Wukong was a scion, his stomach could hold a lot more than Colin. After a while, the two finally put down the fruit of the spirit tree. He sat on the ground and digested. At this time, according to Li Yu's observation, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has reached more than 20,000, while Qin has exceeded 3,000. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, the fruit of this spiritual tree is indeed very domineering. If it weren't for the fact that raising such a tree requires the nutrients of a planet, Li Yu would have considered setting aside a mountainous area on the earth to become a fruit farmer. Chapter 50. At this time, Li Yu looked at the tree full of spiritual tree fruits. Li Yu knew that it would take an unknown amount of time to eat these fruits, so Li Yu decided to take all these fruits away. Li Yu immediately took out the universal capsule that could preserve food. Although he couldn't take away all the fruit, he could still take away half of it. Li Yu called Sun Wukong and Qin to act together, and the three of them quickly collected nearly half of the fruits on the tree. After doing all this, Qin asked, "Brother, what should I do with this tree and the remaining fruits? It's a pity to keep them here." Li Yu looked at the tree, stared at it and said, "This spirit, the survival of a tree depends on the nutrients of the entire planet. Just look at the appearance of this planet. If it is planted on another planet, it will probably be a disaster. I think it is better to destroy this tree." Right. When Sun Wukong heard that this spiritual tree was so harmful, he immediately said, "Brother Li, are you telling the truth? Although this fruit is delicious and can increase strength, if this tree does what Brother Li said, if so, let's destroy him." Qin saw that Li Yu and the two were already in agreement. Although it felt good to eat this fruit, looking at the miserable state of this planet, if this spiritual tree took root on the earth, Qin couldn't even imagine it. Immediately the three of them decided to completely destroy the tree. At this moment, Li Yu and the other three suddenly felt a powerful energy coming from them. Li Yu sensed that this energy should be equivalent to Sun Wukong's current strength, but for Li Yu, this energy is really very small. Among the three people present, the one who was most impressed by this energy was Qin. After all, even though he had improved his strength by eating the fruit of the spirit tree, and had reached a combat power of more than 3,000, it was still not as strong as the enemy this time. In the perception of Li Yu and others, this time the enemies were exactly three people, one of whom actually had a combat power of 30,000, and two of them had a combat power of less than 4,000 and more than 6,000. With such fighting power, one can find a good position in Frisia's army. Li Yu pondered, who could such a person be? It seems to be related to the spirit tree. After all, besides the fruits of the spiritual tree that can enhance strength, who else would come to this place where birds don't poop? But today no one but Li Yu would let them get their lunch boxes in advance. At this moment, Wukong and others were waiting for the enemy who was about to appear, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At this time, a spaceship slowly landed on the ground of the planet. At this time, three spacemen stepped out of the spaceship. One of them had a tail, and he looked exactly like Sun Wukong when he was young, but he was bigger than Sun Wukong. To be honest, it is Darius who appears in Dragon Ball. The remaining two people look exactly like the standard package for space people. One of them is called Angus. Angus has a combat power of more than 4,000. The other is called Kaylee. He has a combat power of more than 6,000. It seems that he should be up to less's men. At this time, one of them named Kaylee shouted, "King Dares, look, our spiritual tree has lost more than half of its fruits. It seems that someone has come to this planet." Dares frowned and looked in front of him. What Dares fears most is that Frisia's people have found this place. With his own strength, he is no match for Frisia. He now relies on the fruits of this spiritual tree to improve his strength, otherwise he relies on his subordinates. A warrior's qualifications will never stand out. Although Dales was very panicked in his heart, he did not have any expression on the surface. He had only these two subordinates. If he let the other party know that he was afraid, how would he be able to save the face of his boss? After all, he was just a low-level warrior who was sent to a remote planet. If nothing unexpected happened, after he destroyed his mission planet, someone would come to pick him up, and then he would be treated as cannon fodder by those Scion elites. Send it to the front line. But when Dares knew that his planet was destroyed, Dares was extremely happy. Now he was finally free, and later he met the spirit tree. After eating the fruit of this spiritual tree, Dares discovered that it could actually improve his strength. This allowed Dares' ambition to expand infinitely, and even gave Dares the dream of replacing Frisia. Unfortunately, just when Dares thought that his strength had reached a higher combat effectiveness than the original King Vegeta, Dares once again destroyed the planet. Dares met the people from Frisia's legion. Dares confidently challenged these people. He originally thought that his strength was more than enough to challenge these people. Unexpectedly, he suffered a big loss, and Dares escaped with his life. From then on, Dares learned to keep a low profile and develop in a low-key manner. Neither the demi-humans nor Dales showed up. But this time it was different. The spirit tree was the foundation of his life. Anyone who dared to hit the spirit tree was trying to dig out his flesh with a knife. Dales wanted to see who it was. However, he couldn't go there rashly. Dales immediately asked Angus to go over and check. Then Angus heard Dares' order and went over to check without hesitation. After Li Yu and others landed on the planet in Dallas, they sensed the direction of Dallas, but after waiting for such a long time, no one was there. Just when Li Yu and others were about to take the initiative, Li Yu and others discovered that one of them with the lowest combat effectiveness was flying towards Li Yu and others. Then Li Yu chose Clin, who had the same fighting ability as the newcomer. After all, Li Yu and Sun Wukong were too strong compared to the newcomer, and Li Yu was afraid of scaring away the other two. If the current person is Sun Wukong, if the combat effectiveness is too different, his own combat effectiveness will not be significantly improved. Moreover, Li Yu and Sun Wukong also suppressed their own energy. After all, the two people's combat effectiveness is too high. Soon, Angus came to Li Yu and others, and saw Angus asking, "Who are you? Do you know what you have done? How dare you eat the spiritual tree of our King Dales? I think you don't want to live anymore." Originally, Angus saw three people. Angus was also a little afraid of meeting people from Frisia's legion, but he saw that Li Yu and others did not have the sign of Frisia's legion. And the combat power of these three people is almost 3,000. Angus immediately became more courageous and passed the information to Dales. Chapter 51. Sure enough, Li Yu heard Angus talking about Dales and saw that the spiritual tree was occupied by Dales at this time. But this Dales is really rubbish. In the original work, he dominated the spirit tree for more than 10 years, and his final combat power only reached about 400,000. If Dales hadn't been lucky enough to encounter the spirit tree, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be worthy of playing such a role. Li Yu was very unhappy when he saw Angus dominating above him, and immediately asked Clin to deal with him. After hearing what Li Yu said, Clin immediately rushed forward and fought with Angus. Li Yu and Sun Wukong were watching from the sidelines. After all, Angus's combat power was 1,000 higher than that of Clin. And Angus was a little confused when he saw Clin rushing up alone. When he came here, these people only had more than 3,000 combat power. Even in a battle, There were only 3 people coming together, so it was impossible for just one to rush up. People. It seems that I have been underestimated. Angus thought mockingly to himself, and immediately Angus wanted to make fun of this guy who challenged his dignity. It was seen that Angus did not use his own strength. At this time, the 2 men were fighting together, and it was considered inextricable. At this time, Clin was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Clin felt that although his opponent was not as strong as him in martial arts, he seemed to be able to compete with him in terms of speed and strength. He was still the worst person in the universe according to his senior brother. Look. Before I came here, I was really a frog in the well. Angus also felt bad at this time. Although he had advantages in strength and speed, his fighting skills were not as flexible as the little bald man in front of him. If his fighting power was equal to his, he would definitely lose. Moreover, this little bald man is still so young, and he will be better when he grows up. Angus immediately decided to use all his strength to fight. After Angus raised all his energy, Clin was completely on the defensive. Li Yu and Sun Wukong were very anxious when they saw that Clin was completely at a disadvantage in front of them, but Li Yu had no intention of taking action. If Li Yu's help was needed in every battle, how could Clin grow? If you want to know why the Dragon Ball warriors in the original work grew up so fast, it is because every battle is a battle on the edge of life and death. At this time, Sun Wukong looked at Clin, who was falling into despair step by step, and said anxiously to Li Yu, "Brother Li, Clin is almost dying, let's help Clin." Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, the battle has reached this point and we cannot interfere. This is Clin's battle. We must believe in Clin. It is better not to take action until there is a real crisis. I believe that Clin will definitely create a miracle." Sun Wukong, after hearing Li Yu's words, he fell silent. If he was fighting now, he would not want others to help him at this moment when his life was not threatened. This is the dignity of a warrior. Li Yu took out the fairy beans from his arms to prepare for emergencies. After all, at this time, the chance of Clin being able to turn defeat into victory was also very low. After all, there was a difference of 1000 in combat power, among which Clin had just improved with the fruits of the spirit tree. The strength is not fully grasped yet. On the field, Clin was also studying countermeasures while being forced to defend. At this time, Clin thought of a move Li Yu used at the world's #1 martial arts conference. Clin shouted an afterimage punch, and Clin's figure instantly surrounded Angus. Angus looked at the figures around him and said disdainfully, "It's just a small trick. Didn't you expect that you have many tricks? Now I will show you that in the face of absolute strength, any trick is just a cloud." Seeing Angus's hands pushing quickly, countless light bullets hit Clin's afterimage. At this time, Angus looked at his attacks and found that none of them hit the entity. This meant that everything around him was fake. Where had the real body gone? He only saw the energy detectors on Angus's eyes, indicating that there was a rise in energy above his head. Angus suddenly looked up and saw Clin yelling, "It's done, just die, look at my chi circle slash." It turns out that after Xylan used afterimage fist, he quickly concealed his aura, found the right moment to fly over Angus, and when Angus was about to attack, he used his new chi move. Yuan Zhan originally wanted to surprise Li Yu and Wukong, but he didn't expect to use it here. Li Yu saw Xiaolin actually using Chi Yuan slash. He didn't expect that Xiaolin had grown to this point. It seemed that Xiaolin won this time. This Chi Yuan slash was a move that could leapfrog the opponent. In the original work, Krillin used this move to cut off Frisia's tail. When Angus saw Xylan's move, he said disdainfully, "I can catch such a move with one hand." When Li Yu saw Angus, he arrogantly used one hand to catch it. Chi Yuan slash couldn't help but mourn for Angus. Sure enough, things were as Li Yu imagined. Angus was instantly cut in half by Xylan's Qi Yuan slash, without even leaving his last words. Xiaolin saw that he had won, and Li Yu and others flew towards Li Yu and others exhausted. Li Yu immediately took out the fairy beans and fed them to Klin. Li Yu said to Xiaolin, "Xiaolin did a good job. It seems that you will gain a lot from this actual battle." Sun Wukong also said, "Xiaolin, you fought really well. Even I didn't dare to hit you with that last move. Take it." After Xiaolin heard what the two said, he also said humbly, "No way, this time it's my luck. If the man from the universe can be more careful, maybe I won't win." Right here. At that moment, two powerful Qi appeared. After seeing Angus's body, one of them said angrily, "You three were the ones who killed my subordinates." Klin looked at the one who spoke. People were shocked, because that man was printed with the same millstone as Wukong, just like the grown-up Wukong, but he looked a bit darker. Krillin said to Wukong, "Wukong, is that person a relative of yours? Why does he look so similar?" "Yes, this person is Dares," and at this time Dares noticed Wukong. Dales looked at Wukong and said in surprise, "Cockroach, you are Cockroach." Sun Wukong was also a little confused at this time, and Sun Wukong said, "Do you know me? My name is Sun Wukong. If his name is not Cockroach, you must have mistaken him." Chapter 52. At this time, Dares looked at Sun Wukong and said, "You can't fool me. You are Cockroach. Look at the tail behind you. That is the proof of us scions." At this time, Wukong paid attention to Dare's waist. The tail in the room said in surprise, "Ah! You actually have a tail, I thought only Brother Li and I had it." At this time, after hearing what Sun Wukong said, Dales looked at Li Yu and said, "Listen to Cockroach, are you also a scion? Why do I have no information about you?" Li Yu said disdainfully after hearing Dare's words, "I am indeed a scion, why do you have to know my information? You are the onion." After hearing Li Yu's words, Dales said arrogantly, "Ha! Ha! Ha! Even you people with more than 3,000 combat power dare to talk to me, if it weren't for the fact that both you and Cockroach for the sake of the scions, I will not let you live for such a long time." And Dales continued, "A lower-level warrior is a lower-level warrior, no matter how you practice, you will never become a superior person." Li Yu looked at it. Dales mocked, "Aren't you a lower-level soldier? No matter what you say, you can't hide your inferiority complex. I think you are just a nouveau riche." At this time, Dales heard Li Yu say that he was a lower-level soldier. When it happened, it instantly hit Dales where it hurt. I saw Dales saying, "Yes, I am indeed a lower-level soldier, a lower-level soldier who is only worthy of being cannon fodder. Unfortunately, my life is good, so I got this spirit tree. I think you have already eaten this spirit. The fruit of the spiritual tree, doesn't it feel great? With this, one day I can rely on the fruit of the spiritual tree to become the number one in the world, no, the number one in the universe." Li Yu looked at the possessed. Delay said, "This is just external force, not real strength at all. I think all your strength is improved by the fruit of this spiritual tree. Such power, without its own willpower, is simply illusory." At this time, Dales heard Li Yu preaching to him and said displeasedly, "Hey! It's useless to talk more, strength is everything. At this time, your combined combat power has not reached 10,000, and my combat power is 30,000. I can kill you easily." Li Yu looked at what trick Dales was going to play, and Li Yu asked, "So, what exactly do you want to do?" Dales thought that Li Yu was going to ask him. He surrendered and said, "I will give you two choices now. The first is to surrender to me. Considering that you are both scions and your strength is not very bad, as long as you want to be mine subordinates, I can provide you with the fruits of the spirit tree, and then we can dominate the universe." Dales further said, "You should know that our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, don't you want to take revenge? As long as you join me and come to my side, this wish will come true soon." At this time, Li Yu heard that Dales actually played the emotional card, but it was a pity that it was of no use to Li Yu and Sun Wukong. Li Yu is a time traveler, and by the destruction of the Jita planet doesn't care about his own business, but Sun Wukong broke his head when he was a child and has no memory. Now Sun Wukong is a human on Earth. After Li Yu heard what Dales said, he said, "Is this the first condition? But we are used to freedom, so I'm afraid it won't work. What is the second condition?" Dales then heard that Li Yu actually rejected him. Li Yu said, "Don't worry. We never regret." At this time, Dales looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Cockroach, are you like this too? If you are willing to be my subordinate, I can consider letting you go." After hearing Dare's words, Sun Wukong said, "Just give up, I will not fight with you. This kind of people do evil together. Even if I am a scion, I am different from you." Although Clin on the side did not know what happened, he also said, "Just give up. Gaku and Li Big Brother will never help you do bad things." Dales heard the answers from Li Yu and others at this time and said, "It seems that you have really made a decision. Today really surprised me. I didn't expect that the dignified science actually he has degenerated to such an extent and actually became a messenger of justice. It seems that he is going to start a killing spree today. Don't blame me." At this time, the only scoundrel beside Dales, Kaylee, said, "Why does the king need to take action? To deal with these bastards, it is enough to have subordinates to help." After hearing Kaylee's attitude, Dales said with great satisfaction, "Then it's up to you to take action. After you deal with them, I will reward you with the spirit tree fruit." Kaylee was overjoyed when he heard what Dares said. In fact, Kaylee really wanted Dares to fight with Li Yu and others so that both sides would suffer, so that he could reap the benefits and become the master of the spirit tree. Unfortunately, Dares' their fighting power is too strong. Those three people are not the enemies of Dales at all. Instead of doing this, they would rather show their loyalty. Li Yu lost interest instantly when he looked at this trash fish with a combat power of only more than 6,000. When Kaylee rushed down, Li Yu casually hit Kaylee with a whole wave, blowing Kaylee to pieces. The battle situation at this time shocked Dares. After Dares came to his senses, he shouted to Li Yu, "You don't have the combat power of 3,000 at all. Damn it, Angus actually lied about the military situation. Damn it." At that time, Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, he is yours. Remember to go all out, he is stronger than you." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong was already impatient. He just watched Clin's battle. After that, Sun Wukong had long wanted to fight. When he heard Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong instantly raised his aura to the highest level. At this time, I saw the energy detector on Dales's ear flashing continuously. I saw Dales saying in disbelief, "No, this is impossible. How could his combat power be 4,000, 7,000, 10,000, 26,000, how could it be? How could it be only lower than mine? 4,000 combat power, this is impossible, how can you be so strong?" At the moment Dares spoke, Sun Wukong immediately rushed to Dares, and saw Dares hurriedly lowering his gears, and the two sides were fighting. There is no fighting, this is Sun Wukong's first battle after entering the universe. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is 4,000 lower than that of Dares at this moment, Sun Wukong has more combat experience than Dares, and half of Sun Wukong's cultivation comes from his own cultivation, while Dares' strength is all based on the spirit tree of fruits piled out. One worked hard and imprinted all his strength and combat experience in his head, while the other was just a fake product piled up with medicine. These contrasting conditions were fully demonstrated by this battle. Out. At this moment, the balance of victory is already tilting like Sun Wukong. Chapter 53. On this deserted planet, Dales and Sun Wukong were fighting fiercely. The fighting scene on the field was very exciting, and the two people were fighting inextricably. At this time, although Dales's energy is thousands more than Sun Wukong's, all of Dare's fighting power is piled on the fruits of the spirit tree, so Dare's energy is unstable. At this moment, Sun Wukong found the neutral position and used a turtle Qigong wave, instantly knocking Dales to the ground. At this time, Dales said with a ferocious face, "No. How could this happen? I have 30,000 combat power, and you only have 24,000, so I should win." Li Yu said after hearing Dare's words, "You rely too much on the fruits of the spirit tree. Although the fruits of the spirit tree can improve a person's strength, if you rely too much on the fruits of the spirit tree, it will be counterproductive." Dales was excited after hearing Li Yu's words. He said, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. If that's the case, then all of you can stay and be buried with me." After Dales finished speaking, he took out a device that simulated a small moon and projected the moon's projection onto the into the sky and create the Boolean meta. Dales looked at the moon in the sky and said intoxicatedly, "Since we are all scions, you should know the secret of the scion tale. Once we scions turn into gorillas, we will increase the fighting power 10 times, so you all go to hell." After Dares finished speaking, there were only 2 scions with tails on the field, Sun Wukong and Dares, and only 2 of them were illuminated by Bull-Ci light at this moment. In human form, the 2 of them instantly transformed into gorillas. Since both of them were low-level warriors, the gorillas they turned into at this moment had no trace of reason and could only destroy. Since the combat effectiveness after transforming into a gorilla is increased tenfold, Dare's combat effectiveness is 300,000 at this time, while Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is 240,000. At this time, the 2 people with fighting power on the field, and the breath of hundreds of thousands of fighting power was released, and the entire desolate planet suddenly trembled. And the one who was most oppressed by such an aura on the field was Klin. At this time, Klin's combat power had not yet reached 5,000. It was indeed very uncomfortable to deal with the combat power of 20,000 to 30,000. For Li Yu, who has a combat power of more than 4 million, this kind of combat power can also be used to warm up. At this time, Li Yu saw Klin who could hardly bear it and said, "Xiaolin, go back to the spaceship first. This kind of battle is no longer suitable for you. Leave this place to me. Don't worry." Klin heard Li Yu's words. After that, they rushed to the spaceship. Li Yu looked at the gorillas that Sun Wukong and Dales turned into. They struggled together. At this time, Li Yu hid his breath, while Klin hid in the spaceship. These 2 irrational gorillas could only sense each other's breath. In the feeling, both gorillas felt each other's breath. Hostility, relying on the instinct of beasts, the 2 behemoths struggled. The battle at this time didn't involve any fighting skills. It was all fist-to-flesh attacks. 2 monsters with a combat power of more than 200,000 people made the entire planet tremble this time. At this time, Dales turned into a gorilla and shot an energy bomb from his mouth, hitting Sun Wukong in the chest. Sun Wukong fell to the ground instantly. Li Yu looked at the changes in front of him and felt that Sun Wukong still had a weak breath. After making a decision, Li Yu appeared in front of Dales in an instant. When Dales looked at the finger-sized Li Yu who appeared in front of him, disgust flashed in his eyes. The instinct of the beast told Dales that he hated the person in front of him. Relying on this instinct, Dales punched Li Yu in front of his eyes. Li Yu looked at the fist that was about to reach him, slowly stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped the huge oncoming fist. It was obvious that Dale's fist could not move forward at this moment. Klin on the spaceship looked at Dales showing off his might, especially when Wukong was knocked down. Klin was sweating because of the situation on the field. However, after seeing Li Yu's crushing strength, Klin felt relieved. Afterwards, Klin looked at Li Yu and really didn't know where his senior brother's strength had reached. At this time, outside, Dales was facing Li Yu's repeated attacks. Although Dales himself was huge and looked very powerful, in fact, Dales did not even touch a corner of Li Yu's clothes at this time. Arrive! Li Yu seemed to be playing with his pet at this moment. At this moment, Dales's beast instinct told Dales that this person was invincible, and Dales turned around and ran away. Li Yu thought that Dales would continue to attack, but what he didn't expect was that Dales actually ran away. Li Yu didn't want to play anymore. He saw that Li Yu used his 2 successful powers to use turtle-style Qigong, and defeated Dares. Les's gorilla was beaten to pieces. At this time, after Li Yu used Qi Yuan Slash to cut off Sun Wukong's tail, he carried Sun Wukong on his back and flew to the spacecraft. Before leaving, Li Yu completely destroyed the planet with a blow of Qi Wave Kung Fu. On the spaceship, Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong, who had only 1 breath left, and quickly took out the fairy beans and fed them to Sun Wukong. Li Yu believed that Sun Wukong's combat power would double. After all, Sun Wukong was also a scion. When a scion was seriously injured, if you don't die, your combat effectiveness will be doubled, which Li Yu knows best. Wukong quickly ate the fairy beans and couldn't stop drinking Ophiophagon japonicus. He recovered instantly and was full of energy. At this time, Sun Wukong's aura has reached a combat power of 50,000. This is the benefit of fighting a strong man. Why did Vegeta's combat power increase so quickly in the early stage, but after reaching a combat power of 18,000, it stagnated? That's because Vegeta was fighting with his life in the early stage. In the end, all the powerful enemies in the universe were gone, and the rest all defected to Frisia's legion. Vegeta didn't rebel at that time, so he didn't take action. Therefore, after Vegeta rebelled and took action against Frisia's powerful enemy, his combat effectiveness naturally soared. At this time, after Sun Wukong saw that he was in the spaceship, Sun Wukong said in confusion, "Brother Li, Clin, I remember that I was fighting. How could the battle here be over?" After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Clin immediately he told Sun Wukong exactly what he saw, and Sun Wukong was a little disappointed when he heard that he lost in the end. However, Sun Wukong adjusted it instantly. If he loses this time, he will continue to practice, and one day he will become stronger. Sun Wukong asked Li Yu, "Brother Li, what does this scion mean when he says we are all scions? Are we all aliens?" Clin was also very curious at this time. After all, the strength of Li Yu and Sun Wukong has improved too fast. They could catch up before, but now they can only look up to them. Chapter 54. After Li Yu heard Sun Wukong's words, he told Sun Wukong everything he knew. Among them, Li Yu said that he was a lower-level warrior of the Scions, a scion who, like Sun Wukong, was sent to other planets. After Xiaolin heard what Li Yu said, he said angrily, "How could there be such a race that would send its children to other planets after they were born?" Xiaolin felt that his words were also inappropriate. After all, there were 2 of them around him. Although he knew that Li Yu and Sun Wukong were not such people, Xiaolin was still a little panicked. Then Xiaolin said, "Brother Li, who is Frisia that Scion Dares said?" "Dares said Frisia destroyed your planet, then he must be very strong." Li Yu heard this after Xiaolin's words. He said, "The strength and power are very strong and can survive in a vacuum environment." He claims to be the strongest emperor of the universe. He has conquered a large number of subordinates, occupied planets rich in resources, and used alien planet technology to build spaceships. For military invasion, the troops selected are all elite warriors. As for his strength, it can be said that I am not his opponent yet. After Xiaolin heard that Frisia was so powerful, and he still had many powerful ones in his hands, under Wukong's strength, Clin only felt that this time the universe was really full of crises. Although Sun Wukong knew his origin at this time and knew that he was not from the earth, he did not miss his hometown when he grew up on the earth. Instead, what Sun Wukong said to Li Yu was that he was doing evil in the universe. The evil legion became interested, but when he heard Li Yu say that even Li Yu was not the opponent named Frisia, Sun Wukong temporarily stopped this idea. After all, even if Sun Wukong is a martial arts idiot, he has not yet developed to the level of an idiot. Even if he wants to challenge, he must prepare a complete strategy. At this time, a voice said, "You are on Earth, Li Yu, Sun Wukong, and Klin." At this time, Li Yu and others immediately became alert, but after searching for a long time, they could not find the aura of the enemy. At this time, the mysterious guy said again, "You don't have to look for it. I'm not with you at all. I'm talking to you with my mind." Li Yu heard the other party actually saying that he was actually talking with his mind. A person from Dragon Ball suddenly rang out. Thinking of this, Li Yu said, "Are you the king of the North Realm?" And the voice said doubtfully, "How do you know my identity?" And Li Yu replied, "I heard about it occasionally in the universe. There is a powerful god like the King of the North in this universe." When the King of the North heard Li Yu's shameless praise of him, he was instantly proud. But Li Yu was also very confused at this time. After all, the current relationship between Li Yu and others and the King of Realm is beyond reach. Due to his intervention, the combat effectiveness of Li Yu and others greatly increased at this time, and Li Yu did not ask the gods to take them to see the king. However, it is not a bad thing to see Caillou at this time, not to mention a unique skill in Caillou's hands that Li Yu has been thinking about for a long time, and that is Caillou Fist. Li Yu has been coveting this martial skill that can double his combat power for a long time. Originally, Li Yu had already decided. After going to Namek to make a wish, Li Yu returned to Earth to ask the gods to introduce Li Yu and others to the King of Kai. Now it seems that it saves a lot of trouble. At this time, Li Yu said, "I don't know why the King of the Realm came to us this time. I saw the King of the Realm said, 'Today I patrolled the universe and found this spiritual tree. Originally, this spiritual tree can only be eaten by gods. The fruit, I don't know why, actually appeared in the universe. Originally, dares couldn't deal with him with my strength. Fortunately for you." The King of Kai continued at this time, "I already know that you are from the earth. I have already made an agreement with your gods. When you come back, if you want to come to Kai Wang to practice, you can ask the gods to bring you here, and I can teach you my unique skills." To be honest, I found out that Li Yu and others came from the earth. After coming out, the Kai Wang was very shocked. You must know that with the fighting power of Li Yu and others, and with the Kai Wang's vision, he guessed that Li Yu and others must be peerless geniuses cultivated by some cosmic force. But after finding out that Li Yu and others came from the earth, the King of Kai was no longer so calm. You must know that in a place like the earth on the edge of the universe, it would be a miracle to be able to produce a warrior with a combat power of 300 to 400. At this time, in the eyes of the King of Kai, Li Yu and others cannot be described as geniuses, that is, peerless geniuses. It seems that his unique skills now have a successor, so the King of Kai immediately contacted the gods of the earth. You must know that the order of gods in the Dragon Ball world is very strict. The gods below would be flattered to see the gods above. When the gods on the earth knew that it was the Kiowan, they were so scared that they fell to the ground. After knowing the Kiowa's intention, the gods immediately swore to the sky that they would complete the mission assigned to them by the Kiowan. Originally, the King of the Realm had already returned home after telling the gods of the earth, but thinking that the combat power that Li Yu and others now possess is one of the best in the universe, would he still go to his own planet? So the King of the Realm planned to talk to Li Yu and others in person. After hearing what the King of Kai said, Li Yu had already decided to go to the planet of the King of Kai. In addition to his own plan, there was also Sun Wukong. He always felt that Sun Wukong was lacking in something now, although Wukong already had a combat power of 50,000, and Wukong was only now 13 years old. After the Realm King appeared, Li Yu suddenly realized that Sun Wu without the Kaio Fist and the Energy Bullet, would this still be Sun Wukong? Li Yu immediately decided to go to planet Namek and then quickly return to Earth and go to Kai Wang. Of course, there is Xiaolin. Although Xiaolin has experienced the previous battles, Xiaolin's combat effectiveness has really improved a lot. Now Xiaolin's combat effectiveness has reached 4,000. However, because of Xiaolin's earthly system, in Li Yu's opinion, Xiaolin's if you can cultivate to 1 million in a lifetime, it is already the highest level. If Xiaolin learns Kaioken, even if he only uses twice as much Kaioken, it will be a good choice for Xiaolin. Li Yu immediately replied to the king of the North Realm. After arriving at Namek, he immediately returned to Earth and then went to find the gods. After hearing Li Yu's accurate reply, the North Realm king left happily. Chapter 55. In fact, as a Kaio, the North Kaio is really helpless. There is an overlord like Frisia on his territory, and his own strength cannot even beat one of Frisia's subordinates. So when the Northern Kai Wang saw Li Yu and others, he saw hope. The Northern Kai Wang hoped to hand over his secret knowledge to Li Yu and others, and it would be best to defeat Frisia. There are also his own territory. There are too few righteous masters. There are too few martial arts masters born in the Northern Galaxy who can retain their physical bodies in the underworld. He is always laughed at by other realm kings. He should also train some masters. Although there is a stronger Kaishin above Kaio, it is a pity that as a Kaio, he has never seen Kaishin. In the ancient times, Majin Bu beat several Kaios to death or injured, leaving only the East Kaio Sinasan. After what happened with Majin Bu, Asin has been on guard against the seal Earth with Bu. As for Frisia's threat, Asin also said that he could kill him with one finger, so the East Kaiosan never took Frisia seriously. Therefore, these Kais have never seen Eastern Kaishin and only think that Kaishin is nothing more than a legend. But what's interesting is that although the North Kaio has never met the East Kaio, he has met Beerus, the god of destruction. More than 300 years ago, when Beerus came to Kaio, the Northern Kaio made a bet with Beerus. Beerus lost and became angry and shrank the Northern Kaio's planet to only a place where he could stand. It's the size you see in the anime. This is really interesting. North Kaio knows Beerus, the god of destruction, but not Kaishin, and Kaishin knows Kaio but not Beerus, the god of destruction. It's also to blame that Beerus sealed the old Kaioshin in Kaio Shenjian, which caused the Kaio's inheritance to be broken. If Beerus, the god of destruction, knew about Higashi Kaioshin's urinary properties, he would probably kill Higashi Kaioshin. It's completely sealed. After all, the Kaio god is dead, and the god of destruction is also dead. The words were divided into two parts. After several days of journey, Li Yu and others finally arrived at the coordinates of the Namekians. At this time, the spacecraft followed Li Yu's instructions and slowly landed on the ground. At this time, Klin and others walked out of the spacecraft. At this time, Klin took a deep breath. There was nothing he could do. Although there was everything in the spacecraft, it was a pity that it still did not have the reality of being on the Earth. Sun Wukong said to Li Yu, "Brother Li, is this really the planet Namek? Why is there no one here? Are there really people here who look exactly like the gods?" After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Li Yu said, "No, yes, this is the planet Namek. I heard that the climate here has changed in the past, and most of the Namek people died in that disaster. Now only a few Namek people exist." At this time, Sun Wukong said, "Brother Li, there are 4 strong Qi flying towards us, but these Qi do not have evil breath, they should not be bad people." At this time, Li Yu took out the Qi left behind when Dales and others died. The energy detector was brought to his eyes. Although Li Yu could detect a person's strength, Li Yu still wanted to try the high technology in Dragon Ball. As the energy detector continued to shake, the final test results were 1000, 1005, 1003, and 1006. After looking at it, Li Yu thought, it seems that they are not fighting Namekians. I don't know if the Great Elder knows the purpose of coming to him and others, and I don't know what the attitude of these Namekians is, but I am here to recognize my relatives, so I can't make any big mistakes in my attitude. At this time, these 4 Namekians came to Li Yu and others. Li Yu looked at these 4 Namekians who looked like teachers, and they didn't look like they knew how to fight. Wukong and Klin were also a little dazzled when they looked at the several Namekians in front of them. The few people in front of them really looked similar to the gods. I saw these Namekians with green skin and 2 antennas on their foreheads. Krillin and Wukong whispered, "It seems that this is really the hometown of the gods. I don't know about these people. Do they all look exactly like gods?" Although Wukong and others spoke very softly, the hearing of the Namekians was different from that of the people on earth, so these people could hear these words clearly. At this time, one of the Namekians said, "Guests from afar, I don't know what you have come to Namek for." Although Li Yu was very polite when he heard the Namekian's words, his tone was, "I heard the meaning of being defensive. But this is also normal. Although the Namekians are a peaceful race, they cannot have the intention to harm others and must be defensive. After all, people like Li Yu came from other planets. What if they were an evil race that came to invade Namek? After all, the only fighting Namekian on Namek is Niru." At this time, Li Yu also had no objection to the Namekian's defense. After all, if someone broke into his home for no reason, Li Yu's first reaction would be to beat the person out, and these Namekians could still use treating Li Yu and others with a friendly tone is already very admirable to Li Yu. Thinking about this, Li Yu said to these Namekians, "Hello, we are from the earth. On our planet, there is also a Namekian who is our god. We represent the god this time. We are here to visit Namek. We also have something to ask your great elder." When these Namekians heard that Li Yu was here to visit relatives, they were also stunned. They did not think that Li Yu would have such a reason. If it is true, they should welcome these people well. However, when they heard that Li Yu and others wanted to see the great elder, these people immediately fell silent. The great elder was the pillar of support for these people and the father of everyone present. All the Namekians present were created by the great elder, and the Namekian Dragon Balls were made by the great elder. If something happened to the great elder, the Dragon Balls would disappear. I saw the Namekian saying, "We need to ask the great elder for his opinion first about meeting the great elder. If the great elder agrees, we will take you to see the great elder. If you don't agree, you can't meet him." To the great elder. Li Yu agreed after hearing what the Namekian said. After all, he and others were here to ask for help. Immediately, Li Yu and the other 3 arrived together with these Namekians. At the base camp of these people, the people on this planet became very rare due to the climate. At this time, all the Namekians from the entire planet gathered together. Chapter 56. Li Yu and the others arrived at the Namek base camp at this time, and at this time the energy detector in front of Li Yu suddenly flashed a large amount of energy value, a full 40,000 energy value. I am afraid that only Nielu can have such an energy value on the Namek planet. After Nielu appeared at this time, he saw the energy detector in front of Li Yu, and his face changed drastically and said, "What's going on with you? How did you bring back 3 people? He is a member of Frisia's Legion." Nero has a lot of popularity among the Namekians, and the Namekians still believe what he said. I saw that the Namekian who was leading the way for Li Yu and others changed drastically after hearing Nilu's words. Then the Namekian who led the way seemed to have been defrauded of money by Li Yu and others, and said to Li Yu, "What, you are actually Frisia's people, you actually lied to us about your purpose here, is it for the Dragon Balls?" At this time, Li Yu and others looked at it, and the surrounding Namekians instantly became defensive about them, as if Li Yu and others just said one wrong thing, these Namekians would gather in groups and attack. Krillin and Goku also knew Frisia's reputation in the universe at this time, but they did not expect that these Namekians actually thought they were members of Frisia's army. Klin whispered to Li Yu at this time, "Brother Li, what should I do? These Namek people seem to have misunderstood. What if they attack us?" Although Sun Wukong did not want to hurt these Namek people, he did so at this time. Ready for battle. Li Yu looked at the tense situation between the two parties at this time, and quickly explained, "You have all misunderstood. These energy detectors were obtained by me fighting with another group of people." After hearing what Li Yu said, Nielu and others, with an obvious look of disbelief. It seems that the usual behavior of these people in Frisia's army has made everyone in the universe a little bit arrogant. Just when Li Yu was preparing to use force to suppress these people, an old voice came from the room, and he only heard the voice saying, "Let them come in, they have no malicious intentions." After hearing the voice, Nalo said impatiently, "But, Great Elder, what if these people threaten your safety?" After hearing the Great Elder's voice, Li Yu knew that this misunderstanding could be resolved. It seemed that the Great Elder was waiting for him. The impression on people is not bad. After hearing what the Great Elder said, Nielu reluctantly led Li Yu and others to the Great Elder's room. Before leaving, Nielu said to Li Yu, "I don't know where you people are from. Road, but you'd better not have any bad ideas, otherwise I will never let you go." Li Yu didn't take Nielu's words to heart. If he hadn't asked for help, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. With Li Yu's current combat power, wouldn't it be easy to defeat this Namek? But I am a cultural person, but they have ordinary knowledge. At this time, Li Yu and others came to the inside of the house and finally met the Great Elder of Namek. At this time, the Great Elder had entered the aging stage, but he had not yet reached the time when he would completely fail 10 years later. At this time, the Great Elder said, "Children from alien planets, I don't know what you came to this planet for." At this time, Li Yu said, "Hello, Great Elder, we are from the Earth, and on our planet the gods on the planet are also people on the Namek planet. This time we are here to represent him. We come here to take a look. By the way, we want to ask the Great Elder for something." Li Yu will talk to the Namekian who leads the way. The Elder repeated. At this time, the Great Elder said, "I don't know, can you let me see your memory?" At this time, Li Yu suddenly remembered that the Great Elder could check other people's memories, and wondered whether the Great Elder could see his own memories from time travel. But at this time, there is no turning back when the bow is fired, so we can only take a gamble. Li Yu said, "Okay." I saw Li Yu walking in front of the Great Elder, and saw the Great Elder putting his hand on Li Yu's head, but at this time the Great Elder frowned slightly. The Great Elder said, "I saw the memory of the earth in your memory, but I did not see the memory before this." The Great Elder said again, "However, I did not feel it in your bodies. Malice, but I have a hunch that in the future, you will save the fate of the entire Namek planet." Li Yu knew that what the Great Elder should say was that Frisia would come here to snatch the Dragon Balls 10 years later. It seems that the Great Elder has already had a hunch. At this time, Li Yu said, "Please rest assured, Great Elder, we are definitely here with good intentions, but there are some things that I want to ask the Great Elder for help." The Great Elder said, "Tell me, we are friends now, friends if you ask for help, we Namekians will still help." After hearing the words of the Great Elder, Li Yu said happily, "That's it, I heard that the Great Elder has the ability to develop human potential, and I hope that the Great Elder can help we three brothers, improve our strength." At this time, Li Yu had just finished speaking, and Nelo's words rang out again. He only heard Nelo say, "How is this possible? It is very energy consuming for the Great Elder to improve people's potential. It will cause damage to the Great Elder's body." After hearing Nelo's words, Li Yu thought, why there are such troublemakers like you everywhere. When you have time, you must teach him how to behave. At this time, Li Yu said, "It's okay, Great Elder. We have a kind of fairy beans on us. After people eat it, they can recover instantly even if they suffer multiple injuries. If the Great Elder agrees, he can give it to Na for free. 50 capsules of my Keexing were given as reward. After all, he could afford tens of thousands of fairy beans. Although 50 fairy beans may sound like a small amount, the effect of fairy beans is very incredible. You must know that in a high-risk world like Dragon Ball, you may lose your life at any time. And fairy beans are equivalent to a life. Li Yu believed that the Great Elder would make the right choice. Sure enough, after hearing what Li Yu said, the Great Elder decisively agreed. The Great Elder knows Li Yu's strength. If Li Yu wants to force himself, everyone present will not be able to resist him. Instead of offending a strong man, let alone a strong man who can save the fate of their planet, they should not offend him. Not to mention there are good things to be fished out. Seeing that the Great Elder had agreed, Li Yu asked Wukong and Klin who would come first. Finally, Wukong asked Klin to come first. After all, it was an opportunity to improve his strength. Klin walked up to the Great Elder very happily. Chapter 57. After hearing Li Yu's words, Kellen walked towards the Great Elder. At this time, the Great Elder put his hand on Kellen's head. After some time passed, Klin felt a powerful aura filling his body. At this time, Klin felt that his current strength could defeat several of his previous selves. At this time, Li Yu pressed the energy detector in front of him and saw that the number on it was constantly increasing. Klin, who originally only had a combat power of 4,000, suddenly increased to a combat power of 40,000. It's improved tenfold. Li Yu looked at the Great Elder who began to pant as he improved Klin's strength, and quickly handed over a fairy bean. The Great Elder took the fairy beans passed by Li Yu and instantly regained his vitality. Then the Great Elder continued to pick up and encourage Sun Wukong, and then tapped the potential for Sun Wukong. However, when exploring Sun Wukong's potential, the Great Elder let out a sigh and said, "You kid, your talent is really high. Your future achievements may surpass the realm of gods." Li Yu had a hint of admiration for the Great Elder. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder's evaluation of Goku was so high. It was also because of his martial arts talent. Goku can be said to be the first person in Dragon Ball. With the Scion blood, even the god of destruction looked at him with admiration. Man! Soon the Great Elder completed the process of tapping Wukong's potential, and Wukong's chi increased to an unprecedented height, and even the detectors in Li Yu's eyes exploded. Li Yu's battle against Sun Wukong can be estimated to have a combat power of 550,000. This combat power value has surpassed Friesia's first-level power. At this time, Wukong suppressed all his energy. Kling said to Wukong, "Wukong, you are really amazing. Originally, I thought I was already very strong, but when you released your energy just now, you almost killed me. I can't breathe anymore." After hearing Klin's words, Wukong said, "No way, I just felt a little uncomfortable because my energy suddenly rose to such a high level." Then the rest was left. Li Yu was the last one, and the Great Elder immediately began to explore Li Yu's potential, but then the Great Elder seemed to be even more surprised. I saw the Great Elder saying, "It's incredible. The potential of the kid just now is already amazing. I didn't expect that. Li Yu, your potential is even better than the kid Wukong just now. In the future, how far you can go depends on your luck." Li Yu didn't expect that the Great Elder would have such a high opinion of himself. In Li Yu's subconscious, he only needed to reach the height of Wukong. However, since he was brought to the mobile phone, his future seems to have become blurred. Li Yu knows that the world he will experience in the future will definitely be more than just this Dragon Ball. But Li Yu doesn't want to know about the future, and he doesn't want to know now. He may live or die. Now Li Yu just wants to improve his strength and get out of danger as soon as possible. At this time, the Great Elder had completed the exploration of Li Yu's strength. At this time, the Great Elder was panting even harder than when Wukong had just started. It can be seen that the Great Elder had worked hard. After surpassing the fairy bean, he immediately regained his vitality. At this time, I saw the Great Elder saying, "Li Yu, I can only have part of my potential, and you still have to discover the rest by yourself." Li Yu felt his own power, and had to say that the Great Elder's ability was too cheating. Li Yu already believes that Li Yu's strength will not increase even a little bit before he breaks through to Super Saiyan. But now Li Yu feels that his current strength has increased by 7 million, which is more than double the 3 million combat power of Sun Wukong, who turned into a Super Saiyan in the original work. However, Li Yu also feels that his current energy has been exhausted. The feeling of overflowing when the water is full. At this moment, Li Yu felt that his transformation into a Super Saiyan should be completed soon. He was just one chance away from being able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Yu thanked the Great Elder. "Thank you, Great Elder. If it weren't for your strength, we wouldn't have grown so fast. You really helped us a lot." Li Yu continued, "Great Elder, I still have something that I would like to ask the Great Elder for help. I heard that the Great Elder also has 7 dragon beads in his hand. I wonder if the Great Elder can lend it to me." After hearing Li Yu's words, the Great Elder thought for a moment and said, "In this case, then I will send Buddha to the west and lend you the dragon beads for a while. Nialu, tell your tribe to collect the dragon beads and take these foreign friends to make wishes to the dragon beads." Li Yu heard the Great Elder. After saying this, he immediately said with joy, "Thank you, Great Elder. When the Great Elder needs me, Li Yu, in the future, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." Soon the Dragon Balls were collected by these Namekians. After that, a Namekian said to the Dragon Ball in the language of the Namekians, "Come out, Shenlong." Then just like the dragon from the earth appeared, the entire planet was surrounded by dark clouds. At this moment, Li Yu looked at the entire sky, thinking that the second dragon in Dragon Ball was about to appear. Krillin and Goku were also looking forward to it, and they even wondered whether 683, the Namekian dragon, was the same as the one on Earth. Soon the divine dragon of Namek, Porunga, came out. Different from the divine dragon of Earth, Palunga was stronger and had better performance than the divine dragon of Earth. Li Yu remembered that Palunga could make 3 wishes, and could resurrect people who had died once. In this regard, he was stronger than the Earth Dragon. Li Yu believes that Palunga can only resurrect one person at a time, not that he cannot resurrect multiple people, but this is the real performance superiority. It is to prevent people from cheating by using language skills. Just like the god said, as long as you grasp the skills, such as resurrecting the people killed by Vegeta, this is a kind of cheating. Palunga can avoid such cheating. From this point of view, the performance of Palunga is superior. The so-called strengthening by the Great Elder is only to facilitate the Dragon Ball warriors to save the Earth and its humans. In terms of actual performance, the performance of Palunga has been reduced. But Li Yu looked at Shenlong and knew that he could make 3 wishes. At this time, Li Yu said to Sun Wukong and Klin, "Wukong, Xiaolin, what wishes do you want to make?" Shenlong has used up all his wishing opportunities on Earth. Now the Dragon of Mike can make 3 wishes, exactly 1 for each person. Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collect and recommend. Chapter 58. At this time, after Sun Wukong and Kellen heard what Li Yu said, they discussed it and said, "Brother Li, neither of us have any wishes. The harvest this time has been great." "That's right, Brother Li, you should use these 3 wishes." When Li Yu saw Sun Wukong giving up their wishes this time, Li Yu stopped refusing, and immediately made 3 wishes to Shenlong. The first wish Li Yu made was to be able to see through the opponent's combat effectiveness. The second wish Li Yu made was the ability to survive in the universe. Although Li Yu can absorb the blood of other creatures, you must know that there are many creatures in the universe that can survive in the universe, such as Frisia, but the last time Li Yu absorbed the blood of Sun Wukong, he actually grew a tail. Li Yu didn't know that. If after absorbing Frisia's blood, will he become a creature like Frisia, which is neither male nor female, it will be great fun. After all, does Li Yu still want to survive sexually? The third wish, made by Li Yu, it is to learn the language of God. Li Yu remembers that the Super Dragon Ball must use the language of God to make a wish. Li Yu will definitely be able to use it in the future. After Li Yu's wish ended, the Dragon Balls of planet Namek turned into stone like the Dragon Balls of Earth. However, the Dragon Balls of Earth had to wait for about a year, while the Dragon Balls of Namek only took 130 days. Keep making wishes. Li Yu and others finally completed this trip in the universe. Li Yu and others were warmly entertained by the Namekians on Namek. Nelu and Li Yu and others were strangers to each other, and the barrier was finally eliminated. During this period, Li Yu asked the Great Elder, "Great Elder, I heard that there is a super Namekian in your tribe. I heard that his fighting power can rival Frisia. Is it true?" At this time, the Great Elder heard that Li Yu, after saying this, he sighed and said, "Indeed, there is indeed such a person among us Namekians, but he is different from us." At this time, the Great Elder fell into memories and said, "In the past, Namek was an environment, a comfortable planet, but because the Namekians did not cherish the environment on Namek deteriorated and species became extinct. In a panic, the Namekians came up with a way to avoid extinction, sending their children to live on other planets." After Li Yu heard the words of the Great Elder, he suddenly realized, "No wonder, the God who came to our Earth came to the Earth like this." What happened next? Li Yu asked. The Great Elder said, "One day after that, a super Namekian child with super fighting power and extremely evil heart was born. He was much stronger than the adult warriors of Namek when he was born. He was Namekian, a genius warrior whose nemesis meets once in 100 years. His parents reluctantly sent him to live on the Star of History, and he was named Slag because he lived on the Star of Slag since he was a child." Li Yu said, "Great Elder, the one you are talking about, Sheila, is a super Namekian." The Great Elder nodded after hearing Li Yu's words. At this time, the Great Elder continued, "When Slug lived on the Slug planet, he fought all over the Slug planet with his naturally high fighting power in his youth. He proclaimed himself a king and a demon, and had many subordinates. He was very cruel. He is also extremely cruel to his subordinates. If anyone makes him dissatisfied, he will be killed. He runs rampant across the universe and commits all kinds of evil. His fighting power and evil heart also increase with age. The inherent evil heart makes Schlager more and more evil." Li Yu said, "I heard that Frisia also calls himself the Emperor of the Universe. Didn't these two emperors of the universe ever fight?" The Elder said, "No, Slag knows that he is no match for Frisia, so there has never been any interaction between the two over the years. Over the years, I heard that Slag has been in places beyond Frisia's control. Collecting territory, I haven't seen him for many years." Then the Great Elder continued, "I think you can defeat him with your strength. If you have the chance to meet him, I hope you can help us clean up the door." Li Yu heard the words of the Great Elder at this time and made a heavy commitment. In this way, Li Yu and others repaired on Namek for 2 days before returning to Earth. Li Yu and others finally returned to Earth after months of space travel. The moment they landed, Klin and others came out. After confirming that this was Earth, Li Yu and others decided to have fun for a few days. After all, excessive cultivation only tortures the body and does not help cultivation at all. In this nearly year of space travel, Wukong and Klin have grown up a lot. Li Yu, Wukong and Klin first flew back to the Turtle Immortal house. Not surprisingly, the Turtle Immortal was watching some beautiful things at this time. Fitness program. The appearance of Li Yu and others shocked the Turtle Immortal, and then the Turtle Immortal was a little happy. You must know that Li Yu and others are going to the universe. You don't know what dangers you will encounter wherever you go. Unlike on the earth, you can have difficulties in all directions. Support. But this time Li Yu and others were able to come back safely, and Turtle Immortal was very happy. Then Clin and others told Turtle Immortal what happened in the universe. These things stunned Turtle Immortal. These things in the universe broadened Turtle Immortal's horizons. In the traditional impression of Turtle Immortal, even if a martial artist practiced to an extremely high level, in front of the army, 9 times out of 10, that would be the same. It's noon to kneel down. However, after hearing Clin say, those who can be called masters in the universe, at the level of destroying stars, a real master can shatter a planet with a Qigong bomb, well done. Kame Senin looked at it. Kaylin's droplets were flying, really like a countryman returning to the village after entering the city. At this time, Li Yu said, Master, what Clin said is true, and now our strength is no longer the standard when we went to the universe. Now our strength is in the universe, and we can be considered a master. Not to mention Li Yu. With Sun Wukong, even Krillin, who has the lowest combat power now, has a combat power of 50,000. With such combat power, he can compete with Frisia's secret army, the Jinyu team. The Turtle Immortal was also very happy after hearing Li Yu's words. After all, are they all his disciples? Next, Li Yu told Kamizan that he was going to practice on Kai Wang. When Kamizan heard that he was practicing at a god that was higher than the gods on earth, he must be very capable. _2. Read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 59. It just so happened that Li Yu estimated that the training with Wukong and Clin on Kai Wang would not last more than 4 months. There is still half a year until the next world's #1 martial arts conference. Turtle Immortal wants one of Li Yu, Wukong, and Clin to attend the world's #1 martial arts conference. However, in the eyes of Li Yu and others, the martial arts masters on the earth today are like children playing house. Now even if any one of Li Yu stands still in the ring and lets all the contestants fight together without fighting back, nothing will happen to him even if he fights for 3 days and 3 nights. However, after hearing Li Yu's point of view, Gaixianren still wanted to insist on letting Li Yu and others participate. After Li Yu's repeated questioning, Gaixianren finally told the truth. It turned out that once again when Kamizanren went on a far journey, he met Kamizanren and his 2 disciples, Tianjin rice and dumplings. Seeing Kamizanren alone, Hexianren and his disciples ridiculed Kamizanren. Tianjin Fan said to Kamizanren, "This is not Master Kamizanren. I heard that you have recently accepted a few disciples and won the championship of the world's best martial arts competition. That is really lucky. Your disciples will not be so lucky this year. Because we Caucasan Ryu disciples will also participate in 283. Originally, Kamizanren saw that Tenjin Rice's strength had surpassed his own, and Kamizanren was still a little worried, but after seeing many of his disciples returning from training in the universe, feeling the majestic aura of Li Yu and others, the Turtle Immortals couldn't help but become excited, and secretly aroused the awareness of cultivation in their hearts, but these Turtle Immortals did not show it. Li Yu and others were very angry when they heard what happened to the Turtle Immortal. As a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, how could he stand by and watch when his master was humiliated? What does Hexian Liu mean? Even Tao Bibai was killed by him, Li Yu said. At this time, the Turtle Immortal who heard Li Yu's words said, "What, Li Yu, Tao Bibai was killed by you?" Li Yu listened to the surprised tone of the Turtle Immortal and said calmly, "Master is relieved, Tao Bibai has nothing to do with it. Is it amazing? No, I mean Gizan Liu is rubbish." Li Yu then said, "Master, don't worry, this year's champion of the world's best martial arts competition will still be our Gizan Liu people." Immediately Li Yu chatted casually with Gaixian Liu and others, and then flew from Gaixian Liu to Bulma. Li Yu and Bulma have not seen each other for more than half a year. Bulma is very excited to see Li Yu at this moment. The two were seen hugging each other tightly. There was no way, Li Yu had been a virgin for 23 years in the real world. I finally have a girlfriend now, but I haven't seen each other for many times now. As the saying goes, a long separation is better than a new marriage. There is a saying that dry tea and passionate love go deep, so I will omit it here. Li Yu stayed with Bulletin at Bulma's residence for a month, and then went out to practice again. Bulma was now Li Yu's, so she could only live with her husband. Li Yu always feels that he will break through and become a Super Saiyan, but it is impossible on Earth. Could it be in the universe? After Li Yu thought about it, he moved towards the direction of the universe. Not to mention, since Li Yu made a wish to the dragon to survive in the universe, has Li Yu not experienced it yet? Li Yu immediately used Wukong to plunge into the center of the universe. At this time, Li Yu was in the middle of the universe. Li Yu felt that the gravity on his body was equivalent to 100 times that of the Earth, but for Li Yu, who had a combat power of 7 million, this gravity could still be withstood. And Li Yu discovered that he could breathe in the universe. Sure enough, he could survive in the universe now, but Li Yu didn't know whether his abilities and blood could be passed on to his descendants. At this time, when Li Yu was thinking wildly, Li Yu suddenly felt an evil aura. This aura, BJDF, actually has a combat power of 4 million. In this location in the universe, the only person with this combat power other than Frisia is Slag. However, Li Yu guessed that it could not be Frisia. Li Yu felt that Frisia could not reach this borderland of the universe. In the original work, he only knew about the Earth because of Sun Wukong and the Dragon Balls on the Earth. Frisia usually hides his strength, but Frisia shows his face. The strength is only 530,000. Now Li Yu can confirm that this person is Shilage, but Li Yu did not expect that Shilage has such a powerful combat power, a full 4 million. Li Yu remembers that in the original work, Shilage can increase his combat power 10 times, that is, Slag's final combat power is 40 million. But Li Yu was worried. What if Shilage had any secret skills or could increase his combat effectiveness tenfold? Li Yu immediately used the skill of making a wish on the Dragon Ball to see through the opponent's combat power, and it turned out to be 40 million. 40 million combat power. This is not the combat power in the later stages of Dragon Ball. If you are not strong in the Junior Super Series, you will be embarrassed to fight. You must know that in the early stage of Dragon Ball, with a combat power of 10,000, you can do whatever you want in this world to a certain extent. Immediately, Li Yu decided to take the initiative when Slag did not discover the Earth. Li Yu had a hunch that he could break through to Super Saiyan in this battle. However, Li Yu still attracted Slagger to other places just in case, and once Li Yu was defeated, he could also take the opportunity to escape. Li Yu immediately suppressed his strength to a combat power of 3 million, and saw Li Yu quickly running towards Slag's spaceship. I saw Li Yu's hands projecting a series of overwhelming light bombs, blowing up all the spaceships around Slag's main fleet one by one. Li Yu knew that all these bad things were done on weekdays, so Li Yu didn't do anything. Be soft-handed. At this time, Slag was sitting firmly in the main seat of the spacecraft. Although there were enemies coming, Slag believed that as long as Frisia did not come in person, Slag could face it calmly, not to mention that he was one of these people. My master, how can I be afraid of the enemy? This will disturb the morale of the army. Then I saw the latest energy detector on the Slug spacecraft, which showed Li Yu's strength, 3 million. Such strength frightened the minions on the spacecraft. You must know Frisia's Jinyut. The captain of the team only has a fighting strength of 120,000. However, Slag became slightly interested when he heard that Li Yu had a combat power of 3 million, but he couldn't help but there were too few capable people under his command. If it weren't for Frisia, he could consider bringing this person under his command. With a combat power of 3 million, Slag believed that he could conquer him. By then, he would be considered to have a general. _Filu. Reminds you, 3 Things about Reading, Collecting and Recommending. Chapter 60. After Li Yu destroyed all the spaceships around Slag, Li Yu knew that Slag did not have the ability to survive in the universe, and then Li Yu led Slag and others to a lifeless planet. But at this time, Slag saw that Li Yu was indeed arrogant and did not run away. He actually wanted to kill himself and others in one go. It seemed that this man was very confident in his own strength. Slag immediately chased Li Yu to the place where he was flying, and soon the two sides met on this unknown planet. I saw Li Yu sitting on the ground, calmly looking at Slag, who walked out of the spacecraft. Li Yu knew that if he could not break through the Super Scion today, he might be killed by Slag. Although he can return to the real world through his mobile phone, such an opportunity is rare, not to mention that he will probably encounter many crises in the future. Do you have to escape through your mobile phone every time? So Li Yu decided that today Slag must kill him, and the only way to accomplish this is to break through and become a Super Scion. At this time, Shilage, who stepped off the spacecraft, looked at Li Yu and said, "I really didn't expect that you didn't escape. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength." After hearing Slag's words, Li Yu said, "In general, my strength is more than enough to deal with you." After Shilage heard Li Yu's arrogant words, Shilage was not angry. After all, in Shilage's view, his strength was overwhelming compared to Li Yu's. Then Slag said, "I think you are a talented person. I will give you 2 choices now: surrender to me, or die." I saw Li Yu saying disdainfully after hearing Slagger's words, "I don't choose anyone. There is only one person who will die, and that is you." After hearing Li Yu's words, Shilage was stunned, and immediately Shilage said, "It seems that you are really going to drink fine wine if you don't drink. I thought you were a talent, but I didn't expect you to be so disrespectful. If you know the current situation, don't blame me." At this time, Li Yu saw Shilage talking endlessly, and then struck first to be stronger. Immediately, Li Yu no longer reserved his strength, and 7 million anger burst out. When Slag saw Li Yu's outburst, he was stunned. He originally thought that Li Yu only had a fighting strength of 3 million, but he didn't expect that his strength suddenly rose to 7 million. At the moment when Slagger was stunned, Li Yu seized the opportunity, aimed at Slagger and gave him a fat beating, beating Slagger without any ability to fight back. Originally, Slagger had a combat power of 40 million, who could Shilage underestimated the enemy and suppressed his combat power to 1/10. This gave Li Yu an opportunity, but Li Yu did not use his full strength. Li Yu was afraid of beating Shilage to death. Li Yu also wanted to let Shilage use all its strength to help him break through and become a Super Scion. Woolen cloth? But before that, Li Yu had to beat up Slag. After all, this guy had put on a big show in front of him before. And Shilage was also very frustrated at this time. He was originally stronger than Li Yu, but he didn't release his power at all, and the guy in front of him didn't give himself a chance, not even a chance to breathe. Nothing. Moreover, Slagger discovered that Li Yu had no intention of killing him at all. Slagger knew that the combat effectiveness between Li Yu and himself was really far behind now, and Li Yu could completely destroy himself when he improved his combat effectiveness. But Li Yu didn't do that at all. This guy was really making fun of himself. Damn it! Later, Li Yu deliberately sold Shilage a loophole. But at this moment, Schlager thought that Li Yu was careless. Then Schlager was overjoyed. It seemed that Li Yu was really too complacent. Did he really think that he had defeated himself? I must make this life worse than death. At this moment, Slagger was beaten by Li Yu with a ferocious look on his face, and then Slagger said violently, "Damn bastard, I will let you know that you didn't kill me immediately, it was you who did it in your life. The most regretful thing." Immediately, Slag instantly increased all his combat power, and Li Yu could clearly feel an overwhelming aura pressing on him, making him almost out of breath. This is the momentum of tens of millions of fighting power. I always thought that tens of millions of fighting power is nothing. At this time, Li Yu clearly realized how naive his thoughts were. Now Slag's momentum was almost overwhelming Li Yu. Now that tens of millions of combat forces have such power, the already hundreds of millions of combat forces have become so powerful. How powerful is it? At this time, Schlage had gathered all his energy, and then Schlage quickly attacked him. In an instant, before Li Yu could react, Schlage came to Li Yu. Li Yu looked at Slag who was so close to him and thought with disbelief, how could it be possible? It was really too fast and he didn't even react at all. At this time, Slag looked at Li Yu's shocked expression and was very satisfied. He immediately punched Li Yu and knocked Li Yu away instantly. Li Yu knew very well that Schlager did not use all his strength with this punch, otherwise he would have no chance of survival. However, Schlage's speed and strength are so amazing. Li Yu's eyes can't keep up with Schlage's speed now. Even if he can sense Schlage's energy, he can't touch Schlage's energy. Clothing. But now is not the time to blame others. The path the man chose is to grit his teeth and go on. Li Yu immediately put his body into position and waited for Slag's attack. Seeing that Li Yu still wanted to resist, Slag immediately said, "It seems that you still don't give up. Anyway, I will let you know the gap between the two of us now." After Slag finished speaking, he quickly attacked Li Yu, and Li Yu was now completely in a passive defensive situation. This was the result of Slag's deliberate play. At this time, Slag said, "How about it, do you see the difference between us? Originally, I had to punish you for your offense to me, but this king is a broad-minded person, as long as if you are willing to surrender to me, I will still give you a chance." Li Yu, who was covered in scars, said lightly after hearing Slager's words, "I'm still saying the same thing, go to hell, you will only die." Then after hearing Li Yu's words, Schlag said, "It seems that there is nothing left to talk about, so just go and die." I saw that at this time, Slag used all his energy and fired an energy bomb, and then the energy bomb slowly pressed down in front of Li Yu. Li Yu looked up at the energy bomb and shouted, "Asshole, do you know who I am? How could I die in your hands? This is my last attack. Look at my turtle-style Qigong wave." At the end, Li Yu's turtle-style Qigong wave and Shilage's energy bomb collided and exploded, and the entire area was turned into nothingness. Slag looked at the dissipated attack and found that it had been blown into a huge pit, but Li Yu didn't even see the shadow. Slag said happily, "This damn bastard seems to have been blown to pieces. Ha! 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 This is the result of opposing me." At this moment, a sentence suddenly came from above Slag's head, and he saw this sentence, "Oh! Really? It seems that I want to disappoint you." This is when Schrager heard this sentence, he saw Schlager slowly raised his head and said in shock, "No way, this is impossible." I saw that it was Li Yu on Slager's head, but at this time Li Yu completely changed. I saw that Li Yu's hair turned yellow and his eyes turned green. This appearance is exactly what a Super Saiyan looks like. Chapter 61. Slag, who originally thought that Li Yu was certain to die, seemed very shocked when he saw Li Yu again. After all, the gap between the two sides was so obvious. At this moment, Slag saw the man in front of him who looked similar to Li Yu. Slag felt the breath of death on his body, as if this man could crush him to death with one finger. Slag couldn't believe it. He had only felt this feeling from Frisia, but even Frisia didn't give him such a strong feeling. Li Yu was also very shocked when he felt the power in his body at this time. 350 million is Li Yu's current combat effectiveness. Super Saiyan can increase his combat effectiveness 50 times. Now Li Yu can be said to be able to crush Frisia. As for the Slag in front of him, Li Yu feels that Slag is just a bigger ant at this time. At this time, Slag looked at Li Yu in horror and said, "Who are you? Who are you?" At this time, Li Yu may have become a Super Saiyan for the first time. At this time, Li Yu was very calm. Li Yu said lightly, "Me, Haven't you known me for a long time? Haven't I been fighting with you just now? Why don't you remember me so quickly? I am a super scion. Slag was stunned when he heard Li Yu's words. He saw Slag saying, "So you are a scion? Is this a super scion? That Frisia guy, I will definitely kill you. I missed it, it seems Frisia will also have this day." At this moment, Slag knew that if he wanted to have a baby today, he must defeat Li Yu, but is this really possible? But at this time, Slag couldn't help but think too much. Li Yu wouldn't let him go today anyway. After thinking about it, Schlage attacked Li Yu with all his strength. Schlage was very fast, but the next second, Schlage was completely shocked. I saw that Slag's attack was blocked by one of Li Yu's fingers. Slag looked at Li Yu's expression as if his attack only had this weight. I saw Slag yelling in disbelief, "This is impossible, how could such a thing happen? This is all my attacks." At this moment, Li Yu heard Slagger's words and said disdainfully, "What's wrong? Is this all your attack? Why does it feel as light as a balloon and has no destructive power at all?" Then Li Yu said disappointedly, "Isn't your performance just awesome? Why did you fail so quickly? It turns out you are a fast shooter." Although Schlage didn't know what Kuai Shao meant, he also knew that Li Yu was humiliating him. However, Schlage also knew that he was not Li Yu's opponent now. At this time, Schlage stood quietly like this, facing Li Yu's ridicule is also silent. Li Yu looked at Slag's performance and said, "I'm really disappointed. Don't you know how to attack anymore? Then let me teach you." Just when Li Yu finished saying this, he saw Li Yu suddenly seemed to be dodging and came to Slagger's side. At this time, Li Yu seemed to have not moved anything, and Slagger was knocked away. Li Yu looked at Slag and said, "You are really too weak. I punched you twice just now, but you didn't even see the trajectory of my punch. I'm really disappointed." Li Yu also felt it at this time, the common pretentious tone in the Dragon Ball world. As the saying goes, "You know I am hitting you, but you just don't know how I hit you. Do you think it's irritating or not?" There is no way the combat effectiveness of the two sides at this time is too different. After all, when Li Yu didn't break through to Super Saiyan, his combat power was 7 million. To become the first level of Super Saiyan is to increase the combat power by 50 times, which is 350 million combat power. And Slag's combat power is 40 million. At this moment, Slag's combat power is not even a fraction of Li Yu's combat power. At this time, Li Yu looked at Slag who was kneeling in front of him and said, "Okay, the game is over here. I don't want to play anymore. You can go to hell with your dream of dominating the universe." Var. And when Slag heard that Li Yu actually wanted to kill him, Slag's expression finally changed. He must not die. He has not yet occupied the entire universe, he has not yet killed his arch-rival Frisia, and of course, there is also the one in front of him. This damn guy. Then I saw Schlage begging Li Yu for mercy, "Don't kill me, please, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to surrender to you. From today on, I will do whatever you ask me to do." Li Yu was very disgusted when he saw Slagger acting like a mother if she has breasts. Even if such a person is conquered now, he is only afraid of his own strength. Once one day his power is higher than his own and he is no longer under his control, this guy will bite off a piece of his own flesh like a mad dog, leaving him with a time bomb. You can't keep anyone, who should be kept and who shouldn't be kept. Li Yu still knows that this Slag is not a Namekian who still has good thoughts in his heart like Piccolo. Moreover, the great elder of Namek also said that this Slag was different from other Namekians when he was born, and his heart was full of darkness. Just when Li Yu was thinking about the problem, Slag saw that Li Yu didn't seem to want to stay with him. Seeing that Li Yu ignored him, he decided to strike first. Anyway, Li Yu's attention was not on him now. He suddenly attacked. Maybe it will have good effect. Then Schlage used all his strength to use what Schlage considered to be his most perfect chi wave skill in his life, and attacked Li Yu at such a close range. Schlage believed that no matter how strong Li Yu was, at such a close distance, Li Yu is bound to die. At this moment, Slag saw the smoke and dust in the sky caused by his chi wave technique, and laughed loudly. "What Super Saiyan, why don't you die in my hands? I said I will make you pay the price." But what Slagger doesn't know is how much difference there is in combat power between himself and Li Yu. In the face of absolute power, any attack is a paper tiger. Have you ever seen an ant's full attack defeat an elephant? So at this time, Li Yu's voice came slowly, and Li Yu said, "You think I am dead so quickly? Don't you know the law of smoke without injury in this world?" At this moment, Schlage, who already thought he was sure to win, instantly extinguished his arrogance after hearing Li Yu's words. At this moment, Li Yu didn't leave a word of nonsense to Schrager. He just heard Li Yu say, "Just sleep with this Death Star." Immediately with Slag's horrified expression, Slag died under Li Yu's energy light bomb attack. As for Schlage's men, all of them were sent to see the King of Hell by Li Yu without exception. After Li Yu took care of this, he immediately returned to Earth to pick up Goku and Klin to practice on Kai Wang. Li Yu also wanted to consolidate his Super Saiyan transformation. Chapter 62. Just after Li Yu solved Slag, and after Li Yu recovered his physical strength by eating fairy beans, Li Yu returned to Turtle Immortal, took away Sun Wukong and Klin, and went to the Immortal's palace. In heaven, let the gods take Li Yu and others to the King of Realms. Sun Wukong and Klin looked at Li Yu who came back, and they always felt a little different. Li Yu told Klin, Wukong, and others about his encounter with Schlag in the universe and his breakthrough into a Super Saiyan. Then everyone wanted to see the Super Saiyan's momentum. After hearing everyone's request, Li Yu couldn't refuse, so he showed the Super Saiyan transformation to everyone. In an instant, the Super Saiyan's energy gradually increased from the center to Li Yu, and the whole earth seemed to be shaken by Li Yu. The immortal who was observing Li Yu was also very shocked when he saw the anger bursting out of Li Yu. To be honest, he, the immortal, seemed to be immortal in front of Li Yu's strength, and Li Yu was a true god. Turtle Immortal and others are the closest to Li Yu. Compared with the gods, Wukong and others feel even more shocked when compared with the gods. Sun Wukong looked at Li Yu and said with envy, "Brother Li, you are really strong now. Now I am no longer your opponent, but one day I will surpass you." Li Yu looked at Wukong and said, "Okay Goku, I'm waiting for you. After all, you are also a Saiyan. One day, you can become a Super Saiyan." Li Yu has never seen the protagonist in Dragon Ball clearly, even if he is himself now stronger than Wukong. Li Yu regards Sun Wukong as a friend and as his opponent. After seeing Li Yu's strength, Klin and others were already looking forward to going to Kai Wang's planet to practice this time. After all, can there be motivation only when there is pressure? The god who heard the news soon took Li Yu and others to the snake path in the original work. During this period, Li Yu and others also met the King of Yama. It has to be said that the King of Yama and the Bull Demon looked too similar. Although the snake path is really endless for ordinary people, for Li Yu and others, with such a length, if they use the Wukong technique, Li Yu and others will reach the King of Kai in less than a while. After receiving the notice from the Earth God, Kai waited for Li Yu and others on Kai planet early. Just when Li Yu and others had just landed on Kai Wang, the 10 times gravity of Kai Wang was indeed no problem for the three of them now. Li Yu and the others are practicing every day in a place 10 times higher than the gravity of the Earth. As for the strength of Li Yu and others, the King of Kai omitted the training content of catching Babolas in the original work. The Kaiwen directly handed over the Kaiwen fist and the vitality bullet to Li Yu and others. Due to his own relationship, only Sun Wukong learned the vitality bullet, and Li Yu and Klin only learned the Kaiwen fist. After nearly 3 months of training on Kaiu, I was almost able to pull out all the stuff from Kaiu's body. Although the strength of the northern Kaiwang is not as good as that of Li Yu and others, the experience of the king of the north is not comparable to that of Li Yu and others. In general, Li Yu and others have gained a lot. During this period, Li Yu practiced in the Super Saiyan form on King Kai. After several months of practice, Li Yu could naturally master the Super Saiyan form. That is, the form of Super Saiyan with full attack rate. This form can maintain the Super Saiyan form as much as possible during the battle and reduce energy consumption. At this time, Li Yu already has nearly 1 billion combat power. And Wukong's power has also improved significantly. After all, Li Yu's experience is here, several months of growth, and Li Yu's understanding of the science. At this time, Sun Wukong already has a combat power of 5 million, which is also due to the effect of the Great Elder of Namek on increasing Sun Wukong's potential. It's also thanks to the abundance of fairy beans. Otherwise, the current Sun Wukong would have to die several times a day against Li Yu's life-threatening training. Thanks to the cheating weapon of the Scion being seriously injured and resurrected, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. Now Sun Wukong is only one chance away from becoming a Super Saiyan. If Vegeta knew about Goku's fighting power now, I'm afraid Vegeta would go crazy. He is a majestic Saiyan prince who only has a combat power of over 10,000. Sun Wukong is a low-level warrior and is only 14 years old. He is about to become a Super Saiyan. It would be strange to go crazy. As for Klin, it is really the Earth's system that limits him. In the past few months of training, Klin has only increased his combat power by more than 7,000. However, although it cannot compare with the cheating speed of Li Yu and others, but he is considered a master in today's universe, and Klin can be regarded as looking away. At this time, there was still more than half a month before the world's first martial arts conference, and Li Yu and others also ended their training early and returned to Earth. Before leaving, Li Yu assured the Kaiwen that he and others would definitely help the Kaiwen to eradicate the forces of frozen demons like Frisia. The King of Kai also knew Li Yu's strength at this time, and it was very easy to deal with the current Frisia, so the King of Kai didn't worry too much. Immediately, Li Yu and others left Kai Wang, and Klin returned to the Turtle Immortal House at this time, while Li Yu and Sun Wukong went to the Palace of the Gods, using the spiritual time room of the gods to further complete Li Yu's Super Saiyan. The attack rate has been further improved. As for Sun Wukong, he just wants Li Yu to give him some advice. After all, he has such a great master next to him. How could Sun Wukong not use 340? What's more, both of them are Scions, can they learn from each other's experience? What's more, Sun Wukong knew that Li Yu would go out to do business after this World No. 1 martial arts tournament, and he didn't know when he would come back. Moreover, Li Yu only said that it was his own private matter and did not bring Sun Wukong and Klin with him as usual. Klin and Wukong thought that Li Yu must have his own reasons, so they did not ask. So taking this opportunity, Sun Wukong and Li Yu will practice in the spiritual time room for a year. If possible, Sun Wukong also hopes that he can break through and become a Super Saiyan. After all, Li Yu's aura of becoming a Super Saiyan is too powerful. For a martial arts idiot, is there anything more tempting than this? Yes, in the Dragon Ball world, counting the 1 year in the spiritual time room this time and the last one, it is a 2-year world. Counting the time outside, Li Yu has been in the Dragon Ball world for 6 full years. It's true that in the past 6 years, Li Yu has been training for 5.5 years, and of course the results are very significant. However, there is also physical and mental fatigue. Li Yu has decided that after this world's No. 1 martial arts tournament is over, Li Yu plans to find a world where martial arts is the most valuable, relax himself, and give himself a holiday. After all, excessive training will only cause physical fatigue, so you should take a break when appropriate. _2. Read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 63. In the temple, Li Yu is helping Sun Wukong train to break through to the Super Saiyan. I don't know why Sun Wukong has been unable to enter the Junior Super Tournament. Li Yu said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, I think it is better not to rush into the Super Tournament. According to my opinion, it may be that your time has not come yet. In my opinion, Wukong can only go through a few fierce battles now. He will be able to break through and become a Super Saiyan, not to mention there are many ways to become a Super Saiyan. After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong sighed and said, Brother Li, I don't know what's going on, I always feel that I have sensed that layer of film, and as long as I pierce it, I can make a big breakthrough, but I always don't know how to do it. After hearing Wukong's words, Li Yu said, Don't worry. Wukong, your strength is already very strong, and you can definitely become a super sailor. I think what you need now is some stimulation. Don't worry. This matter will be taken care of by me. I will definitely help you. Become a Super Saiyan. A year in the spiritual time room soon passed, and Li Yu finally controlled the natural state of the Super Saiyan's full attack rate, which can achieve the minimum consumption of energy. At this time, Li Yu's combat power is close to 10 billion, and Li Yu's normal fighting strength has also reached 200 million. Sun Wukong's combat power has increased to nearly 6 million, and although Sun Wukong has not yet broken through to the Junior Super Saiyan. However, Sun Wukong has mastered the Mimic Super Race mode. This mode can increase combat effectiveness by 30 times. However, this mode is very taxing on the body. Li Yu suggested that Sun Wukong try not to use it. In general, the current results are still very good. You must know that in the original work, Goku's current combat power is less than 300, and even if Goku becomes a Super Saiyan, it will only be 10 years later. It is said that Wukong's current achievements must be higher than his original achievements. As for the way for Goku to become a Super Saiyan at this moment, just like Li Yu said, in Wukong's current situation, as long as he is given enough stimulation, he should be able to break through to the Super Saiyan. Soon Li Yu and Li Yu completed their practice in the spiritual time room. After the two said goodbye to the gods, Wukong returned to Turtle Immortal, while Li Yu returned to Bulma. Li Yu knew through his mobile phone that Li Yu was not yet able to take away the characters in the world. As for when Li Yu could be taken away, the mobile phone did not tell him, but Li Yu knew that Li Yu could return to this world at any time and leave on his own time. Li Yu was still very happy to hear such news. After all, Li Yu didn't know when he would leave. If he came back and Bulma and others were already old, it would be fun. But he had already told Wukong about leaving, but it didn't matter. Li Yu would just find an excuse to excuse him. At this time, Li Yu flew alone in front of a river. Li Yu looked at his face. Although he had been in this world for 6 years, the years did not seem to leave any traces on his face. Maybe the genes of the Saiyans are affecting Li Yu. Li Yu remembers that the Saiyans are a fighting race and their body functions will remain in the state of adolescence for 80 years. This does not mean that they will not grow old, it just means that Saiyans age slowly. Li Yu summoned his mobile phone. Li Yu found that his mobile phone could be attached to his body since he traveled through time. This was also a happy thing. After all, Li Yu didn't have to worry about losing his mobile phone. Li Yu looked at his mobile phone and lamented the wonder of fate. 6 years ago, he was a useless college student in the real world, but now he is a master in the Dragon Ball world. Li Yu no longer has to survive for money. Now Li Yu only pursues endless power and eternal life. After figuring this out, Li Yu was no longer confused. In the past 6 years, I have seen that Li Yu always didn't know why he practiced, and he didn't have any system for time travel. According to the information given by the mobile phone, Li Yu can only travel to this world through the mobile phone. As for his strength and other things, it all depends on his own efforts. He doesn't know what kind of joke the god played on him. But although Li Yu envied other time travelers, there was a one-click system to upgrade to full level, but if Li Yu could really do this, you would be a little scared. Nothing else. This kind of power is not your own. Is it really good to impose it on yourself? Li Yu feels the most real when he practices slowly like himself. As for the issue of lifespan, Li Yu doesn't have to worry about it. There are so many ways to increase lifespan in this world. Not to mention the elixirs that increase lifespan. Aren't there so many elixirs, flat peaches, ginseng fruits, etc. in the mythical world? Even in some ordinary worlds, there are elixirs of immortality. If it doesn't work, you can go to some immortal worlds to cultivate yourself. In short, there are many methods. What's more, Li Yu doesn't want to just learn the combat skills of Dragon Ball World. Although the combat power of Dragon Ball World is very powerful and the destructive power is astonishing, Li Yu still wants to learn more about different power systems. In short, Li Yu believes that his future will be great. Very exciting. Immediately, Li Yu flew to Bulma's home. Although Li Yu and Bulma no longer had the passion they had when they were in love, Li Yu knew that now the two of them had a touch of family affection and love as husband and wife. Bulma is now trying hard to do what a wife has to do, but this feeling feels very warm to Li Yu. Li Yu thinks that he must give Bulma happiness, and if possible, he can marry Bulma as his wife immediately. After all, in the original, Zhao Zhao, novel, Li Yu's most distressed one is Bulma. Although he and Vegeta have a child, the two of them have never held a decent wedding. Even Sun Wukong has married once. Marriage. In this way, after Li Yu and Bulma spent a few ordinary days, the 22nd World's #1 martial arts tournament will soon be held as scheduled. Li Yu and Bulma came to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference together. This was Li Yu's second time here, but his strength was not even a bit stronger than 3 years ago. Now even if Li Yu blows a breath casually, it is probably no less than a Category 10 typhoon. Soon Li Yu reunited with Kame Sennin and others. Li Yu looked at Wukong and Klin. To be honest, even the weakest Xiaolin can sweep the entire venue, no, the entire earth. _Filu. Reminds you, 3 things about reading, collecting and recommending. Chapter 64. In this venue, Li Yu met many acquaintances, such as Yam Sha and others. At this time, Yam Sha seemed to be stronger than 3 years ago. Li Yu saw that Yam Sha's combat effectiveness was about 101. It seemed that Yam Sha had been practicing seriously in the past 3 years. At this time, Yamcha also noticed Li Yu and others, and immediately stepped forward to greet Li Yu and others. Yam Sha's senses seemed to be sharper now than 3 years ago. I saw Yam Sha saying, Li Yu, Wukong and Klin have not seen each other for a long time. It seems that you must have experienced a lot of different practices in the past 3 years. I always feel that there is always something different about you. At this time, Klin said proudly, no way, we are just practicing in the place of the gods and traveling by the way. These 3 years have passed quickly. When Yam Sha heard Klin saying that he should go to the place where the gods are to practice, he instantly made a dumbfounded expression. I saw Yam Sha saying, God, are there really gods in this world? Have you really been practicing in the place of gods in the past 3 years? No wonder I feel a different aura in your body. Then Li Yu heard what Yamcha said and said, Yamcha, where have you been practicing in the past 3 years? I can see that you have lived a good life in the past 3 years. After Yam Sha heard Li Yu's words, she blushed and said, oh. It's nothing, I just became a fitness instructor in a gym, and there are all beauties there. After Kamizenran heard what Yam Sha said, his eyes suddenly glowed green, and he quickly asked Yam Sha if the coach had any vacancies, and went to fill the vacancy himself. Turtle Immortal has no choice. Although there is a beautiful Lan Chi at home, every time Kame Immortal wants to go further, Lan Chi will instantly sneeze and turn into a violent warrior Lan Chi, instantly knocking Kame Immortal back to his original form. After hearing Yam Sha's words, Li Yu thought, it seems that Yam Sha is really letting himself go now, which is much more chic than in the original work. Next, Yam Sha asked Li Yu for news about the gods. Li Yu could tell that Yam Sha also wanted to improve his strength at this time. But I don't know if Yam Sha still has the ambition to make progress after knowing the strength of himself and Gaku. However, although Li Yu and Sun Wukong Yam Sha should not be able to catch up in this life, there is still hope for Yam Sha if he follows in Klin's footsteps. At this time, the registration for the world's #1 martial arts club ended soon. Bulma suggested that everyone should go get together tonight and relax since they haven't seen each other for a long time. The competition will be held in 3 days anyway. Li Yu has nothing to do with Wukong and others. After all, where is the strength? Even if the people in these venues have been practicing for 20 years, they probably won't even pick off the hair of Li Yu and others. The Turtle Immortal also knew the strength of his disciple at this time, so this time the Turtle Immortal did not transform into a dragon and come out to compete, so this time the home field was chosen among the 3 brothers Li Yu. When Yam Sha saw that everyone agreed, and since they had not seen each other for 3 years, Yam Sha also agreed, and then everyone walked out of the venue talking and laughing. At this time, when the sound came, it immediately affected everyone's interest. This person said, "Hey! Isn't this the old turtle? I didn't expect you to really come. Didn't I tell you that this time the world's #1 our masters and disciples will also come to the martial arts conference? Why are you so willing to come and fight?" That's right, the person speaking is Kamizenran's senior brother Hezenran, and beside him are his 2 disciples, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. At this time, Turtle Immortal listened to Crane Immortal and said, "Oh, you are a dead crane. Do you mean that your 2 disciples are very strong? I think your disciples are just like my disciples. Hair won't touch it." That's right, if Tianjin Fan was placed 3 years ago, Turtle Immortal would still think that Tianjin Fan is a peerless genius. After all, Tianjin Fan's current strength has surpassed his own in the eyes of Kame Senran. However, in the past few days, Turtle Immortal listened to what Li Yu and others saw and heard in the universe. Turtle Immortal's vision has been completely expanded at this time. At this time, Li Yu looked at the fighting power of Hexianran and the 3 people, and saw that Hexianran had a combat power of 120, which was 20 times weaker than Gaixianran. Tianjin Fan's strength is 180 combat effectiveness. To be honest, Tianjin Fan's strength is already ranked high among the people on Earth. As for the combat effectiveness of Dumpling, the worst disciple among Hexianran, his combat effectiveness is only 101, which is the same as Yamcha. After all, Tianjin Rice at this time has surpassed Kamizenjin, Yamcha, and others, but it's just like Kamizenin thought. Even if you are a genius among the people on Earth, your physical fitness is just not good enough. It can be said that Tianjin Fan was born in the wrong era. In this Earth where cosmic people frequently appear, no matter how Tianjin Fan is cultivating at this time, the highest achievement is to make soy sauce. However, Tianjin Fan didn't know this at this time. He only saw that Tianjin Fan heard the words of Turtle Immortal at this moment. Tianjin Fan said arrogantly, "Senior Turtle Immortal, you don't have to defend your disciples. I think you really don't want to believe this fact. It seems that I will take good care of you in this competition." Of the disciples. At this time, Li Yu, Wukong, and others also stepped forward to calm the scene for the Turtle Immortal. At this time, Hexianran saw the Taoist uniforms of Li Yu and others, and then Turtle Xianran said, "Looking at your clothes, you must be the disciples of this smelly old turtle, aren't you good? I didn't know that your master taught. What did you do?" It turned out that Li Yu and others had lowered their breath. At this time, Li Yu and others looked like ordinary people. Li Yu listened to Hexianran's sarcasm and then said, "Birdman, please think clearly when you speak, and you are not afraid of flashing your tongue. With your skills like Hexianryu, how can you compare with us Turtle Immortal? There is no trace of bleeding. I think you should quit the competition as soon as possible to avoid losing your life." After hearing what Li Yu said, the Tianjin Fan said, "Oh, You look very confident. I wonder if your kung fu is as good as your talk. After Li Yu heard Tianjin Fan's words, Li Yu did not respond to Tianjin Fan, but said to Hexianren, I don't know if I am strong or not, but you can go to the underworld and ask Tao Bibai, he knows my strength best. Got it. Chapter 66. Soon the game started, and everyone walked to their own arenas. It was simply hesitation. Last time, Li Yu and others gained some reputation at the world's #1 martial arts association, so some provocative incidents like last time did not happen. Immediately, Li Yu and others started fighting with their respective opponents, but rather than fighting, it was better to say that Li Yu and others were killing these opponents instantly. The speed of Li Yu and others really shocked all the players in the same field. Everyone knew that Li Yu and others were already very strong 3 years ago. Unexpectedly, today 3 years later, compared with 3 years ago, they are simply nothing. Two different people. However, when everyone thought that Li Yu and others were the disciples of Turtle Immortal, everyone was not so confused. After all, Turtle Immortal's name as the god of martial arts was not in vain. Although everyone thinks so, if Kamizenran finds out, Kamizenran might also want to say that there are 100 people who can hit him with one finger, even if he is not his disciple. But no matter how strong Li and others are now, he is still their master. Even if others misunderstand, Turtle Immortal will say loudly, yes, it was taught by my teacher Wu Tian. The words were divided. Li Yu and others quickly passed the preliminaries, but Tianjin Fan and Yamcha did not face each other in the preliminaries. Both of them entered the finals. Li Yu and others ended their game early, and all three of them went to the competition area between Yamcha and Tianjin Fan to watch the game. To be honest, with the current strength of Li Yu and others, participating in this kind of game is not good for the rest of the people. So fair. Although Li Yu and others are not interested in other people's kung fu, the competition between Yamcha and Tianjin Rice is somewhat remarkable. After all, although the two of them are not that strong, their martial arts moves can be considered to have some merits. At this time, the game between the two was over. Yamcha saw that Li Yu and others had come early. Seeing Yamcha, he was surprised and said, Li Yu, is your game over? It seems that you have already arrived. It's been a long time, but I didn't expect that your strength has become really strong. Li Yu did not answer after hearing Yamcha's words, but Klin and Wukong said, it has been a while since I did come. I see that your game is not over yet, so I came to cheer you up. Then Klin continued, it's true, why do the players in this year's competition feel so weak compared to last year's? I just used a move and that person fell down. After hearing what Klin said, Li Yu said, it's not that they have become weaker, it's that we have become stronger. These 3 years of practice are not in vain. At this time, Yamcha said, originally, I was somewhat confident in my own strength this year. I also wanted to try to challenge you. It seems that I have no hope this time. It seems that this time, I have to go to Tianshan. Go somewhere to practice, otherwise I will have no hope of chasing you in this life. After hearing what Yamcha said, Li Yu said, yes, if you want to go, you can ask Wukong to take you there, but you must first climb to the top of the Kalin Tower with your own efforts and accept the training of the Kalin Immortal. After that, you can arrive at the temple to receive training from the gods. After hearing what Li Yu said, Yamcha said, I know Li Yu, thank you, I will go after this conference is over. At this time, Tianjin fans also noticed the conversation between Li Yu and others. Tianjin fans did not expect that Li Yu and others passed the preliminaries so quickly. To be honest, Tianjin fan thinks that he is very strong. At least Tianjin fan thinks that no one is his opponent in this venue. However, Tianjin fan's self-confidence is not arrogance. If Li Yu hadn't suddenly appeared, the champion of this world's best martial arts competition would be Tianjin fan himself. But who made the Tianjin fans in this universe very unlucky? They met Li Yu. To be honest, when Tianjin fans met Li Yu and others for the first time. Although Li Yu and others suppressed their aura to the lowest level at that time, just like an ordinary person. However, Tianjin fans felt the dangerous atmosphere in Li Yu and others, especially Li Yu. Tianjin fan Zhu, at that time, if his master He Xianren took action, his group would definitely be killed. For this kind of thing, even Tianjin fans have never felt such a strong aura from He Xianren. So that time, Tianjin fan tried his best to stop He Xianren from doing anything. Just now, Li Yu and others talked about the gods and Kalen Tat. Tianjin fan seemed to have heard his master talk about it before. In the past, Turtle Immortal climbed the Kalen Tower and obtained the holy water from Kalen Immortal. In the end, the actual number of people increased significantly. However, Tianjin fan has been a genius since he was a child. In just 10 years, he surpassed Crane Immortal and Turtle Immortal. This makes Tianjin fan a little funny about such things. What makes Tianjin fan realize is that there are no such figures as gods in this world. These are just rumors. But just now, after Tianjin fan heard what Li Yu and others said, Tianjin fan became suspicious of his own ideas. Is there really a god in this world? Otherwise, how can we explain that Li Yu and others are beyond the capabilities of ordinary people? At this time, Li Yu had already discovered Tianjin fan's eavesdropping, but Li Yu did not stop him. It can be said that as long as his bottom line is not touched, Li Yu is still very generous to others. Although Tianjin fan is not a good person now, Li Yu still appreciates Tianjin fan. This guy has always insisted on his own martial arts heart in the original work. But Tianjin fan is just an earthling, otherwise Tianjin fans it should go further in the future. Therefore, Li Yu did not prevent Tianjin fans from knowing about the gods. What's more, even if Tianjin fans go to practice at the gods, it can be said that Li Yu's current strength still needs to be wary of a small Tianjin fan. If Tianjin fan is the best at understanding faces, and if Tianjin fan is shameless, Li Yu wouldn't mind sending Tianjin fan to Zishan for fun. At this time, the strongest host in Dragon Ball made his debut again. Li Yu looked at the strongest host in Dragon Ball. I am also very impressed. In this high-risk Dragon Ball universe, it's okay to be so dedicated. At least it's much better than those people in real life who are just chasing fame. At this time, the host said, "Everyone, the top 8 candidates for this year's World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament have been selected. They are Li Yu, Sun Wukong, Klin, Tianjin fan, Yamcha, Werewolf, Dumpling, and BA. But these 8 players." Chapter 67. Soon the host said, "Dear viewers, the rules of this competition are the same as before. After the preliminaries, the conference will rest for 3 days. After 3 days, there will be the finals. Please wait and see." After Li Yu and others on the stage heard the host's words, they all left the stage in a discreet manner. When Dumpling on the stage saw that the show was over, he quickly flew to Tianjin fan and said, "Tianjin, I was in the same competition area with the bald guy named Klin before. I found that his strength is very strong. There is a real difference in strength between the two of us. It's too big. My powers don't seem to work on him." After Tianjin fan heard what Dumpling said, he thought, was everything he had thought before correct? Are these people really that strong? Tianjin fan felt the pressure for the first time. Tianjin fan has been a genius since he was a child. It can be said that among his peers, Tianjin fan has never looked up to anyone. But today, Tianjin fans finally know what it means to have people outside of others, but what Tianjin fans think more about is what Li Yu said about gods. In the hearts of Tianjin fans, Li Yu and others are so powerful because of the training of gods. If I had been trained by the gods, I would definitely not be any weaker than them. A series of things that happened later finally made Tianjin fan realize how naive his thoughts were today. Soon Tianjin fan told Diazi his thoughts, and Diazi heard it and said, "Tianjin, if that's the case, let's go to Kalen Ta for training after the game." But Tianjin, what should I do where the master is? At this time, Tianjin Fan heard what Dumpling said and said with a wry smile, in this situation, we can only stop master. I have a feeling that if we have any evil intentions, we will definitely die miserably of. In this way, 3 days passed quickly, and soon the finals of the world's best martial arts tournament began. The first showdown was between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Li Yu looked at the two people who appeared on the stage. Although both of them are weak from Li Yu's point of view, Tianjin Fan is obviously stronger. This can be seen why Yamcha finally quit martial arts in the original work. Originally, in front of a group of scions, purebred earthlings did not have much chance to perform. And now even among the people on Earth, they are at the bottom. Anyway, Sun Wukong and others have protected the Earth. One more person is not more, and one less person is not more. What's more, even if Yamcha's fighting ability is at the bottom next to the Dragon Ball warriors, Yamcha's fighting ability can be regarded as a celestial being in the eyes of ordinary earthlings, so why should he continue to practice martial arts? Thinking of this, Li Yu continued to watch the game between the two, and saw the two competing against each other at this time. At this time, the two people were fighting hard to separate each other on the stage. In fact, in Li Yu's view, Yamcha was actually at a disadvantage. At this time, Hexianren in the audience saw Yamcha, Kamizenren, and others walking together, and thought that Yamcha was Kamizenren's apprentice. Hexianren remembered that his younger brother Tao Bibai was killed by Li Yu, and said angrily, Tianjin Fan, teach him a lesson. No need to talk about martial arts and kindness, avenge my brother. After Li Yu heard Hexianren's words, he knew that Hexianren was actually talking to him. It seemed that Hexianren planned to kill all the disciples of Gaixian Liu in the ring. Li Yu looked at Immortal He, and he had already sentenced He Immortal to death in his heart. At this time, the Turtle Immortal looked at Li Yu and already understood what Li Yu was going to do. The Turtle Immortal knew that Li Yu was a very protective person. However, Turtle Immortal and Crane Immortal were also friends in the past, and he did not want Crane Immortal to lose his life, so Turtle Immortal made a decision secretly in his heart at this time. At this time, the Tianjin Fan on the stage heard what Hexianren said and secretly said something bad. At this time, Tianjin Fan saw Li Yu's cold gaze again, and saw Tianjin Fan scolding Hexianren in his heart for not having a brain. Isn't this pushing him into the fire pit? At this time, Yamcha, who was already at a disadvantage, saw that Tianjin Fan was distracted and shouted in his heart that there was a good opportunity. I saw Yamcha shouting, look at my Lanja Feng Feng. At this time, when Tianjin Fan heard Yamcha's voice, he knew that he had committed a taboo among martial arts masters and actually lost his focus during the duel with his opponent. Tianjin Fan was about to defend himself at this time. It was already too late. Tianjin Fan was beaten to the ground by Yamcha. At this time, just when Yamcha thought he had a chance to win, Tianjin Fan suddenly stood up and struck faster than Yamcha's attack. Yamcha looked at the lively Tianjin Fans on the field and said in disbelief, how is it possible? How is it possible that nothing happened after being hit by my Lanja Feng Feng? Tianjin Fan looked at Yamcha and said, your Lanja Feng Feng fist is indeed extremely lethal, but what's okay is that I am stronger than you. Originally, the Tianjin Fan wanted to pretend to be more competitive, but when he saw Li Yu and others in the audience, he decided to give it up, lest he lose face even more when he competed with them. At this time, Li Yu, Sun Wukong Klin and Turtle Immortal said on top, it seems that this person named Tianjin Fan won this game. Li Yu said, yes, this Tianjin Fan's chi is much higher than that of Yamcha. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 groups. At this time, Tianjin Fan has already surpassed Yamcha in terms of strength and speed. In the competition the marriage is already clear. Soon, as Li Yu said, the victory of the game was won by Tianjin Rice. Since Yamcha did not practice beside the Turtle Immortal like in the original work, Yamcha did not master the Turtle School Qigong waves, so Yam Sha lost even faster than in the original work. However, due to Li Yu's relationship, Tianjin Fan did not break one of Yamcha's legs like in the original work. Soon Yam Sha walked off the stage and saw Yam Sha saying in despair, "It seems that I really have to practice hard this time. Li Yu, you said that I will definitely challenge Kailan Ta this time. There is a palace of gods. I will definitely go there to practice and catch up with you." After Li Yu heard what Yam Sha said, he didn't give Yam Sha much advice, but Li Yu still said that if he had any difficulties, he would come to him for help. After all, was it considered an acquaintance? Soon, the next game started soon. This time it was between Klin and Diazi. Li Yu believed that with Klin's current strength, it was not easy to defeat Diazi. As you can imagine, Klin easily defeated Dumpling without any effort. Chapter 68. To be honest, Dumpling originally thought that even if Klin was stronger than him, he wouldn't be too far behind in strength. Unexpectedly, Klin didn't move right now. With Dumpling's diamond hard head, Dumpling didn't believe that he had no room to fight back now. Unexpectedly, the reality hit Diazi hard on the ground. When he went on stage, Diazi felt that his head was on Klin's body, as soft as cotton. All his attacks were flaws in Klin's eyes. Dumpling remembered Tianjin Fan's words and sighed that he was really too naive. Soon after a few games, Li Yu and others successfully entered the top 4. At this time, the champion emerged among Li Yu, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Wukong. Soon came the competition between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. These two people who were rivals in the original book are now together again. At this time, the Tianjin Fan on the stage looked at the relaxed Sun Wukong in front of him. The Tianjin Fan had a very uncomfortable feeling, just like when he was very close to Li Yu. Although it was not as strong as Li Yu, it still made him feel uncomfortable. It's all the same. Thinking about this Tianjin restaurant, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. It seems that I am really scared. This is not my own martial arts. I want to be the strongest martial artist. How can I let myself down here? Even if you lose, you have to fight hard. Li Yu looked at Tianjin Fan, who had regained his confidence and couldn't help showing an expression of appreciation. It seems that this Tianjin Fan is quite a talented person mentally. It's just a pity that the system of the people on earth restricts Tianjin rice. Soon after the host gave an order, the game started. At this time, Tianjin Fan used all his strength, which was stronger and faster than when he competed with Yamcha. Everyone outside the field looked stunned. However, after everyone looked at Sun Wukong, they looked even more unbelievably. They saw Sun Wukong standing there, motionless, letting Tianjin Fan's attack hit him. Tianjin Fan saw that his attack had no effect on Sun Wukong at all. This was a huge blow to Tianjin Fan. At this time, Yamcha outside the field looked at Tianjin Fan's attack and Sun Wukong's calmness, and couldn't help but said, "So these are all Tianjin Fan's attacks. There are so many differences between me and him, and Wukong, I really don't know what state has Wukong's full strength reached now? It seems that this is the result of practicing in a fairy place." No one knows what Yam Sha is thinking, but if Yam Sha knew that even the current gods are no match for Li Yu and others, he would probably be so shocked that his eyes would fall to the ground. But at this time, Hexianren saw that Tianjin Fan's attack was of no use to Sun Wukong. Did Hexianren think that Tianjin Fan had let him go? No wonder Hexianren has such thoughts. In fact, Tianjin Fan has been somewhat dissatisfied with what he and Tao Bibai have done a long time ago. But because he was his apprentice, Tianjin Fan didn't say much. At this time, Hexianren had already determined that Tianjin Fan was showing mercy. Otherwise, why would Sun Wukong have nothing to do? With Tianjin Fan's strength, there would probably be no one in this world who could beat Tianjin Fan's opponent. I saw the crane immortal thought. If Li Yu knew the thoughts of immortal he would definitely think that immortal laughing crane's knowledge is really too short. Yes, Tianjin Fan is already a martial arts master in the eyes of the people on earth. But in Wukong's eyes now, Tianjin Fan's strength is not much worse than that of a newborn baby. After all, Sun Wukong's current combat power is more than 6 million. If he uses the Mimic Super Game Mode, even Frieza, who fully exerts his strength, will not be Goku's opponent. At this time, Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, who was enjoying himself, and felt unhappy for a while, but he couldn't help himself. His attack hit Sun Wukong's body like cotton, and it was of no use at all. At this time, Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan and said, "Hey! Can you use all your strength to fight me? These attacks of yours are really too weak. I have no desire to fight at all." At this time, I saw Tianjin Fan's face turned red instantly after hearing Sun Wukong's words. I saw Tianjin Fan thinking, can I say that I have used all my strength from the beginning? Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong at this time and said, in that case, let you see the martial arts of Arcane Senryu. At this time, I saw Tianjin Fan put his hands on his cheeks, and Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan's movements. I saw Sun Wukong suddenly enlightened and said, "What, isn't this the Sun Fist? The Sun Fist with your strength has no effect on me." I saw Tianjin Fan said in surprise after hearing Sun Wukong's words, "How do you know that Sun Fist is a trick?" After hearing what Tianjin Fan said, Sun Wukong pointed at Li Yu and said, "Brother Li, you know such a move?" At this time, after hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Crane Immortal said angrily to the Turtle Immortal, "You stinky old turtle, you actually handed over the Kung Fu of our school to your own disciples. You are so shameless." After hearing what the Crane Immortal said, Turtle Immortal said, Hey! Don't talk nonsense. My apprentice has a good understanding and is talking about martial arts. Different paths lead to the same end? Can't you say that you invented Sun Fist? Just don't allow others to figure out the same moves." At this time, Crane Immortal was also shocked by Turtle Immortal's words and was speechless. It was rare for Turtle Immortal to see Crane Immortal being defeated, and he couldn't stop talking at this time, but having said that, my disciples are so talented, not to mention Sun Fist, Dong Dong Bo, and Wukong Shu, that's not a problem either. Just when everyone in the audience was arguing, Tianjin Fan used the Sun Fist, and just when Tianjin Fan used the Sun Fist, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Tianjin Fan without anyone seeing it. In front of me, even Tianjin Fan was shocked by Sun Wukong's speed. This speed is simply not something that humans can achieve. In fact, at this speed, Sun Wukong has not yet used 1/1000th of his strength, because Sun Wukong knows the strength gap between the two of them, and is afraid of hurting Tianjin Fan, so Sun Wukong has not used any force. At the moment when Tianjin Fan was stunned, Sun Wukong played the Tianjin Fan and his brain collapsed, so he lay on the ground with the Tianjin Fan. At this time, He Xianren saw Tianjin Fan being hit to the ground by Sun Wukong's move. He immediately became angry and said, "Tianjin Fan, get up and kill him quickly. Don't lie on the ground anymore. Get up." At this time, Tianjin Fan heard the voice of Xianren, and Tianjin Fan got up dizzy. It was obvious that Tianjin Fan was treated as a weak attack by Sun Wukong, and he was beaten badly. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong and his master, and saw Tianjin Fan say, "Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to give it a try." After hearing what Tianjin Fan said, Sun Wukong said curiously, "Why, do you have any more powerful moves?" After Tianjin Fan heard Sun Wukong's words, Tianjin Fan began to accumulate strength. At this time, 2 arms grew out of Tianjin Fan's back. It was Tianjin Fan's unique skill, the 4-demon fist. At this time, everyone in the audience was also stunned by Tianjin Fan's unique skill. Everyone could not imagine how there could be martial arts in this world that could make people grow 2 arms. The host said, "Oh my god! The Tianjin Fan player actually grew 2 arms on his back. This is really amazing." Will the Tianjin fan player who was at a disadvantage just now use this unique trick to turn defeat into victory? At this time, the forehands also gave Tianjin fan some confidence. He saw Tianjin attacking Sun Wukong. Although Tianjin fan's offensive was very amazing and the forehands cooperated very well, Sun Wukong was really outpaced by his speed. More than a dozen streets in Tianjin. I saw that every time Tianjin fan wanted to catch Sun Wukong would avoid him. And Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin fan and said, "What? I thought it was some powerful move. Your speed is really too slow." After Tianjin fan heard what Sun Wukong said, he became so angry that he called Sun Wukong. Just when Sun Wukong looked at the Tianjin rice in front of him, he saw the Hexian in the audience saying to Dumpling, "Dumpling, just stop him now." When Dumpling heard what Xianren said, he hesitated as if Sun Wukong had used his superpower. But Sun Wukong didn't have any precautions, and was stopped by the Dumpling. At this moment, Tianjin fan's forehands grabbed Sun Wukong's limbs. At this time, Sun Wukong saw that he was frozen and thought that Tianjin fan had used some despicable trick. I saw Sun Wukong use his huge concentration to break away Dumpling's superpower. Due to the strength gap between Sun Wukong and Dumpling, Dumpling was also shocked by Sun Wukong's mental power and suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, Sun Wukong did not kill him, otherwise Dumpling's life is gone. When Tianjin fan looked at Dumpling's situation, he knew that Dumpling had intervened. He wanted to reprimand Dumpling, but when he saw that Dumpling was injured trying to help him, Tianjin fan stopped interfering. At this time, Tianjin fan said to Sun Wukong, "Sun Wukong, I apologize for what happened with the dumplings just now. Now I am going to use my strongest move. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this move." I saw Tianjin fan put his right hand on top of his left hand, with the little finger of his right hand touching the index finger of his left hand, and the thumbs of both hands touching, forming a frame. At this time, Turtle Immortal was shocked and said, "This move, could it be that he Immortal actually handed over this vicious trick to his apprentice?" And when Li Yu saw Tianjin fan's martial arts moves, he knew what trick Tianjin fan was going to use. Chapter 69. At this time, Tianjin fan said, "I really didn't expect that there are people like you in this world. It seems that I was really just a frog in the well before." At this time, Tianjin fan continued, "I am really convinced by you. I never dreamed that I would be forced to this extent. Now my attacks are ineffective and I can only use this. It's a trick, but I think maybe this trick won't have any effect on you, but I have to give it a try no matter what." At this time, after hearing Tianjin fan's words, Sun Wukong also knew that this was Tianjin fan's strongest move. At this time, Sun Wukong prepared himself carefully. After all, this is the opponent's strongest move. As a martial artist, Sun Wukong knows that this is the dignity of a martial artist, and Sun Wukong must give the other party respect. At this time, Clin outside the court heard Tianjin fan's martial arts moves, and when he saw the appearance of Turtle Immortal, Clin said in confusion, "Teacher Wu Tian, what exactly is this move?" After hearing Clin's words, Kame Senin said, "That is a terrifying move with terrible destructive power. It is stronger than the Turtle Qigong. Because of the terrifying power of this move, it consumes a lot of the user's energy. Sometimes, even if you die from this, your lifespan will be halved even if you are immortal." When Clin heard the settings of the Qigong canon, he didn't expect that there were such vicious moves in this world. However, the Tianjin fan's own chi was pitifully weak. He thought that this Qigong canon would not be used against him in the hands of the Tianjin fan. Wukong's influence. After Li Yu listened to Xianren's explanation, he also knew a little about Qigong canon. This Qigong canon is like the 7 injury fists in martial arts novels. To hurt others, you have to hurt yourself. This makes it impossible for Li Yu to learn this skill. Thoughts on recruiting. Li Yu knew that although Tianjin fan finally improved the Qigong canon and eliminated its disadvantages, the power of this move was also greatly reduced. Dumpling off the field was also very worried about Tianjin Fan. At this time, Dumpling and Tianjin Fan were having telepathic communication. I saw Dumpling saying to Tianjin Fan, "No, Tianjin, this move is too dangerous. If you don't do it right, you will lose your life." Tianjin Fan comforted Jiaozi and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you don't use your best skills, your life will not be in danger." At this time, I saw Tianjin Fan using Wukong technique and slowly flying into the sky. At this time, Tianjin Fan knew that Wukong was far from what he could handle. Tianjin fans know that even if they use all their strength, the Qigong cannon they fire may not be the opponent of Sun Wukong. The current Tianjin Fan does not remind Sun Wukong to avoid his attacks like in the original work. Tianjin Fan also wants to know whether Sun Wukong can catch his Qigong cannon. But at this time, Sun Wukong will definitely be able to take on Tianjin Fan's moves, and at this time, Tianjin Fan knows that even with his full blow, he may not be Sun Wukong's opponent. Therefore, Tianjin Fan does not have to use all his skills. After all, he is not a life and death enemy. Tianjin Fan has not yet thought of committing suicide. At this time, Sun Wukong still said confidently, "No matter what tricks you use, you can't defeat me. Just come up, I will definitely defeat you." At this time, Tianjin Fan flew into the sky using Wukong technique. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong who was waiting for him, and said seriously, "In that case, then I will go up." I saw that all the energy in General Tianjin's body was concentrated in his hands, and now in Li Yu's eyes, Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness continued to increase, until it reached a combat effectiveness of 202. After Tianjin Fan finished accumulating his moves, a large amount of white light came out of Tianjin Fan's hands. In an instant, a powerful energy blew up a big hole in the entire venue of the world's #1 martial arts association. At this time, the people in the audience were shocked when they saw the destructive power on the field. They never expected that the martial arts family actually had such power. Just when everyone agreed that Sun Wukong had lost, Tianjin Fan did not find Sun Wukong's figure on the ground. But Li Yu saw Sun Wukong's reaction speed. Just when Tianjin Fan's Qigong cannon was about to hit the ground, Sun Wukong had already used Wukong to fly to Tianjin Fan. The speed was so fast that only Li Yu could see it clearly, and Kailin could only see an afterimage. At this time, Tianjin Fan also noticed Sun Wukong, and saw a complicated expression on Tianjin Fan's face as he said to Sun Wukong, "I originally thought that the Qigong cannon would have some impact on you, but I didn't expect that you managed to escape without any damage. It seems you are really too strong." After hearing what Tianjin Fan said, Sun Wukong said, "You are also very strong. This move is really very strong. I believe that as long as you practice well, you will definitely become stronger." At this time, Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong slowly landed on the ground. At this time, Tianjin Fan said to the referee, "Referee, I lost this game." Everyone didn't expect Tianjin Fan to admit defeat. After all, Tianjin Fan's move just now was so powerful. However, only Tianjin Fan knew that he and Sun Wukong were not even close to each other, and the result would still be the same even if the fight continued. After all, his fight with Sun Wukong today was considered benefited a lot. At this time, Hexianren saw that his apprentice actually surrendered. What to do with his brother's revenge? At this time, Hexianren, who was already furious, had lost his usual calmness and used Dong Dong Wave against Sun Wukong without any idea. However, the Hexianren's attack did not feel as uncomfortable as being bitten by a mosquito in front of Sun Wukong now. Sun Wukong only saw that the Hexianren's attack was dismissed with a slap. At this time, the Turtle Immortal saw that Li Yu had murderous intentions. The Turtle Immortal knew that with the current strength of Li Yu, Wukong, and others, the He Immortal would not cause any harm to Li Yu and others no matter what. So before Li Yu took action, the turtle immortal struck at the he immortal with the turtle-style kigong break and knocked the he immortal away. Li Yu looked at the attack of the turtle immortal. It could not cause any harm to the he immortal at all. At most, it would only cause the he immortal to lose all his martial arts. Li Yu knew that the turtle immortal wanted to spare the he immortal once, but he was embarrassed to say it clearly, so he struck first. However, the turtle immortal was his master after all, so Li Yu now acted as if nothing had happened. Without He Xianren, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings finally changed their ways and became friends with Li Yu and others under the persuasion of Turtle Xianren. In the next match between Li Yu and Clint, there was no doubt that Li Yu won, but Li Yu also gave Clint serious guidance during the match. 3 days later, it was time for the championship and runner-up battle between Li Yu and Sun Wukong. This was Li Yu's last game in the Dragon Ball world. Li Yu had decided that after this game is over, Li Yu would return to the real world. Chapter 70. Today is a very special day, the final of the world's best martial arts conference, the last match between Li Yu and Sun Wukong. For Li Yu, this is his last game in this world. Li Yu decided that he must let Sun Wukong break through and become a Super Saiyan today. Because Li Yu didn't know what changes would happen after he left. In short, Li Yu stayed in this world for 6 full years. Although Li Yu experienced a lot in these 6 years, Li Yu still wanted to return to the real world to take a look. After all, no matter how beautiful this world is in Li Yu's eyes, it is not his own world, even though he has friends and a girlfriend in this world. But it's not that Li Yu can't come back. Li Yu knows that this world is not that simple. In short, Li Yu decided to treat this first world he traveled through as his second hometown. No more gossip, soon Li Yu and Sun Wukong walked to the ring. This is the second time that Li Yu and Sun Wukong have competed on the world's best martial arts competition. Last time, Sun Wukong was supposed to be the runner-up, but was stepped in by Li Yu and only reached the top 8. This time, Li Yu decided to return the title of runner-up to Sun Wukong. After all, in the original work, Sun Wukong was also ranked runner-up in the world's best martial arts conference, but his opponent was different. However, Li Yu also left a way out for Sun Wukong. In this game, Li Yu does not plan to become a Super Saiyan, and will only use normal combat power. Li Yu looked at the innocent Sun Wukong opposite him and said, "Wukong, I am serious this time. Stop testing and use your full strength. Otherwise, you will die." When Sun Wukong looked at Li Yu who looked serious, he knew that Li Yu was not joking. Sun Wukong said, "I know, brother Li, you don't have to hold back, just go all out." The Kling Turtle Immortal and others next to them looked at the serious expressions of the two people and knew that these two people were serious about it. Klin wanted to lighten the atmosphere and said, "Wukong, brother Li, are you kidding me? If you use all your strength here, everything here will be completely destroyed." After hearing what Klin said, Li Yu said, "It's okay, aren't there still 7 Dragon Balls? If something really happens, you can use the Dragon Balls to recover." In short, Wukong must try his best to compete with me today. Klin knew that once Li Yu decided something, no matter who tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Unfortunately, Klin stopped trying to persuade him, but it wasn't a bad thing to watch brother Li and Wukong's full strength up close. However, Li Yu also knew that after he and Wukong tried their best, he didn't know what the consequences would be, so Li Yu sent Bulma away early in the morning to avoid hurting Bulma. As for Klin and Gaixianren, Li Yu just told Klin that if he encounters danger, he can take Gaixianren to evacuate first. Now, Li Yu and Sun Wukong arrived on the ring at the same time. Soon, Li Yu and Li Yu were waiting for the host's words, and their own energy was waiting to explode. Due to Li Yu's normal combat power at this time, it was also about 200 million, which was much higher than Sun Wukong's 6 million at this time. Therefore, Li Yu has no intention of becoming a Super Saiyan in this game. If Sun Wukong wants to win this game, there is only one way, and that is to break through and become a Super Saiyan. At this time, when Li Yu and Li Yu were accumulating energy, a powerful energy arose, which overwhelmed all the people in the venue. Especially, Yamu tea, Tianjin rice, and dumplings are the most powerful for the three martial arts masters. Tianjin Fan looked at Li Yu and Sun Wukong on the stage in shock. He thought that this is the true strength of the two people. It is really terrible. It seems that Sun Wukong showed mercy in the competition between him and Sun Wukong. There is no way, no wonder Tianjin Fan is so frightened. At this time, in front of Sun Wukong's full power, Tianjin Fan feels that Sun Wukong is like the sun, but he only thinks of it as a grain of sand, which cannot be compared with it. Tianjin Fan and the other three people thought at the same time, is this really something that humans can do? Li Yu and Sun Wukong on the stage did not pay attention to other people's thoughts at this time. At this time, they only saw the opponent in front of them. At this time, the host on the stage said with difficulty under the pressure of the two, the competition officially started, and then the host suddenly changed and ran off the stage. There was no way that the aura of the two people was too strong, and he was no longer in the stage. I'm afraid the people above will be scared out of their wits. At this time, Sun Wukong looked at Li Yu and moved instantly. Super Li Yu attacked. At this time, Sun Wukong was very fast. At least everyone here except Li Yu thought that Sun Wukong had disappeared. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong's direct punch as if he had hit him. Li Yu instantly caught Sun Wukong's move and started fighting with Sun Wukong. Then the two started fighting with each other. At this time, the two of them were going back and forth, and the two sides were fighting vigorously. But it was also a pain for those watching. The speed of the two was so fast that even their shadows could not be seen on the stage. At this time, Clin looked at the competition between Li Yu and said, "It's really amazing. I always thought that brother Li and Wukong must be much better than me. I didn't expect that the gap between them and me was so big. Look. If you come here, I'm destined not to be able to catch you." Kame Senin looked at Clin and thought, "Clin, you are actually the strongest among the people on earth." At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Li Yu on the stage, said excitedly, "Brother Li, you are really too strong. I haven't been so happy for a long time." Li Yu looked at the simple guy enjoying the battle in front of him. Only this guy can continue to become stronger and surpass every stage. At this time, the battle between the two people has reached a fierce stage. Li Yu is increasing the pressure on Sun Wukong every moment, and Sun Wukong is now being forced by Li Yu to become more and more at a disadvantage. However, Sun Wukong was not discouraged and was still looking for a way to defeat Li Yu. Li Yu, who thought of this, said, "Wukong, I'm going to use all my strength, you have to catch it, don't be beaten under the ring." After Li Yu finished speaking, all the normal power burst out. As soon as the 200 million combat power came out, everyone present except Sun Wukong felt afraid of this power. At this time, Li Yu attacked Sun Wukong with all his strength. Under Li Yu's blow, Sun Wukong could only be beaten passively due to the gap in combat effectiveness. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong who was knocked to the ground by himself and shouted, "Wukong, get up and surpass yourself immediately. Next, I will use all my strength to send out the turtle-style Qigong waves. If you don't want to die, just catch it." After hearing Li Yu's words, Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty and said, "How can I give up here? I still want to become stronger." Li Yu saw that Sun Wukong cheered up again, and he was pleased to use the turtle-style Qigong wave. Sun Wukong also responded with the turtle-style Qigong wave. However, because Li Yu's energy was too great, Sun Wukong was instantly swallowed up. At this time, everyone looked at the field, and everyone's eyes widened at this moment. They saw that Sun Wukong had changed, his hair turned golden, and his eyes turned green. He was the first level of Super Saiyan. Chapter 71. At this time, everyone on the field was stunned by the appearance of Sun Wukong. Everyone could not imagine how a person's hair suddenly turned golden. At this time, Qin, who was off the field, had seen Li Yu's transformation and knew that Sun Wukong had become a Super Saiyan. Kame Senin heard Qin's description and knew the form of a Super Saiyan. However, because the current Sun Wukong has just made a breakthrough and cannot contain the violent energy in his body, people in the audience, whether they are martial arts practitioners or not, can sense the difference in Sun Wukong at this time. The audience closest to Sun Wukong were already trembling with fear from Sun Wukong's aura, as if they had seen something very terrifying. In addition to the audience, Yamcha, Tian Jinfan, and others who practiced martial arts were oppressed by Sun Wukong's aura. Yamcha, Tian Jinfan, and others felt Sun Wukong's violent aura and couldn't help but lose consciousness. Yamcha said dully, "Oh my god! This is Wukong's true strength. Oh my god! I feel that there is a world of difference between my own strength and Wukong's imagination." After Tian Jinfan heard Yamcha's words, he nodded in agreement. Then Tian Jinfan secretly thought in his heart that he must practice harder. At this time, Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong, who had become a Super Saiyan. He saw Sun Wukong's golden hair and green pupils. Li Yu knew that Sun Wukong had succeeded. Originally, Li Yu wanted Sun Wukong to naturally enter the Super Saiyan state, but Li Yu thought that he was leaving soon, and he didn't know what would happen when he came back. Li Yu thought of motivating Sun Wukong through this competition. Potential, turning him into a Super Saiyan. Li Yu checked Sun Wukong's combat power at this time. The combat power of 300 million was twice as high as when Sun Wukong broke through to Super Saiyan in the original book, and it was so many years ahead of schedule. Sun Wukong, who has just become a Super Saiyan, is feeling his own power. Different from the way the Mimic Super Saiyan transforms, the Mimic Super Saiyan is very damaging to his body, so Li Yu generally will not let Sun Wukong try. However, although Sun Wukong already has a combat power of 300 million, Sun Wukong knows that he is still no match for Li Yu. Sun Wukong knows that he may be able to defeat Li Yu, who has normal fighting power, but even if Li Yu said that Li Yu will not become a Super Saiyan in this game. But how could Sun Wukong be willing to only defeat the normal Li Yu? Even if he loses, he must lose in an upright manner. This is Sun Wukong's martial arts method. So Sun Wukong, who had thought clearly about this, immediately made his request to Li Yu, wanting Li Yu to become a Super Saiyan to fight. Sun Wukong also wanted to see the entire gap between himself and Li Yu. Li Yu heard Sun Wukong's request, and then saw Sun Wukong's firm gaze, and immediately Li Yu turned into a Super Saiyan without any effort. At this time, when people in the audience saw that Li Yu had become the same as Sun Wukong, they were all shocked. Yamcha and others were surprised. Li Yu has actually become like this, that's right, otherwise, how could Li Yu be so strong? I saw that Li Yu's whole body appearance had changed into the same form as Sun Wukong, with blonde hair and blue eyes. But unlike Sun Wukong's violent aura just now, Li Yu's transformation at this time seems to be like ordinary people who can't feel any powerful aura. Although Li Yu's appearance is very calm, it's just that Sun Wukong can sense it at this time. Li Yu is very scary at this time. Sun Wukong believes that if Li Yu wants his own life now, Li Yu can easily crush him to death with just a little finger. I have to say that Sun Wukong's intuition is quite accurate, but considering that Beerus once said in the original work that Wukong is a genius in martial arts, it is not a cause for concern. Li Yu also understands Sun Wukong's reaction. After all, his normal combat power has already caught up with Sun Wukong's half of the increase in power when he became a Super Saiyan. Now that he has become a Super Saiyan, the power is self-evident. What's more, Li Yu has now reached the state of Super Saiyan full attack rate. At this time, Li Yu's combat power has far exceeded that of the complete cell in the original work. This is something that Sun Wuhan, the son of Sun Wukong, can only deal with after breaking through to Super 2. Character, Li Yu believes that when he breaks through to Super 2, he will definitely be stronger than Sun Wukong. At this time, Li Yu saw that Sun Wukong was reluctant to take action, and immediately said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, don't you want to see my full strength? Why don't you dare to take action at this time?" Sun Wukong, who was looking for Li Yu's flaws at the moment, mentioned Li Yu's taunt, and his cold personality that had just broken through the Super Saiyan expanded instantly. Sun Wukong was angry and launched an attack on Li Yu. Everyone in the audience did not see Sun Wukong's movements and thought that Sun Wukong had disappeared. At this time, the speed of Sun Wukong with 300 million combat power was faster than before. The obvious gap was revealed. However, in the eyes of everyone, Sun Wukong has disappeared. In Li Yu's eyes, Sun Wukong seems to be walking slowly beside him. Sun Wukong's speed has no effect in front of Li Yu at this time. Sun Wukong immediately punched Li Yu at this time. Li Yu could see that Sun Wukong had no reservations. Maybe Sun Wukong knew that even if he used his full strength, he would not cause any harm to Li Yu. Li Yu looked at Sun Wukong's attack, grabbed Sun Wukong's fist, and threw Sun Wukong out with the help of his strength. While Li Yu neutralized Sun Wukong's fist attack, he also neutralized Sun Wukong's strength. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might have smashed the earth under his full strength. However, the remaining strength of Sun Wukong still made a big hole in the ground, and Sun Wukong slowly climbed out. Although Sun Wukong already knew that he would definitely lose at this time, he was still a little disappointed because he couldn't even sustain a single move in front of Brother Li. But these are not important anymore. For Sun Wukong, who likes to fight with strong people, the stronger the opponent, the more excited Sun Wukong is. Since his fists and feet were not good enough, Sun Wukong immediately flew into the sky and fired countless light bombs at Li Yu. Seeing the amount of energy Sun Wukong had, the people in the audience were stunned, and they all said in their hearts, "This is still person." Sun Wukong took advantage of the surrounding smoke and quickly rushed towards Li Yu, but he was still punched out by Li Yu. The previous light bomb didn't even stain Li Yu's clothes. Next, Sun Wukong tried his best, but still failed to defeat Li Yu. In the following time, Li Yu still taught Sun Wukong a lot of things. Although the combat power report of Dragon Ball World, such a strong man is not a cabbage. The battle between Sun Wukong and Li Yu is still very helpful for Sun Wukong. Soon the outcome was clear, and the final winner was Li Yu. In this way, Li Yu's journey to the first world has ended. Then Li Yu said goodbye to everyone one by one, and after some tenderness with Bulma, Li Yu left the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 73. Whis then used his cane to tap lightly, and the two of them disappeared. At this moment, Beerus looked at everyone and said, "Okay, since they are gone, let's talk somewhere else. Now, prepare some delicious food for me. If it's not delicious, be careful, I'll destroy it for you." After everyone heard Beerus's words, they also had a black line. Why is their attitude completely different from before? There is no need to treat him so differently. At this time, in the Kaioshen realm, Kaioshen Xin looked at Li Yu, who had disappeared, and then said with emotion, "Hey! I really didn't expect that Li Yu would just leave like this. Without Li Yu, I think this universe would not be like this. It's so beautiful now, hey! Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying so hard?" The old Kaioshen nearby said angrily, "Li Yu, that bastard, took away our Padala, now it's better, it's really a loan and a return." At this moment, Li Yu looked at the exact same earth, and then he saw Li Yu saying to Weiss beside him, "Mr. Weiss, at this time, the earth before I came." After hearing what Li Yu said, Weiss smiled and said, "Yes, Li Yu, I will send you here. After all, I still exist here, but before leaving, give you a little thing." At this time, Weiss took out a small glass ball from his scepter and gave it to Li Yu. Then Weiss said, "If you encounter a bottleneck in your practice, or if you need any help, you can go to this one." The me of the universe. I saw Li Yu looking at Weiss's actions at this time. Although he didn't know what Weiss meant, Li Yu still took it over. After all, Weiss was also a stronger master than Beerus. Then Li Yu said, "Okay, thank you then, Weiss." After hearing what Li Yu said, Weiss smiled and said, "Haha. Okay, Li Yu, in this case, I'll leave first." When Li Yu saw Weiss leaving, he immediately saw how Bulma and others were doing. After meeting Bulma, Bulma was very worried about Li Yu. Li Yu also breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that he had disappeared in this universe for only one day. Afterwards, Li Yu and Bulma lingered all night. Sun Wukong and others received the news and came to visit Li Yu, and Li Yu also explained to them where he was going. When Sun Wukong and others heard that Li Yu actually had a new transformation, they couldn't wait to compete with Li Yu. Of course, Sun Wukong in this universe is only the second level of Super Saiyan strength, and is certainly not Li Yu's opponent. However, Sun Wukong in this world is still very young. Li Yu told him that after cultivating to the third level of Super Saiyan as soon as possible, he would help him become a Super Saiyan god. After hearing this, Sun Wukong practiced even harder. Afterwards, Li Yu stayed here for another month and then continued his trip.